One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 401 to 420. 401 Beheading. Boy, you are too sharp. If you can't overwhelm the enemy in an instant with your constant attacks, your flaws will be revealed. Pressing everywhere is your weakness. Go to hell, Diamond Light. Kuchimu Kingchun immediately rushed to Lu Chengkong, and the speed was the fastest in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Xena came to about 10 meters in front of Lu Chengkong. The diamond star in his hand swiped towards Lu Chengkong, and the tip of the knife actually shot a diamond-like arrow. Light, but this light contains extremely amazing penetrating power. Are you really exhausted? Aizen and Urahara Kazuki were also a little uncertain at this moment. After all, such an attack should be a heavy burden for Lu Chengkong, who is at the peak of the vice captain of knowledge. Stupid. Zengmu Jianbai slashed Daxu in front of him with one knife, looked at Kuchiki Kingchun and said with a pouting grin. Not good. Deadwood Kingchun's complexion changed, because Lu Chengkong stepped back in the void with his right foot, and at the same time he no longer stepped back, he actually retreated, and the Snowdrink Mad Knife in his hand slashed across the sky. The enemy advances and I retreat, and retreat is the advance, but it is only a temporary concession for victory, so you don't understand it, and you are the captain of the expedition team. I was also fooled. Fortunately, it wasn't me who faced him this time, otherwise it would be troublesome. Lan Ran thought with lingering fears. Just now, he was also simulating the battle between himself and Lu Chengkong in his mind, and found that even if he faced Lu Chengkong couldn't do better than Kuchimu Kingchun, and even he had the same idea as Kuimu Kingchun just now, thinking that Lu Chengkong was exhausted. Is it a step back? To make a temporary concession in order to win, it is indeed Lu Chengkong, and every style of the 6 arts of Aohen is actually implicitly proud of the truth. Urahara Kazuki sighed secretly. It is really terrible for such a person to be an enemy. The truth and philosophy of being a man are put into the ultimate trick, and it is calculated in the hearts of people, which can no longer be described as terrible. Boom. With Lu Chengkong slashing, the blade of Shuiyan Mad Saber immediately burst into a real blade shadow, and this blade shadow instantly turned into an ice blade that was twice as large as before. At least there are more than 20 meters. While smashing the light of reincarnation, the ice blade did not stagnate at all, and slashed at the body of the Deadwood Kingchun with a shocking might. Bankai Double-Winged Diamond Dragon. Kingchun, who felt the breath of death at the moment of death, couldn't care less, so he went straight to Bankai, and the crystal-colored spiritual pressure of the sky burst out. The body is covered with a layer of diamond-like scales, forming a piece of armor. 2 right fists made of diamond wings appear on the back, and a dragon-shaped diamond helmet is worn on the head, which is simply armed to the teeth. I didn't expect to deal with you, an ordinary god of death, to Bankai. Shame, Shadowbreaker Star. Kuchiki Kingchun's voice contained anger that everyone could hear, and his hands had turned into a huge pile of diamonds. The claws, the Zanpakudo also disappeared. Obviously, his claws were equal to the blade of the Zanpakudo. Brush. After Bankai, Kuchiki Kingjun not only has Reiatsu, but his overall strength has increased by almost 7 times. Compared with Bankai, who just realized Bankai, it is obviously a lot more powerful. Don't underestimate this double. Here it is. Don't say twice after the captain level. Even if it is only a small gap, the winner can be determined. More importantly, this is not twice the spiritual pressure, but 20 times the overall strength. The quality and quantity of the spiritual pressure are increased by 7 times. Not only it is simply to increase the amount of spiritual pressure. His speed was also astonishingly fast. The wings behind him flapped, and he came to Lu Chengkong's side in an instant. No matter how Lu Chengkong used Shunpo to dodge, he would follow Lu Chengkong's side like Lu Chengkong's shadow, waiting for an opportunity. Die! Deadwood Kingchun roared loudly. The murderous aura in his eyes showed unreservedly. His claws grabbed directly towards Lu Chengkong. Like lightning and thunder, he came to Lu Chengkong in an instant. Frozen 3 feet. Lu Chengkong grinned Isho. The cold energy accumulated for so long is enough. Just released so many Aohen 6th Ju attacks. Frozen 3 feet, the only move in Aohan 6th Ju. To defend the knife tactics. The continuous blade's strength wrapped around him within a 3-foot range, and the ice took shape. After a clanging sound, Kuchimu Kengshin's claws couldn't break through the ice blade's strength wrapped around Lu Chenggong's body, and there was not even a trace of white marks left. Ha, it is said that it is frozen 3 feet. Of course, it is not a day's cold. After a long period of time, there is no possibility that it will be broken by you in an instant. The 5th trick is to step on the snow to find plums. Lu Chenggong laughed. His laughter was full of confidence in his own strength. Shuiyin slashed out, and the air was directly torn apart. Treading Shui Zunmei is one of Aohan's 6 tricks. The stronger you are. Knife strokes. From the opponent's attack, look for the opponent's strongest place, which is also the opponent's weakest place. The stronger the opponent's strength, the stronger the sword intent of this move, the greater the power, and the stronger it is. Enough to describe the true meaning of this move. Every time I see his tricks come out, I get more and more shocked. It's true that every trick contains the truth of the world, the truth of being a human being. How can such a knife trick be cracked? Deadwood Shanghai looked at Lu Chenggong dully. That majestic figure like a god of swords, he thought in shock. The stronger you are, the stronger I will be. My Bankai is waiting for you. When you have a chance to be a man in the next life, remember not to provoke people you shouldn't provoke. Actually a stick on the diamond armor on Kuimu Kengshin's body. The diamond armor with amazing defensive power encounters Lu Chenggong's Shuiyin Quangdao as if it met the nemesis, as fragile as white paper. The blade of Shuiyin Crazy Blade was full of energy, and the very familiar ice blade appeared once, but it may be the reason why it is stronger. This ice blade is at least 50 meters in length, and it extends directly to the rotten wood Kang. Chun's body was cut in half, and he fell directly without even screaming. Silence. That's right, even though there were a lot of Killian around, the death god who watched the whole battle was extremely quiet, without any extra thoughts, and he was completely intoxicated by Lu Chenggong's 6 Aohan tactics that were more inexplicable than a single sword. 5 strokes, just 5 strokes can kill a real Captain Death, and it is still in the case of the opponent Bankai's full shot. A cold glance, frozen 3 feet, red apricots in the snow. Peach Yao Yao, still there is a person who will eventually encounter the strong and the strong will be strong. It is too strong. Quote. Whether it was Aizen or Urahara Kazuki, at this moment, there was only one thought left in everyone's heart. 402 Destruction. Can I resist? There is also the last move, which should be the most powerful. I didn't expect that even a death god captain could force his strongest move out. This is still Shikai, and who knows his Shikai? There is no other ability, the heart is separated from the belly, let alone Bankai. Quote. Aizen has decided at this moment that he must use Jinghuashuiyu on Lu Chenggong as soon as possible. If he can become an enemy, he will not become an enemy. He really doesn't want to become an enemy with such a person until he can't help it. The truth contains the truth. This kind of swordsmanship is completely incomprehensible in his view. There is no way to break it apart from a force that is several times stronger than him, and it is also the first time that he has no confidence in his Jinghuashuiyu. Break your own mirror. The 31 Scarlet Artillery Cannon. Lu Chenggong expressionlessly faced the body that had been divided into cold dishes, and the Deadwood Kingchun shot a red artillery cannon, directly destroying his body, really destroying the corpse. The calmness is chilling. If people who don't know it will think that Lu Chenggong is just a beast. This is the captain of the death god, and it is also the contemporary patriarch of the Kuchiki family. Although he has not yet become the captain of the 6th division, his identity and status are extremely noble, if not supreme, and he was killed like this. Father. Kuchiki Byakuya just happened to see Kuchiki Kingchun's corpse being destroyed. He only felt that his head was dizzy. His eyes were extremely red, hatred and killing intent turned into 2 cold eyes looking directly at Lu Chenggong. What surprised Lu Chenggong was that Kuchiki Byakuya didn't lose his mind and rushed towards him. Obviously Kuchiki Kingjun's death stimulated him, and even made him more rational. As he matured, Kuchiki Byakuya had matured. Although his strength had not changed in the slightest, he was indeed much more difficult to deal with than before. It's not too stupid. If you rush over, I don't mind cutting the grass and rooting and sending you to accompany your father. Lu Chengkong looked at Kuchiki Byakuya's incomparably hideous look, which destroyed his originally handsome face and let him people shuddered, just like a poisonous snake. Hidden aside, he could give the enemy a fatal blow at any time, but Lu Chengkong was extremely calm, but he didn't seem to think it was exciting enough and threw out a sentence that almost made Byakuya Kuchiki lose his mind. Humph! Kuchiki Beizai's face turned pale. He knew that if he rushed over, he would only become a funeral object. His father was much stronger than him, and he could not escape death, and what he couldn't believe was that Lu Chengkong would actually kill him. A death captain doesn't need Bankai to kill. His strength is much stronger than himself. He must leave a useful body to take revenge. Saifeng Yuan Yi, from today onwards, we will no longer have any relationship, neither do you. No longer a member of our nobility. Hey, I had long expected such a day to come. Fourth Court Maple Leaf also sighed, but he didn't regret it. He didn't expect the town's development to be irreversible, but there was no way to do it. To kill Lu Chengkong, wouldn't Lu Chengkong stand still and let him kill him? Looking at the friendship in the past, all she can do is not to intervene on both sides, let alone kill Kuchiki Byakuya. Of course, the premise is that Lu Chengkong is fine, otherwise, she will definitely make a desperate shot at Saifeng Yuan Yi. Her Saifeng Yuan Knight One's bottom line, she won't care if it's one-on-one. If Kuchiki's family plays tricks and fights in groups, she will definitely stop it, even if that person is Kuchiki Byakuya. Not choosing once is actually painful once. The choice of life is actually painful. Lu Chengkong Isho, holding Yi Yi's jade hand as if to tell her that you have me by your side. It's okay, I just felt a little emotional for a while. It was just a little thing that has developed to this point. I just thought it was too amazing, but now I think about it, it is very reasonable. Because this kind of thing happens often in the soul of the dead, especially the Kuchiki clan, there are definitely a lot of killings for the sake of a little face or the dignity of the so-called nobles, but there are very few people like you who can resist the Kuchiki clan. Yi Yi put away the complicated look on her face. She didn't regret her decision. He hated nobility and so on. In her heart, nobility and so-called rules were compared with Lu Chengkong. A hair on the body is important. Haha, it's really exciting. Stealing chickens won't cost you rice, but I think that old man Kuchiki Yinling will definitely regret it this time. A death captain's combat power is just gone. Hiriko Meiko laughed heartlessly, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore, because Saraki Hiyori had already stuffed his slippers into his mouth. Clean up these big phantoms, this battle should be over. Lu Chengkong began to cast one ghost after another, and Yi Yi, Masked Legion, Kuimu Shanghai and others were not far behind. Fortunately, there is no Achukas in this group of Daxu, otherwise it is really dangerous. When the sun in the sky came down and wiped out all the big voids, Lu Chengkong's head sank after returning to his tent. His eyes darkened, and Yi Yi on the side immediately supported her and asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" "Hee, the spiritual pressure is a bit overdrawn. Kuchiki Kangchun's strength is really extraordinary. Don't look at me killing him with Shikai. In fact, I didn't have much spiritual pressure before killing him. At that time, I actually didn't have the strength to use it. Unless Bankai, and if Du Shui Zunmei didn't kill him, it would really be Bankai." Lu Chengkong sat down with Yi Yi's support, and explained that Bachanliu and Yi Yi were relieved. At the same time, he also said with emotion, "Outsiders saw Lu Chengkong as very abnormal. The vice captain's peak spiritual pressure, a Shikai cut. Kill Captain Reaper of Bankai. In fact, that's not the case at all. He was just a strong support outside. After all, the gap in strength is not so easy to make up. This is due to Lu Chengkong's completion of Shikai and Bankai. Bankai, of course, the power is not comparable to other Reaper. So you were pretending. I thought you were really that powerful, so I was still wondering if you were hiding your strength. In fact, your spiritual pressure has already reached the captain level, and now I finally understand it. Underscore. Yi glared at Lu Chengkong fiercely. That charming look made Lu Chengkong tickled. Such a little girl like Yi was rare. 403 Uno no Hanaru's amazing breasts. In the Soul realm, when Kuchiki Yinling received the bad news that Kuchiki Byakuya brought back, he only felt dark in front of his eyes and almost fainted. Although he didn't vomit blood in the end, his face was as pale as paper. This was him, the only son. Strange to say, almost all the direct lineages of his Kuimu family are descended from one bloodline. Maybe God is fair. Although they are from one bloodline, the descendants of each generation are genius gods of death, and every one of them can become gods of death. The presence of the captain. But even so, it still can't make up for the weakness of the Deadwood family, because although the Deadwood family is the largest family, there are many people who offend, and the lack of people has always been the fatal point of their family, so each generation of inheritors must be careful to protect. There is no room for loss, but now his son, and the death god who is still the leader of the death god, has died like this, and he still died in the hands of Lu Chengkong. Why not let him be sad and angry? Now there is only one heir left in the Kuchiki family, Bai Zai, but the only thing that is gratifying is that Bai Zai has matured a lot after this time, and the strength of the Kuchiki family is weaker, so the family's status is likely to be affected, as soon as possible. Raise Byakuya. Kuchiki Yinling is indeed a person who has experienced great storms. Although the pain of losing his son made him feel unbearable, he did not lose his mind. Instead, he began to analyze the gains and losses. Grandpa, Kuchimu Shanghei actually followed his father's instructions at that time. He simply stood on the side watching the play and didn't make a move. If he made a move, it would never be like this, and his father would not die. Kuchiki Byakuya said with hatred, seeing that he has returned to Kuchiki's house, he knows that the expedition is over, or that their group of genius seeds who will become death god captains in the future have also completed their expedition and come back. Nutty, although I wasn't there at the time, I was able to get a general idea of the situation at the time. After many contests, our Deadwood family actually faced Lu Chengkong, not only did not gain the upper hand, but instead failed many times. Do you think he would be what you think is so simple? I suspect that he knew about your father's and me's plans early on, and dug a hole for us to jump in. What surprised me the most was that he hid deep enough, and his strength was so strong. Your father, although he is timid and weak, his strength is definitely not weak. He was killed by Shikai. We all underestimate him. Don't forget that he did not use Bankai at that time. If Bankai is at least 5 times stronger, do you think is the addition of Shanghei useful? Also, have you forgotten that there is a Zaraki Kenpachi by his side, and Yakiru Kusaka, who seems to be harmless to humans and animals, but is also ignorant? Sit back and watch what happened to him. This time we will forget it, look down on ourselves and despise others. Quote. As expected of Deadwood Yinling, they analyze the reason for this failure so quickly. That's right, they not only underestimate the enemy, but they are serious enough not to take Lu Chengkong seriously. Otherwise, the Deadwood family will regard Lu Chengkong as an opponent. It is very likely that who will kill the deer really does not know. So it's not that Shanghai didn't take action this time, but that he couldn't take action, otherwise, Shanghai would be exposed. Although she is now a member of the Kuimu family, as long as she doesn't do anything, then Kuimu Shanghai seems to them. It's just a change of identity. After all, the feelings are still there. If they take action, they will be on guard against Shanghai, and they won't be able to play an unexpected role at that time. It's the grandson who is reckless. Although Kuchiki Byakuya didn't thank Kuchiki Shanghai, he didn't want his grandfather's views on him to become self-willed, and he didn't know the severity, so he directly admitted his mistake. Of course, he was just dissatisfied. Byakuya, I know you don't look down on Shanghai, but he is now a member of the Deadwood family after all. Our Deadwood family is already busy, and you don't know about Shanghai's ability. As a family, it is more powerful, and it is also a shock to other families. As a family, you must let go of your own prejudices, and use what you can use for yourself, even if you hate it, and if you don't like it, you must use it. Play him to the best of his ability, but you can't get hurt by this guy, so you have to control it. Kuchiki Yinling painstakingly taught by her mother-in-law, and Kuchiki Byakuya's face was full of joy when he heard the words. Kuchiki Yinling's words were implying that Kuchiki Shanghai was just a tool of the Kuchiki family anyway, a tool to enhance his strength. He is the real ruler, and it is his master, Byakuya Kuchiki, who controls the tool of Shanghai. Kuchiki Yinling never intended to let Kuchiki Shanghai Writer Zhu or the captain of the 6th division in his heart. Obviously, his grandfather saw his own psychology and warned him not to ruin the big thing because of the small. For a while, Kuchiki Byakuya felt that a new door was opening to him. This was the door of family life, the door of power, and the most dirty political struggle. At the same time, Byakuya Kuchiki also began to calm down and let go of his heart. Prejudice. The changes in his expression all fell into the eyes of Kuchiki Yinling, which made Kuchiki Yinling very satisfied. This is his grandson, and this is the performance and demeanor that a family should have. Bachenliu, why are you so happy? Ujawali looked at the grass deer Yakianyu who was standing in front of him giggling, and the joy was all on his face, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Giggle, you know, Mom, how bad is that Xiaomu family, Kuimu family? When we went, he actually used Reiki to suppress us, but now he's dead Luo. Bachenliu giggled and threw himself directly into Ujawali's great chest. If Lu Chengkong was here, he would definitely say that it would be great if I were Bachenliu, because in private, Bachenliu is not. Knowing whether he said it intentionally or unintentionally, how big is Ujawali's breasts, Lu Chengkong almost didn't drool many times and said, it turns out that there is not only a blonde royal sister, a cow girl, Matsumoto Ranju, in the world of death. The black-haired Eugeniu Maujawali did not expect her loose kimono to hide such a hot figure, but it is no wonder that her clothes are so wide that they can completely cover her figure. It seems her figure is as mysterious as her identity strength. Bachenliu, don't blame your mother for talking. You go back and tell your big brother that it is not that simple for the Kuchiki family to become the #1 noble even when the population is not prosperous. With your mother and me. Mauji Walai is a beautiful isho, which makes the beautiful flowers in the whole room eclipsed, as if Mauji Walai is the collection of the essence of heaven and earth, really looking back at isho by Mei Sheng. 404 Uno no Hanari's gift. Does she really say that? Lu Chengkong's eyes flickered after listening to Bachenliu's transformation. His eyes were very complicated. He was both surprised and taken for granted, but in the end his face was full of joy. Of course, he understood the meaning of Ujawali, that is, let himself not get carried away, think too highly of his own strength, and do not make the same mistake as the Kuchiki family, look down on or despise the enemy. At the same time, it implies that Bachenliu is not only Lu Chengkong's younger sister, but also the daughter of Maujawali. Although she will not interfere in her own affairs or help herself, as long as she is still around, Bachenliu will be fine. Yeah, but what my mother said is a bit strange. Don't you know that I am her daughter? Although Bachenliu is smart, he is still young after all. In addition, Ujawali is very kind to her, and she grew up living in a dangerous place like District 79, so she could feel from anyone whether he was hostile to her. And she obviously only felt the deep doting and love from Maujawali, which was different from Lu Chengkong's concern and love, a little more careful and feminine, and a little less strong, but Bachenliu liked it. If you insist on who has the highest status in Bachenliu's heart, of course it is Lu Chengkong. Bachenliu's careful heart always remembers everything when he first met Lu Chengkong, and his own time. What he said, but because of this, Bachenliu didn't speculate on another meaning in Ujihua's words. Now that I can confirm my guess, the identity or strength of Ujawali is definitely not simple, even old man Yamamoto should be afraid, otherwise she would not say such confident words. But it's okay, it seems that I really like Bachenliu from the bottom of my heart, and I treat him as a goddaughter, so that's fine, at least as long as she's here, Bachenliu will be fine. Lu Chengkong breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, he was really worried that the Deadwood family would recklessly assassinate Bachenliu. Now everything is no problem. She is very happy to have a mother who loves her so much. After all, for Yakion Ryu, who has not had the love of her parents since she was a child, the existence of Uno Hanaritsu just makes up for her. Xiaokong, why are you in a daze again? Ba Qinliu puffed up his cheeks, obviously very unhappy that Lu Chengkong often ignores him in a daze. Xiaofen fists have been squeezed together. You are in a daze just to beat your momentum. I have to say that the current Bakion Ryu is definitely more lively and happier than the original Bakion Ryu. It's nothing. I am thinking that tomorrow is Ba Qinliu's birthday. What gift should I give you? Of course Lu Chengkong would not tell Ba Qinliu what he thought. After all, in his heart, he just wanted Ba Qinliu to be happy and not be troubled by these things. Every time Lu Chengkong was in a bad mood, he saw Ba Qinliu's smile on that day. Feeling full of energy, troubles vanished. Really, I want a Barbie doll. I want you to make me that Chinese food, and I still have. As soon as Lu Chengkong wanted to give him a gift, Ba Qinliu immediately threw the displeasure on his face to the side. As he went, he happily turned his fingers and said one by one. Okay, I'll give it to you. Lu Chengkong assured, sweating profusely. God, let him go on. Even if he takes all the funds for the 2nd Division, Yi, and the 11th Division, it is not enough. Buy a gift for Ba Qinliu. By the way, Xiaokong, Mommy's birthday is on the same day as mine. You also have to give Mommy a gift. Ba Qinliu seemed to remember something, and immediately said to Lu Chengkong. Of course, your mother has helped us so much. Of course you have to congratulate her, but I don't know what she likes. Lu Chengkong deliberately pretended to be distressed, and sure enough, Ba Qinliu immediately showed a proud look. It was obvious that she was ready to show herself. HMPH, except me, no one really knows what Mom likes. Everyone thinks that Mom likes flower arrangement, but they don't know that what Mom really likes is planting flowers, and then arranging flowers when they grow them. This is what Mom likes the most. Ba Qinliu stood on tiptoe and said enthusiastically. I think I know what to get your mother. Lu Chengkong smiling softly, Shunbu left immediately, apparently to prepare a gift. Xiaokong, isn't Ba Qinliu very useless? That's all I can do for you, but I will try to become stronger. I know that my mother is actually very powerful. I will let him teach me tomorrow. At that time, I will definitely become stronger than everyone else, and any Xiaomu family will beat him to the ground. Ba Qinliu made a decision in secret. To be honest, no one except Lu Chengkong knew how strong she was. It was just that one time, Luanju asked inadvertently how powerful Ba Qinliu was. Lu Chengkong just smiled. He left a sentence. If Ba Qinliu wants to escape, there are only 2 people who can leave Ba Qinliu in the soul world. The implication is that even if he himself can only defeat Ba Qinliu, he cannot kill Ba Qinliu. Death, one is the old man Yamamoto, and the other is Maojawali. Of course, this is among the people Lu Chengkong already knows, and the unknown is unhappy. From this, we can see how strong Ba Qinliu is, but now it seems that Ba Qinliu is still not satisfied with his own strength. He has always restrained all his edge and stood silently behind Lu Chengkong, in order to let the enemy ignore her and help Lu Chengkong at a critical moment. But even Lu Chengkong never thought that Ba Qinliu would have such an idea, not only to become stronger than himself, but also to be stronger than everyone else, only himself. If he knew, Lu Chengkong might feeling yelled at the 8,000 idiots. What he wants is only a happy life for Ba Qinliu, not fighting and killing, making Ba Qinliu a god of death. His original plan was to see that Ba Qinliu's self-control was so good, so that she could have the power to protect herself. I never thought of asking Ba Qinliu to fight, but unfortunately Lu Chengkong didn't know this by preparing gifts for Ujawali and Ba Qinliu. The next day, Ya Qinliu went to Uzuru Hanariot's office early, and happily said that he would give Uzuru Hanariot a gift, but Uzuru Hanariot was only dismissed by Isho. Captain Maojawali, I heard from Ba Qinliu that today is your birthday, and Ba Qinliu also made you worry a lot. These little gifts are my thoughts. I wish you a happy birthday and have today every year. Every year has a present. Lu Chengkong also came not long ago, he didn't have any unnecessary nonsense. He sent 2 gifts directly after the blessing. 405 The Guidance of Maojawali. Lu Chengkong's gifts are actually very simple. Yesterday, he deliberately went to select the best peony seeds for a long time, and he personally made it for Bachinliu and Maojawali, which is unique in this world. Vegetable. Where did he know from Yachinliu that Ujawali prefers some dishes with strong aroma and taste, which can be said to be very innovative? At least the smile on Ujawali's face is even bigger when he sees it. Thank you, I like this child Bachinliu very much. She is also very good and never troubles me, but your gift is really unique. Ujawali's words made Bachinliu very happy and glared at the same time. Lu Chengkong, he seems to be saying, look, I'm not as bad as you said. Hehe, I also heard what Bachinliu said. This is the dish I made for you and Bachinliu. Try it. That's right, Xiao Lingting's meal is really unpalatable. When he was at the True Spiritual Art Institute, he had no choice but to eat in the dining hall. After he left, he had no choice but to support himself, mainly because his mouth was raised by Dana's superb cooking skills. Although it can't be compared with Dana, but often eating the food made by Dana has stolen a lot of teachers, at least the entrance that I can eat, but in this world, all chefs will definitely be shameless and shameful. Oh, you actually know how to cook. I thought Bakian was talking nonsense before, but I didn't expect it to be true. Ujawali was also a little surprised this time. Although there is no male superiority in the world of death, only whoever is stronger is the master. But in the hearts of many people, men generally have a higher status than women, especially in the world of ordinary people. Unexpectedly, with Lu Chengkong's status today, strength determines his status. He would actually cook by himself. For the first time, Ujawali felt that he really didn't see Lu Chengkong clearly, but he opened the cover of the food in front of him. There was a fragrant fragrance, and when I looked down, it was very delicately placed. Obviously, Lu Chengkong put a lot of effort into adding a piece of chicken at will, took a bite, and the intuition was abnormal. Jiwa Lai was full of praise. After all, she is not the kind of hypocritical person. With her status and strength, she does not need to be hypocritical to anyone. It is delicious if it is delicious, and it is not delicious if it is not delicious. Looks like I'm going to change my opinion on you. No wonder she doesn't want to eat here every time I let Bachinliu eat here. It turns out that the food you cook is so delicious. Surprised, he was very satisfied with Lu Chengkong. He was not hypocritical, neither humble nor arrogant, and had a good impression. If you like it, you can come and eat together later. It's just one more tableware. Lu Chengkong shook his head. In fact, he didn't want to cook. I dare not say that it is delicious to cook by myself, because compared to Dana, it is simply a world away. Okay, thank you first. Ujawali didn't refuse. After all, she really likes this kind of dishes, and he also felt that he really couldn't eat anything else after eating a real meal, so there was also the idea of stealing a teacher. After all, in addition to planting and arranging flowers, she also cooks. She is also very confident in her cooking skills, but now it seems that it is really a mountain higher than a mountain, and this person who is better than her cooking skills is actually in her own hands. It was unexpected that there was a man beside him. It seemed that this Lu Chengkong should have many secrets. With the pistachio of Bachinliu, in this birthday party with only 3 people, it is not monotonous at all. On the contrary, she is very active under her leadership, and Ujawali's smile is even more gentle, especially when watching when Shang Bachinliu flashed a hint of love from time to time. Come with me. Ujawali's voice never seemed to change. Even if he was angry, he was very gentle and polite. After Bachinliu fell asleep, he suddenly stopped Lu Chengkong who was about to leave. What's going on? Although Lu Chengkong was full of question marks, he also knew that Mao Jihuili would not be harmful to him. After all, he did not feel the murderous aura from Mao Jihuili. Moreover, with the unfathomable strength of the sea, it is a matter of waving his hands to kill himself. Don't look at the fact that Ujawali is also the captain, and Kuchiki Kangchun is also the captain, but the gap between the two is simply it's the difference between the bug and the dragon. The next scene even strengthened Lu Chengkong's thoughts. Mao Zhawali's strength was very strong, and he was completely unpredictable, because he found that no matter how fast he was speeding up, he even used Shunpo, and he still used Shunpo's speed. Raising to the fastest, without exception, can only follow the body of Ujawali. Not only that, the distance between the two of them is only 2 meters, and it has not changed since the beginning. No matter whether Lu Chengkong reduces or increases the speed, the distance between the two is still 2 meters. This kind of power is appalling. Ha, it's all right here. Mao Zhawali stopped as if it was always the same speed, seemingly slow but fast but graceful and agile, turned around and looked at Lu Chengkong, who was a little out of breath, a little funny. Obviously, Lu Chengkong's small actions just now were all in her eyes, and at the same time she did it deliberately, just to let Lu Chengkong know that killing a rotten tree Kingchun is nothing at all. There has never been a shortage of powerful gods of death in this world, and there are many people who are stronger than Kuimu Kingchun, but how could Mao Zhawali know that Lu Chengkong is an outsider? Of course he would not despise any opponent, but Mao Zhawali's appearance also made Lu Chengkong was a little grateful. After all, this also made the other party's good intentions, and he also knew that it was entirely because the 8,000 Lu Mao Zhawali would not treat him like this, otherwise she would not even look at her life or death, and he was a bit young at the same time. The reason why Zhawali brought himself here. I think you have already guessed the idea of me bringing you here. Don't worry, let go of your mind and attack me. That's right, Mao Zhawali was planning to give Lu Chengkong some advice. Don't underestimate such guidance. Having a Super Reaper guide like Uno Hanaritsu is a huge benefit even if it is just a little bit. Okay. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, he pulled out the Shuiyin Crazy Saber, and watched Mao Zhawali wave his hand and set up an enchantment when he pulled out the Shuiyin Crazy Saber. Compared with his own enchantment it's too powerful, and it's still freely released by the other party waving, a master, an absolute master. Red apricot in the snow. There is no reservation. As soon as he makes a shot, he can catch the enemy by surprise, and can often attack the enemy from an unexpected angle. 406 Sophie's Consolation. The spiritual pressure is powerful, the strength is concentrated, the speed, strength, skills, and even the swordsmanship that contains the truth of the world, the truth of life, is extremely wonderful. No wonder it can kill Kuchiki Kingchun, and it is still in Shikai's situation. Lai secretly said in his heart, but on the surface he still maintained an eternal gentle smile. However, she didn't know when a Zanpakudo appeared in her right hand, and lightly tapped the ice blade that was blowing towards her face. Yes, just a little bit, and with a click, the ice blade tens of meters long shattered into pieces. Countless blocks. Amazing. Lu Chengkong's pupils shrank for a while. It was too powerful. There was no extra movement. A very simple attack. Just like the previous Zengmu Kenpachi, it went straight and straight, without a trace of concealment, but when I thought about it carefully, I found that the flower of the Lai's attack just now seemed to be all-encompassing and contained countless changes. This was the real return to the original. Do you understand? Mao Zhawali didn't make another move, and stood silently in the same place, with her eyes unwavering, like stagnant water. Nothing in the world seemed to be able to cause her mood swings. Obviously just standing here, no spiritual pressure is released, but it makes Lu Chengkong feel that he is not facing a person, but the boundless sea, and he is a lonely boat in the sea, as long as Mao Zhawali is one. With a thought, the sea can destroy this lonely boat. Is this the gap in realm? Lu Chengkong said a little uncertainly. In the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, he can be described as a top-level grandmaster. He is extraordinary and holy. Everyone hopes to get Lu Chengkong's guidance, but he came to this power system. In a completely different world of death gods, Lu Chengkong is just a stronger death god by his measure, and there are too many things to learn. Of course there is a gap in realm. This is a gap between souls. How did the spiritual pressure come from? The spiritual pressure was transformed, so how did the spiritual power come? Of course, it is the soul. The weapons are called Zanpakudo, and they belong to the soul. Part of it. Whether it's Shunbu, the power of Zanpakudo, ghosts, or Kendo, Everything depends on the strength of your soul. The source is the soul. There is no need to use ghosts, or even attacks, just a single thought can affect the heavens and the earth, just like this. Quote. As Maujawali said, there was a glint in his eyes, without any momentum or spiritual pressure emitting, but for a moment Lu Chengkong only felt that he was isolated and abandoned by the whole world, and even he had a thought in his own heart that he really heinous, really damn. Lu Chengkong's face was as pale as paper. This feeling came and went quickly. If it lasted a little longer, Lu Chengkong wouldn't even dare to imagine whether he would commit suicide by himself. It seems that you have understood. You are very good. You have realized it so quickly. You don't have to thank me. I also did this for the sake of 8,000 Lu, and I also think that you have gone the wrong way because of ignorance and pursued it. The wrong way to be strong. Quote. Maujawali smiled, and at this moment, the world seemed to be eclipsed. Everything around Maujawali seemed to be a foil for her existence. If Luanju used chrysanthemums to describe her, then Maujawali was absolutely gorgeous. Peony. Understand it, you still have a long way to go. Maujihuli suddenly disappeared, so fast that Lu Chengkong couldn't see how Maujihuli left. The only thing left was a sentence, I have the world as big as it gets. Quote. This should be the ultimate expert in the world of death. Lu Chengkong took a deep breath, and his spirit came directly to the spiritual world and asked Sophie. Although I don't know how strong she is, she can be said to be equivalent to Sophie in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, or Lu Chengkong in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. Sophie also had a serious face. She is now in the same position as Lu Chengkong. Of course what Lu Chengkong has experienced, she has also experienced it. The strength of Maujawali also surprised her very much. How long would you say if I would give Benkai all my power to support her? Lu Chengkong asked with some hope. In terms of the strength she showed just now, without Shikai and Benkai, in the state just now, you can defeat Benkai within 3 moves, and you can kill you within 5 moves. If Shikai, Benkai, I don't. It's easy to say, of course, all of this is my guess, and the real situation will be known only after we have fought. Sophie said this, as if she was worried that Lu Chengkong would be hit, and immediately changed the conversation. You don't need to comfort me like this, it's not like you're Sophie's character, and I, Lu Chengkong, are not as fragile as you think. Don't forget how weak I was in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, and then I wasn't. Have you become the Supreme Demon Emperor? Although this is already in the past. Lu Chengkong said angrily, but he glanced at Sophie with grateful eyes. Obviously, Sophie's worry just now was also felt by Lu Chengkong, who is now the same one. I have a feeling when I saw that woman just now, that is, if you have her strength, then I think you should be able to break the seal of the ring, and even go against the rules of this world and separate me from you. Sophie directly ignoring Lu Chengkong's words, he said thoughtfully. Forget it, I will definitely achieve it in the future. I really want to ask, is your full name really Sophie? Lu Chengkong asked in a rare gossip, looking at the face in front of him that was the same as a female star with the same name in France in his previous life. Those eyes that made the world fall for him were both Westerners sexy and Orientals. Mysterious, exuding a charming and unshakable charm. When did you become so gossipy? Don't think that I don't know your thoughts. I could feel your previous memories when the soul merged, and you can also know my previous memories, although you can't probe the other party's memory now, but don't pretend anymore. Don't you know it all? I really didn't expect your identity to be so complicated. Did you time travel? Sophie Marceau. The name, appearance, body, and evaluation are all the same, and the world is overwhelmed with eyes. I like your evaluation. Sophie said disdainfully. The contempt eyes made Lu Chengkong run away. The universe is really big enough. There's too much space. Maujawali said it right. The world is as big as the heart is. I know, the more I understand, the more I realize that I'm a frog in the bottom of a well, but I will definitely surpass it in the future. The one above me, this is me, Sophie Marceau. At this moment, Sophie Marceau exuded an aura, her eyes twinkled, and there was an irresistible feeling of oppression like a queen. 407 Cho Maru Silver. Lord Chengkong, which one do you think I should choose? The 13th division of the Guardian? Ranju asked, a little bewildered, and Ichimaru-jin on the side was about the same, but maybe he wasn't used to it. In front of him, who was perfectly disguised like a fox, it was indeed a bit uncomfortable for him to stop disguising in front of Lu Chengkong. Lanju, you'll talk about you later, let's talk about you first. Yin, your strength is not weak. After the expedition, you also have the iron and blood that a warrior should have, not only for the enemy but also for yourself. The strength of spiritual pressure has also remained at the level of 3 seats. This kind of progress is faster than that of more than 90% of the people in the genius class that I was in. The rest are comparable to yours. You can be considered as having self-preservation. Maybe it's time to tell you. As Lu Chengkong's voice became more and more serious, the killing intent on Ichimaru Yin's face became more and more obvious, because he was smart enough to guess what Lu Chengkong was going to tell him. Enchantment, ban. Lu Chengkong waved his hand, and a small yellow enchantment immediately formed and wrapped the 3 of Lu Chengkong. When I first saw your Reiatsu, the person behind the attack was Aizen Sosuke. If I guessed wrong, he even planned to see the relationship between you and Ranju in the battle between those hooligans and you. Shen, is she your inverse scale? If yes, then he will take away the spiritual power of Lu Anju. On the one hand, he can threaten you to use it for him. On the other hand, he will force you to follow him, and he will also he used. Lu Chengkong didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, and directly explained some of the secrets that Ichimaru-jin should know, such as some secrets of Aizen Soyusuke, about where his strength is, such as some things needed for the virtual experiment, and his actions, the last is his ability to look through the mirror. I said that every choice in life is painful. I have told you what you should know. Believe it or not, you can investigate it yourself. I will not forcibly stop your choice. I just hope that you will not regret it and take revenge. There are many ways to do it. Quote. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, not only did he not remove the barrier, but instead expanded the barrier, because he could sense his thoughts from the unreserved killing intent on Ichimaru-jin. It was taken away, but after knowing everything behind the scenes, Ichimaru-jin also followed the same path without hesitation. It's just that the difference here is that the original Ichimaru-jin was threatened, but this time he joined it actively, but I don't know how it will develop in the end. How did Aizen accept Ichimaru-jin? Really looking forward to it. Have you decided? Come on then. Lu Chengkong beckoned to Ikimarayan, indicating that he could take action. That's right, no matter what, Ikimarayan is his apprentice, and Ikimarayan has been by his side all these years. There is really no tricks, and it can even be said that he is devoted to his duties and does everything. Lu Chengkong also changed his mind about him, and also made up for the fate she would help naked, but he wouldn't force it, but he had to have Ichimaru-jin a certain strength, and if he was satisfied, he would fight with him. Just let it go, this is also a kind of test and protection of the master to the apprentice. Shoot him, magic gun. Ichimaru-jin felt a warm current in his heart, but he didn't hesitate in his shot. With a swipe, the short and seemingly ordinary Zanpakudo in his hand fired himself like a bullet, and it came in an instant. In front of Lu Chengkong. It's too slow. Lu Chengkong Shuiyan didn't pull out his mad knife, didn't even move, he just stood there, stretched out his right hand and squeezed forward, directly pinching Ichimaru-jin's blade. Nothing good. Strange amount, you can tell from the first battle between Kenpachi and Yihu in the original book, Yihu can't hurt Jonpachi's body. Sure enough, it's no wonder that the people in the academy, and the gods of death in Serote have always said that he is the strongest person. Ichimaru-jin's eyes narrowed, and he followed Lu Chengkong's side all the time. He thought he was very I knew Lu Chengkong, but at the beginning of the battle, I found that the gap was really big. Broken down number 4. Bai Lei. Lu Chengkong stretched out his left hand, and a lightning bolt had already shot out. The speed was so fast that Ichimaru-jin could barely dodge sideways, but Lu Chengkong also came to his side at the same time, throwing it away. 2 words. Shining flowers. Puchi. A bloody arrow flew out from Ichimaru-jin's body, but Ichimaru-jin didn't fall down. He used the stretched spear in his hand to support his body, and looked at Lu Chenggong with stubborn eyes. I did you pass. Let's go after you, understand Bankai. Lu Chenggong wanted to say nothing, but the stubbornness and unyielding in those eyes were so similar to his former self, he could only say the words to understand Bankai before leaving. Thank you. Ichimaru-jin grinned. Isho, this smile is the most real. Is this what it feels like to be cared about? Without the slightest interest in it, the pure master cares about his apprentice. Lu Chenggong didn't say anything. He put his hand on his shoulder, and led him to disappear in a blink of an eye. Soon Lu Chenggong reappeared, looking at Lu Anju, who had been talking all the time beside him. You won't stop him. I miss you. He shouldn't have gone, as he said. I know him too well. Once I make a decision, I won't go back. Lu Anju said calmly, although a little sad, but after all, it has not developed to the point of life and death and mutual love in the original book. It is just friends and relatives, and Lu Anju, I really know Ichimaru-jin too well. Don't worry, no matter what, I will save his life. Maybe his choice is right. As long as he has gone through this training, I think his future is truly limitless. Lu Chenggong smiled, and Lu Anju was relieved after hearing Lu Chenggong's words. Although she didn't know how strong Lu Chenggong was, she had never seen anyone stronger than Lu Chenggong so far. Okay, your Reiatsu is already at the level of a vice captain, and your actual combat experience is really not rich enough. You will fight with me from today until you understand Bankai. Lu Chenggong said that he took the lead, and Lu Anju also hurriedly shikai, asking, knowing that although she is stronger than Ichimaru-jin, she doesn't think that her strength is enough to rival Lu Chenggong. Clang. The sound of metal friction continued to sound. That is to say, starting from today, a yellow barrier will appear in this place of the 11th team every day, and the two people inside are also unchangeable, and they will maintain a battle every day. Ah! Lu Anju screamed in pain and flew out backwards. Today is the 365th battle between her and Lu Chenggong, which means that a year has passed. During this year, Lu Chenggong will fight with Lu Anju every day. Fighting has already been said to be abusive chrysanthemum. 408 strong pushing chamomile. During the battle, Lu Chenggong did not have any thoughts of pity on Shangxiu, although he did not directly use the snow drink mad knife to slash Lu Anju's body, mainly because he was worried about leaving scars, and he didn't want a woman who belonged to him to be covered with scars, although Maoji Walai it can be cured. But in order to make Lu Anju feel as much pain as being beheaded, Lu Chenggong changed his fist every time when Lu Anju was about to be beheaded. She used her own special cold-hearted spiritual pressure to penetrate the opponent's body, and she didn't hold back her fist. Every time she was hit, she only felt as if her internal organs were about to shift, and sometimes she doubted herself. Have all his internal organs rotted away? What supports him is the same unyielding fighting spirit. Although the Chaos Chrysanthemum would keep screaming after a battle, always scolding himself for not being sympathetic to the fragrant and cherishing the jade, but the harvest was very huge. Bankai with her own talent and perseverance without being taught by anyone. The Shikai of her original book is also incomplete. Now her Shikai is the real Shikai, and its power is amazing. Lu Chenggong also felt that he was going too far. That one move just now seemed to be too forceful. After all, in addition to the progress of Lu Anju this year, he was also making progress. He only made a breakthrough last night, and he couldn't control it for a while. Living up to the surge in strength, seeing the appearance of Lu Anju vomiting blood, he immediately flew over and caught her. Fortunately, one of his two hands was placed on the plump and round buttocks of Lu Anju, and the other hand was placed on her increasingly large, first altitude distance from the original book. Getting closer and closer, the left and right hands felt two constant tastes at the same time. Ah! A terrifying scream spit out from Lu Anju's mouth, directly covering up the scream of pain just now. Fortunately, a barrier has been set up. Otherwise, the ears of the nearby people will all be shattered. A scream was too sharp and high, let alone Lu Chenggong who was holding her. Forget it, I'll never do it again and again. Lu Chengkong lowered his head and kissed Luanzhu's screaming mouth. Silence, the whole world suddenly quieted down. Lu Chengkong only felt that the world was so beautiful at this moment, and it was precisely because of this that Lu Chengkong kissed the chrysanthemum with all his might. Wu Tilda Luanzhu was sluggish for a while, and then came back to her senses. Her eyes widened with anger, shame, shyness. It was unbelievable, but in the end, they all turned into shame and anger. The jade hands and legs struggled constantly, especially the pair of jade hands kept beating on Lu Chengkong's chest, trying to beat him out. What made Luanzhu panicked was that she found that her strength seemed to be continuously sucked away with Lu Chengkong's kisses. In the end, her strength could not kill even a mosquito. As if she was massaging Lu Chengkong, her pretty face was flushed red. Like a red apple. How could he do this? This big pervert, what is he doing with his hands? God, he took someone's first kiss, and now he actually wants to touch someone's body. He's so old that he hasn't been touched yet. Ruanju's heart seemed to have a deer ramming, and her heart almost jumped out, because she found that Lu Chengkong's hand went directly through her loose Death Tyrant dress and climbed up to the big baby she had always cared for. Never let anyone touch your body. What? She wanted to struggle, but she didn't have the strength. She wanted to resist, but she couldn't resist being held by Lu Chengkong. The only thing that comforted her a little was inside the barrier, and people outside couldn't see everything inside. Laugh. The sound of clothes breaking suddenly sounded. Matsumoto Ranju's head went blank. Lu Chengkong actually tore her clothes, because they had developed to this point. Anyway, he didn't have much love for the people in this world, and he didn't care at all if he hated him or not. The desire that had been hidden for many years was teased with Matsumoto Ranju's hot body, and Lu Chengkong was desperate. No, don't. Let me go, okay. Matsumoto Ranju begged for mercy, panting. Her beautiful eyes seemed to shed tears at any time, but it was a pity that Lu Chengkong completely ignored her. At this time inside Lu Chengkong's mind all are Matsumoto Ranju's crystal clear jade body carved like a peerless beautiful jade. Under the wolf-like hair, he kissed all Matsumoto Ranju's jade body, no matter ears or jade fingers, no skin on the whole body, including her beautiful legs, can escape. Passing Lu Chengkong's kiss. It hurts. In the end, Matsumoto Ranju could only be pale and let Lu Chengkong be at the mercy of him, but he didn't know why he had no killing intent towards Lu Chengkong, but was only ashamed and angry, and there was actually a little desire in the deepest part of his heart. Especially this little desire made her have the idea of giving up on herself, and no matter what, she still felt very much when she was being raped. For the first time, she hated her body a little and didn't live up to her expectations, but in the end, she could only change into with a scream. A trace of blood dripped on the ground, and soon the most primitive human creation movement was staged in the enchantment. When the clouds and rain cleared, the radiant sun that hung high in the sky had disappeared, and night had come. They actually did it from noon to night, and they had to admire the strength of Death's body. It's really powerful. Lu Chengkong walked out of the barrier holding the chaotic chrysanthemum covered with his clothes. Looking at the ruddy chrysanthemum that still had the blush on his face but had passed out of a coma, he said with lingering fears. At first, Luanzhu seemed to be struggling frantically, but soon she stopped struggling. Instead, she seemed to be sluggish, but after a few minutes, Luanzhu seemed to be crazy, and she seemed to be completely ignited by her desires. After all, with such a hot body, she is a blonde beauty with a desire that is different from ordinary people. It is good that she is not provoked. Usually, she doesn't feel it at all. It may be giving up, or it may be the first taste of the forbidden fruit, the stimulation of. He actually turned his back on the customer. He didn't know where the strength came and pushed Lu Chengkong, rode on Lu Chengkong's body, frantically twisted his waist like a water snake, and threw out a sentence. I must chew, if you dare to do this to me, let you know that I can't touch anyone. The face of such a super initiative as Matsumoto Ranju, Lu Chengkong has a kind of idea whether he is killing her or she is killing himself. Why does it seem that he has become a victim in the end? 409 Eat the grapes of the chrysanthemum. The next day, when Lu Anju woke up, she only felt that her whole body was soft and lacking any strength, especially her lower body felt a real tingling pain, and countless images from last night flashed in her mind, making her originally a little confused face suddenly change to a Sichuan face, some anger, some shame, some surprise. He lowered his head and glanced at his body. It seemed that after the moisturizing of the rain and dew, it was even more white and red, more beautiful. The last trace of greenness between the eyebrows had withdrawn, and it was replaced by the first woman. Charm. What the hell was I doing last night? It's a shame. Matsumoto Ranju directly acted as an ostrich, especially the crazy images of him yesterday flashed in his mind, and Lu Chengkong looked at him strangely from the back, and he seemed to change when he arrived. Became a dissatisfied slut who only knows how to love. Let Matsumoto Ranju panic. Don't know what to do. Is this still me? Are you really such a person? Even Matsumoto Ranju, who was still entangled in what he did yesterday, temporarily forgot to ask Lu Chengkong to settle accounts, and he didn't even know that he was still lying in Lu Chengkong's arms. Hee. Lu Chengkong actually woke up a long time ago, but he pretended to be asleep, just to see if Song Benranju's performance would be as good as he thought. He would draw a knife and hunt him down. Now it seems like no, it seems that there is still a relationship between day and night. However, Lu Chengkong is only someone who likes her. He desires more than love. It can even be said that he does not have much affection. In addition to being influenced by his previous life on Earth, there is also the fact that he really can't bring up the feeling of love. The word love has many meanings. It's a great responsibility. He doesn't want to carry such a big burden after he came to this world of death. His love has long been divided up by Khalifa and other women, and in this world, Lu Chengkong found that he has no scruples and can do whatever he wants without any conscience. This is also due to the amazing similarity between this world and Little Japan. He is still shouldering the heavy responsibility of opening the seal of the ring, and he can't express his love to Matsumoto Ranju. Some people simply like her. But since he is his own woman, of course he will not let Matsumoto Ranju have anything to do. Matsumoto Ranju does not ask for anything beyond his own boundaries. He doesn't care what she does. It can be said that Lu Anju is no different from his wife except that he can't get his own love. After all, this is his masculinity, and he really likes Matsumoto Ranju very much. No one can touch Matsumoto Ranju except for her. This can be said to be equal to his exclusive possession, his ban. Well, Matsumoto's chest felt hot, and she found that her grapes were eaten by the nasty guy who got into her body yesterday. Unfortunately, the pain in her lower body and the sequelae of yesterday's madness made her unable to resist. And she also knew that she couldn't resist this guy, so she could only look at Lu Chengkong with fire-breathing eyes. She really didn't expect Lu Chengkong to do such a thing. To be honest, Lu Chengkong still has a very high status in her heart, no less than the rebirth of her parents. She saved herself and made herself a god of death, and taught herself with all her heart. Lu Chengkong's mysterious temperament, unrestrained style and handsome face, plus his status and strength in the Soul Society. She even sometimes wondered if Lu Chengkong would accept her if she pursued her, but the development of the matter was completely beyond her imagination. Lu Chengkong did not pursue her, and the scope was to directly obtain her body, which made her feel like a slap in the face. Just like turning over the 5-flavor bottle, the sweet, sour, bitter, spicy and salty tastes are in my heart. Don't think about it. Now you can say that you are my woman, whether you admit it or not. You belong to me forever and ever. No one can touch you except me. I will kill anyone who dares to touch you with a finger. The whole family. Lu Chengkong suddenly let go of the grapes in his mouth, although his voice was soft, but the domineering and murderous aura in it made Lu Anju shudder. She could hear that what Lu Chengkong said just now definitely came from the heart, but she didn't know why she felt a little sweet, happy and proud in her heart besides being angry. This god of death, who seemed to be a perfect genius to outsiders, was so infatuated with him that he completely forgot that he was still hating his body just now. HMPH, who wants to listen to you? But no matter what he thought in his heart, Matsumoto Ranju still couldn't understand what Lu Chengkong did yesterday, and he could even be said to be annoyed, but he said coldly. If you are more talkative, I will train you to be my slave girl. Lu Chengkong was just trying to scare Matsumoto Ranju. After all, even if he couldn't develop love against the women of this world, except for Yachinliu, he would still do it. Tell her that you are a slave girl. After all, he still admires and likes Matsumoto Ranju. You. Matsumoto Ranju's eyes almost burst into flames, but Lu Chengkong actually said such words that made her grit her teeth. The word slave girl was an insult to her. But she is not sure whether Lu Chengkong will do this. What Lu Chengkong did yesterday has subverted her understanding of Lu Chengkong. Who knows if this person who is not afraid of doing whatever he wants will actually do it. After your body recovers, go to the 4th division and try to be the vice captain. Don't ask why, as long as you enter the 4th division and become the vice captain, although it does not say that you can walk sideways in the Soul Society, even if it is Yamamoto. The old man also wants to give you some face. Lu Chengkong is actually concerned about Matsumoto Ranju, but he can't directly express his inner thoughts as he did to Khalifa and Hancock. This is the reason for the lack of love. She is also worried that Aizen will attack Matsumoto Ranju desperately. Although Matsumoto Ranju's strength has greatly increased, if it is a frontal Matsumoto Ranju, of course, she is not afraid, but if Aizen and Kayuga Suzuki come to sneak attack, Matsumoto Ranju is very likely to follow his path. Do you care about me like this? Matsumoto Ranju blinked her beautiful eyes and said coquettishly. Obviously, she was smart and immediately understood Lu Chengkong's intention. It's so charming. Didn't you just say you want to treat me as a slave girl? Why do you care about me now? She is a strong and unyielding woman, lively, cheerful, enthusiastic, not a bit naughty, strong and bold. Since her body has been acquired by him, she cannot change it, so he will win the man in front of him, whether in bickering or strength. Or on the bed, although he suffered a fiasco last night, Luanju attributed the fiasco to his first break. 410 Conquering Chamomile. Yeah, Lu Chengkong secretly scolded women for being too smart, and it was not a good thing, but he still pretended to be indifferent on the surface, making Matsumoto Ranju feel like he was hitting the air hard. Just take a rest here. Lu Chengkong stood up, put on the clothes on one side, and looked at the clothes, which contained the heart and love of Khalifa and Hancock. His eyes not only became very gentle, let the side as a woman, she is very sensitive, especially after her first breakup, it is the most sensitive and insecure period. Seeing Lu Chengkong's expression, he didn't know why he was a little jealous. Intuition told her that this unusual dress and shoes were definitely made by a certain woman for Lu Chengkong, and this woman had a very high position in Lu Chengkong's heart, and she could only look up to him now. She was so strong that she asked her to be the best and the strongest no matter what she did. Although she was forced, but Lu Chengkong admitted that she was his woman, then she would be Lu Chengkong's favorite woman. She was sensitive. She realized that what Lu Chengkong likes now is only his body and appearance. Although he sometimes looks at himself with admiration, it is just to appreciate his character and person. There is no love at all. Matsumoto Ranju, who was originally very angry with Lu Chengkong, actually gave birth to a very absurd idea at this moment. That is, he must make Lu Chengkong fall in love with him, and let the man who forced him fall under his pomegranate skirt. I have to say that a woman's thoughts are really unpredictable. One moment was extremely angry, and the next moment changed. Especially for a royal sister like Matsumoto Ranju, who has just been broken up by forces even more difficult to comprehend. Now that she has made a decision, Matsumoto Ranju will immediately take action. She will not be hypocritical, nor will she feel embarrassed or ashamed for doing so. She is very similar to Yi. And she is not a fool who pays with tenderness and selflessness. On the contrary, he is very rational whether it is fighting or emotional matters. It can be seen from her original book that she directly waved a knife at Ichimaru Jin. She has such a the decision was well thought out and a little bit of a woman's psychological and competitive influence. What kind of man is he? He does whatever he wants, is desperate, bold and daring, but sometimes he will show tender and sweet eyes. He is really a man with the same charm, maybe being with him is also a kind of it's a good choice. But I must make you fall in love with me completely, not just like my body. Well, since you like my body and appearance so much, I will conquer yours first. Body, I want you to be inseparable from my body. Matsumoto Ranju looked at Lu Chengkong's back, and suddenly muttered to himself. No matter what Lu Anju thinks, the passage of time will not stop because of her decision. In the future, Lu Anju and Lu Chengkong will do crazy man-making exercises every day, and she seems to be completely ignoring her body. Every time she was crazy, she wouldn't stop until she was in a coma without exhausting her physical strength. Although she still didn't make Lu Chengkong fall in love with her, she did what she planned before. Facing such a stunner on the bed, and after leaving the hall and entering the kitchen, he learned all the Chinese dishes of Lu Chengkong Club. Moreover, she will create changes. She is a noble woman outside. When she is at home, a slut always has a combination of advantages. She not only makes Lu Chengkong completely infatuated with her body, but also binds Lu Chengkong's stomach. For this reason, although Matsumoto Ranju a little lost, but she was more happy, proud and satisfied. At least she failed to achieve the expected goal, and it was even better than she expected, so instead of giving up and discouraged, she was even full of energy, especially emotional. This is even more so. Of course, this is just Matsumoto's personal thoughts. With the company of Matsumoto Ranju, a stunner on the bed, Lu Chengkong will dry the chrysanthemum when he is free, and he will dry the chrysanthemum when he has something to do. In his spare time, he also goes to Ujawali for a meal. It is worth mentioning that in addition to Matsumoto Ranju, Maujawali is another person who has learned Lu Chengkong's cooking skills. Like Matsumoto Ranju, Lu Chengkong is more blue than Lu Chengkong, and her dishes are different from those of Ranju, so Lu Chengkong is often go over to eat, and more importantly, appreciate the graceful and peaceful temperament that Ujawali exudes when he intervenes. Every time Lu Chengkong is in an irritable mood, or his practice does not grow, and when he is unhappy, as long as he sees Maujawali's intervention, his whole body is soothed by Maujawali's serenity, holiness, tolerance for all things, and a gentle aura. Anxiety in the heart. Under this kind of fulfilling life, Lu Chengkong was almost completely unaware of the passage of time. 100 years had passed quietly. In the past 100 years, many things had happened, but most of them were similar to the original. That is the Masked Army, Urahara Kazuki, Kuchiki Kyukawa and others have also become their own positions like the original, the vice-captain's vice-captain, the captain's captain. What is worth mentioning is how Ichimaru Jin and Aizen left Lu Chengkong, who was with him, didn't know and didn't want to know. After all, this was Ichimaru Jin's choice. Let's go. After being calm for so long, Xiao Lingting has become lively again. Lu Chengkong looked at the sky, and for some unknown reason, he suddenly felt irritable. Flo said. Yeah. Matsumoto Ranju nodded very obediently. If other gods of death saw Matsumoto Ranju's performance at this time, their eyes would definitely fall to the ground. Is this still the Matsumoto Ranju who is not doing his job properly and is often drunk? How can she be so well behaved? Especially her pair of soul-piercing beautiful eyes have no reluctance at all, and some are just watery tenderness and inseparable love. That's right, the struggle between feelings of getting along with each other in the past 100 years. Although the chaotic chrysanthemum has made Lu Chengkong completely inseparable from her tender body, but the role of force is mutual, and the same is true of feelings. There is no such thing as a loser or a winner. Both are relative terms. Although Lu Anju made Lu Chengkong completely infatuated with everything about her body, but at the same time, she was also conquered by Lu Chengkong unknowingly, completely infatuated with Lu Chengkong, and from the very beginning, her body bowed to Lu Chengkong's giant. Under the bombardment of the dragon, he found that in the end, both his body and mind were captured by Lu Chengkong, but Matsumoto Ranju was not only not angry, but very happy. Maybe what a woman like her needs is a man who can completely conquer her, whether it is emotional or not. Or the body. 411-411 Shanghai was framed. Chengkong, Mako asked me to tell you that something happened to Shanghai. Lisa Yajimaru appeared in front of Lu Chengkong in a blink of an eye. Her face was a little red, thinking that it was caused by the violent force. Her breathing was a little short. What's going on? Lu Chengkong's face sank. It can be said that due to his own reasons, Shanghai of Deadwood was not bewitched by power like the original book, nor did he become a sharp blade in Yinling's hands, and he was very mature in dealing with others. Why? Could something go wrong? That's right, Mako said that Shanghai killed a comrade of the special unit and became a traitor. Not only that, but the 46th room actually directly convicted the crime and executed it a week later. Xia Ping recovered, and immediately explained his feelings in a simple way. It seems that he should have been calculated. The 46th room has begun to take power. Then the Deadwood Shanghai apparently belongs to the Deadwood family, but in fact belongs to the Yamamoto family. It seems that the 46th room has begun to compete for the old man Yamamoto. The first person to be cut off is Shanghai. After all, his ability is rather perverted. Quote. Lu Chengkong immediately guessed the whole thing, and at the same time, he also thought that it might be the hand of Iran. To say that the current corpse soul world can threaten Iran except himself, the head of Yamamoto, and the flower lie of Maoji. Other than the others, it belongs to Shanghai of the Deadwood, and it is also an illusion type Zanpakuto, and it is indeed possible that Fan Ran participated in it. Go back and tell Mako, don't act rashly, I'll go to Zhongxianghai to find out first. Lu Chengkong said to Yazumaru Lisa after sorting out his thoughts. Yes, Lisa Yahomaru said respectfully. Although Lu Chengkong didn't have any official position, Lu Chengkong, the second division team arranged by old man Yamamoto, let Yi Yi Gang dismiss himself. Yi Yi is now the captain of the second division team and has this power. But Yahomaru Lisa didn't dare to be disrespectful to Lu Chengkong at all, thinking that in Yahomaru Lisa's heart, what she admired most was Lu Chengkong. Ranju, you take Bachin Liu to Captain Ujawali, and pay attention, the soul world may not be peaceful, maybe we will also become traitors. Lu Chengkong turned his head to Lu Anju and explained that after more than 100 years of interaction, especially Lu Anju's crazy but very rational sacrifice, Lu Chengkong also saw it in his eyes, and basically accepted Lu Anju in his heart, and became the world of death, except for Ba Qian Lu. Besides, Xian Yi had a place in Lu Chengkong's heart. Understood. Seeing Lu Chengkong's serious expression, Matsumoto Ranju knew that this time might not be so simple. In addition, she was not comparable to Matsumoto Ranju in the original book. She was very powerful in both mind and strength. It can be said that even Aizen does not dare to say that he has figured out the strength of Matsumoto Ranju. You must know that Matsumoto Ranju is more genius than Toshio and Ichimaru Jin. The reason is that the spiritual power was taken away. Not only did Luanju have a complete Shikai, but he also completely mastered Bankai. Besides Lu Chengkong, there were Shikai and Bankai who had never shown themselves in front of anyone's eyes. Their strengths are also unknown. For the current Matsumoto Ranju, she matured earlier than the original. Lu Chengkong sighed. She helped Lu Chengkong deal with all matters, big and small, just like Khalifa in the world of the Plum Thief King. Staying by Lu Chengkong's side became her secretary, never letting Lu Chengkong be troubled by mundane affairs. It's not that the original book is as lazy as the 10th team, she is simply a strong woman, and even surpasses Yi Yi in many aspects, so she is very reassured about her Lu Chengkong. She is completely a powerful death god on her own. I haven't shot for so long, maybe the Soul Society has forgotten my existence. An icy blue light flashed suddenly in Lu Chengkong's eyes, a breeze blew, and a leaf actually penetrated directly through Lu Chengkong's body. It turned out that this was just an afterimage. Lu Chengkong had long since left at an astonishing speed. This is the Palace of Repentance, where the traitors of the Soul Society are being held. Please come back. The two gods of death suddenly stopped Lu Chengkong, showing that I was from the 46th room and worried that Shanghai would escape. It is a pity that if the strength of these two people is to escape, they will not be able to stop them. More importantly, they will know that they are the new death gods by looking at their appearance. Otherwise, they will not dare to stop Lu Chengkong if they have 100 courage. HMPH. Lu Chengkong didn't have any unnecessary nonsense. He directly released his spiritual pressure, and directly pressed the two gods of death in front of him to the ground. The icy bone-eroding spiritual pressure seemed to freeze their bodies and minds. Some are outright arrogance, some are just panic. This spiritual pressure is so powerful. This guy is really not a quiet master. After so many years of silence, maybe many people have forgotten him. Is it a warning? Maybe the Shanghai incident has made him vigilant. The old man Yamamoto, who had always closed his eyes like a dead man, opened his eyes and sighed inwardly. This guy's progress is really fast. He definitely doesn't believe that such a reiatsu is what Lu Chengkong is all about. Iya, the 46th room seems to have a headache this time. Xiao Kongkong is someone who dares to kill Kuchiki Kingchun, not to mention that he is full of wings now. I think even if old man Yamamoto stops him, he will not be afraid. That's it. Hiriko Meiko took a sip of wine and said to Liu Quanqi and the others beside him. I really want to have a fight with him. A fiery fighting intent flashed in Liu Quanqi's eyes, as did the other captains of the masked corps. It seems that the relationship between Kuimu Shanghai and him is really not simple. The many assassinations of the Kuimu family were all killed by Lu Chengkong. Maybe it was Kuimu Shanghai who secretly informed him that this spiritual pressure is really powerful. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes under Aizen's glasses, but he was more confident. Obviously he has made great progress in the past 100 years. Yin, he is your master. If you want to kill him, will you do it? Fuck, Aizen Vice Captain, don't embarrass me. How could I be his opponent? Let others go, Ichimaru Jin said casually with a calm expression on his face. Lord Aizen, why don't we go down and get rid of him? The existence of such a person is a big obstacle to our plan. Dongxian said with a loyal look. Yes, I don't want such a good subordinate of you to die like this. Yin is right, this guy's strength has always been a mystery. It's easy to expose us if you mess around, and he may have already told me I'm on guard. I tried to use Jinghua Shuiyu on him many times, but he avoided it intentionally or unintentionally. It seems that he may have guessed my ability. Aizen smiled gently, but there was only a cold and wise light in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't care about Dongxian's life or death at all, but he didn't want the power around him to be wasted like this. 412 Soul Storm. You're finally here. I didn't expect that Deadwood Shanghai, really only has you as a friend, a great enemy of the Deadwood family. Deadwood Shanghai looked at Lu Chengkong who walked in, and said in a sad tone. It seems that you stayed here on purpose to see who really cares about you, and dared to ignore room 46 to see you. Lu Chengkong suddenly realized that Shanghai of Deadwood is indeed a character who can set off countless storms in the original book. It is really not simple, especially now. He is even more terrifying when he sees through power, and he cooperates perfectly with Mujang. Yes, I didn't expect it to be you in the end. Everyone thought I was the lackey of the Deadwood family, but I didn't expect you to end up being the only enemy of the Deadwood family to come to see me. But that's not bad, one confidant is enough. Too much is worthless. Quote. The Deadwood Shanghai laughed, the sadness in his tone was put away, and it was replaced by joy. You don't have to be so pessimistic. In fact, I'm not the only friend of yours, at least Meiko and the others. I also only know about the whole thing when Meiko sent someone to inform, and it's not that they don't want to see you, but they can't. This matter is not so simple, Lu Chengkong said with relief. I know if you don't tell me, this matter is really not easy. Kuimu Shanghai smiled, but he didn't care. He slowly told the whole story, during which Lu Chengkong's face changed a few times. The changes, some surprise, some disbelief, some calm, but in the end it was a sudden realization. It turned out that Aizen was behind all this. He already controlled room 46, but Shanghai was out to clean up the death god traitor this time. Several of his teammates suddenly turned against him, and his teammates turned against him. Lost his mind quickly. But there is actually an empty mask on such a surface. At present, there is no one in the Soul Society who has this ability except Aizen and Urahara Kazuki who are studying the blur. In this case, it should be Aizen. It seems that he is right. He underestimated your vigilance. It should be said that he did not expect that you would never regard the first team as a teammate. In that case, not only did you not lose your mind, but you did not lose your mind. Behead these gods of death mercilessly. Fortunately, if you are cut by these gods of death, maybe the same thing will happen to you. Lu Chengkong took a deep breath. It was dangerous to be attacked during the battle, especially if he was attacked by his own people. Fortunately, Kuchiki Shanghai never believed in anyone in the special forces, and the people in the special forces were not strong enough. Simple, if Shanghai is a little kind, then Shanghai is now a virtual experiment. You're talking about Aizen, right? Why are you surprised? In fact, when I killed those gods of death, I came back to him. Kuchiki Shanghai said in a surprising voice. And I also know his ability, Jinghua Shuiyu. It's really an old enemy, have you forgotten my ability? Although he can completely hypnotize anyone, he can't hypnotize Zanpakuto. He only targets the host, and our village the positive ability is aimed at Zanpakuto. Pakuto and the host are one, and the host has experienced everything Zanpakuto has experienced. I let Muramasa hypnotize the other party's Zanpakuto, and he has already understood the truth of the matter. At this moment, Lu Chengkong realized that not only the people in the world underestimated Shanghai, but even he himself underestimated him. This guy was not fooled by power, nor did he rely on Zanpakuto as much as they thought, his wisdom, methods, and abilities. Not losing to Aizen at all, but he is sentient, while Aizen is ruthless. It seems that you are right, you are really born enemies, one is the hypnotized host, the other is the hypnotized Zanpakuto. You may really be asking for mutual growth and mutual restraint. Aizen may have ignored this, but he also felt the same. Your threat is supposed to be solved in advance, so what are you going to do now? Defection to the world. Go directly to Aizen to settle the account and kill the 46th room. Lu Chengkong sighed, it will become more and more exciting in the future. Shanghai did not end up being sealed like the original, nor was he confused by power, and even the speed of progress was no worse than that of Aizen. The two of them will really fight. Cut. Killing room 46 is completely painless for Aizen. He can completely hypnotize the new room 46 members, and ask Aizen to settle the account. Let's forget it, that guy's ability and I have grown up with each other, and my strengths are almost the same. The biggest possibility is to lose both sides, wasting time, and he is actually studying the blur. This is very dangerous, but if he dares to calculate me, I will make him suffer a lot. Doesn't he like to calculate people behind the scenes? Hypnotized death against me, then I will hypnotize the Zanpakuto of the entire Seorite to deal with him alone. At this moment, the Deadwood Shanghai is no longer a pure god of death. The most terrible thing is not his ability and strength, but the same as Aizen. The most terrible thing is his scheming and wisdom. It seems that Aizen and Shanghai this time. In the confrontation, Shanghai should be slightly better. You've decided. It's very likely that old man Yamamoto and Kuchiki Yinling will join hands to bury you in blood. Lu Chengkong never expected that the Zanpakuto storm in the Soul Realm would still appear in the end, but the targets were different. Blood of blood, haha, just rely on them. The users of the hallucination-type Zanpakuto must always maintain the most calm and sober head. Once they are influenced by the outside world, such as being confused by power like I did before, not only will Muramasa's ability greatly increase, it's weakened, and it's very likely that I won't be able to contact Muramasa, but now I'm very calm. Although I can't beat the old man Yamamoto, Seoringe has so many Zanpakuto together, so you can protect yourself, and the Kuchiki family also wants to kill me this time. I think they have failed to assassinate you over the years. Doubt that I even have definitive evidence. Otherwise, they can't bear my ability. And they should understand that I am not fooled by their sugar-coated cannonball power at all, and they also know that I am out of control, otherwise it will not be so fast, Lan. The die is just fueling the flames behind. The Deadwood Shanghai stood up suddenly, a kind of absolute confidence and calm temperament emanated from him, and even had an aura of staring at all beings. Such Shanghai is just like the blue die in the original book who just took off his glasses, sharp-edged. By Lu, like a high-level god, it seems that Lu Chengkong really unintentionally created an absolutely powerful enemy for Aizen. Not only is wisdom equal, but Zanpakudo's ability is also mutually reinforcing, and the future is really exciting. 413 Shanghai broke out. Since you've made up your mind, it's useless for me to persuade you. If you don't win, just go to the world. I think I'll follow in your footsteps after a while. Lu Chengkong sighed. The Shanghai at this time is really beyond everyone's imagination. He has a title in the original book, the most ferocious death god in history. At that time, Lu Chengkong still felt that the name was not worthy of the name, but at this moment Lu Chengkong, but I feel that this title to call Shanghai is simply worthy of the name. What do you mean? Deadwood Shanghai was stunned. Although he was very wise, he didn't come from across the country after all. How could he know so much? Don't you understand? The 46th room has already started to snatch the power of the old man Yamamoto. After cutting you off, he started to attack the captain, and Aizen has never had the opportunity to conduct a virtual test on the captain, and the 46 didn't she's attack on the captain just give him a chance to experiment. I think Mako and the others are in danger. And even he stretched out his hand to me, so no matter how Aizen's final blurring test is, he will hypnotize the 46th room to try and convict Mako, including me, and there is old man Yamamoto at our root. It is impossible to directly block the entire Soul Society, so there is only one way to choose from defecting, so you can say whether I will follow your footsteps. Lu Chengkong said. Isn't that very good? At least you don't have to stay in such a dirty place when you go to the world. During the time I lived in the Kuchiki family, I saw two dirty things, nobles, pharynx, but they are all worms. Quote. The voice of the Deadwood Shanghai has a strong disgust, although he has the same wisdom as Aizen, but Aizen likes to take the initiative to calculate people, but Shanghai does not like it, unless others calculate Shanghai, it can be said to be too an extreme. Then I left first, it's really not peaceful. Lu Chengkong used Shunpo to leave after saying that, leaving Shanghai of Deadwood standing quietly in place. Muramasa, do you think I'm very lucky? Kuchiki Shanghai suddenly said, not knowing when Muramasa appeared beside him. Indeed, it is indeed your luck to have a friend like him. Maybe this is the sadness of the owner of the hallucination type Zanpakudo. The owner has terrible abilities that are different from ordinary people, but it is also extremely frightening. Basically, he will never be calm in his life. Like Aizen, he doesn't even have a friend who can communicate or even talk to, but you have one, you are indeed lucky. I can see that she is a very affectionate person. If she has kindness, she will take revenge. Otherwise, he will not be completely reckless to visit you under such circumstances, and he will not trust you. I think if you fail and you may die, he will definitely stand. There is a hint of admiration in Muramasa's voice. Muramasa can be said to be an alternative in Zanpakudo. His wisdom is extraordinary. His original work alone can set off a hypnotic Zanpakudo storm with a single person. It can be seen. Let's go, so that the whole soul world can know that my reputation, Kuchiki Shanghai, can't be offended by anyone, especially Kuchiki Yinling and Kuchiki Byakuya. Let them see the gap with me clearly. In the current situation the Deadwood family in front of me is nothing but rubbish. Kuchiki Shanghai said in a cold voice, and at the same time, his figure flashed and disappeared directly in place. At the same time, the gods of death guarding Kuchiki Shanghai let out a scream. At the same time, their Zanpakudo directly materialized and followed Kuchiki Shanghai's side. Now the Shanghai of Shanghai cooperates with Mujung. The power is not comparable to that in the original book. They are confused by power and can only rely on the strength of one person to fight. Soon, the originally quiet soul realm began to sound a series of screams. With the continuous killing of the Deadwood Shanghai, the more Zanpakudo behind him, and in the end, at least 500 people gathered around him. Take the Zanpakudo. Is this a summons from the Ridden team? Kuchiki Shanghai rebelled, killed more than 500 gods of death, controlled a large number of Zanpakudo, and is still killing, lifting the captain's ban, but using Zanpakudo in Seoringe, we must kill the rotten wood Shanghai. Quote. With the mad killing of the Deadwood Shanghai, the entire Seoul world has been alarmed. Among them, the most frightening are the 46 rooms and the Deadwood family, especially the Deadwood family. No one knows Shanghai better than the Deadwood Silver Bell. It was terrifying. Originally, he planned to destroy what he couldn't control, but he didn't expect Shanghai to be so crazy, and he directly became the enemy of the entire Seoul society. Byakuya, let's go, Kuchiki Shanghai must be killed. Kuchiki Yinling actually led the team directly and brought Kuchiki Byakuya, who is currently the vice captain, with him. It's Grandpa, this kind of person is the shame of Kuchiki's family, I will let him see his own identity. Kuchiki Byakuya said coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Blow, is power really that good? Kuchiki Shanghai, a super genius that is rare for thousands of years, has an unheard of Zanpakuto ability, and he was hunted and killed because of the power struggle. Jingo Chunshui sighed, and next to him was Yukitaki Shuru. Although they didn't want to take action, this time the old man led the team directly, so there was nothing they could do. Changkong, aren't you going? Yi suddenly appeared in the office of the 4th Division Ujawali, and of course, there was a submissive and obedient Broby beside her. This is a battle that belongs to Shanghai. Let him vent his dissatisfaction and anger towards the Seoul society. If he really can't do it, I will take action. Lu Chengkong was lying on the chair, his face was a little desolate. After all, Shanghai was one of the few friends in this world, and he was the one who could trust him. The many assassinations of the Deadwood family over the years were all done by Shanghai of Deadwood despite the danger. He told himself that he could not forget this love. Although he didn't care about it at all after he came to this world and could do whatever he wanted, he absolutely couldn't be sorry for his own heart. Yi, get ready for the war. Maybe things won't be so simple this time. Maybe there will be waves one after the other. Maybe the Shanghai incident is just the beginning. Lu Chengkong stood up after speaking. He left directly, and of course Bachanliu and Luanju, who had been inseparable from him, followed directly. Chengkong, am I not as good as Luanju? Or is my figure not good enough for her? Why do you want her instead of me? Yi suddenly said. She was brave enough to act. Although she was a bit shy, she was still brave opened up. I want you too, but there's nothing I can do if the little bee beside you destroys me every time. Lu Chengkong said a little funny, making Yi shyly glance at Broken Bee. Looking at Broken Bee he blushed and lowered his head, so to speak. 414 The strength of Shanghai. Since Broken Bee joined the 2nd Division, Lu Chengkong was going to eat Yi, but unfortunately this guy doesn't know how to do it. No matter where he and Yi go, she is always by his side. Every time she and Yi were about to enter the final step, she came out. And the way she stopped herself was really unique. She didn't pull herself away forcibly, instead she took off her clothes, revealing her still developing tender body, and actually said something that left Lu Chengkong speechless. Everything belongs to Lord Yi. If you want, let me replace Lord Yi. At that time, Broby was still very young. She was just a lowly, and Lu Chengkong couldn't do anything, so the matter between him and Yi was delayed again and again, and it actually dragged on for almost 100 years, until Broby grew up. Lu Chengkong. Chongkong was going to attack today, but if Broken Bee stopped him, he would eat her too, but he didn't expect the Shanghai incident to come out again, and he was in a very unhappy mood now. Brobe, don't mess around. I think Chengkong is serious this time. You've grown up. If you're hindering her, he won't let you go this time. Yi didn't know. Is it really for the good of Broken Bee, or is she eager for Broken Bee to leave quickly? Maybe the appearance of Luanju has made her feel a huge pressure, so she doesn't care about her face. But don't be, well, get ready, maybe there is a real battle. Yi didn't give Broby a chance to explain this time out of the blue. His tone was unquestionable, which made Broby unhappy at the same time. Accept her fate, after all, Yi is her destiny. As long as Yi decides, no matter how uncomfortable or unhappy she is, she will unconditionally implement it. This time, I think there are other accidents, and I have taken care of the Broken Bees. Yi probably thought of a better life in the future, and he was in a particularly good mood, so he hummed a little song and left directly. The young people these days are really... Hee, I don't even know what to say about them. Ujawali quietly played with the flowers, smiled and muttered after seeing Yi and the others all leaving. She continued her flower arranging career at once, as if no matter what happened outside, it would not affect her. Deadwood Shanghai, you are now a sinner in the Soul Society. If you don't surrender, you may survive. If you resist, you will have no choice but to die. In order to clear the relationship, Deadwood Yinling was the first to speak. Haha, Kuchiki Yinling, you wrapped egg, do you think I will become your executioner? Over the years, I just borrowed the resources and knowledge of your Kuchiki family to make me stronger. I thought the powers you promised were true. Confused by you. You are just trying to pave the way for your grandson, the rubbish Kuchiki Byakuya. Kuchiki Shanghai laughed loudly, seeing that most of the death god captains in front of him were there, and there were still a large number of death gods, but he was not afraid at all, but said proudly. Why do you need to talk to him about this kind of sinner? Just punish him. Kuchiki Byakuya was beaten by Lu Chengkong, but he was even more speechless than the original, but he said it this time, because Kuchiki Shanghai was in front of so many. The person said that he was a waste, he had to come out, and he wanted to kill the Deadwood Shanghai immediately. Captain Yamamoto, this kind of sinner comes from our Kuchiki family. It's just unfortunate. Please allow me to clean up the door. Kuchiki Byakuya also knows that if he does not defeat Shanghai in front of so many people, he will only live in the shadow of Shanghai all his life, because during the years that Kuchiki Shanghai entered the Kuchiki family, almost the entire soul world has been destroyed. Everyone only knows one genius death god of Kuchiki family, that is Kuchiki Shanghai, not Kuchiki Byakuya. How can this not make him angry? Go. The old man Yamamoto didn't know what to say. Are you going to kill me and stop you? As a member of the Kuchiki family, don't you know the ability of Kuchiki Shanghai? Asking you to fight with him is like giving food, and the young people today are ignorant. It's okay to let you suffer, but your Kuimu family has soared because of Kuimu Shanghai's reputation, but now they are planted in the hands of Kuimu Shanghai. Haha, let your Kuimu family actually cooperate with the 46th room to fight against the old man. Look, how do you die? Today I will let you see clearly the true strength of the Kuchiki family, and only I, Kuchiki Byakuya, is the real Kuchiki family's future patriarch. Everything you have is just given by the Kuchiki family. Today I will take back everything from you. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Quote. It's no wonder that Lu Chengkong looks down on you so much. It's really just a piece of trash that exists based on the remnants of the Deadwood family. It's all this trick to use, aren't you boring? Kuchiki Byakuya is extremely furious, but after all, he has passed the impulsive age, and now Kuchiki Byakuya is more and more calm in the original book, but unfortunately the gap in strength cannot be made up by calmness. More importantly, Kuchiki Shanghai is known as the most vicious god of death, and the Zanpakudo in his hand is the nemesis of all gods of death. In the original book, only Muramasa can control old man Yamamoto's flow, not to mention the fact that he now has it. The sound of the river is here. Whisper, Muramasa. The Zanpakudo in Kuchiki Shanghai's hand shattered immediately, and Muramasa appeared instantly, shooting countless black lines from his hand, directly shooting through all the cherry blossoms in the sky, and at the same time shooting at Kuchiki unabated. Byakuya. Empty Chan. Kuchiki Byakuya's pupils shrank, and he no longer cared about using other people's stunts, leaving his coat to escape the attack of Muramasa. As Saifeng Yuan Yei's ability, it's a pity that your speed can't be compared with hers. In my eyes, it is too slow. At this moment, Kuchiki Shanghai showed the strength of his genius death god to the fullest. Not only the power of Zanpakudo, but also the ghost way. Kuchiki Byakuya's Shunbu speed was very fast in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of others, Kuchiki Shanghai's eyes were pitifully slow, and the 6 rays of light directly blocked Kuchiki Byakuya's body. The 88th of breaking the path, the flying dragon strikes the thief Yuntian thunder cannon. Kuchiki Shanghai raised his right hand, aimed at Kuchiki Byakuya and directly shot a huge straight beam, so powerful that the air vibrated wherever he passed. Even the air close to the beam is directly twisted. He was able to give up singing in the 88th way, and his power is so huge. At this moment, countless death gods were shocked, and the most surprised was Jiro Tetsusai, who was standing beside Urahara Kazuki. He is a big ghost. The elders rely on ghosts to live their lives. I didn't expect that the Deadwood Shanghai was so powerful, and ghosts were so proficient. 415 overwhelming advantage. Bankai Senbon Sakura Kujiyoshi. Kuchiki Byakuya said nothing, although he was also shocked by Kuchiki Kujiyoshi's power, but it was more of a shame. Ask yourself that he couldn't do Kuchiki Kujiyoshi to release 88 without singing. And the power is so amazing. At this moment, his killing intent towards Kuchiki Shanghai increased to the greatest extent. If Kuchiki Shanghai exists for a day, then Kuchiki Byakuya will always be just below Kuchiki Shanghai in the eyes of others. As Bankai, the power seems to be much stronger than before, but is it useful? Muramasa. Kuchiki Kyukawa seems to be intoxicated in the battle. The fire in his eyes is becoming more and more obvious. He is indeed venting himself through the battle dissatisfied. He hasn't let go of everything to fight for a long time. You who became Zanpakuto will always be the tool of the god of death. Are you willing to be controlled by such an incompetent person? Muramasa's voice seemed to contain an extraordinary power of temptation. Senbon Sakura, which had been scattered, was instantly put away and turned into the most powerful one. The original Zanpakuto, and at the same time this Zanpakuto soon turned into a masked Japanese samurai. Senbon Sakura. Kuchiki Byakuya was stunned. It wasn't that he didn't know Muramasa's ability. On the contrary, he was very clear, but he never thought it would be so terrible. He turned his Senbon Sakura back with just one sentence. After being hypnotized, not only Kuchiki Byakuya was stunned, but Kuchiki Yinling was also stunned. He never thought that Kuchiki Shanghai would be so powerful after he did not hide his strength. Senbon Sakura after Bankai was solved in one sentence. Such a change has strengthened Kuchiki Yinling's killing intent on Kuchiki Shanghai. This kind of person, if you can't use it for yourself, you must die. Captain Yamamoto, the criminal Kuchiki Shanghai's strength is too strong, and it will cause him to harm the corpse and soul world. The old man recommends everyone to take action together. Kuchiki Yinling said with a just face. People who didn't know him really thought him how just. Shameless, hypocritical, shameless. At this moment, people with some brains and wisdom have to admire Kuchiki Yinling. No wonder he can become the head of the family. No wonder the Kuchiki family can become the first family. So shameless cannot be strong. Okay. Although old man Yamamoto despised Kuchiki Yinling in his heart, he also knew that Kuchiki Shanghai was out of control. Such an ability made him escape, and if he grew up completely, it would be absolutely terrifying. Behead the rotten wood Shanghai. Deadwood Silver Bell shouted and rushed over first. It was no longer the seal of the original book, but beheaded. Haha, come on, I'm not afraid of how many of you, are you Zanpakuto? Muramasa, let me control them, and the Zanpakuto behind me, these are the gods of death that slave you, kill them, then you are free. Not only was Kuchiki Shanghai not afraid, but he laughed wildly, and the Zanpakuto behind him immediately swarmed up. Of course, in addition to the battle that took place in this place, a certain person from the 5th Division was specially taken care of by Kuchiki Kyoka. That person was Aizen Sosuke, and there were at least hundreds of Zanpakuto behind him. Chase him. The bastard Kuchiki Shanghai. I would actually ignore his Zanpakuto. It's really a wise man who will make a mistake. Jinghua Shuiyu can completely hypnotize the god of death, and even if they die, they may reveal me, but I forgot Kuchiki Shanghai. The village is able to hypnotize the Zanpakuto that I can't hypnotize. He must know about me from the Zanpakuto, otherwise, there won't be so many Zanpakuto chasing and killing me, bastard. For the first time, Lanran Suo Yusuke felt shocked and felt that he underestimated the world. It turned out that apart from the old man Yamamoto, Lu Chengkong, Bachinliu, and Luanju, the strengths of these people were unknown and should not be underestimated. He has been hiding himself. God, he knows how many Zanpakuto hypnotized by Kuchiki Shanghai, and in Shikai's case, at least 1,000 Zanpakuto have been hypnotized for his own use, and his wisdom is equally terrifying. This person is definitely a formidable enemy, and my Jinghua Shuiyu is mutually reinforcing. I underestimate him too much, thinking that he is just a chess piece of the Kuimu family, which can be destroyed at any time. Unexpectedly, the first army is actually turned against the army now. No, the virtual test must be carried out on Hirako Meiko and the others, and Kuchiki Shanghai has definitely guessed it. If he was allowed to reveal his abilities, it would be troublesome if Meiko and the others were prepared. Just seeing the Zanpakuto behind him, Aizen became depressed. Of course, it would be easy to kill Zanpakuto with his strength, but if he did, he would probably expose himself. Not to mention Aizen, who was extremely depressed at this time. On the other side, Hyuki, who was surrounded by the death gods of almost the entire Sarange with a single Zanpakuto, was completely injured. This is still surrounded by so many gods of death, and it is not as simple as 4 hands, at least thousands of hands. Several of them are still captains, and Captain Yamamoto is also one of them. No matter how powerful he is, it is impossible for him to defeat so many people. An old Yamamoto is enough for him to drink a pot. Come on, Kuchiki Shanghai is about to die. Kuchiki Yinling's face was overjoyed. Seeing Kuchiki Shanghai's tired look, he increased his strength and directly used his own Shikai trick, Meteor Blooms. Quote. The Zanpakuto in his hand disappeared immediately, turning into a group of starlights, and with the will to destroy everything, he shot at Shanghai of the Dead Wood, who was surrounded and beaten by so many people and couldn't be distracted. Hey, I didn't expect to use my Bankai in the face of such a guy. Kuchiki Shanghai instinctively felt the breath of death, and just when he didn't dare to hide his clumsiness and plan to use Bankai, a cold voice suddenly sounded. When did the soul world degenerate to such a level that so many people beat up one person, and didn't the Deadwood family say that the first clan is very powerful? Why can only the group fight and hide behind the Yin people? It seems that the Deadwood Shanghai said that's right, a waste family. The cold light flickered, the stars fell, and the powerful spiritual pressure pressed against the group of gods of death, causing some gods of death who were not strong enough to be directly crushed to the ground, with their faces pale and trembling as if they were cold. Lu Changkong. Deadwood Yinling's face was icy cold. In his opinion, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but it was destroyed by the person in front of him, and the person in front of him was the enemy of the Deadwood family, but unfortunately he was stunned by anger. The words of the mind completely forgot that Kuchiki Kyukawa has no Bankai until now, and if he wants to escape, he only needs to let the Zanpakuto charge him, and he can completely break out of the encirclement. 416 The Terminator of Deadwood House. Why, did I say something wrong? Your family is trash and dirty, you are not convinced, come to one-on-one. Lu Chengkong beckoned, his voice full of audible sarcasm. What qualifications do you have to fight against me? Kuchiki Yinling was at a loss for words. He was really afraid of Shanghai just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such shameless words, but of course these words couldn't be said. I did find an excuse to compare the past. Are you afraid? Anyway, you are all trashy enough. If you don't dare, just let you and the useless Kuchiki Byakuya go together. If you are afraid of that, then let's fight again. I think I haven't had a long time. Hands on, you all think I'm a decoration. And your Kuchiki family has assassinated me many times. Do you think I will be afraid that your forces will not take revenge? Haha, don't laugh at people, I'm just waiting for an opportunity to bring your family to a nest. Feel it, the clan of your Deadwood family. Lu Chengkong's eyes flashed a cold light, and he sneered. What? Kuchiki Yinling's face changed slightly, and he felt it immediately and suddenly found that there were indeed many spiritual pressures on the Kuchiki family. You must know that the Kuchiki family is not very busy, and the people in the family are just servants. As for G, of course there are forces secretly cultivated by the Deadwood family, but these are secret forces that must not be exposed. You bastard, who dares to ignore the rules of the Soul Society, and dare to do something to the Deadwood family, the model of the Soul Society, and you can't leave it. Kuchiki Yinling's eyes are about to split. If the anger of his emotions can burn people to death, the anger in Kuchiki Yinling's eyes can really sweep away and burn Lu Chengkong to death. At this moment, he no longer has any scruples, and he doesn't believe that he can't deal with this arrogance. The boy, and there are so many people looking at him. The previous beating was justifiable, but now Lu Chengkong said that his family assassinated the other party, and the other party did not break the law, and provoked himself in front of him. If he was retreating, it was possible that he would not say it in front of so many people. The Kuchiki family was scared. I don't believe that your Zanpakuto ability is as perverted as Kuchiki Shanghai. The old man is also the captain of the death god who has existed for many years. I don't believe that you can beat the old man as a newcomer. Didn't you say that the two of you will go together? I'll make it happen to you. Kuchiki Yinling flashed countless thoughts in his mind in an instant, and quickly decided. The person who dares to insult the Kuchiki family must bear the price for what he did. Since you dare to clamor for the Kuchiki family, I will fulfill you and Bai Zai will come together. Cut, I thought you were brave, but it wasn't a group fight in the end. Countless gods of death despise the Kuchiki family even more, but unfortunately they didn't dare to show it because of the strength of the Kuchiki family. It's really courageous. Then the two generations of the Deadwood family who specialize in waste will join the two generations together, if not, fight in a group. Lu Chengkong looked as if he had discovered a new continent. The sarcasm in his voice made Beizai Kuchiki feel a little hot, but Kuchiki Yinling, who was very skilled, was poised, which made one have to admire Yang's hotness as an old man. Shameless. Shanghai, release the hypnosis, so as not to make excuses when the two wastes lose. Lu Chengkong said to the Deadwood Shanghai behind him. Okay, I'll watch your performance. Kuchiki Shanghai nodded and glanced at Muramasa, who immediately relieved Senbon Sakura's hypnosis. In fact, Kuchiki Shanghai also wanted to see Lu Chengkong, who hadn't done much for 100 years. How strong. Come on. Lu Chengkong waved his hand, saying that you can shoot at any time. Feel free to let the horses come over. Positive solution. Senbon Sakura Kujoshi. Kuchiki Byakuya is not the same Kuchiki Byakuya he used to be. He used to be young and vigorous, but after being defeated by Lu Chengkong many times, he no longer underestimates Lu Chengkong. Maybe he also realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Lu Chengkong, so he shot Benkai, obviously intending to take advantage of the opportunity to defeat Lu Chengkong in one fell swoop. Beautiful, constellations. Kuchiki Silver Bell was calmer than Kuchiki Byakuya. Instead of Benkai, he used Shikai. In an instant, Kuchiki Silver Bell seemed to turn into a dazzling constellation in the dark sky. Almost all eyes were drawn to him. Damn, that guy Mako is right. The Zanpakuto of the Kuchiki family doesn't say how powerful it is, but every one of them is definitely a slap in the face. Lu Chengkong sighed inwardly, looking at the Deadwood Silver Bell that was not surrounded by a little starlight at this time. He was also ready to fight. After all, the Deadwood Silver Bell is the god of death that has existed for many years. The original book concealed the existence of the Deadwood Shanghai, although there are also Deadwood in it. The reason why Kyukawa was bewitched by power and couldn't summon Muramasa. 61 and 6 sticks of light prison. Maybe this trick is really useful. The 3 generations of Deadwood like to use this trick, and Lu Chengkong is blocked by 6 lights after brushing. Senbon Sakura Kujoshi. As expected of the grandparents, the cooperation between them can be described as perfect, at the moment when Kuchiki Yinling used the 6-stick light prison. Byakuya Kuchiki directly controlled Senbon Sakura Kujoshi with his hands, and the speed was doubled. The blades made of hundreds of millions of cherry blossoms directly surrounded Lu Chengkong to form a sphere, which turned rapidly, and at the same time kept tearing willow from all directions. Long sky. Hiss, wow, what a spectacular scene. Who is that person? Isn't he scared and stupid? And he was surrounded directly. You know the shit, that person was Lu Chengkong, who was all-powerful in the past. Whether it was the captain of Kenpachi Zengi, the vice captain of Kuchiki in front of him, or even the captain of the expedition team, Mr. Kingchun Kuchiki, they all died in the hands of this person. Isn't it so good? So he has become the Terminator of the Deadwood family. Well, the old man Yamamoto's eyes flashed, staring at the sphere in midair entirely composed of cherry blossoms, sighing inwardly, the gap is still so big, others don't know, but the old man Yamamoto does see clearly. In the Deadwood the moment Yinling used the 6-stand light prison, Lu Chenggong had already left the place. The only thing that is bound is an afterimage. This kind of shunpo, which is more advanced than Kong-chan, is only mastered in the Sifeng-Yuan family, and this is a taboo skill, except for the patriarch and the heir of the patriarch. Even the elders cannot learn it, but unexpectedly, it was learned by Lu Chenggong. What are you happy about? Just when Kuchiki Yinling thought that he was secretly happy that he succeeded, a voice suddenly sounded, and the smile that Vivi raised at the corner of his mouth froze instantly, and when he looked around, he found that Lu Chenggong appeared next to Senbon Sakura Kajiyoshi at an unknown time. So what's inside? 417 Bankai of Deadwood Silver Bell. Shunbu secret skill, afterimage. Shunbu is even more advanced than Kongchan. I didn't expect that Sifeng-Yuan Yi would teach it to you. Kuchiki Yinling was worthy of being the eldest god of death besides the old man Yamamoto, and was stunned. I understood it after a while. Give it back to you. Binding Road 61 6-stand light prison. Lu Chenggong stretched out his hand a little, and Lu Daoguang directly blocked the Deadwood silver bell. Almost at the same time, Lu Chenggong disappeared in place, and came to the Deadwood like a ghost. Beside Yinling, two cold words came out of his mouth, shining flowers. Chi-chi. A piercing sound of swords and metal colliding suddenly sounded, and I saw Deadwood Silver Bell was surrounded by a large number of unknown cherry blossoms, dangerously resisting Lu Chenggong's flashing flowers, who had eaten this bad Deadwood. Byakuya, but Senbon Sakura part of the Dark Vice Admiral was put away. Hey, getting close to me is the biggest stupidity in your life, let it go, the starry sky strikes. Deadwood Yinling's killing intent skyrocketed, and the dark sky suddenly burst into a meteor-like light, and Lu Chenggong's head instantly fell on top of it. Fantastic meteor with the power to destroy everything. A cold glance. Lu Chenggong's face remained unchanged, and he slashed at the top with his backhand. The ice blade emitting a biting chill directly broke the shackles of the air, and forcibly cut off the meteors in the sky. The 90 of the broken way, the black coffin. While dealing with the blow from the starry sky, Lu Chenggong's right hand was gently raised, and a black wall-shaped cuboid was trapped directly by the skill-rotten wood silver bell. At the same time, the countless shadow blades did not have the slightest mercy, went straight through. Oh my god, that's the ghost road of number 90. He can actually give up singing and show it directly. Most of them, including Jingle Chunchui and others, took a breath. At that time, Aizen also used the ghost way of number 90, but the power was only 1/3 of that of singing. And now Lu Chenggong's black coffin is not as strong as it is when singing, but it has at least half of its power. Does that mean that the current Lu Chenggong is even higher than that of the blue-dyed ghost who left the Soul Realm in the original 100 years later? He can no longer be described as a genius. He is simply the darling of the gods. It is not an exaggeration to be called a genius among geniuses. The old man Yamamoto sighed complicatedly. On the one hand, he was happy that his eyes were so vicious, and at the same time, he was also sighing for Lu Chenggong, because he knew that Lu Chenggong would be the great enemy of the Soul Society no matter what after tonight. And it's not that he doesn't want to shoot, but that he can't. First, if so many people attacked Lu Chenggong, he would lose his identity. Second, he had already determined that Bachinliu was indeed the daughter of Maoji Hualikan, and his status was not low, while Lu Chenggong's identity was too complicated. Now, the captain of the 81st team of Zergigian has a great relationship with him. On the other side is Sifeng-Yuan Yi. Currently, the contemporary owner of Sifeng-Yuan is also in a relationship with him. For various reasons, the old man Yamamoto has been for a while. I was very entangled and didn't know whether to make a move or not. Hey, Jingle Chunshui and Yukitaki Shiruro, as disciples of the old man Yamamoto, of course knew what the old man was thinking. They also felt very helpless. They didn't expect that the student who beckoned himself in such a short period of time had surpassed him. Oneself and others, and it is not a one-sided transcendence, but Shunpo, Ghost Dao, Shadao, and Kendo at the same time. Although Lu Chengkong has never used Baida or Kendo, but looking at Lu Chengkong's current performance, he knows who is the most powerful in Baida. Of course, it was the Knight of Saifengyuan, and Yi Yilian, Shunpo and Afterimage, were passed on to Lu Chengkong. Would Baida still not teach them? And Lu Chengkong is inextricably linked with the mysterious Super Kendo Master Mao Zhawali, so Kendo can't be bad, right? You must know that it is not so easy to achieve such a high level of cultivation with the 4 skills of the God of Death at the same time. It is very strong to be able to unilaterally improve a dead sleeve to the extreme, and to cultivate the 4 skills at the same time, it takes a lot of effort and time. It's not comparable. How many people can do it in the past, and how much time did Lu Chengkong take? It only took 100 years to do it, which is too perverted. Grandpa. Kuchiki Byakuya's face changed greatly, while he was shocked by Lu Chengkong's strength. With a pair of 2, he was already Bankai, and the other party was just that Shikai not only did not fall into the disadvantage, but suppressed both of them. And now he doesn't need to sing and use such a powerful ghost, which surprised him Kuchiki Byakuya. However, while surprised, he was also jealous and resentful. Why every time he thought he surpassed him, he would ruthlessly smash himself, and every time he would find that the gap between himself and him was still that big. Bankai, destroy the constellations. An incomparably majestic low voice suddenly came from the black coffin, and with a bang, the powerful spiritual pressure was vented in all directions like a tide, and there were circles of ripples in the air. Captain Death, who has existed for at least 400 years, Kuchiki Yinling finally showed his terrifying strength at this moment. Click. The surface of the black coffin suddenly appeared with patterned cracks. With a click sound, the black coffin shattered instantly, revealing the figure of the dead wood silver bell, covered with scars, blood in many places, and eyes widened. Obviously he didn't expect Lu Chengkong to be so powerful, and he was hit for a while, but fortunately Bankai was in time, otherwise, he wouldn't have much combat power if he didn't die. Byakuya, go all out, meteor shower. Kuchiki Yinling's voice was calm, but the calmer it was, the more angry it felt. At the same time, Lu Chengkong only felt as if he was locked. Obviously this is an ability of Kuchiki Yinling Bankai. Jijing Senbon Sakura Kujiyoshi, Byakuya Kuchiki was no longer hiding, and used his strongest Bankai stunt at present. The cherry blossoms in the sky instantly formed countless Zanpakuto, which were then arranged in the air while surrounding Lu Chengkong. In an instant the endless darkness will flow in. Lu Chengkong found that he seemed to be in an independent space, his own strength seemed to be under some kind of oppression, and at the same time, the Zanpakuto that surrounded him in all directions burst into a crimson light. Go to hell! Kuchiki Yinling yelled. He was so angry for the first time in so many years. How long has it been? How long has he not been injured? It's been too long, he can't remember. And now he's actually being in front of a junior. How could he not be angry when he was like this in front of so many people? The stars in the sky like fire and rain actually merged together in an instant and turned into a huge meteor, with a terrifying force that shook the world and directly slammed into Lu Chengkong, who was locked below and surrounded by Zhangjing. It can be said that at this moment Lu Chengkong has nothing to hide. 418 defeated Deadwood Byakuya grandson. Treading the snow to find plums. Lu Chengkong snorted coldly. The spiritual pressure in his body erupted without being surrounded at this moment. The icy and surging spiritual pressure as unfathomable as Dame was actually caused by a huge meteor attack in the sky. It stopped. At this moment, Lu Chengkong poured all the icy spiritual pressure on his body into the snow drink crazy blade, causing the snow drink crazy blade to burst into an ice blue light, directly radiating the crimson blade light. The dark space is illuminated. Don't forget that Lu Chengkong's move was strong when he was strong. He was suppressed by Jing, and the huge Lu Xing in the sky contained extremely powerful strength. Lu Chengkong did not choose to find the opponent's weakness, nor did he retreat. Instead of hitting the opponent's strongest place directly, unleashing one's most powerful strength, and making full use of the characteristic of being strong when it is strong. "Break it for me," Lu Chengkong roared, and a 200-meter-long ice blade shot out. Wave after wave of powerful forces broke through Senbon Sakura Kujyoshi's annihilation scene in an instant, and there was no room for turning around. It collided directly with the meteor shower. When the two touched, the rays of light were radiant, directly illuminating the dark night sky of the Soul Realm, causing countless death gods to close their eyes involuntarily. The surging power and spiritual pressure constantly collided, and the aftermath radiated directly to the sky. The ground was cracked, and the surrounding space even had VV's distortion. Some of the 5 seat gods of death were directly blasted out. This was the aftermath of the collision of the two powerful tricks. If they were in the middle, even old man Yamamoto would not dare to use his body to block, although the Reiatsu of the old man Yamamoto is very powerful, but he has no masochism either. Breakthrough, Shuiyin Crazy Saber. There is no strongest, only stronger. Lu Chengkong's voice seemed to infuse the Shuiyin Crazy Saber with infinite energy. It seems that it is really like what Lu Chengkong said, when it is strong, it is stronger, and every time it is a little stronger than the opponent's unique trick. A loud bang, like a spark hitting the earth, rang out suddenly. The sound was so loud that the air couldn't help but ripple in circles, and some gods of death felt that their ears seemed to be deaf. When the dazzling light dissipated and the billowing smoke was blown away by the breeze, the 3 people inside were exposed, and the outcome of the battle was also revealed. Kuchiki Byakuya was standing recently and was affected. The noble death tyrant outfit had turned into a beggar outfit. Frost appeared all over his body, and a lot of blood was frozen by the frost. At this time, he didn't have much. With strength, he fell to the ground with no image. On the other side, the dead Wood Yinling was even worse. The whole person was frozen. At the same time, there was almost no good flesh on his body, and the wounds were covered with thick frost. It seemed that he could not survive. All obsolete. Silence. Most of the Shinigami didn't expect such an ending. If Kuchiki Byakuya would be defeated, they thought it was normal, but under the siege, the veteran Shinigami captain, Kuchiki Yinling lost the battle in Benkai's case, and it seemed that both looks like he can't survive. Ha, it's bad. Lu Chengkong just showed a smile, and immediately felt a burst of spiritual pressure, but this spiritual pressure was like a flashing meteor. If you don't pay attention, you may not really feel this short-lived spiritual pressure, but Lu Chengkong knows who the owner of this spiritual pressure is. That's right, Aizen, and the intensity of the spiritual pressure he just burst out is obviously exceeding with his disguised strength. It was clear that Mako and their strength exceeded Aizen's expectations and had to reveal their strength. Lu Chengkong immediately glanced at the people present, and found that Kazuki Urahara and Tetsusai, who were still here just now, had left at an unknown time, and at the same time, he also realized how a group of them hadn't appeared for a while. The confused thoughts were immediately cleared up. Aizen actually acted ahead of time, and conducted a virtual test on Mako and the others in advance. Lu Chengkong's face sank as soon as this idea appeared in his mind. He must have guessed that Kuimu Shanghai already knew that the person behind the scenes was him. For the sake of Yi Chengmeng has a lot of dreams, so he took advantage of the opportunity to fight with Kuchiki Yinling and Kuchiki Byakuya here, and shot directly ahead of time. With this idea, Lu Chengkong smashed the deadwood Shanghai out without saying a word, leaving a sentence and disappeared directly in place. Shanghai, leave here, something happened to Junzi and the others. Originally still a bit inexplicable and unhappy after being kicked, Shanghai Kuimu changed his face when he heard the words. With his wisdom, of course he understood what was going on, but he was besieged by so many people just now, whether it was Reiatsu or his body. They were all very weak, so he had to leave here first. A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the old man Yamamoto. He saw surprise in the expressions of Shanghai and Lu Chengkong. Could it be that something happened? And the fleeting spiritual pressure just now, Is there any connection between the three? Old man, what should I do now? Jingle Chunchui was the only one who dared to talk to Old Man Yamamoto. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. I have to say that he was already deeply hypnotized by Jinghua Shuiyu. If Lan Ran didn't say it, he really didn't know, and he didn't even know that he had been recruited. How could he find a way to crack it? This is the most terrifying place in the mirror. Let him go, he is not the god of death of the 13th division of the Guardian 100 years ago. He resigned from the official position that the old man Yamamoto had forced on him. It can be said that he is a person outside the 13th division of the Guardian. He really does not need to care about it, and when he appeared on the stage just now, he said that he did not like the Kuchiki family and came to challenge it. Now he is fighting a group of two. Even if he was beaten like this, he really couldn't seem to blame him, and even if the old man Yamamoto was willing to take action, it would be useless. With Lu Chengkong's strength, it would not be a problem to retreat completely. You must know that Lu Chengkong has only used Ghost Dao until now. Shikai and Shunbu are alone, such as Kendo, Bai Da, and Bankai are useless. Who knows how much strength the opponent has hidden? Even if he shoots, he can only defeat Lu Chengkong. And cannot be killed. Instead of making Lu Chengkong and himself enmity, it is better to give Lu Chengkong a favor for Mao Zhawali's sake, and stick to good cooperation. I have to say that the old man Yamamoto is more skillful than the 4 great nobles in the 46 rooms. Even if the power is now being overridden, it cannot stop the old man Yamamoto from doing what he has to do, because he was originally the most powerful death god in thousands of years, and this name alone is enough. 419 Timely Rain Sword 8. What happened to you in Hiyori? Hiroko Okiko only felt that the bad feeling in his heart became more and more obvious, especially after Hiyori was injured by the strangely changed Liucha Kensai. Mako, hurry up, let me go. To find Lu Chengkong. Tsuruuki Hiyori seemed to consume a lot of his own strength with every word. Throw him away. Just as Tsuruuki Hiyori suddenly burst into flames and was about to slash at Hiroko Mako, who was unsuspecting, it should be said that he had never been prepared against Hiyori. A voice suddenly sounded, and at the same time the slender, serrated Zanpakudo smashed through the air and knocked the Zanpakudo in Hiyori's hand into the air. What's going on? Hiroko Mako asked Kenpachi Zakagi, who had just arrived. Although he was not afraid of being slashed by Hiyori Saraki, his intuition told him that if he was slashed, he would regret and suffer for the rest of his life. The feeling of a lifetime, otherwise, Hiroko Mako's sloppy, unconcerned personality would never show such a tone. I can't tell the truth. That guy in the sky told me that he would secretly follow you guys, saying that there would be a very exciting battle, but I didn't expect that I was lost, so I came a little late, which is really surprising. There are at least 3 captains here, and it seems really exciting to be able to do this. Quote. Zaraki Kenpachi said casually. He didn't see other people's eyes looking at him so strange at all. Seirenge, who has lived for more than 100 years, is still lost, and he has been lost for so long, which is really superb. It's a pity that they don't know that there is a better existence. Lu Chengkong, did that guy guess something? Otherwise, why would he let you do this? Indeed, but I think he was very urgent at that time. Something unexpected happened to him. Fortunately, I came here. Otherwise, the lives of Junzi and the rest of you will be ruined. Zanaki Kenpachi sighed, which really surprised everyone. Is this the one who only knows how to fight? When did he become so sentimental? Obviously because of Lu Chengkong. Janba also had many more friends, otherwise he would not be like this. What do you mean? Hiroko Zizi felt that he was getting closer and closer, but he felt that there was an invisible barrier preventing him from seeing the truth. This was the power of Kyoka Suzue, but now Hiroko Mako is slowly starting to perceive the mirror. The existence of, when Hiroko Mako perceives it, it is very likely to crack the mirror. After all, Hiroko Mako is the first person in the original book to be able to break Aizen's Kyoka Suzuki after being hypnotized. Although Mako was just hypnotized at that time, it was not very deep, but it can be seen that it is powerful. You must not be cut. There is a virtual barrier here. As long as there is bleeding from the wound, the virtual will enter your body. Even if you defeat the virtual in your body, you will gain the power of the virtual. It's useless, because at that time your life has been ruined, and there is not much potential for growth. This is the most vicious thing about the people behind the scenes. The existence of Mako in your group has seriously threatened them, especially you Mako. You were among the best in the genius class back then. If you let you grow up, you will definitely be a big enemy, so the people behind the scenes will treat you and you. In addition to seeing how the captain's virtual appearance will be, the more important purpose of conducting the virtual test is to ruin your future. Zuragi's sword's Bai punch was about to blow out Hiyori, but he didn't show any mercy. After all, Kaiching is still very dangerous here, although he enjoys the feeling of being cut by someone, but slashes are avoided if they are emptied. Who is it? Is it Aizen? Hirako Mako was stunned for a moment, only to feel that his thoughts were unprecedentedly clear, especially when he spit out the word Aizen. He clearly felt that his spirit seemed to be affected by some ability blinded by the cover. Yes, Hirako Mako discovered the hypnotic energy of Jinghua Suzui at this moment. Clap clap clap. A burst of applause suddenly sounded, and 3 people slowly walked out of the dark place. These 3 were really Kazuki Urahara wearing glasses, and Jin Ichimaru, who was also a young boy, and of course, it was Toxian Yao in the end. I really didn't expect it, and I don't even think the entire Soul realm thought that Captain Zaraki, who only knew the battle, would be so wise. It seems that I'm not the only one hiding. Lan Ran clapped her palm lightly, and looked at Mako and the others who were not injured, and her fear flashed, especially Mako. That trace of fear was obviously aimed at Hirako Mako, and clearly what Zanaki Kenpachi said was right. Lan Ran is indeed very jealous of Hirako Mako. Che, I don't have such a bad heart like you, and I don't bother to think about it, but that kid in the sky told me, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I think after this time, Mako won't fall for you, and his potential as a god of death has not been destroyed by you. He will be your great enemy. You still have to worry about how to face him, but here let's fight before. Originally, the words in front of Zenki Kenpachi made people look at him with great brilliance, but when it came to the last sentence, even Aizen couldn't help but have black lines all over his head. He just praised him just now, and it really was Zhongshan Yaikai, difficulty moving. Oh, I admit that what you said is right, but you dare to fight us here. Just slash on you and you're done. Aizen quickly regained her composure, with a bit of sarcasm in her tone. Damn, Hirako Mako was angry, but was stopped by Zuragi Kenpachi. Of course he was angry, although a large part of the masked army was not harmed or blurred as in the original book, but Hiyori, Liuch Quanchi and Fengchao Luzhiro were injured. If Kenpachi and Aizen were right, wouldn't their lives be ruined? He's right, if they dare to come out, they won't be afraid of being cut. They're well prepared, and you probably don't know what Tosen wants Benkai's ability, but he can erase all 5 senses except touch. Of course I wouldn't be afraid in normal times, but it's all over here with a slash. I don't want to save the next god of death who is going to become a waste. After that, I want you to fight with me. Aizen has made several preparations. Zuraki Kenpachi seems to have become the current leader of Mako's side. The calmness and wisdom he shows are not to mention Mako and the others, even Aizen has to look at him with admiration. 428,000 out of hand. You're right, Captain Zaraki, you look like you know me well. Is it all Lu Chengkong told you? Even Aizen couldn't help but arouse a little curiosity, and Kenpachi's words not only revealed his understanding of his plan, but also revealed his understanding of himself. He really couldn't believe that someone would understand him so well. You know he is the best at disguising himself. Half and a half. If I'm really as stupid as you think, how do you think I grew up in the 80 district? Zakagi Kenpachi said this with a touch of irony. I admit that I underestimated you before, Xingmo, in order to show respect for you, let you feel the taste of blurring. If you want, let's take action. Aizen said that he was standing in the appearance of a big boss. Cool there. Wan. Ah. Dongxian was about to pull out his zanpakudo, like an absolutely loyal subordinate. Just as he was preparing for Bankai, he felt a pain in his back, and a huge force came directly to his entire body. People blasted out. Who? A hint of surprise flashed across Miao Ran's face, that someone could hide near him so that he wouldn't find out, and Aizen became serious in an instant. To master, there are too many things that he has not mastered, and it is beyond his expectations that it is just one Zaraki Kenpachi. Matsumoto Ranju. Two figures floated out ghostly like black elves, one big and one small on the big shoulders. These two were Matsumoto Ranju and Pinglu Yakianu. Captain Aizen, it seems to be a little troublesome this time. There seem to be many unexpected things. Ichimaru Jin didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional to stimulate Aizen, and everything that happened one after another was enough to make him think Aizen, who held everything in her palm, was hit. I didn't expect that the uncertain factors were almost all in place. Lan Ran's face was expressionless, but the smile on the corner of his mouth rose, and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. Obviously, he was really hit a bit. Gui, the blonde beauty is here too. She's so strong. Xiao Kongkong is really a blessing. The women around me are not only beautiful and good-looking, but also so powerful. Hiriko Mako seems to have calmed down completely. Dare to joke. Stupid, if you don't come today, I may have a headache, but this is also a windfall, it will solve all of you at one time. Aizen is worthy of being Aizen, and soon there will be a new decision. The angry look disappears, replaced by joy. Yes, there is such a powerful death god here. If it is a normal battle, don't say all of them together, just even if he was not affected by the blur. Hiriko Mako, who was blurred, was enough for him to drink a pot. But now he obviously doesn't need to defeat them, as long as the cat needs to use the ability of Dongxian to slash them. Is it your little glasses who have been doing things behind your back? And you, Xiao Yinyan, you actually followed him. Since Xiao Kong is not here, I have to help him sort out the door. She has been very quiet and closed her eyes like a sleeping baby with her pupils opened. Otherwise, her pupils would also turn pink. As the person Lu Chengkong trusts and loves most in this world, she certainly knows Ichimaru. The purpose of Silver to Aizen's side. She said this just to convince Aizen that Ichimaru Jin had really broken with Lu Chengkong, and only when she did it, it would become a break even if it wasn't a break, and then Aizen would also believe in Ichimaru Jin. The personality that he doesn't believe has nothing to do with Lu Chengkong, and he dares to use him with confidence under certain circumstances. Cough, Master Aizen. You're annoying. When Dongxian was about to stand up and was about to say something, Bachenliu suddenly snorted coldly. Bachenliu in this state made everyone look at her in disbelief. Is the elf cute, simple and lively Yakiryu? No matter how you look at it, it looks like an absolutely cold-hearted predator. This extremely cold voice makes people feel cold all over. Boom. What surprised everyone was still behind. I saw that a pink spiritual pressure was suddenly placed on Bachenliu's body, and this spiritual pressure actually formed a terrifying shape. The Reiatsu was actually fired like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that everyone just felt a flash in front of them, and Dongxian wanted to scream in agony. Saw was personally flying out, and the blood was wild at the same time, but fortunately Aizen was worried that the situation would change, so he installed it for the three of himself early in the morning. They bought some special props so that the three of them would not be blurred even if they were injured here. Oh my god, is this still 8,000 Ryu? Dongxian's strength is almost the same as that of an ordinary captain. Although he doesn't have Bankai, he was actually injured by Reiatsu. How powerful is this Reiatsu? It can be said that Bachenliu has made a move for the first time in so many years. It seems that Bachenliu has only grown a little bit taller in the past 100 years. Which is not too different from when he entered the Asterisk spiritual court. If you don't look carefully, you can't tell the difference, but it's unbelievable that such a cute child has such a strong strength. Although many people, such as Aizen, have also guessed that 8,000 Ryu is definitely not easy, but I didn't expect it. Will be so powerful. It's just that they would have thought that in the past 100 years, Bachinliu was the one that Ujawali taught her personally. She was originally powerful and unknown, and now it's even more unfathomable. There are so many talented people around him. Where did Lu Chengkong find so many powerful gods of death? Aizen couldn't help but feel a little jealous of Lu Chengkong, when he wanted to take away the spiritual power of Matsumoto Ranju. After being rescued by Lu Chengkong, she knew at that time that if Lu Anju became a god of death, she would be very powerful if her spiritual power was not taken away. It seems right now, Matsumoto Ranju standing in front of him has a sense of crisis even if it is Aizen, and now Bachinliu's pink eyes make him feel like sitting on the Blade's Edge mountain, which is extremely dangerous. Clang! Yachianryu took out the Zanpakudo, which was longer than her current height and looked like a toy. A pair of pink eyes swept across Aizen, Toxian Yao, Ichimaru Jin, and the others. When there was a flash of cold light. Bankai, the final style of clearing insects, Yan Mo Cricket. Dongxian was first attacked by the random chrysanthemum and flew out, and then he was beaten by the seemingly harmless Bachinliu in front of him and vomited blood. He didn't dare to look down on anyone around Lu Chengkong. A black space directly spread out and surrounded Bachinliu. One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 421-440. 421 Defeating Dongxian Wants. Wake up, dream. Kasuka Yachinliu saw that Dongxian wanted Bankai, but he was not to be outdone, and his pink mouth spit out his own Shikai emancipation language. The people outside only saw a huge black barrier, but the moment Kusaka Yakiryu completed Shikai, a powerful pink spiritual pressure rose into the sky, much stronger than before. It was obvious that Kaolu Yachinliu was already hiding her powerful spiritual pressure, and she even sealed her own spiritual pressure for this. At this moment, she was all liberated. Obviously, she and Zengi Kenpachi belonged to a huge spiritual pressure. To be unable to suppress the hidden god of death. Kaolu Yachinliu's pink spiritual pressure seems to contain a terrifying impact. Unlike the usual death god, it can only give people a sense of oppression, or directly press people who cannot bear the pressure of spiritual pressure, death god, and virtual pressure. Lie down on the ground. Before, Kaolu Bachinliu knew that Dongxian wanted to fly out and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood just by relying on the spiritual pressure, but this pink spiritual pressure seemed to have turned into a laser and penetrated directly through Dongxian wanting from above. In Yanmo Cricket space, everyone can clearly feel this very unique spiritual pressure. Her ability seems to be able to directly turn Reiatsu into an entity and attack. No, it shouldn't be that simple. At that time, before she had Shikai, she could make Reiatsu burst out with the attack power needed to damage Tosen, so now Shikai shouldn't it would be that simple. Quote. Aizen is a person who is good at analysis. In his mind, there is a continuous analysis of the grass deer Yakianu present in the present Yimu screen, guessing the ability of the grass deer Yakianu. Hey, Kenpachi, will it be alright? She's just a little girl. If something happens to her, it would be terrifying for Xiao Kongkong to break out. Hirako Meiko asked worriedly, although the scene of Kusakaya Yachianryu hitting Fei Dongxian just now also fell into his eyes, but because of her petite body, many people would subconsciously think that she a girl who didn't grow up. How old is Yachianryu? Zaragi Kenpachi looked at Hirako Meiko with the same eyes as an idiot, and actually said a little girl. Maybe only Hirako Meiko, who cares and messes up, can say such a thing. Why are you so at ease? Could it be that Bachinliu is really that strong? You must know that the current situation is very unfavorable for Bachinliu. You can't be injured, even once. The day that the muscular man Kenpachi Zaraki despised, his face became hot, so he had to change the subject. I once asked such a question 100 years ago, but Lu Chengkong just left a sentence that he was going to leave, and no one could keep her. Although it didn't explain how strong she was at that time, I think it is possible to have such an evaluation 100 years ago, and no matter how weak the strength of the 8,000 streams is in 100 years, it is impossible to be weaker than you. Zaragi Kenpachi shot Hirako Meiko, looking at his thin body and said. Jin, what's her strength? Aizen lowered her head and asked Ichimaru Jin, who is still a beautiful boy? It's really hard for me to answer this question, because it's the first time I've seen Yakian out of hand. Ichimaru Jin said with a rare seriousness. Obviously he wasn't lying to Aizen, he was indeed seeing Grass Deer Yakian for the first time. Hands out, otherwise his face wouldn't show a trace of seriousness just now. Oh, so what do you think the odds of winning are? Aizen was the first to realize that she would ask someone in such an uncertain tone. Usually, when he asks Ichimaru Jin or Toxian, his tone is affirmative. Obviously, he is not asking others at all, but he seems to have something to show off his wisdom. He should be telling Ichimaru Jin not to play tricks. In my wisdom it is easy to see through you. There is no doubt about defeat. Ichimaru Jin raised his head and said word by word. Why do you say that? You only need to slash the opponent to decide the winner. Aizen was really surprised now. If he hadn't known that Ichimaru Jin was a person, Aizen would have thought that the person in front of him was a lunatic. Or the spirit is suddenly stimulated. Can you escape in front of old man Yamamoto 100 years ago? Ichimaru Jin didn't answer Aizen directly, but asked instead. I'm sorry, although I don't want to admit it, but if it was me 100 years ago, I couldn't escape from the hands of old man Yamamoto. Aizen said with a regretful expression, but he was stunned at the same time. Ichimaru Jin didn't mean it. That is to say, the grass deer Bachinryu can escape in the hands of old man Yamamoto, so how strong will he be in 100 years? In fact, this is nothing more than Ichimaru Jin deliberately misleading Aizen. The reason why Kusaka Hachikyu could escape even facing old man Yamamoto 100 years ago was entirely because of her ability, not her strength. Of course, Kusaka Hachi 100 years ago Chinryu's strength is not weak. After all, whether the Zanpakudo's ability is strong or not basically depends on how strong the user's strength is. Just when Aizen was secretly shocked by the power of Kusaka Yakiryu, and also suspected whether Ichimaru Jin was lying, suddenly there was a deafening sound like a thunderbolt from the Yanmo cricket in front, and at the same time, the outside of the Yanmo cricket appeared. A huge crack. A click followed by a burst of dazzling pink light flashed out. Yan Nightmare Cricket was actually broken by Kaoru Bachinryu directly from the inside. You must know that the original Zengmu Janpachi is not familiar with Dongxian Yao's ability. This is the first time in the face. He was also severely injured, which made him unable to support Benkai and shattered. Now Kusaka Yachinryu actually directly broke the space of Yanmo Cricket. From this, it can be seen that her strength and her Zanpakudo ability all are very powerful. At the same time, the two people who had been hiding inside also showed their faces. Dongxian was bruised and squatted on the ground with blood all over his body. He was obviously maimed by Kaoru Bachinryu, and he was still too maimed. Kind of. On the other side, Kaoru Yachinryu's body was surrounded by a light ball made of pink spiritual pressure, like a protective shield, floating in the air, unscathed, and even his face was calm. It didn't seem like an experience at all. A battle, and a hard battle that has been stripped of the five senses other than touch. Whether it's Aizen, Meiko Hirako, or even Ichimaru Jin, or Gintetsusai and Urahara Kazuki who just arrived and are ready to attack or rescue at any time, they all fell in their hearts. Take a breath. Aizen. Just when Aizen was thinking about whether to retreat, a voice full of anger burst out from the sky, causing Aizen to shout out in a conditional launch, retreat. Since you're here, don't you want to leave anything? That's right, Lu Chengkong also arrived. He talked a lot from when Janba appeared to save Junzi to when Kaoru Bachinryu and Dongxian were about to fight. In fact, not much time had passed at all, and it was obvious that Lu Chengkong was here at full speed. 422 Blue Dye Injury Retire. Break it. Red apricots in the snow. Lu Chengkong came as fast as a sharp arrow that had been off the string. Seeing that Aizen asked Shikai to use Jinghua Shuiyu to completely hypnotize himself and then easily retreat, where would Lu Chengkong give him this opportunity? Use it directly, the fastest and most sneaky attack, the red apricot in the snow who was caught off guard by the enemy. Bounding the way. 81. Broken Kong. Lan Ran's tone changed, and the first time he fought against Lu Chengkong, he finally understood why every enemy who fought against Lu Chenggong would be led by the nose. The powerful pressure brought by the terrifying Reiatsu, and at the same time, the speed of the move is so fast, and this move is specially designed to hit the enemy. Busy use break empty to resist. Break it for me. Lu Chenggong's voice was full of disdain. The defensive wall created by Duankong alone seemed to block him and he thought it was too useless. Although the red apricot in the snow was not part of the 6 arts of Aohen the strongest one, but it can also be ranked in the top 3. Click. The next scene really fulfilled Lu Chenggong's conjecture. The defensive wall in front of Aizen was shattered, and it couldn't function as a block at all. If you want to go, Binding Road 61 6 Stand Light Prison, take the move, Aizen, 6th Art of Aohen, Ice Blade Bingshin. Lu Chenggong roared, and the Shuiyan crazy blade in his hand burst out in an instant. The dazzling icy blue light, the spiritual power in the body melted into the snow-drink crazy blade like no money. The ground under Lu Chenggong's feet had begun to form a layer of frost, and this layer of frost spread in all directions at an amazing speed. Open. Miao Ran didn't care whether to hide his strength or whether he would expose himself, and raised his spiritual pressure to the limit, because he smelled the breath of death from this move. How could he dare to hide his clumsiness? And directly after smashing the 6-stick light prison that bound him, he picked up Dongxian on the ground and wanted to leave in an instant, which was completely opposite to the situation in the original book where he exited gracefully and calmly. Die! Lu Chenggong slashed out at the same time as Aizen's Shunpo, and at the same time, the surging spiritual pressure spread out in all directions, causing Aizen to slash out. VV's body also paused, containing the ice blade that freezes everything, and smashes all wills, and the air is directly frozen wherever it passes. Boom. Poochie. 2 different voices sounded at the same time. One was the sound of a crash, and the other was the sound of smashing the flesh. When the ice blade covering a radius of 100 meters dissipated between the sky and the earth, Aizen, Toxian, and Ichimaru-jin and the 3 figures themselves has disappeared. The only thing that remained was the minced meat on the ground and a large piece of frozen blood. Obviously, although Aizen barely escaped at the last moment, looking at the minced meat and a lot of blood on the ground obviously told everyone that Aizen's injuries were definitely not light. Even a little bit late may even Bankai fall without a chance to release. It's a pity, I still let him escape. I knew that Bankai would leave him. Lu Chenggong sighed. He knew that at the last minute, Aizen had burst out with his strongest Reiatsu, and concentrated his strength on one point to break through. The blockade of the knife strength attached to his ice blade and ice heart. He fled abruptly, but the same one was enough to kill Aizen half-life. After all, his Jinghua Shuiyu is powerful, but his power is also based on the situation of the person who has been hypnotized. Lu Chenggong was not hypnotized by him, nor would he give him this opportunity, so Bankai does not know, but in Shikai's under the circumstances, Aizen's Kyoka Shuiyu has no effect on those who are not hypnotized. In addition to being sharper, the power is indeed very small compared to other direct attacks or ghost-type Zanpakuto. Attacks on people who are not fully hypnotized. In addition to adding a sense of mystery to make people more fearful, it is to hide the inadequacy of Jinghua Shuiyu. Of course, this is also guessed by Lu Chenggong's understanding of the original book, his current understanding of Aizen, and the performance of the battle just now. To put it bluntly, Jinghua Shuiyu's ability is the most simple is to hypnotize people. If you can't hypnotize, there is nothing too scary, and it can even be said that it is useless. You kid is really scary. You were so arrogant just now. The mighty Aizen had to be severely injured and run away in the face of you, but why did you come so late? Hiriko Mako was really relieved when he saw Lu Chenggong's appearance. After all, Aizen's performance today was so shocking and even a little terrifying. Although he had expected Aizen to be dangerous, he didn't expect it to be so dangerous. No way, I went to save Shanghai, and crippled Kuchiki Byakuya and Kuchiki Yinling. I originally wanted to kill them directly, but I didn't expect to suddenly feel the fluctuations of the blue dye spiritual pressure, so I rushed over immediately. Lu Chenggong directly explained what happened just now, and he was relieved to see that more than half of the masked army had not been blurred. Although 3 people would be blurred, there was no way to do it. After all, even if it was Aizen, I can't say that the plan I set can be perfectly implemented, but there are too many variables. Who would have thought that Aizen would suddenly attack Mako and the others earlier? I see, but I really want to thank Kenpachi and Bachian Ryu today, especially Bachian Ryu. You are hiding deep enough. Bachian Ryu is actually unscathed in the face of Dongxian's request for Bankai. The injury beat him in a very short period of time, which is really powerful. Hirako Mako showed his dazzling teeth, but the sadness and hatred in his eyes could not be concealed, especially when he saw Hiyori, Fengchao Lujiro and Liuch Kensai. Okay, don't talk about it now, Urahara Kazuki, Garatsusai, are you two going to hide? Lu Chengkong said, looking at the grass on the side. Don't be so rude, Mr. Chengkong, we didn't hide, just to see if we could shade Aizen. Although Urahara Kazuki was giggling, he couldn't hide the seriousness in his eyes. Don't talk nonsense with you, I will give you a few of them in Hyo, don't think about playing tricks in front of me. Both you and Aizen are studying the blurring experiment, but you are a bit more human than him, and you don't directly take the god of death to test, and I advise you. Don't have any illusions about the soul world, think about the ability of Aizen Zanpakuto, which is completely hypnotized. I think he will use this ability after he leaves to let the 46th room to hunt down and judge you, plus the 3 people in Hiyori in this situation, Aizen can completely bite you back and say that you are conducting a virtual experiment. Well, that's all I said, how to decide your own choice. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, he glanced at Matsumoto Ranju and Yachianryu who had put away his Zanpakuto, and took them away using Shunpo, while Zaraki Kenpachi on the other side also followed quietly. 423 Bring Eyes Naneo. Oh, it's really coming and going in a hurry, why can't I talk to people a few more words? Urahara Kazuki's eyes covered by the hat flashed a trace of surprise, but soon calmed down. While thinking about his own affairs in his mind, he also said to Hirako Mako. Let's talk and talk, bring Hiyori and the others, and treat them as soon as possible, otherwise it will be really late. Okay, Hirako Mako is not injured or blurred now, and he is very energetic. Seeing Urahara Kazuki's very little serious look, he directly copied Hiyori and knocked out Zaragi Kenpachi. In the past, Hohashi Rojiro and Rokucha Kensai, who were then bound by the shackles of Gurutsusai, followed Urahara Kazuki with other people who were not blurred. He seems to know everything, does he have someone by my side? Impossible, I haven't told anyone about Bengyu, how could he know? And he even knows everything about Aizen, it's really strange, everything about him is a mystery. Urahara Kazuki pondered for a long time and still could not get an answer, so he put it aside for now. After all, they are very serious in Hyo, and they need to be treated first. Although Urahara Kazuki has a deep mind, and the depth of the city is no less than that of Aizen, there may even have been it's more than that, but he doesn't have the ambition of Aizen. What he pursues is research, and the process of research, so his city government is not used to calculate anyone, and it is precisely because of this that he has such a good relationship with the Masked Legion and others, otherwise, it is like Hirako Mako. Characters will never be friends with Kazuki Farah, a person with deep scheming. Not to mention that Hirako Mako and the others who were about to become half-masked and half-dead core, who were undergoing treatment at this time, said that Lu Chengkong did not return to the 11th team after talking with Urahara Kazuki, but returned to the 2nd team and found it. Yoichi is teasing the blushing Shubi while drinking a small drink. Begbie, you go outside and watch, no one is allowed in. Although Yi and Lu Chengkong have not yet had the last relationship, every inch of his body has been explored by Lu Chengkong, and Yi is also used all the places other than Passion and Chrysanthemum Garden to serve Lu Chengkong. Therefore, the understanding between the two sides is also very deep, especially after only 100 years of getting along. Seeing Lu Chengkong's expression and guessing that something major has happened. Yes, Broken Bee immediately responded with a serious face, and the blush on his face disappeared instantly, which made Lu Chenggong very admire. The speed of change in his expression was amazing, and only Yi Yi could completely subdue this little bee. After Broken Bee left, Lu Chenggong didn't talk nonsense. He poured out the whole series of major events that happened today. After Yi Yi pondered for a while until it was completely digested, he actually spoke with Lu Chenggong at the same time. Will you take me away? Will you come with me? Ha ha. It's easy to understand, maybe that's the case. Yi Yi can give up everything he has now for himself, and is willing to become a traitor. Lu Chenggong is also a little moved to pursue being by his side, but they just look at each other and laugh at each other. After laughing, everything was silent, and speaking at this time was already a bit redundant. You clean up. Lu Chenggong asked Lu Anju to stay by Yi Yi's side temporarily, so that he could take care of him. After all, although Lu Anju didn't take action in person, but from the sense of crisis she could bring to Aizen, we could see that at this time. The Chaos Chrysanthemum is simply not comparable to the original Chaos Chrysanthemum. With her and Yi Yi together, no one in the Soul Society would be able to leave this pair together, except for some of the great perverts of the Soul Society, such as Uno Hanalai and his like. Okay. In fact, Yi Yi didn't have much to do. He just left a letter to the Saifeng Yuan family and a letter to Broken Bee. Because of Lu Chenggong's reason, Yi Yi didn't go as hastily as in the original book, and he had a lot of time. Thinking about it, Broken Bee shouldn't hate Yi Yi as much as the original book. Who are you? Lu Chenggong just walked out of the dormitory of the 2nd Division. He originally planned to take Bachanliu to say goodbye to Ujawali. After all, although Ujawali only pointed at him, he was already a good friend to him. Benefit endlessly. At least I know that Aizen's so-called boundary between the god of death and the void is just bullshit. It's purely because Aizen didn't find a way to break through and went astray, so he could only use the props of external power like Bengyu. It's just that Lu Chenggong walked out a little bit older than 8,000 in front of Lu Chenggong, who actually wore a pair of glasses and held a book in her arms, exuding a capable and calm secretary all over her body. Temperament. At least Lu Chenggong can see a little bit of Khalifa's unique temperament from her and Lisa Yahomaru. Of course, these two are far from being comparable to Khalifa. My name is Aiz Naneo, and it's the vice captain of Yasuji Kuriza, Ran. Who asked me to come to you? She said, you will take me away. Aiz Naneo said timidly, seeing her pretending to be bold but actually very timid. Lu Chenggong suddenly remembered that Aiz Naneo was very timid when he was a child, and a drop of water on her body would have scared half to death. It's just why she suddenly said such things to herself now, and has such courage. Doesn't she know what it means to let herself take her away? Lisa, you lecherous girl, I'm looking for you to settle accounts when you go to the world. This Aiz Naneo obviously made Lisa Yadomaru not blurred like in the original book because of his own reasons, so there's no need to be in a hurry. She fled in a hurry, so Aiz Naneo had the opportunity to meet Yazumaru Lisa. Maybe she was careful to understand what happened from Yazumaru Lisa's expression to make this scene happen. Nangsu, so do you know what it means to take you away? Aren't you afraid? Lu Chenggong said while pressing his aching head. I know, Liza's vice captain has already told me. It turns out that the gods of death are all so bad. I don't want to be with these people in the serene, and only Lisa's vice captain is good to me. I don't want to be separated from her. Miles, and Vice Captain Lisa said I don't have to be afraid when you're with me. In addition to being a little timid at the beginning, Aiz Naneo quickly calmed down and didn't talk intermittently, and finally blinked his cute big eyes at himself. It's really a failure for you. I hope you won't regret it. Lu Chenggong sighed. It wasn't that he didn't want to refuse, but since Lisa Yahomaru had brought her over, he had obviously told her about Aizen. At the same time, it also showed that Naneo's eyes could be trusted, and from the depths of Naneo's fearful eyes, he saw a trace of determination. That's why he didn't refuse, but directly picked up Aiz Naneo and put it on his shoulders, completely ignoring her squiggly, blushing and shy expression, and rushed to the 4th Division in a blink of an eye. 424 Farewell to Maojawali. Hold tight, Don't shake it. I don't care if you fall. Lu Chengkong sighed inwardly that the current girls are really precocious. Seeing Ai's Naneo blushing and panting, wiggling, like a girl being teased, it was like home, and she was speechless for a while, but she deliberately pretended to be vicious in order to keep her from moving. Oh, I see. After all, Ai's Naneo is still very timid now. He was so frightened by Lu Chengkong that his face turned pale, and he obediently stayed on Lu Chengkong's shoulder and Bachinliu like a wounded kitten. One on the left and one on the right. Looking at her pitiful appearance really makes me feel pity. Soon Lu Chengkong came to the office of the 4th Division Usually. The strange thing was that Usually, who should have fallen asleep at this time, seemed to have known that Lu Chengkong would definitely come, with a compassionate and gentle face on his face. Smile. Maybe she was infected by her temperament and smile. Ai's Naneo, who was originally afraid of me, also regained her ruddy face, looking at this with the appearance of a curious baby. The captain of Uno Hanaritsu. I knew for a long time that you would come, so I won't talk about gossip. Take care of Yachinliu. As for Zakagi Kenpachi, who plans to stay and make eyeliner for you, you don't have to worry about his safety, he is Yamamoto anyway. The captain's disciple, and he couldn't find any reason to frame him. After all, in the eyes of everyone, he is a captain who only knows how to fight. It is not as easy as you think to convict a captain, especially a captain with the title of Kenpachi, and although Room 46 is now in power, after all, the foundation not stable, you don't have to worry. As for you, let me give you a word, there is no need to distinguish between the god of death and the void. Whether it is the god of death or the void, to become an existence that breaks the shackles, you must go through all kinds of difficulties and hardships. I hope you can make it through. Mao Xiaowali looked at Lu Chengkong quietly, but of course he looked at Bachinliu with loving eyes, and really regarded Bachinliu as his daughter. Mom, woohoo tilde, Bachinliu may also know that he may not be able to see Usually for a while in the future. Vv's eyes suddenly became wet, his lips pursed, and he rushed to Usually. Outsiders couldn't see any reality, but however, Lu Chengkong rubbed Mao Xiaowali's huge chest device on the coveted chest device, and his voice was slightly crying and reluctant. Okay, I'm not too young anymore. I'm still crying, darling. It's not that I can't see you anymore. If you want me, you can come back. Let's go. There are many spiritual pressures chasing after you. A trace of reluctance flashed in Mao Xiaowali's eyes, but he soon recovered the plain but pure love and concern, exuding a charming maternal radiance, patted Bachinliu, and at the same time exiled Bakion. Went to Lu Chengkong's shoulder and waved his hand, probably not wanting to fight Bachinliu's current appearance. Usually turned around and disappeared directly in front of Lu Chengkong and the others. Let's go. Lu Chengkong took a deep breath. He knew that there might be a bigger battle waiting for him. Otherwise Mao Xiaowali wouldn't say that there were multiple spiritual pressures coming in his direction. For this reason he didn't dare to stay for a long time, so he comforted Yakiryu, who was in a bad mood, and brought Ai's Naneo to increase Shunpo's speed to the fastest. Hurry to the meeting place. Obviously, with Lu Chengkong's reminder and a full understanding of Aizen's abilities and people, they certainly wouldn't fool themselves into the trap, although they were very sad. After all, they all guessed that even if they ran, they would become traitors. Life, and may even be hunted down. After all, there are not a few captains and vice-captains who defected this time. Come on, this is not the place to talk, we are talking in this world. Lu Chengkong rushed to the meeting place at full speed, and found that Luanju and Yi were also there. Just as they were going to say something, Lu Chengkong's face changed. He felt that his heart was very depressed, as if some powerful enemy was approaching him, and he did not dare to waste more time. Although there are many people in the masked army who have not been blurred, and those who have been blurred have also completed the treatment, but those who have just completed the blurring, Fengchao Luzhiro and others have little combat power, and they are all responsible. Junzi and the others also need to be distracted and take care of them, and they don't dare to stay for long. Let's go. Meiko and the others looked at each other, and seeing Lu Chengkong's serious face, they also guessed something, and immediately used Shunpo to go to Urahara Kazuki and Goroshi Tetsusai, who were already preparing to pass through the gate. Rush. About 3 minutes later, Liu Chengkong and his group had arrived in front of Urahara Kazuki and Goroshi Tetsusai, but they were sweating profusely, and they were clearly still in progress. It was probably the first time they had opened a costume that did not belong to Soul Society. Apart from being unfamiliar with the gate of the world, this gate of crossing the world is very unstable, there are frequent arrests, and it takes a lot of time to open it. It's too late. Liu Chengkong sighed, handed Aiz Naneo and Yakiryu to Yahomaru Lisa and Yaiki respectively, and pulled out the Zanpakuto directly. He had experienced several battles tonight. In the battle, every opponent is not weak. First, Kuchiki Zia and Kuchiki Yinling join forces, and then face Aizen. Although each battle is not long or short, the consumption is still huge. Liu Chengkong, do you still want to walk away after committing such a big crime? The old man Yamamoto's tone was unprecedentedly serious, even with a bit of killing intent. It seemed that he was also tricked by Aizen. After all, if it weren't for Aizen's voluntary admission, no one would want to believe that he was hypnotized, let alone Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni, who is known as the most powerful god of death in millennia. Take care of the others, Urahara Kazuki, Huling Tizai, you can just open the gate of crossing the world, and leave the rest to me. Liu Chengkong held the Shuiyin Quangdao, and he had already begun to adjust his state in his heart. He knew that he was facing the old man Yamamoto who did not dare to face directly in the original book. The destructive power and attack power of Zanpakuto can be called the strongest and oldest Shinigami. This time the battle is the most dangerous one. It seems that Hanalei Uno has already guessed that he will face old man Yamamoto, otherwise he will not say it. To face all kinds of difficulties and hardships, obviously one of them is the old man Yamamoto in front of him. You actually have the courage to draw a knife against the old man. Although I admit that you have great courage and outstanding talent, but do you think that you are the opponent of this old man just because you are now? Give it up, and you won't have to suffer more. The old man Yamamoto did not directly capture Liu Chengkong with the force of thunder, but he persuaded him a little bit bitterly. 425 against the strongest Grim Reaper, old man Yamamoto. I won't know if my opponent can't beat him. Liu Chengkong's eyes changed, cold, indifferent, ruthless light filled his eyes, and glanced at the few people standing behind the old man Yamamoto. Vivi is trembling on the surface, and Jin Ichimaru, who maintains a nursing smile. Of course, the two proud disciples of the old man Yamamoto, Kyoraku Chunsui and Yukitaki Shuru. As for why Aizen didn't go to cultivate with such a serious injury, it is obviously to avoid suspicion, but also to see the strength of the old man Yamamoto at this time, and also to see how strong Liu Chengkong is. He may have guessed that the second time is to use his own Bankai. If he misses such a good opportunity, Aizen Sosuke will not be Aizen Sosuke. It's stubborn. Old man Yamamoto's face sank. Who is old man Yamamoto? When does he need to persuade a person, and he is still persuading a criminal? Obviously, he has the heart of cherishing talents, otherwise he would have to persuade him earlier. It was gone in one stroke, but since Liu Chengkong said so, he no longer talked nonsense. Vivi exerted force with both hands, and the crutches that were supposed to support the body suddenly shattered, revealing a Zanpakuto about the same length as the Zanpakuto of Zengi Kenpachi, giving people an extremely oppressive Zanpakuto. You are qualified to let the old man liberate the Zanpakuto, which is also a respect for you. Everything is turned into ashes, and the blade is like fire. The old man Yamamoto said word by word, and a burst of energy erupted from his body. The terrifying spiritual pressure, the strength of the spiritual pressure directly caused the air to freeze, and the ground began to crack. Aizen and others directly retreated hundreds of meters. Obviously, they did not want to affect the old man Yamamoto. Drink. Liu Chengkong let out a low voice, and directly burst out that his own spiritual pressure with icy characteristics and old man Yamamoto's spiritual pressure full of terrifying pressure confronted each other. Shinaneo was so frightened that he almost fainted, but fortunately, Hirako Mako and the others released their own spiritual pressure to protect the others. It's too powerful. It's worthy of being the strongest god of death in 1,000 years. It's just this spiritual pressure. Eyes inside. At this moment, he realized the gap between himself and Old Man Yamamoto more clearly. If Old Man Yamamoto hadn't been hypnotized, he believed that he would be beheaded in just a few minutes. The old man is still hot. Jingo Chunshui said softly, looking at the raging flames surrounding the Old Man Yamamoto in front of him. The blazing high-temperature flames seemed to completely burn the air out, and the nearby air couldn't bear it. The burning of the high-temperature flames showed distortions visible to the naked eye. Ice Blade Bing Heart. Lu Chengkong held up the Snow Drink Crazy Saber, and he didn't make a move. Facing the Old Man Yamamoto, he used his current Shikai's strongest trick, the sixth art of Aohen, and the ice blue knives. Light bloomed from the body of the Snow Drink Crazy Blade and spread out in all directions, so that the originally hot temperature was relieved, and it was also rapidly cooling down at a slow speed. Oh, with your current strength, you can actually make such an attack when you were Shikai. It's not an exaggeration to call you the strongest genius death god in 1,000 years. If you grow up, even the old man may have to abdicate and become a wise man. The Old Man Yamamoto's words seemed to be admiring Lu Chengkong's strength. In fact, he meant that in the future, you might be able to defeat the old man, but you are obviously not good enough now. The flowing blade is like a firehead style, slashing. The flowing blade Ruahuo, which was burning with high-temperature flames in the hands of Old Man Yamamoto, slammed out suddenly, and cut directly at Lu Chengkong from such a long distance. The surging heat wave contained the cold swordsmanship he slashed towards Lu Chengkong with lightning speed. Chi. The high-temperature flame, and the low-temperature frost, one intends to burn the other party, the other intends to freeze the other party, and the two stunts collided fiercely in the air. Powerful collision. Broken. The Old Man Yamamoto was a little surprised, to be able to entangle himself with his stroke for so long without falling into a disadvantage. It's not easy, although this is just the simplest attack of his own, but using his own strength is very powerful. It was astonishing. At present, there are not many people who can follow in the Soul realm, but Lu Chengkong did not expect that he would follow Shikai. Although he was surprised by Lu Chengkong's strength, he was more unhappy. He actually blocked his attack, which was too embarrassing for him, so the endless spiritual pressure, like the water of the Yellow River, suddenly increased its output, and with a click, the ice was directly thrown into the air. Blade Ice Heart shattered. The remaining power continued to sweep towards Lu Chengkong at a terrifying speed, and the flames in the sky directly surrounded Lu Chengkong and burned him fiercely. Sister Lisa, will that wicked brother be okay? Although Aiz Naneo was angry that Lu Chengkong had murdered himself just now, she was not a rational person, and as a god of death, there were a few people who would not know Lu Chengkong. Especially for the goddess of death, Lu Chengkong, who has been the #1 handsome guy in the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts for 100 years, is even more familiar, and she is calm and composed. And see who you are facing now. Maybe it was Captain Yamamoto who was chasing him just now. Girls, especially the younger they are, the more they like to fantasize. Which girl doesn't have a dream like Prince Charming? For the young Aiz Naneo, especially, she stayed with Yahomaru Lisa for a long time. Together. Of course, she was also influenced by her sulky temperament. Although Aiz Naneo's character would not be as selfish as Yahomaru Riza, and it was natural to read pornographic magazines in front of so many people, but deep down in my heart of course, he also has the same sullenness as Aiz Naneo. Otherwise, he would not have matured so quickly at a young age, knew the difference between men and women, and would not let anyone touch his precious jade body. No, he is the most powerful, how could something happen? Lisa Yazumaru smiled and comforted her. In fact, she didn't have a clue. After all, she was facing the strongest god of death in the Soul Society for thousands of years, Mr. Yamamoto. Captain, although Lu Chengkong is powerful, he is still too young after all. In terms of the age of human beings in the present world, Lu Chengkong is only 16 or 78 years old. Even after 100 years, he is only in his 20s. Compared to Captain Yamamoto, who has survived for more than 2,000 years, he is indeed worse. It's a long way off, not to mention the accumulation and cultivation of spiritual pressure is a lot of time behind. 426 Benkai finally debuts. Is he dead? Old man Yamamoto's thunder blow is really powerful. Aizen sighed inwardly at the power of old man Yamamoto, while secretly wondering if Liu Chenggong is dead, and his desire for power is even greater. Is this the strength of the strongest god of death in 1,000 years? It's really powerful. Urahara Kazuki secretly looked at the strength of Liu Chenggong and the old man Yamamoto while opening the door to the world. Don't pretend, the power of this old man's blow is at least 80% blocked by you, and the remaining 20% will not hurt you even if it hits you, and even if it hurts you, it won't kill you, come out. Old man Yamamoto, who is the party involved, has spoken, and of course the others have put away their conjectures. After all, the words of the party concerned are the most authoritative. Hee, it's really powerful, and the blade is like fire. It is indeed the Zanpakuto with the strongest attack among all the Shinigami in Sarote, but today this legend is about to be broken. Don't you all want to see my Bankai? Aizen, hee, then I'll let you see. Bankai abandoning the gods and Buddhas, deviating from the classics and betraying the way, the magic sword came out. Liu Chenggong's Bankai word spirit is different from other death gods. It is relatively long. The known death god Bankai word spirit is relatively simple. It means to strengthen the full version of Harinmaru, but Liu Chenggong's is obviously different, as if he told others that his Bankai is another Zanpakuto. What a unique Bankai word spirit, huh? How could this be? Even after the powerful Reaper Bankai, at most Reiatsu, the power of the powerful Zanpakuto has been greatly improved, so how can the breath of Zanpakuto and the aura of Reaper be possible? What has changed? It was cold just now, giving people a cold heart with an ice-like heart. Now it is giving people a kind of deviant, unfettered, unfeeling and unrighteous, cutting off all emotions and 6 desires, but like a demon, violent, full of destruction, and destroying everything. This is basically the aura of 2 Zanpakuto. Could it be that he or there 2 Zanpakuto? Impossible, even 2 Zanpakuto could not be 2 Zanpakuto with completely different auras. At this moment, even old man Yamamoto was very interested in Liu Chenggong's Bankai. I always thought that I was a ruthless person, but when I feel the breath that Liu Chenggong is exuding now, I feel that I am a god of death with flesh and blood. Aizen didn't know why such an idea suddenly appeared in his heart. Why let Xiaokong Bankai? I don't like you, I hate you. Bachenliu's eyes suddenly turned pink. Liu Chenggong's body changes Bachenliu can feel the most clearly. This Shi Bachenliu only felt that Liu Chenggong seemed to be a complete stranger to him, and the eyes he looked at him were completely looking at a dead object. It made Bachenliu feel as if he was abandoned by the only pillar of his soul, and Liu Chenggong became like this was the death gods in front of him. At this moment, Bachenliu was indifferent to Aizen and others in front of him. Unprecedented murderous aura arose, and the surging pink Reiatsu made Yaiki, who was holding her, have to let go. When the flames passed, Liu Chenggong's current appearance was also revealed. First of all, the clothes on his body changed. He became a black, red and gold border, blue and white background. The dashing, uninhibited, elegant chivalrous costume that is full of streamline and speed beauty. The general appearance of the Snowdrink Crazy Blade in his hand has not changed much, but the color has undergone earth-shaking changes. The original light blue blade has now turned into black gold, surrounding the edge of the entire blade. There is a thin red strip at the place, giving people a feeling of lifeless and slaughtered. The whole body exudes a black and red aura visible to the naked eye, and what is even more frightening is that Liu Chenggong's original black eyes have disappeared, replaced by scarlet pupils, and the inside of the scarlet pupils but it is filled with a layer of pale golden light that seems to be moving all the time. Bankai. No wonder Sufi would tell me to use as little as possible if not necessary. Strong. Too strong is easy to break. Too strong is also easy to break. Too strong to be beyond my control is equal to too rigid and easy to break. Liu Chenggong muttered to himself, but he seemed to be muttering something that had nothing to do with him, because at this time he was simply a ruthless devil who only knew how to kill, and his eyes could be described as devil eyes. His Bankai has the terrifying ability that surpasses all the gods of death. After Bankai is equal to the devil, the magic eye brought by the devil can see the strength and weakness of the enemy, but the longer the time, the more times. Although the power will be stronger each time, the demonic energy in the body will also deepen, and the accumulation will eventually make the user unable to extricate himself. Is it really right that the old man came to hunt him down this time? He really committed such a crime. This is not his character. This guy is notoriously lazy, but there is nothing to do now, so let him look at what unusual abilities your Bankai has. Old man Yamamoto's eyes flashed a trace of surprise and complexity, but it disappeared quickly, replaced by an unrepentant calm and firmness that never regretted. Hee, this kind of feeling is also very good. It's very cool during the battle. Old man Yamamoto, take the move, the first style, the devilish energy. Lu Chengkong's eyes flashed, and the old man Yamamoto who was being watched had a look. A feeling of being seen through everything, and that all his weaknesses are understood and mastered by Lu Chengkong. Impossible, just looking at me can make me feel like I have nothing to hide. This is obviously impossible. No matter what old man Yamamoto thought, Lu Chengkong's demonic energy had already begun to be released, and bursts of the demonic chi burst out of the body as if it had formed a substance. The magic knife in his hand, which had changed from the snow-drink crazy blade, suddenly slashed out. The invincible blade seemed to have cut through the heavens and the earth. A huge black-red blade with a length of more than 300 meters appeared in the air in an instant. With the will to destroy everything, he slashed at the old man Yamamoto. Oops, the fire is burning the city. The old man Yamamoto's expression changed slightly, his movements were extremely fast, and he didn't dare to neglect him at all, as if Lu Chengkong could really threaten him at this time. The flowing blade in his hand was spinning like fire, filling the sky. The flames poured out, and a tall flame city wall was erected instantly, directly enclosing the black-red blade from the sky and the earth in the firewall. Is it useful? Demons or rampant? Lu Chengkong saw that his demonic energy was surrounded by a wall of fire. Not only did he not feel depressed, but instead laughed coldly. 427, the magic knife of my own. I saw Lu Chengkong sneering at the same time, holding the magic knife in his hand and sweeping out, the incomparably exquisite knife technique one knife after another, like an antelope hanging its horns, like a wild, no trace, exquisite, really worthy of the magic knife. Name. At this time, Lu Chengkong was like a demonic path. Wherever he passed, there was no life left to survive. The ensuing demonic rampage directly pierced old Yamamoto's wall of fire, and not only released the bound black-red blade. At the same time, the more powerful blade that came later was directly integrated with the blade in front, forming a more powerful and huge blade. Wherever it passed, whether it was the sky or the earth, it was ravaged and torn apart. Hot hell. At this moment, the old man Yamamoto has raised Lu Chengkong's position in his heart, and put it at the level of his opponent. The power of the ultimate move is released to the greatest extent, and the flames cover the sky like a sea of fire. Sun's direct cover to the sword in front of him. Haha, it's useless, split it for me. Lu Chengkong raised the magic saber and slashed in the void. The released saber light seemed to be greatly blessed, and its power instantly increased sharply. Using a magic sword, the stronger the moon, the stronger the imposing spiritual pressure on his body, as if he was improving his own strength every moment. Chi. The invincible sword light actually directly divided the sea of fire that covered the sky and the sun into two, and cut the two halves abruptly, as if a knife split the Yangtze River. Looking at the side, Aizen, Urahara Kazuki and others were straight. Take a breath. The power exploded. The old man Yamamoto suddenly issued. The secret of this trick is not known by anyone except Aizen in the original book when he was fighting with the old man Yamamoto. At least Aizen at this time doesn't know either. That's right, the hot hell just now belonged to the version with no explosive power, but now old man Yamamoto broke out the power of the hot hell, and the power is at least several times before the outbreak. As soon as the old man Yamamoto's voice fell, The sea of fire that was originally divided into two seemed to have spirituality or was controlled by someone, and once again surrounded Lu Chengkong with the two magic swords fused together, and burned it. Oh, you can still block it, then I hope you can block it later. You are just struggling to the death. The third type, the devil's slaughter. Lu Chengkong let out a cold snort. He was enchanted and even slaughtered the 7 emotions. Demons or even more demons. After this move, there is no hope of surviving. Obviously, after enchanting, Lu Chengkong fought with the idea of beheading the old man Yamamoto. After entering the devil, it is terrifying. The deeper the devil is, the deeper the emotions and desires are, the more ruthless and terrifying. Brush. It exudes a kind of hopeless hope of survival in the enemy's heart, and even a kind of wanting to wield a knife to commit suicide, directly penetrated the hot hell, and slashed at the old man Yamamoto with lightning speed. On the body, the old man Yamamoto could only resist with a fire-like instinct. Obviously, the old man Yamamoto was shocked by this type of magic sword just now, and he had a brief absence. The magic eye immediately saw a huge weakness. Lu Chengkong raised his power to the extreme without reservation. No return. It's amazing, you actually suppressed the old man. Jingle Chunshui's eyes widened, looking like he had seen a ghost. Chun Shui, hit me up to see if I'm dreaming. Shiro Yukitaki's expression wasn't much better. As old man's disciples, none of them understood the old man's power better than them. To actually see a young god of death, who is their junior, suppress the most powerful god of death in their hearts, their mood is really complicated. Snapped. Ah, it hurts. I told you to hit Chunshui, but I didn't tell you to do it so hard, but it should be true. Shiro Yukitaki covered his hot face and complained to Jingle Chunshui for a while, and then said. At the same time, the sweaty Urahara Kazuki on the side of the old man Yamamoto was blasted out by the demonic slaughter that his power had been raised to the extreme. Go in. The enchantment is getting deeper and deeper. Lu Chengkong, who was planning to go forward to make a knife and continue to fight, suddenly stopped after hearing this. He has not been emotionally passive at all. To outsiders, it seems that Lu Chengkong has really cut off his emotions and desires. For the first time in the sky, a struggling and hesitant look appeared, as if his mind was fighting fiercely. This was obviously a struggle against demonic nature and demonic chi. For the first time, Benkai had tasted the power of being possessed by demons and suffered the temptation of demonic chi all the time, which made Lu Chengkong start to feel a little helpless. Fortunately, Kazuki Urahara shouted, otherwise Lu Chengkong, who had no experience with Benkai for the first time, might really continue to fight. Although the power of the magic sword would become more and more terrifying, it could be called the only magic sword. The deeper you go, the more likely you will be unable to extricate yourself. Even if you can wake up, it will definitely be much more difficult than when you wake up now. In the end, it seems that he has defeated the demon and shouted. It should be said that this is the victory. I will not know it in the future. Every time I enter the demon is a test of my will and perseverance. After speaking, the demonic energy on Lu Chengkong's body began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the magic knife in his hand also changed back to the snow-drinking crazy saber. The clothes with black, red and gold rims, blue and white background clothes also changed back to the clothes and shoes that Khalifa and Hancock sewed for themselves. Lu Chengkong, who had a smile on his face and looked very peaceful, turned the murderous Bachenliu into a good baby in an instant. The pink spiritual pressure that was soaring to the sky disappeared immediately, and then a sprint like a swallow thrown into the forest immediately disappeared. Submerged into Lu Chengkong's arms, Vivi's body trembled like a little lowly longing to be loved. The change was so great that Mako Hirako and the others were stunned and looked incomparably surprised until Lu Chengkong walked over and shouted. Old man Yamamoto recovered immediately. Don't look at him vomiting blood. In fact, he just lost his mind for a moment. I can take advantage of my lack of concentration. It's not even a minor injury. Why don't you just leave and want to die? As Lu Chengkong said that, he pulled Yi and Luanju, and rushed in first with Bachenliu in his arms. Kazuki Urahara and Tetsusai looked anxious as they rushed in, as if they would be slower. Like life-threatening. It's too treacherous, wait for me. Hiroko Mako screamed strangely, but when he felt the heat wave getting closer and hotter behind him, Hiroko Mako woke up, and the old man Yamamoto was angry. Can a volcano erupt after being wounded by a young genius who is only over 100 years old in front of so many captains and vice-captains? If you don't go, you will die immediately. With this idea, Hiroko Mako and the others rushed in without saying a word. The speed is faster than the old man Yamamoto's shunpo. Obviously, the potential between life and death is here. It exploded in an instant. 428 comes to the world. Captain Yamamoto, what should we do now? Go and hunt them down in this world. Aizen Suo Yusuke looked distressed, as if he was indignant at what Lu Chenggong did. No, if they go to the virtual circle, they can still hunt them down, but they didn't have much preparation in the present world. The present world will definitely not be able to withstand the battle between this old man and Lu Chenggong, and you think we will only face Lu Chenggong when we chase after them. 1. The weakest people in the group are at the level of vice captains, and there seems to be a hidden ability that can explode at any time in the body. The old man sees that 3 of them are in a weak state now. After the body recovers, it is necessary to face several captains, several of whom are far superior to the vice captains, and whose strength is not inferior to the general weaker death gods who have just reached the level of captains. The old man Yamamoto glanced at the disappearing Xuanjiman with complicated eyes, and the decision that had been firm in his heart was a little shaken. With his experience and his understanding of Lu Chenggong and others, it is impossible to do such a thing, but it is impossible for Room 46 to target so many people at one time, and so many of them are captains and vice-captains. There is ample evidence. You must know that this group of captains and vice-captains are basically cultivated by old man Yamamoto. In his heart, in addition to being a symbol of power and the success of his own faction, they are more like his own disciples. In his heart, he is also a disciple of the same level as Zengi Kenpachi, but it can also be seen that old man Yamamoto has a touch of humanity more than other politicians. It seems that old man Yamamoto is beginning to doubt, and yes, after all, he is an astonishing god of death with rich experience. How could he be so easily deceived? Jinghua Shuiyu's power cannot be used against him, it seems, otherwise, it is possible that this old man will take the initiative to detect it. Quote. After this battle, Aizen has a clearer understanding of the gap between him and the old man Lu Chenggong. Let alone the magic knife, even if it is Bingren Bingshin, Aizen does not dare to say that he can continue. At the beginning, he was still facing Bingren and Bingshin, and he wanted to escape. Let's go, we want them all. From today onwards, they are the traitors of the Soul Society, and they are no longer the gods of death. The old man Yamamoto gave the order in a majestic and undeniable voice. While speaking, his muscles were swollen, tall and mighty. The body began to change back to the serious, quiet old man that he had been at the beginning. Yes. After coming to the present world, Lu Chenggong felt a completely different modern atmosphere from the soul world. Apart from that, he made a lot of money by his own strength, and then bought a large amount of money in this densely populated empty town in the present world. The land was bought permanently, and all the officials in Kusa town who disagreed were dealt with by Lu Chenggong. At the same time, a large number of professional personnel such as construction personnel and engineers are employed to build up their own residence as quickly as possible, working day and night. Of course, he has the most money. That's it. Other death god traders are like mice crossing the street, very low-key, but Lu Chenggong seems to be afraid that others will not know of his existence. It is said that they are traitors, which means that the Soul Society has abandoned them and does not trust them. Although he loves the soul world, he is not the kind of person who uses his hot face to stick to other people's cold ass, so after some thought, he also imitated Lu Chenggong to go to the bank or the government to borrow some money. He also bought a piece of land and directly covered the respective residences of the Masked Corps. It is worth mentioning that the title of Masked Legion is now officially on the stage. Although many people in the current Masked Legion have not been blurred, only 3 are blurred, but they have a very good relationship. Now they are sympathetic to each other, so regardless of whether they were turned into masks or not, they still established a mask army, but the current mask army also has one more person than the original, and that is Kui Mushanghe. I said Xiao Kongkong, it looks like you are planning to go somewhere. This day, Hirako Mako and Yahomaru Lisa who brought Eyes Naneo came to the house that Lu Chengkong had just built. Saying it was a home, it is better to say that it is a small palace. The decoration is gorgeous but at the same time it is ancient and full of art. Obviously, it took a lot of money and manpower and material resources to find a variety of professionals to make it. And under Lu Chengkong's high-pressure methods, there are no Earth's tofu dregs projects. Yeah, I'm going to take a walk around the virtual circle and see what's going on there. Lu Chengkong didn't hide it either. It was rare to come to this world, the virtual circle, the present world, and the soul world. Read all the circles once, otherwise I would be too sorry for my crossing. The virtual circle. You are really bold enough. You are a traitor and you are very high profile. Now you are still slipping into the virtual circle, ah. Hirako Mako said with a thumbs up. It's nothing, just look at the life of the virtual circle. I am a little inspired by seeing their virtual world in Hyo. Maybe a trip to the virtual circle will get the information I want. Lu Chengkong said. Then who are you going to take this time? Hirako Mako asked curiously. After passing through Yamamoto, Riza Yahomaru and Lu Chengkong, who was originally a big villain in Eyes Naneo's heart, became a supervillain. A handsome and attractive man, and the two women were also full of curiosity at this time. Yaiki and Ranju may have watched the battle between me and Yamamoto, and they were stimulated. Now they are practicing every day and every night. If Ranju is so diligent, I feel normal. She is childish, but she has always been persistent in her cultivation and has never been lazy, but Yi is so diligent, which is really rare. Quote. Lu Chengkong said with a bit of a joke, it seems that Yi was really hit by him. He didn't think that Shunpo alone could solve everything with absolute speed, as in the original book. Moreover, although she now has the title of Shun Chen, but in the after watching the battle between Lu Chengkong and Yamamoto, she was really too arrogant before. It's not that there are no people who are faster than her, it's just that those people don't come out to fight with her. You think that everyone is like you, you're a big pervert, but you actually made old man Yamamoto vomit blood. Hirako Mako said in a sour tone, typically envy and jealousy. Haha, you don't even look at who I am. Lu Chengkong became extremely cheeky, without the slightest humility. He admitted it directly and made Hirako Mako look down on his face. It was too shameless. 429 dedication every night. In the evening, Lu Chengkong originally planned to leave at night, but he hadn't walked out of the door when a dark shadow suddenly flashed past and plunged into his arms like lightning and flint. Yaiki, a beautiful woman with a fiery breath. Are you planning to leave at night? I know you are such a man, say you are ruthless, you don't show your true feelings to anyone, and only when Bachinliu is around can you show your truest side, but I don't care, I believe that one day I will be able to pry open your rigid shell. Saifeng Yuan Yi was talking, while twisting her hot body in Lu Chengkong's arms. As a white beater and the ruler of Xinjiang, her body is tall and her healthy wheat-colored skin makes people feel looking at it. I feel very energetic, and as the death god of Shida and Shunpo, her skin has amazing elasticity but is very delicate and smooth. As her fiery body kept twisting, her water snake-like waist swayed in an astonishing arc, and Lu Chengkong quickly picked up his lust without suppressing and controlling it. Stab. Two sounds of shredding cloves came out in the quiet room, but it was very clear, and the two bodies that were covered with no trace of obstruction were already entangled with each other. I want to be your woman. I know that a man like you can't be controlled by a woman, and I don't want to be such a woman, but I definitely want to be a woman who can't let me go, so that you can show me your truest feelings for the woman who loves me. Quote. Yi suddenly got up from Lu Chengkong's arms. A pair of deep but wild but gripping eyes looked straight into Lu Chengkong's eyes without the slightest timidity or shyness, completely ignoring that his proud jade body was exposed to his lover. In front of her, she straightened the jade body she was proud of, making her curves more obvious. She was very satisfied with her figure and appearance. Roar. Lu Chengkong let out a low roar. He didn't say too many words, but responded directly to Saifeng Yuan Yi with his actions. At this time, too many words were redundant. At this time, silence is better than sound. Ah! A painful cry, accompanied by a trace of poignant blood falling on the white sheets, forming two dazzling plum blossoms. The two fiery bodies have been tightly entangled together, as if to integrate into each other. Inside the body, it's like never being separated again. This night, Lu Chengkong and Saifeng Yuan Yi let go of all morals, restraint, and the shackles in their hearts, and threw themselves into the most primitive human-making movement. Two dark clouds covered him. The next day, when Lu Chengkong opened his eyes, he found that the bed was a mess, and the air was filled with the fascinated smell left over from the time of love, and the night in his arms was like an octopus wrapped around him. On his body, he seemed to be afraid that once he let go, he would disappear. The tears left on her face made Yi look less masculine and more feminine. Her brows also spread out quietly, and her whole body naturally exuded a mature temperament of a first-time woman. For the night, it looks even more charming. Empty Chan. Lu Chengkong found that his movement might really wake up Yi. He didn't like the parting scene, so he wanted to leave quietly, but in desperation he could only use the advanced Shunbu Kong Chan, because he didn't have clothes on. So what? I didn't stay, but I walked out without waking up Yi, which means I achieved my expected goal. I'm leaving, wait for me to come back. Lu Chengkong gently kissed Yi's forehead softly, which contained many meanings, whether it was or not, love, and distress. Originally, he just wanted to stay in front of him. 3 words, but I thought of Yi's unrequited efforts over the years and the unshakable eyes of last night. Chengkong added 4 words involuntarily. I wonder if Yi heard Lu Chengkong's words and got what he wanted, or maybe he had a good dream. I am in a good mood. Fool, I will definitely wait for you, whether it's 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. After Lu Chengkong left, Yi suddenly opened his eyes filled with lethargy. The intoxicated tenderness and love muttered to himself. Xiaokong, are you leaving? Lu Chengkong just took a shower and put on a different outfit. Of course, Khalifa and Hancock made a suit for him. In order to keep this outfit from breaking, Lu Chengkong it won't become stale, but the clothes and shoes are tempered with spiritual power every day. It can be said that this outfit and shoes can't be beaten even with blocking bullets, and it may be the reason why they are tempered with spiritual power every day. This suit exudes a very comfortable atmosphere. Mainly, even in the world constructed by spiritual power, the most comfortable breath is of course the breath of spiritual power. Yeah, let's go play in the virtual circle today. Lu Chengkong caught Bachenliu who was flying towards him and put it on his shoulder. Looking at the height of Bachenliu at this time, it is at least half shorter than that of the original book. The growth rate of Bachenliu is really slow enough. Knowing that the spiritual power needed is not enough or that Bachenliu doesn't like getting bigger. Okay, let's go, Bachenliu said happily and with high fighting spirit, not caring at all. For the god of death, the virtual circle is a very dangerous place. For her, as long as Lu Chengkong is with her, she can go to any mountain of swords and seas of fire or even walk. Hell is heaven to her. Are you gone? In the basement, he got up early to practice kendo, shunbu, ghost dao, as well as white fights and accumulated spiritual pressure. Luan Ju, who had tempered the spiritual pressure, suddenly opened his closed eyes, with a flash of reluctance and determination. However, it seems very contradictory. Obviously, on the one hand, she really wanted to go, but on the other hand, after seeing the strength of old man Yamamoto, she found that she was not as strong as she thought, and she didn't want to be a burden. A woman who can accompany Lu Chengkong at any time, no matter what the scene is obviously the one who was determined to conquer and made Lu Chengkong bow down under the pomegranate skirt. Instead of being a burdened and useless vase for her husband, she resisted the thought of wanting to go with her and remained very silent and did not speak, but the desire in her heart was the highest. 430 Ranju's Zanpakudo. I know what you really want to go, why don't you follow? Maybe your strength can be improved even more in the virtual circle. Suddenly, beside Lu Anju, there appeared a Li Ying whose figure was only below that of Lu Anju. Take a look at the cat girl with short crimson hair, emerald eyes, a pair of crimson cat ears and a pink cat tail, wearing a pink singlet and pumpkin pants. Yes, this cat girl is the original the gray cat, but now it is a complete shikai without being deprived of spiritual power, and the name of the Zanpakudo of Ranju who has completed Benkai's mastery of Benkai for a long time is not called a gray cat, but a cat demon. It's just that the relationship between Lu Anju and the cat demon seems to be very good now. They are really close as sisters. Is it useful to follow me now? It's just in the way, there's no way to help her, and now it's a critical moment, you can't walk away, as long as everything is broken. But at stake she is a calm and vigorous woman. Hey, women's feelings are really complicated, and their psychology is even more complicated. If you want to follow, just follow. Why do you think so much? Really, but this guy is just as complicated and mysterious as you. No wonder you can make the original to make the other party bow down to the blonde cow and chrysanthemum in your pomegranate skirt. It becomes that you bow down to the giant dragon of others. The cat demon, that is, the gray cat in the original book is the same as the original book except that its power has become bigger and the name is different. Blinking at the chaos Jew, said very naughty, and at the same time, a tic-tac-toe guard appeared directly on the forehead of the chaos Jew. Development simply disappeared. Forget it, first complete the breakthrough transformation first, and I will find you to settle the account later. Lu Anju took a deep breath, and with the huge ups and downs of the inhalation and exhalation chest apparatus, waves of milk rippled in circles. Fortunately at this time Lu Chongkong had already left, otherwise he would have killed the chaos chrysanthemum before leaving. Urahara Kazuki, have I finished what I asked you to prepare? Lu Chengkong came to Urahara Kazuki's shop, which was still very dilapidated like the original, and shouted loudly. At the same time, he was very speechless to this guy. It's not that I can't live in such a place. It's really frustrating to do these small businesses without looking at the store. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, I didn't expect you to come so soon. Real rare customer, this is what you want. A portable version of the portal that can be shuttled back at any time. Really, this thing is very expensive, how can you not give it? Where's the money? Urahara Kazuki said with a resentful expression, it's a pity that this trick may be effective for others. For Lu Chengkong, such a big man's expression is really disgusting. I'll give you the money, but you don't want it either. Lu Chengkong took out a bundle of banknotes from nowhere. Kazuki Urahara's eyes lit up, but Kazuki Urahara was reluctant to reach out to take it, because Urahara Kazuki very shrewdly saw that behind the bundle of banknotes was a life-threatening snow-drink mad knife. Okay, don't pretend, I hope your wisdom and chungfu can always be used in the right place. To me, don't pretend to be yourself. Excessive disguise will make you hypocritical. No matter what, we are still on the same line. This time I'm going to the virtual circle and you need something from me. As expected of Lu Chengkong, he is still so direct and quick to talk, then I will not be hypocritical. I hope you can bring me back a broken face when conditions permit. Yes, the god of death is a virtual form, that is, it's called a mask. Relatively speaking, the death of the virtual is a broken face. I want to study what is the difference between them and the death. Urahara Kazuki also put away the smile on his face. Obviously, he also understood Lu Chengkong's personality, and he prefers quick talk and don't go around in circles. Okay, finally you can study the reverse film. I think Aizen will go to the virtual circle in the end. You should know that there are no extra rules in the virtual circle, and the temptation of the virtual death is not enough to resist. Lu Chengkong nodded with satisfaction. Urahara Kazuki was not very annoying, at least he was different from Aizen, he could always keep his mentality and know what to do and what not to do. As for who knows how to deal with it, of course, that is the complete opposite of his peaceful son. His giggling and giggling that is not real at all makes Lu Chengkong very unhappy, too hypocritical. What a strange man, such a straightforward and forthright person, who has such unfathomable wisdom, who can fully understand Aizen and me, and play with applause. What kind of person is he? Urahara Kazuki looked at Lu Chengkong, who had entered the blur through the boundary gate, his eyes flickering, just like the eyes he only showed every time he encountered very difficult and unsolvable research. Urahara-sama, I have something to say, I don't know if I should say it. Huling Tetsusai, who had changed into a worldly costume, suddenly appeared beside Urahara Kazuki. Let's talk, Tizai, we don't need so many scruples. Urahara Kazuki may have been influenced by Lu Chengkong, and it is rare to go directly to the theme. He's different from us, as if he doesn't belong to this world. Everything doesn't seem so different. You say he's bold, straightforward, and carefree, but he has an unfathomable depth. Even Aizen and Urahara-sama know everything about you. A very affectionate wisdom. It is said that he is shrewd and scheming, but he usually looks very natural in his words and deeds, just like when he was talking to you just now. I observed it in secret for a long time, and every word and deed of his seemed very natural, like from the heart. He never hides his emotions, he likes it if he likes it, and doesn't like it if he doesn't like it. Even if such a person ends up being a genius, he will only go all the way to Tianyuinkai, but he is still alive and well and even constantly affects the people around him. For example, Huimu Shanghai has been continuously improved under his influence. From the beginning, he couldn't stand the temptation of power. It is reasonable to say that Kuimu Shanghai will eventually fall, but now it has become a wisdom that is no less than Aizen and Aizen. Urahara-sama, your person, I think he is really contradictory and dangerous, but he is very easy to get along with, and has a charm that makes people involuntarily put down all scruples and take the initiative to talk to him. It was very rare for Huling Tetsuai to say so much at one time, but his words made Urahara Kazuki frown even tighter. Obviously, he was also puzzled. Forget it, don't think about it. He said it well. At least we are currently on the same front. As for what to do in the future, let's think about it later. There are many things and people in this world that cannot be controlled. Urahara in the end, Kazuki could only secretly say a word in his heart, and he returned to his giggling and unserious appearance. 431 Take Grimyord as a mount. Is this the virtual circle? It is indeed an endless desolation. It exudes a much more direct war than the corpse and soul world. It is full of killings, blood and battles. A black hole suddenly appeared somewhere in the virtual circle. Lu Chengkong and Ba Qinliu, who sat on his shoulders with a curious look left and right, passed through the black hole and came to the virtual circle, looking at the desolate place under his feet. The desert felt the completely different environment of the virtual circle and the soul world and said softly, "It's so boring here, there's nothing to do here." Ba Qinliu muttered unwillingly, holding his chubby and cute fingers. "Okay, it's going to be fun soon, let's go and see the unique building in the virtual circle." Lu Chengkong pinched a virtual shot from the sand to attack him at any time, and walked in a random direction. All the virtual people who attacked him on the road were crushed to death by Lu Chengkong without exception. And Lu Chengkong is also very unhappy. He has never encountered a wise and powerful Shu. He knows that every wise Shu has an instinct in his heart, and he knows the instinct of the location of Zai Palace. What he needs is such a Shu come and lead the way. Finally, there is a decent dummy. The dummy circle is really poor. What are the top 10 recognitions are just selected from a random part of the dummy circle. The dummy circle can be in such a sloppy form and law-abiding. It can be seen that the virtual circle is definitely far better than the corpse and soul world from the background alone. The virtual circle is so big that it definitely hides many powerful virtuals that are indisputable or disdain to stand up. Even Aizen does not dare to detect some powerful virtuals. In the Warstard, he chose 10 swords for himself. With Aizen's arrogant personality, he didn't dare to despise the virtual circle. It can be seen that the virtual circle is definitely a place where a crouching tiger hides a dragon. This dummy should be a Chuka's. Hey, I found out that I didn't retreat but rushed towards me. It's rebellious, or you are stupid and didn't notice the difference between the two sides. It's interesting. Lu Chengkong smiled and muttered. Stood there slowly and waited for the Achukas in the perception range to rush over. About a minute or so, an indistinct figure appeared in Lu Chengkong's line of sight, and soon the true face of this phantom was revealed. The agile leopard-shaped big virtual. It's actually him. If it's not repeated or similar, it's the 60th blade with a perverse personality, super self-esteem, handsome, cool, wild, muscular, stylish, backbone, and manly. At this time, Lu Chengkong can be said to be profoundly aware of what it means to step through the iron shoes and find nowhere to find it without effort. Death. The leopard-shaped Daxu came not far from Lu Chengkong. His whole body was tense, his eyes were full of murderous intent and vigilance, and he looked at Lu Chengkong, dissatisfied with his sharp teeth, and his mouth was actually speaking. Know that you dare to come. Should I say that you are mentally retarded or that you are not afraid of tigers when you are a newborn calf? Lu Chengkong looked at the leopard-shaped big void in front of him as if he was looking at an item. Hey, I, Grimjiao, have never been afraid of anyone. No matter if it's the god of death or the phantom, whoever I like will be killed and swallowed, or I will be killed, and you are no exception. That's right, he is Grimjiao, it's just that he hasn't been transformed into a faceless face at this time, because he is not Vashted, so without a faceless face, it is impossible to maintain a human form like Nelly L. Of course, there are also some exceptions. As long as you break through Kyrian and become a Chukas, you can maintain a human form. This kind of void is called a humanoid. There is no difference between the virtual and other great virtuals, but the body shape is different. Sure enough, he is arrogant, flamboyant, and impulsive, but in a place like the virtual circle, there is only such a character who is not afraid of death and eager to fight. Lu Chengkong sighed inwardly. As expected, there are many similarities between this place and the original book. The only difference is that this is the real world. Roar. When Grimjiao saw that Lu Chengkong was actually in front of him, he was still distracted thinking, and felt that his self-esteem had been insulted, and immediately roared angrily. Don't make a noise when the adults are thinking about things. Lu Chengkong casually patted behind him, and directly scared the fierce Grimjiao to the ground, still maintaining the look of thinking just now. Impossible. Grimjiao turned over and stood up again. He stared at Lu Chengkong with wide eyes. Obviously, he had never met someone stronger than himself, and even if he did, it was only a little bit stronger. Void or death god, his vision and cognition are still relatively narrow. He doesn't know how big this is, but Lu Chengkong realizes the deep meaning of Mao Zhawali's words, how big the world is with the big heart. I really want to go to Zai Palace. Every wise Achukas has an instinct to know the location of Zai Palace. I don't think it's too close to go to Zai Palace. I changed my mind when I saw you. What is needed is not only a leader, but also a mount, and now you are very suitable. Quote. Lu Chengkong deliberately stimulated Grimjiao, but in his heart he was very satisfied with the decision to take Grimjiao, who was still a leopard, as his mount. What did you say? How dare you take the mighty Lord Grimjiao as a mount to become a king, and you must die. Grimjiao, who was still hesitating and didn't know what to do, was immediately apprehended. Anger filled his entire head, his mouth was wide open, and a red phantom flashed directly. Don't take out this kind of kid stuff. I don't care who you are, as long as I decide what Lu Chengkong does, there is nothing I can't do. It's the dragon for you to coil for me, and the tiger for me to lie down. Lu Chengkong stretched out his hand a little and directly broke the red dots, completely ignoring Grimjiao's very contradictory eyes. Obviously, Lu Chengkong's powerful strength completely subverted Grimjiao's cognition. He is not afraid of death, he is good fighting, but it doesn't mean that he is a fool. Seeing that his original work can bend and stretch in front of Aizen, you know that he is not stupid, but he is sometimes impulsive. Looking at your appearance, you are still very unconvinced. Right, but that's right, the virtual circle is a world where the strong are respected. And it's still the strong who are naked and have no cover-up. I think I should completely subdue you. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, his eyes narrowed, and the indifferent expression just now was immediately put away, and the icy spiritual pressure was directly pressed on Grimjiao's body like a heavenly might. 432 Subduing Grimjiao. The powerful Reiatsu not only made Grimjow go cold, but also contained enormous pressure, which directly crushed Grimjow's body and lay on the ground unable to move. How are you convinced? Lu Chengkong looked at Grimjow's stubborn, proud and unyielding eyes, and the desire to subdue him was even stronger. Of course, he only fell in love with Grimjow, who is still a leopard. If it is a humanoid he didn't bother to waste so much energy. After all, it was quite awe-inspiring to have such a handsome leopard mount that would become a king. I don't give in. How could Grimjow give in so easily? Even Aizen in the original book never thought about taking him as a mount, and even Aizen couldn't make Grimjow give in completely. It's just that he succumbed to Aizen's strength far superior to himself. As long as any of the great voids in the void circle reach Achukas, it will be difficult to yield. It is difficult to ask them to yield willingly. Killing them is much easier, but the benefits are not without them. Daxu who truly surrenders will never betray forever. Are you still unconvinced? By the way, you are not afraid of heaven and earth. Let's make a bet. If I can make you afraid of me without attacking you, then you will consider me as how about the Lord? On the other hand, if I can't make you fear me, then I will not only make you disfigured, but also let you go. When one day you think you have enough strength to seek revenge from me, I will kill you. Lu Chengkong knew that dealing with Grimjow's strong self-esteem and eccentric personality alone would not be able to make him completely surrender. It looks like a win-win was built just for him. Haha, God of Death, I admit that your strength is very strong. For me now, it is no less than the existence of a true God, but you are right. I, Grimjow, are not afraid of heaven and earth, and I will never be afraid of anyone. If you can make me fear you, what if I become your mount? Sure enough, Grimjow did not disappoint Lu Chengkong, and things developed according to Lu Chengkong's conjecture. Okay, I hope you do what you say. Lu Chengkong nodded with satisfaction, seeing Grimjow's eyes instantly changed. Shuang did not have the slightest emotion, and from time to time scarlet magic eyes filled with a layer of light golden light that kept moving appeared instantly. That's right, after the last Bankai, Lu Chengkong realized that in order to completely master the magic knife and not be attacked, he must have a heart similar to Bingxin, just like mastering the snow drink mad knife. After that, Lu Chengkong finally explored a magic heart initially, specially to control the magic heart of the magic knife. Although it is still impossible to keep it as permanent as Bingxin, it will not last for a short period of time, and with the continuous comprehension and deepening of the devil's heart, the duration of the devil's heart will become longer and longer. The same Lu Chengkong uses the longer the magic knife lasts, as long as the magic heart is still there. When Lu Chengkong uses the magic knife in Bankai, his mind will not be affected by the magic energy and magical nature of the magic knife. The most important thing is that Lu Chengkong can open the magic heart, so that he can use the magic eye to see the strength and weakness of the enemy without Bankai. What kind of eyes are these? How can there be no emotion, no fear, no greed, no selfishness? God, there is nothing, this is impossible, how can such a look appear? And it actually gives I have a feeling that everything about me is exposed under these eyes. And this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. My heart is beating faster and faster. This is the first time that this situation has occurred. What does it feel like? Fear. My body is trembling. How could it be that just looking at me makes me terrified? This cannot exist. Grimjow screamed frantically in his heart, while controlling his body, trying his best to restore his body to what it was when he first came. Unfortunately, the more he tried to control, the more his body trembled. In the end, he seemed to have completely lost control of his body, and prostrate directly in front of Lu Chengkong. It's just that Grimjow knew how terrifying Lu Chengkong's demon eyes were. With such a huge gap in strength between Lu Chengkong and Old Man Yamamoto, he could use these demon eyes to see through Old Man Yamamoto's strength and weakness, even making Old Man Yamamoto unable to do so. Control gives birth to a feeling of being completely seen through. Even Old Man Yamamoto was like this, let alone Grimjow, whose strength was far inferior to Lu Chengkong. Not everyone could remain calm under the gaze of the devil. Even Old Man Yamamoto was much stronger than Lu Chengkong. The strength and the accumulation of more than 2,000 years of existence. The will is very firm and the soul is very strong in order to maintain their normal mentality. How is it? Lu Chengkong saw Grimjiao, who never knew what fear was. At this time, his eyes were full of fear that was visible to the naked eye. He felt very fulfilled. Aizen, I can do things you can't do. Easy to do, haha. Ha, ha. Grimjiao saw Lu Chengkong put away his magic eyes, and gradually began to feel that he was finally able to control his body, but he no longer had the strength to answer Lu Chengkong. He was very embarrassed and had no image. Lying on the desert, gasping for breath. I'm Grimjiao's words. I admit that you are qualified to be my king and will never betray. After a while, Grimjiao seemed to regain some strength, stood up, and the fear in his eyes disappeared. Said eloquently. Okay, don't worry, although you are nominally my mount now, this idea is just a whim. If you become a humanoid when you break the painting or reach the level of Vastord, you will no longer be my mount. But my subordinate, comrade in arms. Although Lu Chengkong is not a politician, and he has never been an emperor or an official, he is also well aware of Hu Luoba's approach of adding a big stick and emphasizing both favor and power. Sure enough, Grimjiao looked at Lu Chengkong from fear at the beginning. What he feared was not death, but the devil's eye turned into awe. As for emotional trust and worship, it took time to build up. Of course, it also depends on Lu Chengkong. What Chengkong usually does, after all, as a boss, every action, every move, silently affects his subordinates. Let's go, take me to Zai Palace. By the way, I forgot to introduce you. She is my sister, Kaolu Bachenliu. Don't underestimate her. If you make her unhappy, you won't be able to eat and walk around. Even I can't help you. Lu Chengkong sat on the back of Grimjiao, who was still a leopard, and pointed at Bachenliu, who was staring at Grimjiao with curious, playful eyes on his shoulders. 433 Rescue Nellie L. Xiao Gerger, I'll call you like this, hurry up. Bachenliu sat on Lu Chengkong's lap, holding the toy-like Soul Slayer in his hand and banging on Grimjiao, cheering. Grimjiao is not an idiot. Of course it is not easy to completely ignore himself and even say that he was a Bachenliu of the air before, and what really convinced Grimjiao to Bachenliu was that he was horrified to find that every time no matter what. No matter how you dodge, you will be hit by the soul-killing sword of Yachenliu that seems to be playing at random. Although he didn't have the slightest strength, and his speed seemed very slow, he couldn't dodge. This was what really shocked Grimjiao. I didn't expect such a little girl to be an unfathomable and powerful god of death. With this idea, Grimjiao was even more in awe and admiration for Lu Chengkong. Of course, he also admires Bachenliu very much, and accepts this boss's sister from the bottom of his heart. Although he is not sitting on Lu Chengkong's lap, he is sitting on his own to a certain extent. The dissatisfaction has now vanished. Grimjiao has always pursued realism. People who respect me 1 foot and I respect you 10 feet have always talked less and done more. When he just became a subordinate, of course, he must show it in front of his boss and the people who are very important to him. Moreover, he was very much looking forward to Lu Chengkong's virtual death transformation, and even more, he mustered up his strength to fly towards the Zai Palace like a blue light. Chuyi Palace, a lake green hair color, golden green eyes, a rose-red sunburn makeup mark on the face, a number 3 on the back, the mask on the top of the head, the skull of an antelope, with a little fragment that is almost close to the god of death, or the human woman's eyes widened. The color of anger flashed by looking at the collar in front of him. The collar is in the shape of a circular shine, also known as disc head broken face. He holds a crescent moon blade with a chain at the hilt attached to his waist, is tall, wears a single eye patch, and has black mid-length hair parted. Despite his slender figure, he actually possesses a lot of strength and mocks a cold, smiling man. Don't you need a reason to fight? In that case, I'll give you one. This person is the 50th Blade Nutra of the current Void Knight Palace, and this woman is the 30th Blade Nellie Alu. Because Nutra would forcibly take off the masks of her 2 officials, Nellie Alu was very angry. That's not a reason to fight. Although Nellie L was very angry, her voice was still the same. but this time she was really angry, and the soul-chopping blade in her hand was unsheathed with a swipe. Don't look at her as a woman, but as a virtual body. Her strength and power are much better than those of death. And Nellie L is even more powerful than Nudra, who is good at strength and steel skin, the 50th blade in front of him, and completely suppressed him in a few moments. Fortunately, Nellie L did not kill him at this time. I mean, otherwise, Nudra would be seriously injured if he didn't die. This is obviously a naked strength gap. It's a pity that the kindness to the enemy during battle is the cruelty to himself. Damn. A trace of anger and resentment flashed in Nudra's eyes. He didn't expect that he was still so far from the woman in front of him, so he was not satisfied with a vicious thought in his heart and immediately turned away, while resisting Nellie L's aggressive but lacking killing intent, at the same time, secretly walked to a certain place. Drink. Nellie L kicked Nudra out with one kick. At the same time, a ringing speed was much faster than Shunpo, the god of death, and appeared directly in front of Nudra, slashing and sweeping. Completely beat Nudra to the point of being unable to fight back, only instinctive defense. Ha! Suddenly, a conspiratorial smile appeared on the corner of Nudra's mouth, and a not-so-fast sound disappeared in an instant. In Nellie's eyes, the speed was no different from a turtle's movement. It's too slow, Nellie L said coldly, but at this moment Nellie L only felt her eyes lost for a while and lost control of her body, and Nudra, who had used the ring to leave, returned again. Back in place. The body seems to be illusory, and there is no mercy or embarrassment because of his own conspiracy. The double-edged crescent-shaped sickle in his hand slashes at Nellie L's forehead. As long as there's a mask, even if it's Vastored. Once the mask is damaged, not only will the spiritual power dissipate, the strength will be greatly reduced, and even the memory may be lost, and even if the memory is restored in the future and the mask is repaired, the strength will be greatly weakened, at least one level, and Vastards will be the weakened Achukas. Such a vicious method shows the viciousness of Nudra's heart. Clang. Instead of the crisp and pleasant sound of smashing the mask, there was a sound of metal collision, and Nudra, who had a smug smile, suddenly solidified, because there was one in front of Nellie L, which was not the most annoying to Noe. Tara was surprised. What surprised him the most was that the man in front of him, dressed in a peculiar costume, who looked like a god of death, actually used a finger to hold his double crescent sickle. He knew that even the same level of Shu would not dare to use his own body to resist Nuo. Itra's weapon, and the gods of death are known for being weaker than the flesh. How could it not be that Nudra was surprised and surprised? Let me tell you, you, a kind and stupid woman, should talk about this phantom in front of you, that kindness to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. If you had killed this ill-intentioned person early in the morning, your official would not have ended up like this, so the one who killed your official was not him, but yourself, who obviously had the power to defend yourself, but it would have ended up like this in the end. It is self-inflicted and cannot live. The person who came was Lu Chengkong. He had just arrived and saw such a classic scene. Although he disdains Nellie's kindness and stupidity, he still admires and likes her. In a world like the virtual circle, it would actually appear. It's a miracle that she is kinder than Hannibal, and this kind of emptiness can actually grow to Vastode. I have to say that her aptitude is extremely high, otherwise, with such a kind character of hers, she will definitely not devour the virtual, but she can still grow up to Vastode. Can it make people not admire? It's me. I'm the one who killed them. Yes, it's all my fault. After all, Nellie L is the 30th blade, and it's the genuine Vastord, Apollo's new device. It can only make Nellie L lose her mind for a moment. He recovered in a few seconds, saw this strange man save him, listened to the words in his ear, and recalled the past, only to realize that what this man said was right. The person who harmed his official was not someone else, it was herself. 434 Nellie L's terrifying. I'll solve my own problems myself, I just want to see you pleasing to the eye and save you. Lu Chengkong patted it gently, and a soft force sent Nellie L out, and the spiritual pressure burst out suddenly, directly killing the sneaky samurai. The new device set up by Apollo was destroyed, and he hated this kind of person the most. You take me to the place where the 10 blades of Zai Palace gather, otherwise you will have no value in existence. Lu Chengkong was not polite at all. He could only use his fists to beat them and show a strong side. Only then could they be obediently listening to their faces, just like the resentful Tsar Apollo, who could only obey Lu Chengkong's words obediently. After you've done what you're going to do, come and find me at the place where the 10 blades of Zai Palace gather. Although Lu Chengkong's words to Nelly Lu were not too serious, and even thought it very casually, there was an air of sympathy. Undoubtedly, the irresistible taste is here. After speaking, I ignored Nelly and Nutra, and rode directly to Echuca's. Not long ago, I had never been in contact with Reaper at all, and even Grimjow, who was even a pseudo-Reaper, followed Sal Apollo. Left. It is worth mentioning that there is still a gap in strength between the same Echucas. In addition to the accumulation of spiritual power, the more important thing is whether this Echucas has evolved into a god of death. Pseudo-shattering, take Nutra in front of him as an example. He is just Echucas, but his strength is definitely much stronger than Grimjow, who is also Echucas now, because he is already a member of the 10 Blades. Certainly better than Grimjow, who had just stepped into Echucas and didn't have a false death. After all, Grimjow is only an early Echucas now, while Nutra is the pinnacle of Echucas. Although no matter how many Nile he devoured in this life, he may never have a chance to step into Vastord, but only the gap between the peak of Echucas and the early days of Echucas is like a gulf, not to mention the power of a pseudo-death deification. Is it not possible to do my own sins? This sentence is really apt to describe the previous me. Kindness is my nature, but excessive kindness becomes stupid, and this kindness is even more of a charity to the enemy. Insult, will this only bring disaster to myself? Peishui, Donchaka, it's my fault. I'm sorry for you. The mistakes I made will be borne by me. Nelly slowly raised her head and picked up the soul-chopping blade on the ground. The golden-green pupils shrank for a while, and a faint murderous aura emanated from it, making Nutra excited and her scalp numb. That's right, he has always longed for Nelly L to seriously fight him with all his strength, but at the same time he understands the gap between himself and Nelly L. Maybe he is a typical scumbag, knowing that Nelly L does not. If you can kill him, you will gain an inch. In short, if you give him 3 points, you will have to get shy. What's wrong? Have you summoned the courage to kill me now? Are you finally willing to fight me seriously? With the idea of killing me, either you will die or I will die, then come on. After all, Nutra is an out-and-out fighting maniac. In fact, he also has a shadow on Nelly Alu in his heart. If he does not overcome this shadow, his strength will not improve much in his life, otherwise he will not. Will do everything possible to get rid of Nelly, even with a conspiracy. But at the same time, he also knows that if he uses conspiracy and tricks, the psychological shadow will still be there, so he only let Nelly L go in the original book, and also said that the next time he meets, he will reach a point where Nelly L's sword cannot the height he reached. He just wanted to make Nelly Alu's strength not only not advance an inch, but regress. But he is making progress. When the time comes, the winner will be divided on the battlefield. Even if his psychological shadow cannot disappear after beheading Nelly, he will no longer be afraid of Nelly. It can even be said that he does not need to be as before. Using conspiracy and tricks, although this method is more vicious and the effect is not as useful as an upright battle, it is the only feasible method for Nutra. It's a pity that it was destroyed by Lu Chengkong now, and it also allowed Nelly Lu to escape the catastrophe and at the same time have undergone an amazing transformation. Now Nelly Lu is a qualified Vastord, no longer empty. There is a powerful force but it cannot be used to the extreme. Wang Shu's flash. Nelly Lu raised the soul-killing knife in her hand and pointed at Nutra. If she didn't make a move, it was a thunderbolt. Compared with Nelly who regained her memory after the original novel was killed, Ai Lu is even more cruel, but I have to say that this kind of Nelly Ai Lu is the most perfect. Her kindness and kindness are only reserved for her own people, and she is only cruel and cruel to the enemy. The tip of the soul-chopping sword instantly condenses a golden pink sphere with jagged light, and the pink phantom and phantom twinkle used by Nellie L in the original work are obviously more advanced Wang Shu's flash, and the power is amazing. The air in the vicinity of the passage was all twisted without exception, and at the same time, the speed was much faster than that of the other 10 blades and Wang Shu's flash, only under the virtual bullet. And Nellie L's Wang Shu's flash with an unstoppable, and defiant will. Maybe this is because Nellie L is a knight after returning home. Knights charge at an amazing speed, with an indomitable will. Unstoppable, the momentum of the contempt, and the flash of Wang Shu of Nellie Lu has brought this momentum to the extreme. Nutra, who was originally very excited that Nellie L would seriously fight with her, was horrified to find that she was so different from Nellie L, who had shot with all her strength and still did not return to the blade. Wang Shu, the momentum and pressure from the flash of light made him unable to dodge, and he couldn't even move his feet. The speed was fast and the pressure was great. This is the glitter of Nellie L's Wang Shu, isn't it? Isn't this woman kind and stupid? How could she use this kind of power? Is this her real power? Belegan Ruzin opened her eyes for help, and a flash of shock flashed past him. This Vastord, who is ranked below him, is actually so powerful. It seems that she has never shown her because of her kindness. The strength of her, but what happened today? Her temper is very clear to the Belegan Ruzin gang. If it hadn't touched her bottom line, she would have been dismissed by Isho. Nailu, what's the matter with you? A beautiful woman with brown skin, green eyes, blonde hair, a hot body and a high-necked half-covered face suddenly opened her eyes. She was the one in the original book instead Nellie L's Hallible, but she didn't have a number on her at this time, so she was obviously not one of the 10 blades. 435 The Fury of Balagan. This is not to say that her strength is not good, but that she was rescued by Nellie Lu. She has achieved today's achievements, and Nellie Lu's kindness makes her very uneasy, so she has been following beside Nellie L, hide her strength and secretly protect Nellie L. Until Nellie L was attacked, she kept seeing Nutra unhappy and always confronted her. It was only after Nellie L was exposed that she stood up and made the 30th blade. It was when Nellie exposed something. Nutra wanted to cut the weeds and kill Hallible, so Hallible had to reveal his strength. It was at that time that the people in the Void Knight Palace discovered that the woman who had been staying by Nellie L's side had such a powerful force, but it's a pity that Hallible originally wanted to kill Nutra to avenge Nellie L, but thanks to her. However, Legang stopped her, saying that Nutra was a virtual circle with 10 blades that could not be killed, and at the same time promised her to be the 30th blade. Knowing that he was not the opponent of Balagang at that time, even if he tried his best, he might not be able to take revenge, and he was weak. In despair, he left the Zai Palace directly, and while he became stronger, he searched for Nellie Lu. Was later found by Aizen, and using Bengyu to break the face to become stronger gave her the power of revenge, promised her revenge, and at the same time agreed to Aizen to be the 30th blade. It's a pity that Aizen deceived her in the end, and did not let her take revenge at all, but stopped her like Balagang, but refused to let Hallible find a chance to attack with various reasons, and that at that time, she had no room for refusal, because she had been completely hypnotized by Aizen's Kyoka Suzuki. Even if she is not completely hypnotized, she is simply not strong enough. How can she defeat Aizen who is stronger than Balagang? So she knows that in addition to hiding all the anger and dissatisfaction in her heart, she pretends to be as surrendered as before. There is no way other than that. If Aizen knew that she was dissatisfied, looked for an opportunity to betray, and killed Nutra, Aizen's character that did not allow anyone to provoke Her Majesty would definitely kill Haribel. In order to keep the usefulness of Haribel, who avenged Nellie L, she could only do this all the time. It's a pity that Aizen got through it later, and suddenly slashed her into serious injuries during the World War, so Aizen's reason for attacking Hallible at that time was definitely not that Hallible was not qualified on the surface. The same Haribel, if she was so loyal to Aizen on the surface, would be as loyal as Ulquiorra. She would not attack Aizen angrily, but would be sad, desperate, unable to believe that Aizen would attack herself because she knew that Aizen saw through her and discovered her own thoughts. She was not angry at Aizen's shot, but at her own incompetence. She could not avenge Nellie L from beginning to end, but might be killed in the end, so she angrily used her last strength before falling. Hit the blue die. This Reiatsu is Nutra. Could it be that that guy did something that made Nellie L very angry? Otherwise Nellie L wouldn't be so angry. Harabelle's face became very gloomy in an instant. It was not the first time that she persuaded Nellie L to kill this unknowing Nutra, but Nellie L refused without exception. Even she many times I tried to help Nellie L get rid of Nutra, but they were also stopped by Nellie L, and it was finally settled. With this idea in mind, Harabelle wanted to turn and rush in the direction of Nellie L. This time, she had decided that no matter how Nellie L stopped her, even if Nellie L didn't like her, she was going to kill Nutra. There are more things that you can't think of. Just when the Balagang Luyisan gang was estimating the strength of Nellie Alu, the voice suddenly sounded in the quiet void night palace, which seemed very different. The face of Ruzan gang in Balagang changed. What he hated most was being interrupted when he was thinking. You must know that Aizen has not come to Zai Palace yet, and Stark above him has not interested in anything. Therefore, the Zai Palace is under his absolute rule, and now there are people who dare to disturb him. For a while, the Balagang Ruzan gang has murderous intentions for daring to interrupt his life. He is not happy that he is interrupted by others. The biggest reason is that some people dare to despise their own majesty. Of course it's me. Lu Changkong sat on Grimjiao's body without any intention of coming down, looking at the Balagan Ruzan gang in front of him with an inscrutable expression. Are you, the god of death? The face of the Ruzan gang of Balagan sank, and he realized that the person in front of him didn't have the slightest aura, but instead had the breath of the god of death that he hated the most. Surprised, this is the Zai Palace. Although it is not said that it is the most powerful virtual in the virtual circle, there are at least 4 to 5 large virtuals at the Vastord level. Under such circumstances, a god of death can actually come to himself without being hurt by everyone. In front of him, even if he didn't speak, he wouldn't be able to perceive his existence. The Ruzan gang in Balagang had already given Lu Chengkong an evaluation, and his strength was definitely not simple. As death surprised, I heard that you are the king of the Phantom Circle, but I don't think your strength is very good. The Phantom Circle is so big, it can be said to be a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. It's kind and stupid, but you are arrogant and stupid. Haha, it's no wonder that Stark, who is stronger than you, doesn't go to rob you. You are still so arrogant. It is not stupid, it is a virtual circle. There is no way to become a king except strong strength. There is a virtual existence stronger than you in the virtual night palace. You are too embarrassed to say that you are the king. It's justifiable to order others. What, are you not stupid? Lu Chengkong looked at the so-called king of the virtual circle in front of him with disdain. In fact, he was just an arrogant idiot old man. No wonder the original Aizen didn't take him seriously at all, a typical super self-righteous idiot. You, the god of death, dare to speak to this old man like this, you must die. The Balagan Ruzan gang roared angrily. Obviously, Lu Chengkong's words touched a scar in his heart that he never wanted to admit. Star Kobe is indeed strong. It's a fact, but no one dared to bring it up in front of the Balagang Ruzan gang, and this death god not only brought it up, but looked at him with disdain and made him very angry. Oh, it's just you, Lu Chengkong said sarcastically, doing it safely, as if the Balagang Ruzan gang didn't even have the qualifications to face him or stand up. The breath of death. Balagan Ruzan waved his hand, and the smoke-like death breath emitting the breath of death rushed towards Lu Chengkong. Grimjiao, who felt the danger, changed his eyes, instinctively. He was about to dodge, but at the same time he was thinking of Lu Chengkong, who had been sitting on his body with an expressionless face. And that look is enough to make him taste what fear is, and his whole body relaxes instantly. It can be said that he acts as a bystander to see how much strength this so-called king in the virtual circle can make his boss and director show. It's boring. Lu Chengkong still didn't pull out the Shuiyan crazy saber. He stretched out a finger filled with ice blue spiritual energy and lightly tapped, and the invisible momentum swept away in all directions like a wave. Chu let all the breath of death that was close to him was blown away. Impossible. Aging is the most powerful force among the 10 forms of death. Anything can decay, how can it be blown away? The face of the Balagang Ruzan gang changed greatly, and he exclaimed, not to mention that even if Stark, who has always maintained a helpless look, and Stark of Ulkir Axifer sitting on the side, still sit on the side. Ulkir Lasifa also suddenly opened his eyes and looked solemnly at this god of death who dared to approach the Zai palace alone. Sure enough, there are no 3 or 3, how dare he go to Lengshan? The god of death who dared to come in so swaggeringly is really not easy. This can only show that you are ignorant, arrogant and stupid. Isn't that what I said about you just now? Don't say that you are a god of death, there are a lot of imaginary ones that are only stronger, but it's a pity that you don't think much of your own stupidity. That's it. Lu Chengkong sighed, as if he felt that he had sullied himself again when he attacked the Ruzan gang in Balagang. 436 Kneeling in Balagang. You bastard, how dare you speak to the emperor like this, rotten. The Skull Emperor. While the Balagang Ruzan gang was angry, they also knew that they had encountered an extremely powerful opponent, and they dared to hold back. At this time, although it has not yet completed the death of Bengyu. But as the king of the virtual circle in name, the ruler of the virtual night palace, how could he not master the pseudo-death god? Terra can also return to the blade. After returning to the blade, he turned into a skull with a crown, black leather and black robe. He had the aura of a king. The already powerful aging power was even stronger, and his own strength had increased a lot compared to before. It's really amazing to actually force the Balagang Ruzan gang to return to the sword. Stark can be said to be the first time to show this kind of spirit. Looking at Lu Chengkong, who is calm and relaxed, he knows that this battle will be worshipped. The Legan Ruzan gang was defeated, it should be said that it was defeated from the beginning. The Axe of Death. The Balagang Ruzan gang pulled the chains and controlled the huge axe to chop at Lu Chengkong. It was as frightening as a guillotine. At the same time, it also released an aura of death that was several times stronger than before. He didn't believe that Lu Chengkong dared to stand still as before. Hey, red apricots in the snow. Lu Chengkong suddenly pulled out the snow-drinking crazy saber with his right hand, and sent it out from an unpredictable angle from the Balagang Ruzan gang. Like a sneak attack, it is clearly standing in front of you, but it can still achieve the goal of sneak attacking you. The ice-blue ice blade suddenly appeared, exuding an icy aura that penetrated the hearts of the people, directly destroying Baylor with the trend of destroying the dead. The axe of death of the Gang Luzan gang was smashed, and at the same time, the breath of death was divided into 2 parts without any pause, and the remaining power was directly on the body of the Balagang Luzan gang, and his whole body was smashed into the air. When he went out, half of his body was covered with cold frost. You are only worthy of my sword, but I have more fun to deal with you. Lu Chengkong did not continue to attack like the others imagined, but took back the Shuiyan Quangdao and looked at Balagang with playful eyes. Roizan gang. Poor baby, another Vane who has tried this kind of taste. Grimjiao immediately understood Lu Chengkong's thoughts, closed his eyes and lowered his head a little reluctantly. Magic eye. Lu Chengkong's eyes changed, revealing a frightening demon eye, staring directly at the Balagang Ruzan gang, as if he could see through him directly and look directly into his heart. What kind of eyes are these? It's really scary. Stark, who was a bystander, and Ulkir Lasifa, who was looking for the meaning of the heart, were all horrified to find that the fear in their hearts that had not appeared in their hearts for many years. It appeared once. Obviously several of them are not afraid of death, not afraid, not afraid. But seeing Lu Chengkong's magic eye, he couldn't help but feel a little panic in his heart. But Ulkior Asifer, Stark's strength was originally Vastord, and he was deified by pseudo-death, and they were not. It was specially watched by Lu Chengkong, so it was able to suppress and control the fear in their hearts, but the Balagang Ruzan gang, who was being watched directly, was a little bit uncontrollable, and this trend was getting worse and worse. Hee, the little skull is trembling with fright. Ba Chinliu was giggling, and only she could maintain an innocent smile on any occasion. Damn, don't tremble, I am the Great Skull Emperor, the Supreme Being, how could he be frightened by a pair of eyes? The Rusin gang of Balagang kept yelling in his heart, but he found that he had gradually lost control over his body. Although his strength far surpassed Grimjow, Lu Chengkong was looking at him seriously at this time, suppressing him. His, not just casual glances like Grimjow's. And it's pretty good that the Balagan Rusin gang can resist for so long. You must know that the pertinence of the magic eye is very strong. If Ulquioricifer and Stark have a dull mentality, they do not have much desire for power and the like, and they maintain their original intentions. Would be so unbearable with the Balagang Rusin gang. Snapped. The main hall of Zai Palace was quiet. Except for Grimjow and Lu Chengkong Bachenliu, who had experienced this kind of taste for a long time, they were not surprised at all. Everyone else's eyes widened. Is this still the arrogant Rusin gang at Balagan? He actually knelt down to a god of death. What's the matter? Oh my god, what happened to Balagang Rusin helping him? Halibal and Nelia Lu, who had just come in, saw the scene of Balagan Rusin helping him kneel, and immediately she couldn't help covering her cherry lips with her jade hand, and she looked even more beautiful and charming in surprise. This god of death really isn't easy. Nelieru looked deeply at Lu Chengkong's back, recalling that she had stayed in his arms before and her pretty face had too blushing abruptly. Fortunately, everyone's attention was attracted by the kneeling of Balagang Rusin at this time, and no one noticed Neliel's strangeness, so Neliel was also relieved, but she's still like a thief. He glanced around quietly, making sure that he didn't really relax until he didn't look at himself. Haha, the king of the virtual circle, the ruler of the virtual night palace is not going to crawl at the feet of this uncle. Grimjow smiled smugly, although he knew that the Balagan Rusin gang did not attack him. Kneeling, but the direction that Balagang Rusin helped to kneel is still facing him, so that he can let a pseudo-death deified Vastord kneel just as he has just stepped into the realm of Achukas. Even Grimjow was proud of such an honor. Isn't the virtual circle saying that surrendering to the strong is not a shameful thing? The gap between you and me is so big that it is not shameful to surrender to me. Or is it that you have been deceiving yourself and comforting yourself that you are the strongest? In order to let you thoroughly feel the strength of the people around you. I'm not afraid to tell you honestly, although you are currently ranked second in the 10 blades, it does not mean that your strength is ranked second. At least there are a few strengths in Zai Palace that are not inferior to you at all. Lu Chengkong knew that in order to fully recapture the arrogant old man of the Rusin gang in Balagang, he had to fully understand that he was nothing more than a roadside guy and had nothing to show off. Haha, god of death, I now admit that you are stronger than me, and I am not your opponent, but you think you can insult the Balagan Rusin gang. Do you think there are people here besides Stark? Don't you lose to me. Who, you say? As if they heard the biggest joke of the century, the Balagang Rusin gang laughed sarcastically, and even their trembling bodies recovered. It's really stupid to say that you are stupid. You don't know there are so many powerful virtuals around you, and you don't even know when you get along day and night. Well, in order to make you completely give up all your last flukes, I'll tell you. The strength of the fake face with tears is not as strong as you. Why don't you believe it? Maybe you know, he is unique among your 10 blades, because he is different from you. A normal fake face or a broken face there is only one return to the blade, but he has two. 437 Starks follow. Ulquior Lassifa's face changed slightly, his pupils shrank as he looked at Lu Chengkong, his heart was overturned. The Shinigami who didn't know the first time they met said it. Really? Balagang Rusin's face became even more ugly. He knew what Ulquioricifa was like, and from his slightly changed face, he could guess that what Lu Chengkong said was right. And the 30th blade Neliel, don't you believe it? Well, if it was the Neliel before today, she would definitely not be an opponent. Her stupid kindness made her unable to exert her own strength to the fullest. Extreme, but you didn't notice the changes around her. Her mentality has changed today. After breaking through from Achukas to Vastad, it is useless to simply devour the void. What really makes a breakthrough in strength is the change of mentality and the improvement of realm. Nelialu's mentality has changed, her mentality has also been broken through, and the same strength has also been sublimated. Lu Chengkong pointed at Bai Nili Ai Lu, but probably because of Lu Chengkong's stupid discussion in front of so many falsehoods, Nearly I Lu's face flushed. Lu Chengkong didn't say anything, but when he said that, a lot of false attention was focused on Neliel. When they came in just now, they felt that something had changed in Neliel. Inexplicable, now that Lu Chengkong's point was broken, they suddenly understood again. Except for Stark, the others looked at Nellie with envious eyes. Obviously, they also knew that breakthroughs in mentality and realm were rare in a century. Way to meet once. Ulquioricifer can remain undefeated against you after returning to the sword for the second time. Although he cannot defeat you, if he is of the same strength as you, you will undoubtedly lose if he returns for the second time. Nellie is better than you, so you should change the number of your 10 blades. In the same way, there is another phantom that is stronger than Ulquioricifer. At least it can drink Nelielu when her mentality has not changed and her realm has not improved. Almost the same. Lu Chengkong turned his head to look at Hannibal beside Nellie. This woman is not simple at all. What? Nellielu's subordinates have such power. Shuji, who was present, felt that his head was not enough. Today, he found out that the small Shuyi palace is so crouching tiger and hiding dragon. In their opinion, Hannibal it's Nellie's official. Do you still need to hide yourself? The former Nellie Eru made you feel uneasy, now you should feel relieved. Lu Chengkong glanced at the still expressionless Haribel and said softly, completely penetrating her inner thoughts. You know a lot. Hannibal was not too surprised that Lu Chengkong could see through his hidden strength. After all, how could someone who could make Belegan Ruzin help Neil be unable to see through his hidden strength? Nelielu, what about Nutra? You killed him? Lu Chengkong suddenly asked. No, he forcibly took off the mask of my officials and didn't kill them, so in the same way, I didn't kill him, but just took off his mask. Neliel stroked the hair that fell from her forehead, and said in an indifferent tone, making many of the virtual shutters in the room, for a fake face, taking off his mask would kill him. It was still painful for him, especially the unscrupulous fighting maniac like Nutra. At this moment, they began to face up to this stupid female pseudo-face with powerful strength and no longer kindness. Can you tell me the purpose of your coming here? Stark, who had not spoken, suddenly stood up and asked. There is no purpose or no purpose, that is, come here to see the strength of the virtual night palace, and at the same time see what is special about the virtual circle, but you guys seems to have made the same mistake as the previous Nelielu. If your mentality changes, your strength will be even better, otherwise, do you continue to maintain this? You always seem to be not very interested in external things, you are always merciful when fighting, then you will die one day, and since you are so lonely, why don't you look for your friends, so that you can't no matter how lonely a friend is, create one if you can't find it, and cultivate one if you can't create it. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, he casually pinched the one that wasn't a 10-blade, but had a strong murderous aura. From time to time, there was a hint of hardness in his eyes, and he turned around and left, without the slightest nostalgia. Obviously Lu Chengkong didn't lie. He really came here to see the Void Circle and Void Night Palace. It's a pity that he didn't see that it didn't appear in the original book, but in reality it was hidden somewhere in the Void Circle beyond Bastards. Without passing through the foreign objects such as Benyu, relying solely on his own perception and efforts, the talent is completely and truly broken. Wait. Stark was stunned when he heard the words. He thought for a while and seemed to understand something, but he still didn't seem to understand, but when he saw Lu Chengkong's figure about to leave, he immediately stopped him. What's wrong? Lu Chengkong just said something casually, remembering what happened to Stark in the original book. He never thought that Stark would listen to him, so he really planned to leave. After all, he has done everything he has to do. He has accomplished a lot of things that he never planned to do, and he has nothing to linger on. In addition, it is not too short of time for him to come out, so it is time to go back. Look at the two women who have been waiting for him. Aren't you afraid of being punished by Saraite by taking an Achukas with you? Stark said. Sarote. Haha, do they have the strength to punish me in a place that only knows how to compete for power? By the way, I have good news for you. Sarote defected a lot of captains and vice-captains a few days ago, among them the old man Yamamoto. The commander-in-chief hunted me down himself. But I haven't left me in a hurry. There are people who can keep me in this world, but it's definitely not the strongest death god Captain Yamamoto in the Soul Society. Do you have anything else to ask? Lu Chengkong replied. So that's the case, so you should also be a traitor of the soul world. No wonder the sky is not afraid of the earth. A god of death dares to create a virtual circle and come to the virtual night palace. In that case, do you dare to bring me a tile? Isn't it a shame to have Stod's fake face with you? Stark suddenly threw out a sentence that shocked everyone. Isn't it? No matter what, Stark is currently the first brother in name of the 10 Blades, and he would leave with a death god. They feel that their heads are a bit insufficient. A god of death and an imaginary one. What kind of combination is this? 438 Hannibal, Nilu follow. Give me a reason. After all, Lu Chengkong is not an omniscient and almighty god, nor is he a supreme saint. All saints are ants. It is impossible for him to know everything in one calculation. Guessed from the original book and his own real experience, this time he was really interested in why Stark said such a thing. It's very simple. Maybe I can't find a solution to loneliness in you, or it can make me no longer lonely. This is my intuition. Stark is still a fake face at this time, and has not completely broken face, so Lynette has not been with her yet. The reason why he is so loyal to Aizen is because Aizen used Bengyu to completely break her face. The existence of Lynette allowed him to find sustenance from loneliness. Of course, it was just a sustenance. After all, Lynette was formed by his power. Indeed, Stark's Reiatsu is really powerful and his strength is extraordinary, not to mention the fact that he didn't fight with all his strength until the moment he died in the original book. He always had room for him, and he was very aggressive against the enemy's subordinates. Be merciful, just like the previous Nellie L. Such a lonely person is indeed pitiful, and he is also the type of person who will be the least betrayal. After thinking about it, Lu Chengkong quickly made a decision, and immediately said to Stark, "Don't worry, even if you become stronger, you don't need to suppress your strength. Let go of all the shackles of your mind, a true friend won't care. Your strength is strong or weak. If you want to become a weak person, and only become friends with you, then you don't need such a friend." Quote. I think I understand what you mean. The brain didn't turn around, and now it was pointed out by Lu Chengkong, and he realized it in a blink of an eye. At the same time, the spiritual pressure that he had been suppressing suddenly surged. Balagang Ruzen Gang. Is this Stark's true strength? Or did he feel the same as Nellie L, and his realm has improved? The Balagan Ruzen Gang looked at Stark in horror, and for a moment felt in their hearts. It can be said to be chaotic. It turns out that every fake face, whether it's Vastador or Achuka's, as long as it's a fake face, there is a reason for their existence or a symbol, and this symbol is also theirs. Strength, character of the mind, symbol. Stark is lonely, Hannibal is a sacrifice, just like before, silently guarding behind Nellie L and sacrificing herself, for this is also at the expense of herself. As long as she can help Nellie L, she can even sacrifice herself and Nellie. The feelings between Liel, everything was sacrificed only for Nellie. Nellie Lu is a guardian, like a knight, she would not fight for no reason in the past, and will only silently protect those who she thinks are worth protecting, or it can be said that she died for the sake of protection. In addition to having enough spiritual power, Chukas needs to understand the symbol of his own strength and soul. At the same time, if the symbol of this power is exerted to the extreme, then he will reach Vastord. As for Stark and Nellie Alluri, both of them are already Vastord. To go further, they must change their mentality and improve their original state of mind. The same is to see through the symbol of their own strength and no longer be affected by their own strength. Get out of the shackles of a symbol of power, and take control of your own symbol of power. Just like the current Stark and Nellie L, one no longer fights for loneliness, but controls loneliness. If you want to be lonely, you will be lonely. If you want to be lonely, you will not be lonely. The other is the same at the same time. Guarding is not guarding, and will no longer be constrained by your own power and spiritual symbols, and you will be in complete control of your own power and spiritual symbols. After Lu Chengkong had such an idea, he immediately looked at Nellie and Stark. The three of them looked at Isho. Obviously, the three of them had the same idea. Click. As Nellie L., Stark, Lu Chengkong and others looked at Isho, the masks of Nellie L. and Stark dropped at least half, and the remaining half of the masks started to happen. Change, and slowly changed back to the original mask shape. It's just that it has shrunk by at least half compared to the previous mask. The skull mask that Nellielu originally wore on her head to cover the top of her head and most of her hair has shrunk by half, revealing most of her hair. It looks more beautiful, and at the same time, the rose-red sunburn makeup logo has also faded a lot. Obviously, the two of them are getting closer and closer to the end of the completely broken face. Don't underestimate such a change. You must know that although the 10 blades of the original book are completely broken, but it is just a forced transformation into a complete death myth with the blessing of Bengyu's external force. People comprehend by their own talents are very far apart, at least two great imaginaries with similar strengths. One is completely broken with the help of Bengyu, and the other is completely deathly transformed by own comprehension. The phantom power that I comprehend is definitely at least 3 times stronger than the phantom that Bengyu helped to forcefully transform. As for whether it can be stronger or not, it all depends on the phantom talent, such as Stark, Nellie, and Helly. Bell, who has reached Vastord by his own efforts and talent, is definitely the top talent, so if they are finally completely dead, the improvement will be the greatest. It's a pity that Hannibal and Stark in the original book were used by Aizen using Bengyu, but now they can't. With Lu Chengkong's interference, how would they destroy their potential and growth qualifications for Bengyu? It's 8, the princes of the virtual circle. Lu Chengkong waved his hand, followed by Stark, Nellie L., Harabel, and their respective officials. That's right, there are 2 more daughters of them. Don't misunderstanding. Lu Chengkong's charm is not so great. Nellie Lu is grateful to Lu Chengkong for saving her life. At the same time, she has made herself understand so much, and made herself change so much. At the same time, she also has a circle of life in her eyes, and she has a good impression of Lu Chengkong, and she can see that Lu Chengkong is useless to the god of death and the virtual. The hatred and disgust in the eyes of ordinary people, plus she knew that Lu Chengkong was not the god of death in the soul realm. Then the only place to go is in the present world. Since Stark can follow him, why can't she be deterred? If she leaves, then of course her subordinates will keep up with them. It's just that the strength of their masks removed at this time can't keep up, right? Looking for death. And Harabel also dislikes the life in the virtual circle like Nellie L., and at the same time she is still a little worried about Nellie L. Of course, there are reasons why she doesn't want to be separated from Nellie L., and she also has a little bit towards Lu Chengkong. Curious, she is also curious about life in this world, so she followed suit. As for her subordinate officials, although they are subordinate officials in name, in fact they are treated as sisters. Wherever Hannibal goes, they will of course follow, so Lu Chengkong and others, who originally only had 2 people to come to the virtual circle, are now changed. Go back as a group. 439 Nilu's amazing talent. Haha, it will be more and more exciting in the future. 10 Blades has left 2 of them and their subordinates because of their own, while Nellielu did not suffer the catastrophe of the original book. Instead, she saw through her own shortcomings, and her mood improved. The transformation went further, and the strength not only did not go backwards like the original, but became much more powerful, and the same was true for Stark. Aizen, I'm so sorry for you, I accidentally abducted so much power of the Zai Palace, hey. I don't want to either, but seeing your original work is so pretentious, if I don't feel sorry for you, I will really feel sorry for myself, and there are 2 more virtual circles. There are very few beautiful women with such high strength and aptitude at the same time, but I can't ask for it. What? Lu Chengkong still maintained a flat smile on the surface, but his heart was full of joy. You bastard, Lu Chengkong, I remember you. my Skull Emperor must kill you and smash your bones to ashes in order to relieve the hatred in my heart. You wait for me, I must become stronger. To become the real king of the virtual circle, I cannot surpass the Vastord level in a short period of time, so I can only start with the death of the gods. I must complete the death of the gods, not be a fake face, at all costs. You wait for me. After Lu Chengkong and his party completely disappeared from the sight of the great Skull Emperor Balagang Ruzengang, the Balagang Ruzengang slowly stood up, exuding a palpitating aura, and their eyes flickered. With an extremely dangerous and sinister light, his subordinate officials and the nearby 10 blades in the lower ranks did not dare to approach. At the same time, in the desert not far from the Zai Palace, a man with blood on his face and wounds all over his body, like a praying mantis, suddenly opened a pair of eyes that were similar to those of the Balagang Ruzengang. That's right, this dummy is Nutra, who was retaliated by Nelly Alu to avenge his own official, and whose mask was torn off. Nelly L, you wait for me. Nutra dared not speak out, because he knew that the virtual circle was dangerous, especially at this time, and his strength was greatly weakened, and it became a falsehood that is no longer false. Broken face, I have to say, it's really a reward for a reward. Karma is not happy at all. In the original book, he shattered Nelly L's mask, causing Nelly L to lose her memory and become a kid. Even if her memory was finally retrieved, her strength would be greatly weakened, and at the same time, it took more than 100 years of time to become stronger. And now he is suffering the same feeling as the original Nelly L, and it is worse than Nelly L. At least Nelly Alu has amnesia, she is innocent and cute and can't remember anything, and she has 2 officials who silently guard her. She has a good time, but for him, an unscrupulous fighter, this kind of ending is really better than death. Even worse. Where should I go now? It's been at least 100 years since the beginning of the original book. By the way, I'll say that the buildings in the world at this time are a bit similar to the place where the female Bawant Soma Yoshino lived. At that time the buildings should be almost eliminated, so she should meet Carrier God at this time. No, I'll be ahead of him. Such a good woman can never be used to make blood essence made of human souls, and eat tools that won't age, so hurry up, absolutely can't let her be deceived. Even if it is Lu Chengkong's special piercing gate that passes through Urahara Kazuki, it is only useful if it is within a 20-meter radius of the place where it came in. Otherwise, it will not be possible to go back. Grimjiao, speed up, there are countless powerful gods of death on my side, and there are also many gods of death who have mastered the blur. And you, no matter what, at least you are by my side, then it is also responsible for you, and now there are 2 paths for you to choose. I know a Grim Reaper. He has an item that can completely transform and empty a Grim Reaper without the slightest side effects. If you want, I can make you completely undead. The second option is to comprehend the complete face breaking alone. To transform, to reach the peak of Vastord, to break through Vastord to achieve a complete death transformation that best fits the symbol of your own power and soul, you choose. Lu Chengkong is good to the people around him, especially women. Of course, the premise is that they have no sinister intentions. They are good to them, and they will not ruin their future for the sake of making them stronger in a short time. And put 2 paths in front of them, allowing them to choose freely. What do you mean is that although the death deification completed with the props does not have any side effects, the ability obtained is different from your own strength and spiritual symbol? Then it should be the most powerful one, right? He said. Libel asked. That's right, they're all Vastods. With similar strengths, the phantom of a prop that helps to transform into a god of death is at least 3 times weaker than the one who comprehends the strength of the god of death best. How many times more powerful than those who rely on props to be deified depends on the individual's good fortune and aptitude. At least the ones I can be sure of now are Stark, Harabel, and the desire to devour Achukas, who has never been able to control himself, has never devoured any emptiness, and can reach Vastord. And you are getting closer and closer to the complete death of Nelly Alu. I can already confirm that your aptitude within 3 days is definitely at the top level, and the improvement you will get after complete death will also belong to the greatest. Lu Chengkong nodded and explained a little. So that's the case, so who has the highest aptitude among the three? Lord Hannibal, Lord Stark, and Lord Nelly. A subordinate of Hannibal called Sun Sun asked curiously. There is no need for Lu Chengkong to say this now. Stark and Haribel, and even Grimjow, who has just reached Achukas, looked at Neliel. Obviously, they all felt that Neliel should be the most qualified. Yes, although they are all top-notch, they can still distinguish between highs and lows. Of course, they all belong to the top-notch. If you can survive without any accident, then the future strength will not be too different. At most, Nelielu is stronger. Of course, no matter what is false, the qualification is poor or good, the final level can be achieved, the strength is strong and the qualification is not the decision. As for everything, aptitude is the speed and limit of improvement. According to the theory, the higher the aptitude, the better. The actual situation still depends on the individual's chance, fortune and achievements. It's just that if you directly guess and look at it, of course, the aptitude and talent of Nelielu, who has never devoured void, is the best. It is completely based on her own talent to comprehend the deficiency caused by not swallowing void and improving spiritual power. Yes, under such circumstances, Neliel can still reach such a height. If Neliel is devouring the void, it will be really incredible in the future. 440 The Rules of 8,000 Streams. At least Stark, Grimjow, and Haribel didn't dare to be under others, but they all wrote a word or two in their hearts when facing Nelier, asking them to join Nelier. If Lu didn't swallow Shu like that, they wouldn't dare to say that they could reach this point. At the speed of Lu Chengkong and his party, they were on the road at full speed, plus 3 Vastord levels, all of which were already pseudo-cracked and approached to be completely broken. The spiritual pressure released by Lu Chengkong and his party never met. He was able to travel at full speed after any attack, so when he went, Lu Chengkong took a week to get to Zai Palace, but it took only 3 days to return to the place where he used the crossing gate. It's here, wait a moment, the door to the realm will open. Lu Chengkong took out something similar to a remote control, tapped it, and placed it on the ground. Soon a black hole appeared in the air in front of him, similar to the opening of a black cavity. Lu Chengkong beckoned to the group behind him, and then rushed in first, and immediately behind Hannibal and others jumped in as well. Soon Lu Chengkong and the others crossed the boundary and came to the basement of Kazuki Urahara's broken shop. Come with me. Lu Chengkong returned to the ground with Nelly Lu and his party behind him. Kazuki Urahara appeared in a timely manner, and Lu Chengkong did not forget what he promised Kazuki Urahara before, and directly broke a fake face. Throwing it over, even the kindest Nelielu couldn't help but want to give him a knife to this ugly face that everyone hates in the Xingye Palace, and of course he wouldn't have the slightest dissatisfaction with what Lu Chengkong did. Hey, is this a fake face? It seems that the virtual circle of the virtual circle has already started to study, but this is obviously a natural pseudo-death deification, rather than relying on Bengyu. Although their pseudo-death deification technology is not comparable, my Bengyu is direct, fast, and complete, but in terms of potential, the future of development is indeed better than Bengyu by relying on comprehension and talent with the information in the virtual circle. However, there should be very few ghosts who can comprehend complete death by self-realization. Just a few of them should be possible to achieve. This guy's luck is really good. He went to the virtual circle and turned 3 more and more. Vastord, who is close to being completely dead, should not let Aizen let go of the Hanyu in my hand. It seems that we can only start from Bengyu. This kind of props that can produce complete death in a short period of time in batches. Although the potential and development prospects are not comparable to natural understanding, it is enough for Aizen. My plan is to implement it soon. Urahara Kazuki lowered his head and glanced at the fake face under his feet. At the same time, his eyes under the hat flashed a terrifying gleam as he watched the back of Lu Chengkong and his party leaving. He really deserved to be the top invention and research technologist, just glanced at it. The pseudo-broken face under his feet has guessed so much information, and he is also a monster whose wisdom is no less than that of Aizen, or even slightly better than that of Aizen. I'm so sorry, Mr. Pseudo-Broken. During this period of time, I've been aggrieved by your cooperation in the research. If you cooperate well, I don't mind letting you go if you survive." Although Urahara Kazuki used a requesting tone, his movements did not show any hint of request, but instead directly pulled the fake face under his feet towards his laboratory. Not to mention that Kazuki Urahara is about to turn his back on the false face of Kazuki Urahara, a scientist and eccentric tortured, but to say that Liu Chengkong has returned to his long-separated home at this time. Built palace. Wow, is this your home? It's so big. Are you really sentenced to leave the Soul Realm? Why are other gods of death so low-key when they defected, but you are so high-profile? He said curiously with big watery eyes. If the soul world wants to come to you, even if you are low-key or high-profile, it is the same. Why should you feel wronged? And I have never thought that the god of death in the soul world of our city, in their opinion, I am a betrayal. In fact, I just left by myself. Liu Chengkong looked at the familiar scenery around him, and finally felt a sense of home. Although it didn't have the richness of the previous Shin Xiaoyao, he still had it initially. Now he is working hard to improve his strength in order to open the seal of the ring. Okay, just treat this as your home. If you see this line, the man lives on the right side and the woman lives on the left side. You can use everything in it as you like. If it's damaged, it's nothing to ask someone to repair it. Anyway, here is the place. It's very safe, but I can't let myself have no sense of crisis. It's just a little more comfortable here compared to the virtual circle. There is also a basement under this palace. You can practice in it. You don't need to worry too much. There are enchantments in it. Shu said, "Don't stare, although you think you are a leopard now, you are also a man. You can do whatever you want before you cross the border on the right, but don't cross the border, otherwise you will be at your own risk, and even I may not be able to save you. Reiatsu, or there are some red buttons there, you can press it and I'll be there right away." Liu Chengkong explained the matters to be paid attention to here, and then left Grimjiao and Stark directly behind, and let them explore for themselves and understand the life in this world. It may be more than 100 years from the original book. Well, the current world at this time is still not as advanced and high-tech as the original world. How did you get separated? Maybe it was because she came to this world, without the suppressed feeling of the virtual circle. The lively, cheerful, and restless Nellie L still couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. "It's very simple, just ask the 8,000 streams on my shoulders." Liu Chengkong didn't feel ashamed for his words at all. It was obviously his habit in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. The women lived with him, the men were on the other side and were not allowed to cross the border, but now he was putting everything away. Pushed to the body of the 8,000 flow. However, Liu Chengkong did not wrong Bachenliu, because Bachenliu, who was the president of the Death God Women's Association when the palace was established, immediately waved his hand, and let Liu Chengkong's face full of joy and joy without anyone questioning it. As a rule, no man, except Liu Chengkong, could cross the border. If necessary, just follow what Liu Chengkong said just now to inform Liu Chengkong and the others. Shi Bachenliu doesn't mind using the body of the president to chat with those male creatures who have crossed the border. One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 441 to 460. 441. As for what happened, Liu Chengkong didn't know. He just knew that there was a time when Urahara Ki came here for the first time in high spirits. Maybe he was too excited and didn't pay attention to the sign hanging outside. As a result, he accidentally crossed the line. 1 meter is not enough, but his front foot has just entered, and his hind foot has not been lifted. Yakion Ryu slipped out of nowhere, and directly used the toy-like Zanpakuto in his hand to play a golf-style move and knocked Urahara Kazuki out with his sword. Moreover, Yachinliu didn't intend to let go of this person who dared to ignore his own rules, but he actually chased after him. In the end, no one knows how many times Urahara Kazuki suffered. The only thing that can be known is that the strength of Urahara Kazuki was behind the however, after lying in the hospital bed for a month, and secretly swearing that in the future, where there are 8,000 Ryu, Urahara Kazuki will be obedient or turn away. They shouted that they were glad that they let Urahara Kazuki go in first, otherwise they would end up like this. President of the Female Deaf Association. What's that? Nellie L asked in confusion. Her cute appearance looked so cute and naive, one couldn't help but want to take a bite on it. Bachanliu, please accompany them to chat, I'll go to work first. Lu Chengkong touched Bachanliu's smooth, delicate face, and left in a blink of an eye. Xiaokong, come back soon. Bachanliu nodded obediently, not looking like a witch in the eyes of outsiders at all. After leaving the palace, Lu Chengkong immediately rushed to the Urahara Kazuki, and left a sentence directly to let them get a prop that can detect Babin within 3 days, otherwise I don't mind letting him lie down again. A month into the hospital bed, Urahara Kazuki was so frightened that he immediately dropped the fake face in his hand and went directly to invent it for Lu Chengkong. When Lu Chengkong returned home again, he suddenly found 2 beautiful figures of the war at the door, making the surrounding scenery eclipsed by the existence of these 2 beautiful figures. The 2 women are Matsumoto Ranju and Sifenjin. On the night of the night, the 2 women looked at Lu Chengkong with excitement. Chengkong. 2 unanimous coquettish calls full of tenderness and love. The 2 women fell into Lu Chengkong's arms like Yan throwing into the forest, and the 2 pairs of jade hands hugged Lu Chengkong tightly, for fear that they would follow their own. Let go, this person who has been thinking about for a long time will disappear. Lu Chengkong opened his mouth and found that he couldn't say anything. The 2 women also stretched out their hands to cover Lu Chengkong's mouth, preventing Lu Chengkong from speaking. They always wanted to quietly feel the joy of reunion, but Lu Chengkong was also so happy, feeling the fiery touch of the jade bodies of the 2 women in his arms. It may have been fully nourished by Lu Chengkong. The 2 women just haven't seen each other for a while, and they are more plump than before they left. Especially Matsumoto Ranju, who has been nourished by Lu Chengkong, is still 100 years away from the original book. At this moment, the figure and the size of the body are no less than that of the original. If it continues to develop at this rate, when the original work arrives, Matsumoto Ranju may surpass the figure of Matsumoto Ranju in the original work, and the peak of the altitude will be higher. Don't say anything, hurry up and love me. The 2 women seem to have a heart-to-heart connection. If they didn't speak, they would speak in unison, letting Lu Chengkong take them for a few moments without saying a word, as if they were about to break the shackles of time and space. Go straight back to your room. Under the attention of the 2 women's coquettish cry and shy but eager eyes, Lu Chengkong took off the 2 women's clothes, and at the same time took off his clothes at a speed that exceeded the speed of light, and immediately a wolf rushed over, and with a sound of satisfaction, moans of pleasure and happiness sounded, and the long-awaited human-making movement started again in this room. In the 3 days that Urahara Kazuki built the Bavint probe, Lu Chengkong spent all the time except for the necessary training and communication with Zanpakudo, since Ale accompanied Matsumoto Ranju and Yaiki. Xiaobiasheng's new marriage made Yi and Luanju more attached to Lu Chengkong, and they could not wait to be tired of being in Lu Chengkong's arms all the time. It's a pity that the time of joy is always very short, and the speed of the past is also very fast. With the arrival of Lisa Yazumaru, Lu Chengkong had to stop the joyous gathering with the girls, and once again embarked on the journey away from home. However, if they are lucky, they will be back soon this time, and the 2 women have not complained much. Obviously, they are all good helpers, and they know what to do to make Lu Chengkong like him more. Thanks, Lisa. By the way, if you have time, come over and sit down more. This time I will let Yakion Ryu stay, so you can stay with Naneo, so that Yakion Ryu can have company. Lu Chengkong was so thoughtful for Yakiryu, even Lisa Yazumaru couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Okay, maybe it was because of the competition, or maybe it was because of the jealousy of Yakiryu. Riza Yahomaru, who had planned to come over and sit for a while and then leave, unexpectedly agreed. Goodbye then. Lu Chengkong smiled gratefully at Liza Yazumaru, and her figure disappeared instantly, leaving behind Liza Yazumaru's somewhat lonely figure. Sister Lisa, do you like the big bad guy? Ais Naneo said in a sly and ghostly manner. What nonsense are you talking about? Be careful, I'll let you sleep alone tonight. Lisa Yazumaru blushed like a little girl, as if she had seen through her thoughts. She glanced around a bit furtively, and then glared at Yi with hatred. Shinaneo found that his eyes seemed to be ineffective, so he immediately threatened him with words that didn't go well. No, Aiz Naneo suddenly hugged Yazumaru Lisa like a little white rabbit who was exhausted. She is so timid now. It is said that Yazumaru can overcome her cowardice in the original book. After Lisa defected, she had to overcome her fears alone in the Soul Society under pressure from the outside world. Finally, she had the calm and witty vice-captain of Aiz Naneo in the original book. HMPH, see if you dare to be proud. Liza Yahomaru felt a sense of accomplishment for such a shameful thing as bullying a little girl, but seeing Aiz Naneo's pale face was obviously not enough. Knowing that she was frightened, he immediately greeted her, completely forgetting who caused Aiz Naneo to have such a situation. Bad Xiaokong, he actually left the cute Bakion Ryu here and wandered outside by himself. Mom is right. Next time I come back, I will use the Zanpakuto to kill you. Ah no, he's Bakion Ryu. The only one. What should I do if I beat him to death? No, I will punish him with 8,000 lu for the rest of his life. 442 looking for Yoshino Soma. Bachanliu sat on the chair, his expression was sweet for a while, and he changed viciously for a while, and he kept muttering. It's all a sentimental little loli. This is Bavint's Reiatsu. It's really hard to find. I went to more than 30 buildings like churches in a row. I think this is the most similar to what I saw on TV. It should be Soma, the church where Yoshino planned to commit suicide, and it was so dilapidated, and with Bavint's spiritual pressure detector, it was definitely looking for it alone. No matter how fast Lu Chengkong was, it took more than half a month to find this place. It was only after good luck that he found it. If he came a step late, or came a step early, he walked on the front foot, and Soma Yoshino came to be called a real tragedy. Compared with the fact that it took half a month to find it now, it is a good fortune in misfortune. I really don't want to go on with this painful life. Am I going to leave this world today? It seems that I am really not a human being. Everyone avoids death in the face of death, but I am feeling death is such a blessing to me. A person wearing a light red dress and skirt has flowing brown hair, and the delicate facial features are perfectly combined in a more delicate combination, forming a beautiful face, which makes the originally dilapidated church. Beneath her beauty, she also seemed clean and solemn. Hey, Soma Yoshino, I found you very hard. I wasted more than a month on you. Don't just die like this. A sudden voice sounded in this quiet church, making Soma Yoshino, who was about to insert the spike in his hand into his throat, startled, and the spike in his face fell to the ground because of surprise and trembling. Who? Soma Yoshino turned his head to look at the place where the sound came, and suddenly found a casual combat outfit that had just started to rise recently, but it was a little changed but looked better. He had black hair with a shawl. Although he is not extremely handsome, there is a rare beautiful man in the world, but with his pair of black eyes that look like passing stars, he exudes a fatal attraction. Unique temperament, these two things are what attracts Soma Yoshino. But Soma Fangye is Soma Fangye after all. He has lived for so many years. What kind of beautiful man has he never seen? But there has never been a man who can make her look at it for one more second. Although Lu Chengkong's temperament is unique, the whole body looks very coordinated. She is elegant and unruly, but Soma Yoshino, who is desperate for death, has no intention to pay attention to these. Even in normal times, she only takes a look. After all, to her, there is no difference between ugliness and handsomeness. You can call me Lu Chengkong. I can be regarded as an independent god of death. Of course, I am here to take you away, and the same is to prevent you from dying. Lu Chengkong said in a very relaxed tone, as if he was stating something that would cost nothing. Something that can be done with the power of blowing dust. Why? Don't look at Soma Yoshino's weakness at this time, but she is definitely a wild woman, especially after she saw that Lu Chengkong was an ordinary person. The corners of her mouth twitched. The good-looking smile seemed to be mocking Lu Chengkong's self-control. Hey, I said, which side are you looking at? Lu Chengkong's voice suddenly came from behind Soma Fengye again, startling her again. What shocked her was when she turned her head to look at Lu Chengkong just now. When he was there, he found that there was another Lu Chengkong, but if he looked carefully, he would find that it was just an afterimage. What speed is this? It turns out that the other party is not an ordinary person, but I am too weak to feel the strength of the other party at all. Soma Yoshino smiled bitterly, but did not care about the difference in strength. After all, she even died. There is nothing to be afraid of, and she can't feel the slightest killing intent from Lu Chengkong. I think with my current strength, I should be qualified to stop you, right? Lu Chengkong said. HMPH, I admit that your strength is very strong, but you should know a person who is determined to die. Even if you can stop a day, can you still look at me every second? Soma Yoshino didn't know why he was interested in bickering. Maybe it was because the man in front of him had been holding him down since he appeared until now, letting himself be led by the nose passively, which made the strong Soma Yoshino very unhappy. No, but why do you want to die? Different longevity and loneliness. It's really funny, you can have a longevity that humans can only dream of. You can have it without any effort. What else is there to die? Lu Chengkong said disdainfully, as if to satirize Soma Yoshino, who doesn't know what to do. What do you know? The life of more than 100 years has made me tired and painful. I have been integrated into human life many times, but the final result is that discriminatory look. Soma Fengye was provoked by a sad thing. At this time, she no longer looked so strong as before. Instead, she cried like a wounded little white rabbit. She looked soft and weak. I see pity. Che, you. Human beings are human beings. Is it necessary to force yourself to integrate into other people's lives? Why is it only the life you like? You are you, not others. You need to care about other people's eyes and eyes. Live your own life, go your own way, and let others say go. Quote. Lu Chengkong can be said to be the most speechless to the group of Bawants in the original book. He has an almost infinite lifespan, powerful strength, and does not need to suck blood or anything. They are all thinking about revenge and death. To experience the good life. Don't have to live, get old, get sick, and die. It's too late for others to desire. These guys are so wasteful. Go your own way, live your own life. Let others tell you. Lu Chengkong's voice came from Soma Yoshino's intuitive ear, which was a blow to himself, like a drum in the evening and a bell in the morning. Thought-provoking, originally full of dead energy, the beautiful eyes also began to bloom with a trace of vitality and desire, which is the desire to survive. If you still feel that you are alone, follow me for a long time. I have everyone around me, virtual, death, broken face, fake face, and all creatures, but without exception. They are super longevity, so you don't worry about birth, old age, sickness and death. Lu Chengkong imitated Carry a God on TV to act like AB, and stretched out a hand to Soma Yoshino. 443 the God of Carya. However, what surprised Lu Chengkong was that Soma Fengye did not stretch out his jade hand like in the original book, but instead stood up suddenly and threw himself directly into Lu Chengkong's arms, crying loudly without a hint of shyness or a hint of hiding. Get up, as if to release all the unhappy things in the past by crying. It's so warm, the embrace of this man, and the breath of safety that makes people unconsciously intoxicated in it. What kind of feeling is this? My heart beating unexpectedly at this moment. This man makes me understand the value of my own existence. Let me do this again. Is this what humans call good feelings? I have a good impression of the opposite sex, or I just have this feeling because of my gratitude to him. No matter, from today onwards, I just want to live the life I like. Soma Yoshino was crying, thinking in his heart that in the end, she seemed to be tired of crying, and actually fell asleep directly in Lu Chengkong's arms. Really, what's the use of falling asleep? If you're not going to wake up later, I said, Carry a God. It's time to come out after standing on the side and watching the show for so long. Lu Chengkong touched Soma Yoshino's pretty face, said, feeling the smoothness and elasticity of the skin. Death. You can actually discover my existence. so your strength should not be weak. You don't wear a death tyrant costume, plus the independent death you just said. You should not belong to the soul world. God of Death, are you interested in joining us? Let's subvert the entire soul world together. Quote. Don't look at Carrier God as a fool. He was so hot when meeting him for the first time, especially if he was a god of death. In fact, he was already mentally prepared. Because Lu Chengkong could find him, it means that his strength is not weak. The second is his confidence in his own strength. If Lu Chengkong refuses, then he will completely leave this god of death here. In his opinion, if he can't even handle a god of death, what would he talk about subverting the corpse soul world, and he has recently devoured the souls of living people. With the power of the Jingji chapter, the strength is different from the two of them in the past. At this time, he can be said to be lacking one thing, and that is the only motherhood, Bawant, Soma Yoshino. Only with Soma Yoshino can he create a more powerful blood essence made of human souls, because the hunter who devoured human souls Yagami knows. If he is swallowing it, he will definitely become old. He can still stay young now because of the power of the pure world chapter in his body, so he is so eager to find Soma Yoshino to make blood essence, so as to ease the lethargy in the body. The power of his own aging can also make himself stronger by devouring the human soul without any scruples. Stupid, subverting the soul society. Don't be joking. Don't tell me, just an old man Yamamoto can wipe out your Bowen family without any effort. Hee, not to mention the soul world is a master and powerful. There are so many people, it's just you. It would be better if the people from old man Yamamoto didn't take action. If they did, you wouldn't have a chance to disrupt Seirenge, let alone subvert Seirenge. Quote. Lu Chengkong's tone was full of faint sarcasm, as if he was mocking Carrier God for daydreaming. It seems that we can't talk properly, so I'm sorry, I can only let you die here, you know too much. Carrier God's red and dangerous eyes suddenly burst into a dazzling killing intent. Hee, I know more than you know, the birth of the Bawant family, Bawante's mother, and you really want this woman in my arms, the only motherhood of the Bawant family, needs her. Let's create blood essence that will increase strength without any scruples, but unfortunately you don't have this opportunity. I like this woman. As long as I am here, I think you Bawant didn't take advantage of her opportunity. Lu Chengkong spoke in a confident voice. Oh, that being said, I can't keep you even more. Hunter Yashin's pupils shrank for a moment. He was the only one who knew about this matter. How could anyone else know about it? But the more so, the greater the killing intent of Hunter Yashin towards Lu Chengkong. After saying that, Carrier God appeared in front of Lu Chengkong in a flash. He didn't use a puppet, or in his opinion, he didn't need a puppet to clean up Lu Chengkong. It's a pity that sometimes being unknown is a kind of happiness, at least you don't need to suffer. A huge blow, but unfortunately, Carrier God is obviously going to suffer a huge blow this time. Boom. A finger stretched out and directly touched the fist of Carrier God, and the strong wind driven by the powerful force directly smashed the already dilapidated church, turning it into a mess and turned into ruins. It's so strong. Karyasami's pupils shrank after a short fight. From his understanding, the Shinigami should have weak physical strength and rely on Zanpakuto to fight. The blow was actually blocked by one of his fingers, and he took a few steps backwards. He didn't change his color while holding a woman, and stood firmly on the ground without even shaking his body. What? The leader of Bawant has only such power. If it is only like this, then I am too disappointed. Such strength will not subvert the soul world, see any captain or some powerful ones. But if you don't like being a captain or a vice captain, whether you can survive or not is a question. Hey, after walking for more than a month, I originally thought you could relieve my boredom, but now it seems that this is making me unhappy. The strength is too weak, you can't help fighting. I'm worried that you will be too heavy-handed and accidentally knocked out. You killed it, it's so boring, but I really want to see how you subvert the soul realm. Lu Chengkong waved his hand, his face full of dissatisfaction. Don't underestimate me. Come out, Meisha. Carrier God's face froze. He thought of himself as a god, which proves how arrogant he is. No one has ever dared to underestimate himself so much. He vowed to kill the god of death in front of him. He even got his own puppet. Roar, gale. Carrier God roared. The ubiquitous wind seemed to be under the control of Carrier God, and told that the rotating gale wind actually rubbed the thunder and lightning visible to the naked eye. Obviously he was able to manipulate wind and thunder. The 39 binding roads, the circular gate fan. Lu Chengkong stretched out his hand a little in front, and a circular protective shield immediately appeared, directly blocking all the thunder and lightning from the gale wind earrings that were raging in front of him. The 39 binding Dao is blocked, it's too boring. Lu Chengkong thought disdainfully, but he also understood that although the god of Carrier at this time had devoured human souls, after all, he was not as careless as in the original book, nor did he get it. Blood Seaman. Majestic Bankai facing Kuchiki Byakuya and Kurosaki Ichigo as in the original book. After all, it has a greater effect than directly swallowing the human soul, and the power of the blood essence and the pure world chapter that can be swallowed without any scruples is the real reason why Carrier God can be so powerful in the original work. 444 strong Kiss Soma Yoshino. He actually blocked Meisha's power. Is this the ghost way of the god of death? Is this really a traitor of the soul world? I have clearly participated in the battle of the soul world, and there is no such a powerful death god at all. Is it a captain level reaper? No, the captain level is not as strong as him, I've seen it before. Carrier God's face was terribly ugly. He already knew that he was very likely to lose. Seeing that the death god in front of him didn't even liberate the Zanpakugo, he was just playing with himself. It made him understand the greatness of death god. No wonder the corpse the soul realm can stand for thousands of years without falling. For the first time, his confidence in subverting the Sarange was a little shaken. However, as he continued to add more Lu Chengkong's appearance and clothing, he felt that this person seemed to have seen it there. No, not seen, but heard of it, yes. One of the gods of death named Ichino's Maki who followed him told him about some powerful gods of death that he paid attention to when he left the soul realm. One of them was that he never wore a death tyrant outfit and seldom shot, but every shot is an earth-shattering powerful death. Are you called Lu Chengkong? Carrier God asked with the last bit of luck. Did that Ichino's Maki beside you tell you? Hee, that guy is also a fanatic. He hated Kenpachi after his captain was killed by Kenpachi. His Shikai's ability is quite good. Although Lu Chengkong didn't answer directly, his words made Carrier God's heart even colder. Is this still the god of death? How could he have no secrets in front of him at all? Go. Although Carrier God is unwilling, he is unwilling to fail, and he is also ashamed and angry at his failure, and he is also in front of him because of his motherhood, Bavint, the tool that can make him continuously improve his strength. But he couldn't get it, and this feeling was what made Carrier God the most painful. This fiasco is not without merit. At least he has seen the power of the god of death, and he has thoroughly understood his previous arrogance. He also understands the background of the corpse soul world. It is definitely not easy to exist for so many years. Maybe this time the fiasco of Carrier God made his original work even more extraordinary when he invaded Seirai Garden. Did I say let you go? Although I won't kill you, nor will I stop you from invading the jingling courtyard, but since you're here, you have to accompany me to relieve the boredom. With a big wave of Chengkong's hand, the 6 rays of light directly broke through the sky, and instantly blocked Carrier God, who was about to escape, and was unable to move in place. Why are you afraid? Hee, don't be so self-sufficient in the future. I said that I won't kill you, but you have to strive for it. Not every god of death is as generous as me. Look at you, don't worry, I will try my best to weaken my strength. I will only hit you with 31 ghosts. I think you should be able to barely survive with the power of the pure world chapter in your body and the souls that devoured so many living people. Haha, be smarter in the future, the 31 red artillery. A fireball hit Carrier God with a bang, and an explosion sounded in an instant, and the dust in the sky was emitted directly. Don't pretend to be asleep. Why is this handsome guy very handsome and powerful? I wasn't joking just now. As long as I'm here, I promise you'll be fine. Lu Chengkong lowered his head and glanced at the photo who was still pretending to be asleep. Ma Fangye, as well as her delicate red lips, couldn't help but feel a heartbreak for a while, and kissed her red lips. Ooh, Soma Fangye, who was still pretending to be asleep, suddenly widened his eyes. His eyes were full of surprise, disbelief, anger, and shyness. This was the first kiss she had treasured for over 100 years. He was actually taken away by the man who met for the first time in front of him. He wanted to resist, but she was horrified to find that the power in her body seemed to be taken away as Lu Chengkong kept kissing her, making it difficult to breathe. Asshole, you treat me like this, damn it, you're dead, I'll kill you bastard. When Lu Chengkong let go of Shangma Fangye was already taking in more air and letting out less gas, so that she had to take a big breath of fresh air. After he recovered, Soma Fangye was full of shame and anger, and he used his fist to keep hitting Lu Chengkong's chest. Although he was very angry at Lu Chengkong's sneak attack on him and his frivolity, he had never been cared about for many years. No matter where she goes, she will only be discriminated against. The disgusted Soma Yoshino was intoxicated by Lu Chengkong's domineering but tender words just now, as well as the means of protecting Her Majesty. I am full of curiosity about this man who I have known for less than a day, and even have a feeling that he does not want to leave. Brothers who have seen the god of death know that Soma Yoshino's cognition of feelings is very fragile, and it may be related to her life. A little false warmth can deceive her, let alone Lu Chengkong's real warmth, strong concern, and a confession that is no less than domineering but tender. How could Soma Yoshino's heart be beaten? But at the same time, she is also a person who dares to love and hate. After all, she has lived for so many years, and this kind of discriminatory life makes her less shy and reserved when facing a relationship for the first time. If she likes it, then go for it. Okay, let's go home and make trouble again. Lu Chengkong's words actually made Shangma Fangye quiet down. This fierce little wooden horse was actually subdued by Lu Chengkong. Home. I have a home now. Soma Yoshino's eyes were a little wet, but they were tears of joy, tears of joy. She didn't let the tears drip, but forced them back. Where there is me, is your home. Lu Chengkong uttered a word, and it was this sentence that completely captured Soma Yoshino's scarred heart. Let Soma Yoshino betray Lu Chengkong no matter what. For this sentence, where you have me is your home. She longs for an ordinary and stable life. She longs for a warm and relaxing home. She never allow this hard-earned home to be vandalized and taken away. When Lu Chengkong left with Soma Yoshino in his arms, the dust dispersed, revealing the blood-covered carrier god lying on the ground. At this moment, his red eyes full of danger flashed a complex and complicated look. No, there may be many unknown masters hidden in the soul world. You must go back and ask Ichino's Maki, or go check it out yourself. Lu Chengkong, you wait for me, although I can't make it. Blood essence, but do you think I, carrier god, can be beaten up so easily? Can't use Soma Yoshino to make blood essence, can't I think of another way? Bavint has existed for so long to make hemorrhagic sperm, but there is not only one method. But although the effect of blood essence produced by this method is greater, it is more extreme. But I can't control that much anymore. Others will look at their luck. I have the power of the Pure World chapter and it should be fine. As long as I find a few more Pure World chapters, I can completely suppress it. Shame. 445 Stark's strength. Yo, it's so romantic. I brought back a beautiful woman not long after I went out. I really don't understand why Yaiki and Ranju are still so kind to you. Lisa Yahomaru said to Lu Chengkong in a strange voice of yin and yang. Huh, what's the matter? Could it be that our little Lisa is jealous? Yi and Luanju haven't spoken yet. You are so quick to speak. Are you also inadvertently falling in love with this handsome guy? But it's normal to think about it. I have been occupying the first place in the list of handsome men in the True Spiritual Arts Academy until now. It is normal that you like me. Quote. I don't know why arguing with Liza Yazumaru made Lu Chengkong very happy, because Liza Yazumaru's performance at this time gave him a sense that he was still in the world of One Piece, king of pirates, and liked to quarrel with himself. Gulena and Portgas D. Dana. You don't even know how to write this ugly word. How could this girl like you, such a careless guy? Shadongwan Lisa blushed, but she quickly recovered, and immediately retorted excitedly, but the more she was like this, the more she made Naneo look at her with a strange look, which made Lisa Yahomaru feel like she was seen through. Boom. Just when Yazumaru Liza was about to give Naneo a good lesson, a powerful spiritual pressure rose into the sky, causing Yahomaru Liza to immediately shut her mouth. This spiritual pressure, it's really a fighting maniac. I used to fight without any scruples in the virtual circle and pursue the path of the king. Now I come here to face the 10th blade of Stark, and I can have no scruples. The battle is lost without death. This guy really thinks about it. He has only been away for a month or two, and the strength of this kid has improved so much. From the early stage of Achukas to the peak of the middle stage of Achukas, seeing this spiritual pressure fluctuates so much, should be breaking through. Liu Chengkong smiled, his figure flashed, and he disappeared directly in place, making Lisa Yahomaru, who had come back to her senses, groaning. Haha, Stark, is this the feeling of power? It's really cool. It's faster than swallowing any virtual progress. Sure enough, fighting is the fastest shortcut to improve strength. Grimjow laughed, in his tone. It is no wonder that he is full of pride. For this guy, the improvement of his strength is definitely the greatest enjoyment and the most gratifying thing. Are you worthy of your happiness at this level? It's only in the late Achukas, and it's 2 levels away from the peak in the great perfection. Stark wore a gentle smile, no longer like the original book. Without a clean look. Che, this uncle will surpass you soon. Although Grimjow was still a leopard, he could still see a trace of shame on his face, and obviously he also found himself a little complacent. Even if Stark left, even though he has gone to Zai Palace, he is still the real 10th blade. Although Nellie L's aptitude is indeed a little higher than Stark's, but it is so easy to catch up with Stark. At least the current Nellie L and Harabel are still under Stark, let alone speaking of the current Grimjow, but with Grimjow's character, where would he show weakness? He could only use an angry look to cover up his unnaturalness and embarrassment. Grimjow, Stark is right about you, at least until now. You haven't even understood what the symbol of your own strength and soul is. It seems that you can only use Bengyu to help you die. Melted. Liu Chengkong, the voice suddenly entered Grimjow's ears, but if you listened carefully, you could still hear that Liu Chengkong's voice was actually motivating Grimjow. HMPH, stop looking down on people. Grimjow, will never use that kind of thing. Grimjow immediately roared loudly. Liu Chengkong was very relieved by his appearance, but he didn't want to control his mount. I used Bengyu for the lust for power, and if it was like that, Grimjow's lifetime limit would be almost the same as the original. Stark, why don't we have a fight? I haven't exercised my muscles for a long time. The opponents I have encountered during this time are all decent. Liu Chengkong challenged Stark, and let one side Grimjow's eyes lit up. Although he is arrogant and believes that he will not be under anyone, but it does not mean that he is not self-sufficient and has no brains. Of course, he knows that the battle with Stark from the past to the present is completely Stark letting himself. It can also be said that he was teaching himself, otherwise he would be killed in one move. So don't look at Grimjow's arrogant look, but he is still very grateful to Stark in his heart. Although Grimjow has a perverse personality, he is definitely a person with clear grievances. Now that he heard that his master Liu Chengkong was fighting with the nominal number 1 of the 10 blades, of course he wanted to watch it. After all, it was easy to get inspiration or insight from watching someone stronger than him fight. Okay. Stark nodded, with a flash of war in his eyes, obviously seeing through the symbol of loneliness and starting to master his own power. Stark has begun to gradually get out of that very dangerous state, no longer listless. As a virtual, especially Stark, who has begun to gradually control loneliness and is no longer affected by his own power symbol loneliness, Stark sees that he has the kind of fighting desire that was still Killian. Achukas, after all, as a void, who wouldn't like fighting, just like human nature, Void's nature is to fight. It's just that with the improvement of strength, more and more rational emptiness suppresses and controls one's desire to fight, or the great emptiness that reaches the Vastord level is affected by its own power symbol, some listless, some stupid kindness, such as Stark, Nellie, these great imaginaries of Vastord. This kind of period is the most dangerous, and it is easy to fall, but Stark and Nellie have passed the most dangerous state because of the variable Lu Chengkong. It can also be said to be an evolution of returning to the original nature. Desires began to show, but at this time Stark and the others could control them perfectly, just as the symbols of perfect control of their own power were not affected. Boom! Two spiritual pressures, which were many times stronger than Grimjow before, burst out of the air directly, and there was a huge crashing sound as they resisted and collided with each other. These two spiritual pressures are really strong enough. The one that surpasses the average captain is too much. At least the spiritual pressure of the captain's peak almost reached the captain's perfection. The progress is really fast enough. The first one should be Lu Chengkong. It looks like he doesn't have Bankai. The other one should be some kind of fake face, and Reiatsu is not weak. Urahara Kazuki's hand Vivi paused for a moment. The corner of his mouth was Isho, and he quickly recovered to continue the research in his hand, as if what happened just now had nothing to do with him at all. 446 Lu Chengkong vs Stark. Go and have a look. Luan Ju and Yi Yi, who were fighting each other in the underground training ground, felt Lu Chengkong's spiritual pressure and immediately stopped their movements, looked at each other, and disappeared in place with a swipe. Does Xiaokong want to fight? I'm going to take a look first. Yachenliu also picked up the toy Zanpakudo in his hand and walked forward, but the pace seemed to be slow, but the actual speed was surprisingly fast. Is this the strength of Vastord? It's so powerful. Grimjow's eyes changed greatly, and he was blasted out by two aftermaths of Reiatsu before he even had time to react, but he really didn't care about it. Instead, his eyes widened and he stared at the two people who were releasing his Reiatsu not far away. Later Warstad. It's only one step away from reaching the peak, and the current Stark is much stronger than the original Stark 100 years later. Especially without the influence of loneliness and the interference of Lilinet, one's own strength can be perfectly displayed 100%, and it is even less possible to show mercy to the enemy like the original book. After all, it is only influenced by the power symbol of loneliness. In this way, Lu Chengkong looked at Stark's spirited appearance, and there was no sign of weakness at all. He felt the constant release of the spiritual pressure like a bottomless pit from Stark's body. Everyone has the opportunity to change the so-called fate of the original. It just depends on whether he can grasp it and whether he has enough strength. As long as he has enough strength, the so-called supporting role in the original work can become the protagonist. On the contrary, the so-called protagonist can only become a dragon without sufficient strength. Void Flash. Stark's eyes changed, and he put away the relaxed freehand with Grimjow before, and turned it into a serious battle. Obviously, when Lu Chengkong entered the Void Knight Palace alone, the scene of easily Balagang Ruzengang was still the same. It made him remember that although he was much stronger than when he was in Zai Palace at this time, he did not think that he could defeat this unfathomable god of death with such strength. The 63. Thunder Roar Cannon. Lu Chengkong's right hand suddenly protruded out, and he didn't need to hide at all to maximize the power of number 63's road breaking, with a lightning-like blast to directly communicate with Santa. K's blue phantoms collided together. Fortunately, the barrier of battle was set up here early in the morning, otherwise the entire palace would have been destroyed by just the two of them. Move fast. Stark stretched out his hands and shot two phantom flashes in succession. At the same time, his 10 fingers actually shot countless tiny blue phantom bullets. These tricks were all the listless Stark of the original book. Stark, who has not used his full strength, has not used it. As the speed of virtual flash and virtual bullet faster. The terrifying virtual bullet that is already fast is happier under Stark's ability, but damping is not enough. With 5 fingers in the sky, a giant defense force with a star-shaped pattern on one side appeared out of thin air, directly blocking all the virtual bullets and virtual flashes towards him. Shunbu afterimage. Without seeing Lu Chengkong move like this, he has disappeared. The only thing left is a vivid afterimage that can confuse the enemy. Standing still, Stark's eyes seemed to be able to see through the billowing smoke. When he saw Lu Chengkong standing in the same place, he was about to prepare to continue shooting phantom flashes and phantom bullets when a voice quietly rang in his ear, causing his complexion to change suddenly. "Stark, where are you? It's just a little late." The 90 black coffin. A huge black cube trapped Stark directly. At the same time, countless shadow blades appeared on the periphery of the cube. Plugged in. Hiss, this is enough for me to be finished. Grimjiao Delusion now clearly realized the huge gap between him and Lu Chengkong. The coffin was black, the thunder roar gun just now was enough to shatter his body and he was still powerless to resist. Chase him, pack of wolves. Faced with the powerful power of the black coffin, Stark had no choice but to return to the sword. Although he had always looked up to Lu Chengkong, he never thought that he had just started fighting. He was forced to return to the blade, while Lu Chengkong on the other side looked like a leisurely wanderer. Compared to Stark, he was indeed inferior. Boom! The sudden surge of spiritual pressure, Stark immediately concentrated his spiritual pressure in the double strong, and instantly burst out countless virtual flashes to block all the shadow blades in the cube, but due to the large number, when the black coffin was broken, Stark still inevitably suffered a certain amount of damage. But fortunately, as a pseudo-face of the late Vastord, although the super speed regeneration is impossible to compare with Ulquiorra Cipher and Kurosaki Ichigo after turning his head and blurring, but this level of damage can be quickly recovered. Come over. It's really powerful. But please accept this move from me, infinite reloading, virtual flash. Stark raised his hands, directly locking Lu Chengkong's body, and with a bang, the very dense virtual flash instantly described the flash group surrounded Lu Chengkong and bombed him instantly. 3 feet of ice. Lu Chengkong let out a low voice, his saber power exploded, detached within a 3-foot range of his body, the formation of ice, and the ultimate defensive power showed incisively and vividly, making Stark's infinite refilling virtual flash only returned with a feather. A cold glance. Lu Chengkong jumped in the air, looking down at Stark, his snowy drink crazy blade spun in the air, and he chopped down with all his might without any hesitation. A huge ice blade was opened directly in the air, and it contained the cold air that could completely freeze the enemy's emotions and desires. This was not caused by low temperature. At least no matter how low the temperature is, it is impossible to make people's hearts feel cold, but Lu Chengkong can do it with a glimpse now. Obviously, his strength has broken through again. Even bigger than before. Soul split, Starklin's face sank in the face of the oppressive ice blade, but he did not panic at all, but calmly summoned a pack of wolves, rushing directly into the air like a wolf-shaped missile. The ice blade that came straight from the middle, without the slightest fear, the wolves opened their wolf mouth and bit directly on the ice blade. Boom! A series of sky-shattering explosions continued to sound the mighty Dalian air, and the air was completely boiled, and circles of ripples rippled directly in the air, and even the originally very stable results began to tremble, as if it would shatter. This soul split is the strongest trick used by Stark's original work before his death. But it can be used as the 10th blade. How can this trick be the strongest trick? Not to mention that it is so much stronger than the original book now. Even if it is the original book, this guy is hiding too much. Lu Chengkong sighed. Stark is really strong enough. 447 defeated Stark. By the way, every 10 blade can use Wang Shu's flash, especially starting from the 40th blade. The front 4 10 blades seem to have their own unique ability Wang Shu's flash, compared to the 40 blade after the 40th blade. The flash of Wang Shu from those 10 blade swords is more powerful and unique. I don't know what the flash of Wang Shu of Stark is. Ulquiorra has a black flash that is stronger than Wang Shu's flash, then what about Stark? As the 10th blade, it is impossible not to have it, as well as Nelly Alu, the Balogun Ruzan gang, and Halibal. They should have it, but they may not have it as a trump card. Make it out. Lu Chengkong's eyes flickered, and he was thinking about the things and types of phantom flashes in his heart. He held the snow-drinked crazy blade in his right hand and waved it like a willow in the wind. He seemed powerless, but he could get close to Lu Chengkong in every Stark's phantom flashes. Was easily resisted. It can't go on like this. Infinite filling void flash and soul splitting are useless to him. It seems that he can only use this, infinite filling Wang Shu's flash. Stark quickly made up his mind and used one of his strongest tricks, the infinite reloading version of Wang Shu's flash. This is no joke. A Wang Shu's flash is extremely terrifying, especially the first one. The flash of Wang Shu used by 10 blades. Now it is still the infinitely reloaded Wang Shu's flash, which is even more terrifying. If he fought seriously in the original book, he would have used this trick from the beginning, and Jingle Chunchui and others might have been instantly killed. Boom! The wolves behind Stark suddenly disappeared, and 2 pistols appeared in his hands again. The muzzle of the gun condensed a dark blue light visible to the naked eye. With a bang, even Stark couldn't help but step back. After several steps, it can be seen that the infinite refill Wang Shu's flash is terrifying. No, Dao Ji Yao Yao. Lu Chengkong's face changed slightly. The power contained in countless Wang Shu flashes coming from the sky was enough to pierce the air. If these Wang Shu flashes hit the barrier would definitely be destroyed, and even the entire Kazamashi will be destroyed. After all, the flashes of countless Dao Wang Shu are no joke. It is so earth-shattering to see a black flash in the original Ulquiorra, not to mention the number and power of Stark, who is now stronger than Ulquiorra. It's such a big infinite refill, Wang Shu's flash. Lu Chengkong, who had planned to avoid it, could only change his mind reluctantly between the electric light and flint. The ice blue light of the snow-drink crazy knife burst out, causing layers of frost to form in the surrounding areas, and the knife move seemed weak and cold. Shui Taoji, seemingly without a knife, is in fact extremely sturdy. The power is far from being comparable to the previous chilling glance, and this move is a knife move that advances and does not retreat, and it can be used to defend as an offense. With Lu Chengkong's control, the huge ice blade revolved at high speed in the basement like the blades of a fan. Obviously, at this moment Lu Chengkong used his own actions to tell everyone that no matter what kind of knife skills, what kind of knife manuals, and what kind of knife tricks it is dead, it must be learned and used, and changes should be made according to the actual situation. And Lu Chengkong is obviously constantly moving towards such a realm. Even if it is a single move, there are thousands of changes, although he still uses the name Taoji Yao Yao, but in Lu Chengkong's hands, it has already changed its face. Thousands of changes. With the sound of Wang Shu's flash and the collision and explosion of the ice blade, the tornado-like dust continued to spread out, ravaging the earth in the enchantment, and even the space appeared Vivi trembled. Knowing that the world law of the world of death is much more balanced than the world law of One Piece, King of Pirates, the space is not so prone to vibration, let alone broken. Actually blocked it. It is said that there is Bankai in addition to Shikai. The Shinigami must be transformed into a broken face, then the same Shinigami will also be blurred and become a mask. How strong is this man? Although I haven't used it yet. The strongest trick, but now it seems that even if I use the strongest trick, I may not be able to force his Bankai out, and that pair of eyes, the eyes of the devil, seem to be able to see through everything in the world. It is really an endless stream of cards. Quote. When he saw Lu Chengkong blocking his infinite recharge Wang Shu's flash, he had already released the return blade and returned to its original state, and the enchantment was also broken at the same time, although on the surface the winner hasn't been decided yet, but even the weakest eyes Nanao and Grimjow have already seen the outcome of this battle. The 11th blade has such a big gap with him, it's really a frightening strength. Halibal's eyes flickered, looking at Lu Chengkong's handsome figure, flashing all kinds of complicated expressions, but the most was rejoice. Maybe it was because Lu Chengkong didn't hate Shu as much as the other gods of death, otherwise, given his current apparent strength, it would definitely be a disaster. In a short period of time, Halibal has already learned about Lu Chengkong's personality. As long as he is pleasing to the eye, no matter what race you are, even if you are a sinful being, he doesn't care about being with you. Therefore, Halibal was inevitably curious about Lu Chengkong, who was shrouded in mystery all over his body. Nilu, how far behind you are now compared to Stark? Halibal suddenly asked Nilia. Me, it's really hard to say. If the current Stark's strength is his strongest, according to my current rate of progress, I should be able to reach his current level within 5 years. As for completely surpassing his current level, his words should take at least 10 years. As for the future, I don't know. Eleanor thought hard for a while, and frowned her very beautiful brows. After a while, she said that if other people heard Neliel's words, they would definitely sneer. Libel and the others didn't think so, and even Stark himself took it for granted when he heard Neliel's words. Similar to things, living with such a powerful death god, shoo, it is not Grimjow that will improve. Neliel is also improving every day, especially after integrating into the life of the world, let her mind gradually. Being exposed to all kinds of complex emotions in life is also a baptism and test for Neliel, who has been living in the boring living environment of the virtual circle for a long time. Oh, yikey, I'm not mistaken, they will definitely break the barrier. It seems that it will be troublesome to have a Kita Bogan to help create a more stable barrier again. Matsumoto Ranju shrugged and said. The breasts on the chest also rippled into a fascinating circle of breast waves, which made Yi feel very envious when he saw it. 448 The founder of Bavant. Okay, I can admit that I lose. Really, Stark, you idiot, the mother will cook by herself this week. Saifeng Yuan Yi said very upset. Obviously just now it was a bet with Luanju that if the battle between Stark and Lu Chengkong did not break the barrier, then Luanju would cook meals for a week, otherwise, Yi would cook meals for a week. Obviously, Matsumoto Ranju, the cook who has completely learned Lu Chengkong's first-hand Chinese cuisine and carried it forward, makes Yi very envious. Every time, he wants to let Ranju cook for himself, but it is a pity that Ranju has always only cooked for one person. That is Lu Chengkong, that's why he made this bet. And Saifeng Yuan Yi has been a daughter of daughters since childhood, the future heir of the Saifeng Yuan family. Where would he need to do something like a kitchen, which seems to be a lowly thing in the eyes of the nobles? Even if he followed Lu Chengkong after Yi in order to be a perfect lady, it is of course impossible to miss such an opportunity, so she is also very serious about learning. However, cooking is really a talent, and Yi may have been insulated from cooking in his entire life, let alone cooking delicious meals. It is already a great achievement, so now it can be predicted that the life of Monday night in the next week will be very tragic, because one of the contents of the bet is that she will finish the food she cooks. Let's clean up here. Yes, Yoshino, I will go back to the Soul Realm in a few days, and take you to see your mother by the way. Lu Chengkong said to Soma Yoshino, who was at a loss because of his own words. Said. My mother. Do I have a mother? Soma Yoshino didn't know how to describe his feelings. He also had a mother. This is the first time I know it, but with Lu Chengkong's next explanation, she also fully understands the history of Bawant. However, Soma Yoshino has no resentment at all about Randao, who has repeatedly maintained Bawant and has paid a very heavy price and has not changed his decision. Instead, he is eager to see the founder of Bawant. It can be said that she is the mother of all Bawant, including Soma Yoshino. I'm going too. Bachenliu immediately jumped onto Lu Chengkong's shoulder, with an expression like I'll cry if you don't bring me. Okay, how dare I leave Miss President? How dare Lu Chengkong refuse? Last time he let Bachenliu stay here to watch the house, but when she came back, she was very coquettish at herself, obviously for letting go of Bachenliu. Chinliu made her very dissatisfied here. After all, Lu Chengkong was the only one in her heart. Yeah, I knew Xiaokong was the best for me. Bachenliu jumped up immediately, slapped a stamp on Lu Chengkong's face, and immediately giggled while lying in Lu Chengkong's arms. The next morning, Deadwood Shanghai, who has been cultivating and rarely appears, actually came to Lu Chengkong's house for the first time today. Judging from his appearance, he should have discovered something relatively big, otherwise, the General Deadwood Shanghai would not appeared. Hey, Shanghai, what's the matter? Your face doesn't look very good. Lu Chengkong found that the face of Deadwood Shanghai was a little ugly, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Yi Ling is dead. Deadwood Shanghai said. The Yi Ling in his mouth is the daughter of Deadwood Yinling, Deadwood Yeling. It is reasonable to say that even if Deadwood Shanghai defected, it is impossible for him to be in the identity of Deadwood Yeling. Yes, even if an accident happened, it is impossible to have an accident until now, so it must be something that Yi Ling of Deadwood found and was silenced. What's the matter? Lu Chengkong's face was instantly moved. If Lu Chengkong is most concerned about Bachinliu in the world of the god of death at present, then the most concerned about Kuimu Shanghai is his wife Kuimu Yeling, this woman. Lu Chengkong had also seen it once or twice. To Lu Chengkong's surprise, Yi Ling was not as beautiful as he imagined. After all, in Lu Chengkong's opinion, the worst person who could attract the death of Shanghai would be a beautiful woman, but he turned out to be a very ordinary woman. A popular face that is hard to find in the crowd. Although this is the case, Yi Ling is definitely a virtuous and gentle lady who runs a house. She does not have the arrogance of the Deadwood family. Instead, she is very approachable. It may be precisely because of this that she can make the orphaned Deadwood Shanghai feel warm. The meticulous feeling of being taken care of by others is why I like her so much. After all, it doesn't matter to him whether she is a beauty or not. The most important thing is the feeling of home, the feeling of being cared for, and of course, Yelling's inseparability to him. Abandoning life and forgetting to follow. When I left before, I went to Yi Ling, but she insisted that she would not leave, saying that she would be a burden to me. Originally, I wanted to knock her out and take her away, but I didn't expect that she would force her to die. Let me go quickly. At the same time, I gave me a secret scroll that was only sealed in the Deadwood family and could not be opened, and I also left a ghost mark on her body, allowing me to know her safety. It's just that it's been fine all the time, so I thought she wasn't implicated in her identity, but I didn't expect that today I suddenly lost the sense of ghost imprint on her body, and the only explanation is that she died. Deadwood Shanghai's face was terribly ugly. If it wasn't for his experience and mind that were far from the original, he would have killed him long ago and returned to the Soul Realm. Where would he be able to sit here and analyze it calmly? At first I didn't understand why what she said became a burden to me, but now I finally know. It turns out that Kuchiki Yinling wanted Yi Ling to find out my weakness, which is Muramasa's weakness, but Yi Ling refused to die. In the end, a secret technique was forced by Deadwood Yinling. I can control Yi Ling's secret technique at a critical moment, and through this secret technique, I can also hear all the conversations between me and Yi Ling, even the location. She gave me a fatal blow at all times, so she refused to leave with me. And when I left the Soul World, it happened that Kuchiki Byakuya and Kuchiki Yinling were severely injured by you. The next means, but I didn't expect that something really happened. Said Kuimu Shanghai. Why did you only know this now? Lu Chengkong asked in confusion. Yi Ling knew that she would die soon after I defected, so she put a suicide note in my pincer before handing over the sealed volume to me. Something happened to Yi Ling today. Accidentally broke the star tongs and found the suicide note inside and learned all about it. Maybe because of this secret technique, I can hear the conversation between Yi Ling and me, so Yi Ling will use the way of writing a suicide note. Damn rotten wood Silver Ling, even his own daughter is not spared. Kuchiki Shanghai roared, and the spiritual pressure all over his body erupted, causing the nearby air pressure to increase continuously. 449 The Secret of the Deadwood House. It's really troublesome. Lu Chengkong sighed. He understood Kuimu Shanghai's mood at this time, and even admired Kuimu Shanghai's ability to control himself, because if this kind of situation happened to him, 8,000 out of trouble if so, he absolutely can't guarantee that he can control himself and not rush to kill all the enemies desperately. If I guessed correctly, it must have been Kuchiki Yinling who discovered that the secret scroll was missing, and after many investigations, he suspected Yi Ling, and Yi Ling might know that sooner or later, Kuchiki Yinling would doubt himself. When she arrives, she may have a very tragic end, and may even use her to threaten you in exchange for this secret scroll. So she knew herself in advance and cut off all clues. Even if Kuchiki Yinling suspects you in the end, it is useless to rely on him alone. His power is not enough to deal with you at all, so he can only conspiracy and calculate, unless he is willing to make the secrets in the secret volume public. Otherwise he will only break the silver tooth and swallow it, if he guesses correctly. If so, all the secrets are in this secret scroll. Quote. Lu Chengkong thought for a while, and quickly analyzed the general reason based on the clues given by the Deadwood Shanghai. You guessed it right. It took me a while to break the seal on this scroll. Guess what was written inside? Kuchiki Shanghai sneered, and while speaking, he took out a very simple scroll and opened it directly. 2 words were revealed. Disintegration. Lu Chengkong's eyes narrowed. This scroll only had 2 words. If he was from this world, he would never know what it meant, but luckily, he is not the god of death in this world. Shikai, Benkai, collapse solution. From such a word he drew a guess that there might be a more advanced liberation above Benkai. You guessed it, it really deserves to be the only person I approve of. Kuchiki Shanghai. I thought so too. I didn't expect the Kuchiki family to still have this kind of secret. No wonder it is the first of the 4 major families. Who would have thought of being above Benkai? There is also disintegration. Maybe even the old man Yamamoto didn't think of it. What really breaks the limit of death is not a blur, but disintegration. Deadwood Shanghai was a little proud, but more sad. If possible, he would rather Deadwood Yelling be safe and not have this disintegration. It was his love and righteousness that Lu Chengkong would be friends with. He has intelligence and Zanpakuto abilities comparable to Aizen, but he is not as ruthless as Aizen. Disintegration. What are your thoughts? Lu Chengkong knew that the Deadwood Shanghai must have something to say. It's very simple. Destroy the Deadwood family and let the entire Deadwood family be buried with Yiling. The voice of the Deadwood Shanghai suddenly became very calm, but it was this calmness that made people palpitate. Okay. Lu Chengkong agreed without even thinking about it. A friend like Deadwood Shanghai who is comparable to Enel can't be found anywhere. Such a big secret, Deadwood Shanghai, can be unreserved. Share it with yourself. How could he refuse something like revenge? I've told you everything. I'll go back and try my best to crack the secret of disintegration. At the same time, I'll also prepare a grand funeral for the Deadwood family, the head of the 4 major families. Kuimu Shanghai really deserves to be a person who is very popular. After telling his secrets, he turned around and left. Maybe this is the so-called thing that has both good and bad sides. Although the death of Deadwood Yelling made Deadwood Shanghai very sad and even grief-stricken, it also made Deadwood Shanghai like a tiger without all restraints. Without all threats, the bound Deadwood Shanghai is the most terrifying. Deadwood Shanghai, just like Aizen, he will not be threatened at all, nor will he have any scruples. He can do whatever he wants, and he can be crazy as he wants. Hey, I thought it would be calm until the arrival of the original book, and Aizen's plan started. I didn't expect that the Deadwood family would hide such a big secret, and maybe the Soul World would be a bloody storm because of the Deadwood Shanghai. But it's no wonder it's too strange to be the head of the 4 major families without any secrets and as simple as the original work. How could the family closest to the Spirit King not know some secrets and disintegrate? Maybe you are the one who broke the rules. Ki, Shanghai, you can do whatever you want, and I will fully support you. Lu Chengkong muttered to himself, and the Deadwood Shanghai who had left seemed to have heard Lu Chengkong's words. There was a hint of warmth in his originally sad eyes. At least there was one person in this world who he could safely give his back to. Brothers. It seems that I need to go to another place to go to the Soul World this time. It's better to go and find out what's going on in the Deadwood family. Lu Chengkong took a deep breath. The only thing left in his mind was the word, disintegration. The next day, Lu Chengkong brought Yakiryu and Soma Yoshino to Urahara Kazuki's basement. With Yakiryu waving the Zanpakuto in his hand, Urahara Kazuki broke the previous record when he opened the gate. Obviously, if you want to say who Urahara Kazuki is most afraid of, then he will definitely say that it is not Lu Chengkong, but the 8,000 streams that are harmless to humans and animals. The speed of the door increased to the fastest, and I wished that Bachinliu could leave here quickly. Okay. Urahara Kazuki breathed a sigh of relief, and then left with Shunbu, as if he was afraid that if he left 1 second later, he would be killed. It may be that one thing is one thing. The unscrupulous uncle of the original book has been beaten to death by Bachinliu. Lu Chengkong thought a little funny, and immediately pointed his toes, and the three immediately entered the piercing gate. Yesterday, the spiritual pressure of the deadwood Shanghai rioted, as if he was very angry, and today he went to the soul world. Did something happen to the dead soul world? By the way, it should be the death of the deadwood Shanghai's wife, but the deadwood Shanghai has an accident. His aesthetics are also special enough. With his appearance and strength, he chooses a woman with an extremely ordinary appearance if he doesn't want any kind of beautiful woman. After Lu Chengkong and the three of them entered the piercing gate, Urahara Kazuki, who had left, got out of nowhere. This guy really deserves to be someone who even Aizen has calculated, and his wisdom is indeed extraordinary. Wow, I haven't been back for a while, I don't know if my mother is doing well. Ba Qinliu looked around with a pair of sparkling eyes. With Mao Jihuli's strength and mystery, if she doesn't live well, I don't think anyone in the corpse and soul world will live well. Of course, Lu Chengkong just thought about these words in his heart, and didn't say anything. Come out. 450 Yi Ling is not dead. Let's go see your mother first. Lu Chengkong disappeared and disappeared. Not long after he left, a few Xingjun appeared here, and the little bee Broby took the lead. Strange, I clearly felt the fluctuations of the piercing gate just now. Although the spiritual pressure was very weak, one of them obviously did not converge well enough. Why is it gone now? Broken Bee was puzzled, and of course what she could find was the role of Soma Yoshino, the female Bawant, is really not very powerful after all, so how could she be able to hide from the powerful Broken Bee? Could it be them? Broken Bee's face sank, as if she had guessed something. Her eyes flashed with a hint of anger and confusion, as well as a hint of hidden joy, but no one could find it. It's been a long time since I left, I didn't expect such a big change in the soul world. Lu Chengkong said while moving at a high speed. Nothing has changed, it's all the same scenery. Ba Qinliu turned her head and said, she really didn't know if she was really innocent or fake, or if she never thought about it when she was with Lu Chengkong. Aizen has already become the captain, Ichimaru Jin has also done it, and the 10th team has an unfamiliar spiritual pressure, and the range is a bit large. It should be a death god who has reached the captain level not long ago. It is very unstable, it should be in the original book, Heben Toshiro, who mastered the strongest Zanpakuto in the ice type, is. Lu Chengkong smiled, of course he knew Ba Qinliu's character, she was stupid when she was okay, this wasn't her disguise, but she was always like that when she was with him. Mom. As soon as he came to the 4th division, Ujawali's office, Ba Qinliu saw Ujawali's indifferent figure standing quietly in front of the window, with a pair of beautiful eyes shining with a hint of warmth at Ba Qinliu. Thousands of streams. Obviously, she had already noticed it when Lu Chengkong and the others came to Soul Realm, otherwise, she would not have transferred everyone away, and stood here by herself waiting. Does my little baby miss me? Ujawali smiled, which was different from the usual smile, and warmer than usual. Even Lu Chengkong, who was a bystander, was also greeted by Ujawali. A hint of tolerance, holy and radiant smile nourishes the body and mind. Lu Chengkong was very happy when he saw the happy smiles of Ba Qinliu and Mao Zhawali. He did not join the two of them. Obviously, this period of time belonged to them, so Lu Chengkong asked Mao Zhawali. Nodding his head and saying hello, the latter also nodded to Lu Chengkong, indicating that he was accepted. Yang, you stay here with Ba Qinliu first. I'll go to Kuchiki's house first, and I'll take you to Landau when I come back. Lu Chengkong said to Soma Fengye who was behind him, looking at Soma Fengye who was a little lonely. It was obvious that she was touched by the warmth of Ujawali and Yachinliu. Soma Fengye looked at Lu Chengkong gratefully, nodded very obediently, and surprisingly did not raise a bar with Lu Chengkong. After all, in her opinion, Lu Chengkong could take such a great risk to bring himself to Landau. She has been very moved. Usually, it's not that she doesn't like Lu Chengkong because of her bickering with Lu Chengkong, but it's just a habit to enhance feelings. After all, everyone's personality is different, and it's impossible for everyone to be gentle, intellectual, and show their best side. It is already the best, just like the usual Soma Yoshino. Oh, Xiaokong left me again, I'm so pissed off. Lu Chengkong just walked away when Bachenliu came back to his senses, puffed up his cheeks, and said indignantly. Okay, Bachenliu, your Xiaokong has something to do. He doesn't want you to be bored, so he won't take you there. Let's go. Ujawali motioned for Shangma Fengye to follow. Obviously another meaning was to tell Shangyao Ma Fengye don't have to be nervous, rest assured that if she is here, your safety will be fine. As the son-in-law of the Deadwood family, Lu Chengkong has a very good understanding of the address in the Deadwood family and what is in the buildings. Those roads that are 9 and 13 bends in the eyes of outsiders are simply nothing to Lu Chengkong. You are familiar with the road, and you really want to go back to your home, so you won't get lost at all. Nothing has changed. Is Yiling really dead? Impossible. How could Yiling not know the importance of Yiling with the shrewdness of Deadwood Yinling? This is the only one who may hold Shanghai. As long as there is still a chance of life he won't let it go. It took Lu Chengkong half an hour to explore the Kuimu family clearly, and he was about to dig 3 feet, but he still didn't find anything unusual. Deadwood Yinling's spiritual pressure. Lu Chengkong's eyes flickered, his figure converged, and he hid directly to the side. Deadwood Yinling's figure appeared soon. Lu Chengkong knew Isho in his heart, there should be some the unknown secret path. As long as you follow the Deadwood Silver Bell, are you afraid that you will not find it? However, this kind of tracking is indeed very labor-intensive and requires a lot of patience, especially the old-fashioned death god like Kuchiki Yinling, who is also powerful, and is still in the opponent's territory. During the following day's follow-up, Lu Chengkong discovered that Kuchiki Yinling was indeed an old fox, indeed a qualified politician, and he was cautious even in his own home. Until Kuchiki Yinling suddenly came out of the room in the middle of the night, and even killed himself. His spiritual pressure was reduced to the lowest level, and he looked like he was going somewhere. Sure enough, as I thought, Yiling should not be dead. The only explanation is that it was sealed, so that Shanghai could not perceive the imprint of the ghost on Yiling's body, so that Shanghai thought that Yiling was dead, and waited until the key time Deadwood Silver Bell threatens Shanghai with Yiling again. And it will be really difficult to handle at that time. Quote. Lu Chengkong followed Kuchiki Yinling closely like a shadow. What surprised Lu Chengkong was that Kuchiki Yinling was not hidden in the secret room of the Kuchiki family, but a prison in the soul world, really an old fox. Such a conspicuous place seems to be the easiest to find, but it is actually the safest. Yiling, have you figured it out? You should know what you handed over to Shanghai. And anyone who knows the contents will die, whether it's a human or a god of death. As long as you are obedient, I can assure you that Shanghai will be left in the end. Life. These words may not be the first time to say these words. Kuchiki Yinling didn't have much patience, and actually went straight to gate of opening. Father, no, you have never regarded me as your daughter. In your opinion, I am just a tool that can threaten Shanghai. Since I was born, only Shanghai is the real one. You care about me, don't waste your time on me. 451 Maojawali's confidence. Kuchiki Yinling seems to have worn out all his patience, but he must solve this matter as soon as possible. After all, the longer it drags on, the more people may know the information in the secret scroll, so Kuchiki Yinling also had to cut through the mess with a quick knife. Since that's the case, don't blame my father for not remembering the old feelings. You must be prepared to dedicate yourself to the Deadwood family when you were born in the Deadwood family, tie the way. I'm really bothering you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to find Yiling so quickly. Although I don't know what bondage Kuchiki Yinling intends to use, my instinct tells him that if Kuchiki Yinling uses it, the fate of Kuchiki Yinling will definitely be absolute. Very bad. Lu Chengkong, who originally planned to rescue Yiling quietly, can only appear, and maybe he has to make a big fuss in the soul world again. Kuchiki Yinling's conditioned reflex was to draw the knife, but unfortunately Lu Chengkong was stronger than him, and it was a sneak attack, and Kuchiki Yinling never thought that someone would follow him to let him go. He couldn't find it out, and he was still using the Dao, and due to various factors, Deadwood Yinling had no chance of resisting. Ghost Road, Bai Fu. Lu Chengkong directly hit Deadwood Yinling with a ghost road, making him comatose for a longer time, and at the same time the spiritual pressure disappeared temporarily. A Yiling is there. No matter how bad Kuchiki Yinling treats Yiling, he is Yiling's father, right? It's not good to kill his father in front of his daughter, plus he thinks Kuchiki Yinling's fate should be decided by Kuchiki Shanghai. It's better, so I don't mix in and make it difficult for the Deadwood to ring the river. It's you. Thank you for sparing my father's life. Deadwood Yelling was stunned for a moment, but she quickly recovered. After confirming Lu Chengkong's identity, she immediately thanked her. She was really smart. Knowing that Lu Chengkong would not immediately killing Deadwood Yinling was entirely for his own sake. At the same time, he also handed the initiative to Deadwood Shanghai to make a decision. Yelling, both in public and private, was very grateful to Lu Chengkong. After all, the other party was taking such a big risk. To save yourself. You don't need to thank me, I'm saving you entirely for Shanghai's sake, but I advise you, you'd better make a decision quickly between Shanghai and the Deadwood family, whether to help each other or stand. I know the decision is very painful for the Kuimu family or Shanghai, but long-term pain is better than short-term pain, and sometimes the pain of a moment is better than the pain of a lifetime. Lu Chengkong waved his hand to indicate that it was nothing, and also said his own. From the heart. I also know, but I don't have the right to choose. Your arrival is obviously because Shanghai discovered the letter I left to him. My body was by the Deadwood Silver Bell, and I was given a special soul ghost, which will accompany him for a lifetime. Yes, it's usually nothing. But as long as Kuchiki Yinling thinks about it, I will become a puppet that has no reason to be controlled by him. If it weren't for this ghost, once I use it, I can only survive for a very short time. I think I have changed now. Became a puppet. Yiling's words made Lu Chengkong happy. Her title had already determined her choice. Obviously, what she was concerned about was the ghost in her body, and she was worried that following Shanghai would harm him. How could such a woman be like this? Wisdom and decision. Being able to give so much for Shanghai, and never regretting or seeing a trace of resentment in her eyes, it is obvious that she paid for Shanghai sincerely. No wonder Shanghai likes her so much. She is definitely a very good helper. Even though his appearance is ordinary, his body is also ordinary. It's really hard to imagine why Kuchiki, who specializes in handsome guys, gave birth to such an ordinary-looking Yiling. But all this is not important anymore. What is important is that Yiling's heart and her decision are not found in many beautiful beauties. It can be seen from the fact that she did not fly away from the disaster. So I can't leave. If I leave, Yinling must know that I have returned to Shanghai, and he will definitely wait for the opportunity to control me at some point to achieve his intended purpose. Although Yiling's face was full of sadness, the firmness in her tone made Lu Chengkong have to look at her with admiration. This woman is really a woman who doesn't let her men down, and she is no less than Luanju and Yi in terms of courage and determination. Shanghai is fortunate to have a lady like you. In any case, Shanghai regards me as his brother. If you can't help him, it's too much to say. Maybe I can't solve the special ghost in your body. But there is a god of death that will definitely be captured. Lu Chengkong left the prison with Deadwood Yelling in a blink of an eye, and rushed to the 4th division at the fastest speed. After all, it is a race against time now. Although Kuchiki Yinling won't want to come for a short time, who knows how long it will take to exorcise the ghosts in Yiling's body. If he is besieged, he and Bachenliu alone will not be afraid at all. Beat the siege. But looking at Yiling's weak spiritual power, he is simply vulnerable. Even a student of the God of Death who has just entered the True Central Spirit Academy can kill Yiling in seconds, facing the siege with such a burden of powerless hands. But very dangerous. Sister Hua, she is Shanghai's wife, and she has a very vicious ghost path created by the silver bell in her body. I have researched on breaking the path and binding the path, but I'm not good at ghost path with special effects. I think only you, Sister Hua, have the ability to help her. Lu Chengkong soon returned to the 4th division, and saw Ujawali who was chatting and laughing with Bachanliu. Although he didn't want to disturb him, he obviously had to go at this time. Okay, don't put a high hat on me, let me take a look first. Although Mao Zhawali said so, but she was still very happy to hear Lu Chengkong's words that were not against his will but sincerely praised him. Yes, not to mention that saving lives and helping the wounded is a kind of duty for her, at least for her now, on the surface. It's actually a ghost way that erodes the soul. It can erase the wisdom at a critical moment, and the ability to be poisonous. The current Kuimu family is really living and going back. Ujawali really deserves to be a medical master. Although his other abilities have not been shown, the healing ability she has shown alone can be called the heaven-defying level. To know that in the original book, even if she saw Inoue Orahime's ability to invade the realm of God, she was only slightly surprised. From this, she could see her confidence in her medical and healing ability. Seeing Mao Zihua chanting the spirit of Shikai, she had already pressed Meisha's red hilt, and the Zanpakudo in her hand had turned into Shui Wuyu, directly swallowing Yi Ling, who was still in shock. 452 The soul world is in turmoil again. After a long while, Shui Wuyu suddenly opened her mouth, and Yi Ling, who was covered in strange liquid, was immediately spit out, but looking at her excited appearance, it was obvious that the ghost in her body was removed by Ujawali. It's really a master, and there are studies in all aspects. If Sophie is the universal encyclopedia of the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, then Uno Hanalei should be the universal encyclopedia of the world of death. Lu Chengkong glanced at Yi Ling of Deadwood, and clearly felt that there was no more strange fluctuations in her soul, and it was really powerful to resolve such a ghost with her gestures. It looks like you can't stay this time. Although Mao Zhawali didn't know the whole thing, but seeing the appearance of Deadwood yelling and Lu Chengkong's expression also guessed a little, not only made her tone a little unhappy, apparently, Bachanliu had just returned and was about to leave soon, and she was in a bad mood. Mom, in a few days, we will come back to see if you are okay, and no one will interfere with us. Although Bachanliu is usually very obsessed with Lu Chengkong, Bachanliu always behaves very rationally at critical moments. Lu Chengkong made a clearance. Okay, my little baby has said so, what else can I have an opinion? Facing Bachanliu's heartfelt love for himself and that powerful coquettish offensive, let the original because of getting along with him. Uno Hanaritsu, who was a little dissatisfied with the separation so soon, immediately eased his slightly wrinkled brows. I won't repeat the repeated words, pay attention to safety, and do what you can. Ujawali didn't say anything superfluous, nor did she say anything like taking care of Bachanliu, but she was gentle but not lost. The plain words made Lu Chengkong and Bachanliu feel a warm current in their hearts. Follow, go to Landau, then take Landau and leave the Soul realm directly. Lu Chengkong disappeared instantly after speaking, leaving behind Mao Jiwalai's beautiful but pure figure. Hey, such a peerless talent is really rare. He can surprise me every time we meet. I don't know what you will become when we meet next time. How can you realize the liberation of Zanpakuto? It really makes me look forward to it more and more. Ujawali's mouth corners Vivi raised, revealing a very beautiful arc. There were several people standing in the office of the captain of the first team at this time, dressed in Xingjun clothes, and the leader of the current team leader of the second team was Broken B. You're saying that someone opened the gate to the Soul realm in this world. Lu Chengkong and the others should be the only ones with such abilities, but why did they suddenly come back to Soul realm? The old man Yamamoto was thinking about all kinds of possibilities in his mind, but unfortunately, although he has rich experience, he is not the kind of saint who knows the world at a glance. Captain, the former captain of the 6th Division, Kuchiki Ginsu, was found in the prison who was chopped and the Reiatsu was sealed. Jiro, the head of the Sparrow, walked in with a look of panic. First, he bowed to the old man Yamamoto. Respect, and said anxiously. What? Captain Yin Ling was slashed. And he's still in the prison. Strange, what is he doing in the prison so late? Wait, Lu Chengkong arrived in the Soul realm, he was cut and wounded, and the Soul realm could not disturb anyone. In the case of humans, there are very few people who silently cut the Deadwood Silver Bell without being discovered. Moreover, in the identity of the Deadwood Silver Bell, it is impossible for people in the Soul world to treat him like this. The only explanation is Lu Chengkong. It seems that he really came back, but what did he do when he came back? Could it be that there is someone imprisoned in the prison, and the person who can be imprisoned by Kuchiki Yinling seems to have some secrets? With such a little clue, the old man Yamamoto immediately deduced a lot of information, but he can think about it in his heart. On the surface, the old man Yamamoto still looks calm. Notify all the captains, lift the captain's ban on the liberation of Zanpakudo. Toro Lingting entered the first level alert, and immediately reported the figures of Lu Chengkong and others, and they were not allowed to shoot without authorization. Orders were immediately issued from the hands of old man Yamamoto. Although he was very powerful, his perception range was limited, and the entire Soul realm was too large, and Lu Chengkong and others hid their spiritual pressure. Even the old man Yamamoto couldn't judge Lu Chengkong's location for a while. Captain Hitsugaya, this is the secret order of Captain Yamamoto. The messenger of the Lidding team quickly spread the order of old man Yamamoto to the real Gotei 13th Division. Jiyu Dongshilang, of course, also received it. Lu Chengkong is the strongest genius in the history of Sio Lingting, who is rumored to be among the gods of death. It just happened to let me meet you for a while. It may be that Hitsugaya Toshiro is still young. It may be that he is from a commoner background. Many gods of death don't respect him very much in the position he just took up as captain, and although he looks like a kid, his mind is not small at all. He was not angry at all about this situation. After all, if you want people to respect you, you must have the same combat power and record. It's just that Seoringe always prohibits the captain from liberating Zanpakudo unless it is necessary. Of course, Toshiro, who has just taken office, does not want to leave a story behind. After all, he knows that there are no nobles behind him, so he is powerless and powerless. He could rely on himself, but the appearance of Lu Chengkong this time made him realize that it might be an opportunity, the more he couldn't wait to ask Lu Chengkong's position. Obviously, he has always been called a genius since his appearance. In addition, there are still more than 90 years before the original work. He just took office and lacks experience. The halo of genius has made him a little arrogant. The only thing I can know about this person I have never known is that the god of death who has betrayed the soul world, but even so, he can still suppress the real person himself with everything in the past. As a genius as well, he is of course not convinced. When I was young and energetic, I wanted to meet Lu Chengkong in person for a while. Of course, the last reason I put it in my heart was that he wanted to become stronger and easier to protect Taozi from harm. He will not admit to death. At the same time, he also wants to see how big the gap is between himself and the truly powerful captain. The seemingly reckless decision actually has multiple reasons in his heart for him to do it. I have to say to Shiro Hitsugaya, whether it is strength or as a captain as an official, he is a genius. If he can quickly enter the role and constantly make up for his own shortcomings, I believe that when he reaches the original book in more than 90 years, he can polish off the last bit of arrogance. Then he is really a powerful death god, but it may be because Lu Chengkong's come, his arrogance may be polished off in advance. Xingjun has been dispatched in full force, and most of the 13th Division of the Guardian has also been sent out to investigate. The specific location has just been detected, and the target should be going in the direction of the Street of Exile. The members of the Lidding team told the truth. 453 Xiaobai's challenge. Landau, don't sleep to replenish your stamina, let's see what I've brought you. Lu Chengkong kicked open a dilapidated door directly, as if he was the master. He walked in with Soma Yoshino. The goal is a woman who looks very similar to Soma Yoshino. No, it should not be said to be similar, but exactly the same. The only difference is the dress and temperament. One is full of the wisdom of the Research Institute, calm and unique. Lang Yan, this is Orchid Island. On the other hand, Yoshino Soma is completely full of all kinds of charms. He looks very charming and a little wild. People can't help but give birth to a kind of charm that will overwhelm her. If Landau is quiet, then Soma Yoshino moved, and the two women with the same body and appearance stood together to form a beautiful landscape. If you name a single person, the two girls can't compare with Matsumoto Renki, Nellie Alu, Uno Hanaru, and so on, but when the two girls stand together, they make up for each other, exuding a kind of perfection. Charm. Is she the reincarnation of my soul copy? Landau was lying on the chair peacefully, and the beautiful eyes in comparison gave a very quiet and peaceful feeling, but as her eyes opened, the capable light flashed out, and a unique temperament similar to that of a white-collar beauty immediately radiated from her body. When her eyes turned to Soma Yoshino, she suddenly showed a hint of tenderness, similar to the look in the eyes of Uno Hanaritsu when she looked at Yakiryu, but it was not as intense as Uno Hanaritsu. Let's have a good chat. I'll go outside and deal with some things. Lu Chengkong said softly, and he turned around and walked out after ignoring the strange eyes of Ma Fengye and Landau. What's going on? Soma Fengye asked in confusion. Silly child, of course someone came. This kid went out to stop her. Hee, I thought he came to me and said boldly, let me study whether the god of death can also control the spiritual child like the final form of the quencher. As a reward, he brought you to me. I didn't expect him to actually do it, and what I didn't expect was that he was actually the most popular, known as the most talented death god in the Soul Society. He really underestimated the world. Now he has done what he promised and I haven't done it. It's a shame. Amazing inside story. Yes, when Lu Chengkong was bored in the soul world, he thought of a person named Landau, a research institute that could create a life like Bavint, and he thought of the final form of Quincy, the dominating spirit. He felt that the child's powerful ability might have some effect on him. Originally, he wanted Urahara Kazuki to study for him, but at that time he was not familiar with Urahara Kazuki, and Urahara Kazuki was very scheming. Since there is a better person, why should Urahara Kazuki? And every researcher has his own field of expertise, and Landau is obviously better at the research of spiritual sons than Urahara Kazuki. So Lu Chengkong found the place where Landau was exiled, so he had what Landau said just now. It turns out that you two have known each other for a long time. Maybe Soma Yoshino is the reincarnation of Orchid Island's soul copy, except that the meeting was a little stiff at first and didn't know what to say, but with Orchid Island's initiative, the two quickly became acquainted with each other. Get up and even start talking and laughing. When you come, don't hide yourself. Although Reiatsu has the level of captain, it fluctuates obviously up and down, and it is not completely stable. You should be Hitsugaya Toshiro. Why? I didn't expect you to be the first person to come to me. I want to understand the gap between myself and the truly powerful Death God through me, or do I want to become a stepping stone to your name as Captain Death God by defeating me, or let me, who is a genius, keep being suppressed by me, which makes you very uncomfortable. You are convinced that you want to compete with me. Lu Chengkong walked out, looking at the dark shadow in front of him and said, is this the most genius god of death? It's so scary. I didn't meet, and I was determined by Reiatsu alone. I saw through everything about me, and I even knew my thoughts. Can I guess without meeting? Could it be that the relationship between us is the difference really that big? No matter what Heben Toshiro thinks in his heart, since he has already come, he can't retreat, otherwise he knows that his life will stop here. You must be wondering now why I can guess it's you without meeting, and even guess what you think. Hee. You won't understand if I say it now. I have accepted challenges like yours in the past. It's too much. I'm in a good mood today. Since you're here, I won't let you go back empty-handed. Come on. Lu Chengkong was right. She didn't plan to take action at first. After all, although Hitsugaya Toshiro's strength is good and his talent is also very high, the gap between Lu Chengkong and Lu Chengkong is really too big. Among the women around Lu Chengkong, except Soma Yoshino, any death god or shu can defeat the current Hitsugaya Toshiro. You must know that there are still more than 90 years before the original work, which means that the current Hitsugaya Toshiro Lang is definitely weaker than in the original book, let alone fighting Lu Chengkong. Today, Lu Chengkong not only made sure that Yiling was not dead, but also released the ghost in his body, which is also a wish of Shanghai. At the same time, he can also take away a pair of mothers who look exactly the same and can be said to be mother and daughter in name. Girl, of course I'm in a good mood. Please call me Captain Hitsugaya. Sure enough, he didn't change his mind. Has this mantra appeared now? If you can beat me, how about I call you Captain Hitsugaya? I can even call you a death god stronger than me and a genius in front of all the death gods in the entire Soul Society, a real death god captain. Quote. Lu Chengkong's words are no less than ginseng fruit to Hitsugaya Toshiro. Is one of his reasons for coming here. Really? Then you're done. Hitsugaya Toshiro drew out his Zanpakudo, and rushed towards Lu Chengkong in a blink of an eye. The Zanpakudo in his hand made a sharp scream that slashed the air and slashed towards Lu Chengkong. Go. It's good to have self-confidence, but it's not good to have too much self-confidence and become conceited. Lu Chengkong smiled, his right hand protruded like lightning, and a finger popped out at the same time. Flutter. A very dull voice sounded in the quiet night. Hitsugaya Toshiro widened his eyes and looked at the Zanpakudo in his hand. Lu Chengkong actually stretched out a finger to hold his Zanpakudo. Boom. Hitsugaya Toshiro was surprised, but Lu Chengkong was not surprised. He swung out his left hand, folded his 5 fingers into a fist, and punched Hitsugaya Toshiro directly in the stomach with a piercing sound, knocking him out and crashing into the vicinity. Inside the hill. 454, this is the gap. Hey tilde it hurts. Hitsugaya Toshiro stood up, touched his stomach, and screamed in pain. If it wasn't a fist, but a knife, you'd already be dead. At that time, you'd have no chance to cry out. Lu Chengkong's words suffocated Hitsugaya Toshiro, as if he had eaten stool for a long time. Come. Che, just now I just tried to see if you were as powerful as the rumors, or if you are just pretending. I'm serious now, and I'll keep my hands away so that you won't get hurt. Always a teenager, still a little naive, otherwise he wouldn't say such a thing. Oh, I hope you can really do it. Lu Chengkong laughed out loud. No wonder Matsumoto Ranju likes to tease this kid so much in the original book. It's really interesting. Let's just laugh now. You won't be able to laugh later. Sit in the frosty sky, Bingranmaru. Hitsugaya Toshiro blushed and obviously found that what he said just now was very far-fetched, but he didn't say anything else. He directly freed his Zanpakudo. The Zanpakudo changed immediately. An iron chain was born from the end of the knife. At the end of the chain, there was a blade in the shape of a crescent moon. It looked like the tail of an ice dragon. The huge Reiatsu created an ice dragon from the air. Vivi has lost its color in heaven and earth. Obviously, it is a bit exaggerated to say that, but it can also see the potential of the ice wheel pill. Roar. A dragon roar exploded from the sky, and at the same time, an ice dragon exuding an extremely icy aura twisted its sturdy but huge and slender body to bite Lu Chengkong. It looks good, but it doesn't seem to be able to unleash the full power of this Zanpakudo in your hands. To deal with such an ability, the fourth one, Bai Lei, is enough. Lu Chengkong stretched out a finger. A thunderbolt came out and hit the ice dragon's head with a screeching sound. The powerful thunderbolt directly penetrated the dragon's head, and soon the entire dragon was disintegrated by the thunderbolt. It's useless, the water between heaven and earth is under my control. If you return me one, I can make one. Can you kill it? Hitsugaya Toshiro seemed to be confirming his words. As soon as the voice fell, the ice dragon that had been smashed appeared again. It's pretty good, but what if the master doesn't have the strength to convert? The 6166 stand light prison of the Tao. Lu Chengkong waved his hand and shot 6 rays of light towards Hitsugaya Toshiro. Don't think that you are the only one who knows the way of ghosts, the 31 way of breaking the way, the red artillery. Hitsugaya Toshiro did not show weakness, and also used the ghost way. Although the red artillery only has 31 way of breaking the way, it is not a special defense. However, the blocked 6-stick light prison was more than enough, but unfortunately he forgot that Lu Chengkong was not only able to use one ghost path. I'm sorry, it's too easy for me to use the ghost way that doesn't need to be chanted, Kai Canon. Then I'll let you see the more advanced one, 73 of Destruction, Double Lotus Kingfire Pendant. The huge explosion attack with a fiery energy directly devoured the red artillery, and then hit Hitsugaya Toshiro's body unabated, and exploded with a bang. Ice Wall. Hitsugaya Toshiro breathed a sigh of relief. The ice dragon in front of him formed a huge ice wall and blocked the Shuanglian Kingwo in a timely manner, but even so, after blocking the Shuanglian Kingwo, the ice wall was also blocked. Broken. Have you breathed a sigh of relief so soon? That's not a good thing. The 88th of Breaking the Way, Flying Dragon strikes the Thunder Cannon. Lu Chengkong's open palm immediately shot out a huge straight beam, with the terrifying power of thunder and lightning directly devoured Hitsugaya Toshiro, who couldn't dodge in time. Hey, Harusui, Hitsugaya seems to be in danger. Isn't it too bad for us not to go out like this? Yukitake Shuru, who was hiding on the side, suddenly said. I said that you don't have a problem with your head. It's not that you can't see the arrogance of Hitsugaya Toshiro. I just took this opportunity to polish him and let him know the meaning of the saying that there are people outside the world, and you don't. Can you see that Lu Chengkong is in a good mood? Otherwise, Hitsugaya Toshiro would have been killed in seconds. While talking, Jingle Chunshui looked at Shuru Yukitake with eyes like an idiot, causing Shuru Yukitake's pale face to show a tinge of blush that was very rare, obviously embarrassed by the warmth of the floor. Bankai da Gurin Ice Wheel Maru. The voice of Hitsugaya Toshiro came from the billowing smoke, the spiritual pressure skyrocketed, and the gale blown away the smoke and dust, and also revealed the appearance of Hitsugaya Toshiro Bankai. After Bankai, there are 12 Gurin petals behind Hitsugaya Toshiro to represent the time limit of his Bankai. When liberated, an ice dragon will be formed. Its huge wings extend from the wrist of the knife, and there are ice crystals shaped like 3 huge petals. If the crystals are gone, then Bankai will be released. It's really a coquettish Bankai, but the difference in strength can't be made up by Bankai. Up to now, you are not even qualified to let me draw a knife. The old friends are here, so the battle is over, and I am almost there. Get out of here, number 90, the Black Coffin. Lu Chengkong raised his right hand, put it in front of him, and turned it slightly. Oops, Lu Chengkong is serious. The expressions of Jingle Chunshui and Ukiju Shiruro changed greatly. He didn't expect Lu Chengkong to change after saying that. If the black coffin ate it, it would be almost the same as if Toshiro Hitsugaya didn't die. The 88th of Breaking the Way, Flying Dragon strikes Thief Thunder Cannon. The 2 Death God captains at the same time had the exact same ghost way to the black cube that had surrounded Hitsugaya Toshiro. I don't want to be disturbed in my battle. Binding the Way. 81, Breaking the Air. Lu Chengkong sneered, a huge defense standing directly in front of the black coffin, directly blocking the 2 tricks of Flying Dragon attacking Thief and Thunder Cannon. When Duangkong shattered, the attack of the black coffin was completed, and at the same time the black coffin was opened, revealing the figure of Hitsugaya Toshiro. Hitsugaya Toshiro, who was still majestic just a moment ago, was now covered in blood and frost, and fell to the ground in a very embarrassed state. However, when he saw the Shuiyan crazy blade behind Lu Chengkong, a trace of unwillingness and admiration flashed in his eyes. The gap between me and him is really too big, let alone Zanpakuto, just using the ghost way will kill me, and the ghost way of the number does not need to sing. The power is terrifying, and directly kills the self after Bankai. Instant kill. If he hadn't used the Millennium Ice Prison to trap himself in it at a critical time, he might have died by now. 455 Spring Water, Floating Bamboo. Floating Bamboo, Chun Shui, we are old acquaintances. Are you going to join forces to deal with me, or are you going to join forces to drag me and let those Death God captains arrive soon? Lu Chengkong stood on the ground and said softly, not showing a little panic because of the facts he said. The kind of self-confidence that will be swayed and unintentionally exuded by his gestures makes Hitsugaya Toshiro, who has always been unconvinced, ashamed. It's not suitable for me to fight and kill, but I can't disobey the old man's orders. Jingle Chunshui said with a headache, knowing that if the whole corpse and soul world said that he didn't want to fight with anyone, that person is definitely Lu Chengkong. He would rather face old man Yamamoto than face Lu Chengkong. Let me count, there should be several people in the team leader Shinigami who are coming. Broken Bee, Kuchiki Byakuya, Komamura Zojin, Niyuri, Aizen, Tosenyao, Ichimaru Jin, Hihi, basically it's true. All the captains of the Soul Society are here. I didn't expect that I could make such a big battle when I came back to save someone. Quote. Lu Chengkong closed his eyes and sensed the Reiatsu who was rushing towards him at an astonishing speed. Vv's mouth curled up, forming a mocking arc. This guy understands all the changes in the Soul Society. Seeing his confident look, is he confident that he will come out under the siege of so many captains? You know that old man Yamamoto is coming soon. Even if he can defeat so many captains God of Death, it's impossible to defeat him in a short time. These captains can hold him back even without looking. Jingle Chunshui thought in a puzzled way. Lu Chengkong's eyes changed. His peaceful eyes instantly became incomparably sharp. His body released an ice blue spiritual pressure that was visible to the naked eye, and the clothes on his body automatically moved without wind, and the violent and cold spiritual pressure swept away in all directions like a storm. It's so cold, it's different from the coldness of my ice wheel pill, but it makes me cold in my heart and my soul. As the owner of the strongest Zanpakuto in the ice and snow type, Toshiro Hitsugaya couldn't help but shudder. He clearly felt that the temperature in the air had not changed at all, but his heart was very cold. This guy is too evil. Every time we meet, his strength is more than the previous one. Jingle Chunshui thought very resentfully. Wa Fengshu Luanwa God sings. Tianfengshu Luantian sneers at Huatian Kuanggu. Jingle Chunshui thought while Shikai immediately. He didn't dare to be so arrogant with his Zanpakuto directly and Lu Chengkong right cut. All the waves turn into my shield. All the thunder and light turn into my blade. The principle of the double fish. The same is true of Shuru Yukataki. His body is already bad, and he dare not neglect it. Zanpakuto with the rules of the game. Zanpakuto that absorbs energy and releases energy. Hihi, it is indeed a nightmare for enemies who don't understand their abilities. Lu Chengkong casually released a 63 Thunder Roar cannon. His eyes looked at Shiro Yukataki closely. Suck. Sure enough, Shuru Yukataki raised the Zanpakuto Pizuri on his left to absorb all the lightning explosions that came flying. As expected, Lu Chengkong's eyes flickered, and he smiled. With his right hand, he pulled out the Shuiyan Kuangdao behind him, and his body shot out like a detached arrow. In the blink of an eye, he came to Jingle Chunshui. Above, there is no mercy and a direct cut. A chilling glance. Impossible, standing taller than me, and the test of Fuju just now, did he guess our ability in an instant? Impossible, only old man Yamamoto has seen the ability of me and Fuju, how does he know? Jingle Chunshui is indeed a person who is good at thinking. Ordinary people would not notice the fleeting details just now, but Jingle Chunshui guessed something from them. Release. Yukataki Shuru also had the same idea, but the battle had already begun. No matter what they thought, they had to go on, and Pisces Re in his right hand released the Thunder Roar cannon just now. Not only that, the Thunder Roar cannon released by Yukataki Shuru was even more powerful than before he absorbed it, apparently adding his own spiritual power to make its power even greater. Boom. It's a pity that Thunder Roar cannon is only Thunder Roar cannon after all. Even if its power increases, there will only be one end in the face of the shocking glance. Don't split into two. Not good alone. Jingle Chunshui swung the two Zanpakuto in his hands, and a swift and violent hurricane rushed towards the ice blade above his head. Watian Kuangbone silently appeared in Lu Chengkong's shadow, stabbing at Lu Chengkong, but unfortunately the sharp blade only brought out the whistling sound that cut through the air, although it finally passed through Lu Chengkong's body, but it passed through the air. But it was just an afterimage left by Lu Chengkong. The top-level skills of the Siphon Yuan family are really troublesome, too real, especially in fierce battles, but it is fortunate that he really knows the capabilities of me and Fuju, otherwise it would not be possible every time we are all one step ahead to deal with it. Quote. Jingle Chunchui secretly said that it was troublesome, but there was nothing he could do. Wouldn't it be better to let Shiro Yukitaki go to hand-to-hand combat? He had no choice but to rush over and cut each other with Lu Chengkong. Clang. The ear-piercing sound of swords clashing resounded in his ears. Lu Chengkong faced Jingle Chunchui's violent attack with a snow-drinking mad knife alone, and Shiruro Yukitaki, who was constantly harassing him on the side, instead of falling behind, he seemed relaxed. Freehand, he suppressed the two with ease. Impossible. The leader of the Jing Band and the leader of Fuju are relatively veteran leaders of the Soul Society. They should be very strong, and their years are much older than Lu Chengkong. How could they be completely suppressed when they joined forces? This guy, how strong is it? Quote. At this moment, Hitsugaya Toshiro realized that the genius he has done is not worth mentioning in front of the real powerhouse, because no matter how great your growth potential is, now you are so weak, as long as I kill you, you will not be a genius. At the same time, I also understand that I am too ignorant of the sky. It's really troublesome. Jingle Chunchui was smashed and flew out by Lu Chengkong's sudden blow. His body twisted in midair to dissipate his strength, and his feet landed smoothly, but Lu Chengkong's offensive also followed. Those captains are coming soon. I'm sorry, Chun Shui, floating bamboo. As long as the warm-up exercise is over, I have no choice but to deal with you guys. Aohan 6 Arts, Bingren Bingshin. 456 defeated floating bamboo, spring water. The violent spiritual power and the icy frost were released from Lu Chengkong's body. This time, there was no change in temperature. Toshiro, who was most sensitive to temperature, obviously found that the temperature in the air dropped rapidly. It's just that no one knows that the last move of Lu Chengkong's Aohan 6 Arts is different from the Ice Blade and Ice Heart. This is not only a simple trick to cause damage to the enemy, but also has an effect on the enemy's mind and soul. In addition to the single attack, there is another side to this trick, that is, the coverage group attack. Let's die. Lu Chengkong snorted coldly, and the snow-drinked crazy saber held high in his hands suddenly burst into a dazzling icy blue light, completely illuminating the dark night sky. One cut. With a bang, a powerful energy was centered on Lu Chengkong and released in all directions. Countless ice knives appeared at any position in Lu Chengkong's body at a 360-degree angle at the same time, and flew out at the same time. The harsh light and the suffocating energy fluctuations made Toshiro, who was thrown far away early in the morning, closed his eyes in a conditioned reflex, because the storm driven by the violent energy of Bingren Bingshin directly threw it out. The Toshiro was blown far away. Boom. Hitsugaya Toshiro, who had been floating in the air, only felt his body sink and he felt like he was landing, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the shoulders of a stalwart, who was wearing a helmet and wrapped his entire head. It was hard to see his face, and the 7 characters on his back obviously told Hitsugaya Toshiro who the person who used him was. Captain Komamura, thank you. Toshiro said weakly. His eyes darkened and he fell asleep. It was obvious that he was really tired today, not only hurt his body, but also in his heart. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Hitsugaya. That's right, Captain Hitsugaya of the Kimura Left Array is obviously sending a message to all the nearby death captains and the Shinigami who follow. That is Hitsugaya Toshio Lang is acknowledged by his Kimura Zojin that she is a true captain and not a child. Captain, look ahead. A god of death pointed to the front with a look of surprise, only to see that the street of exile in front of the exiled sinners had been completely destroyed. A world of frost. Is this what Captain Hitsugaya did? Kira Izuru said, apparently in his opinion, only the owner of the strongest ice and snow Zanpakuto, Hitsugaya Toshiro, can do such ice and snow. No, everything in Kira can't only be seen on the surface. In addition to the low temperature, the cold air emanating from the frost gives people a feeling of suffocation. There is only one person who can make such a reality. The genius god of death, Lu Chengkong. Only the snow drink Crazy Saber in his hand can release this kind of low-temperature ice and snow similar to Bing Loon pills and the suffocating feeling that makes people feel cold and cold. Quote. Zibo Heian said that his sister Zibo Kong had a good relationship with Lu Changkong, so of course he knew better than the other deputy captains or captains of the death god who had only left in Lu Changkong and rose up. Haha, this is really a super good research material. Ni Yuli's eyes shot a gleam of light. This guy really gave up, but he didn't find Aizen, Dongxian and Ichimaru Jin were there. On the other hand, he looked at her very obscurely with a dead man's eyes. That's Captain Uzumaki and Captain Hujing. Oh my god, the two of them were actually injured. 12 plus Captain Hitsugaya's 3 captains are not his opponents. The shooting range Teziman saw clearly the situation in the world of ice and snow and suddenly exclaimed involuntarily, knowing that Jingle Chunchui and Yukitaki Shiruro were among the best among all death god captains in their opinion, and they were the oldest qualified, and now the 3 of them have all failed miserably together. It's so lively, why every time I come back to the soul world, I will welcome me with such a battle. A playful voice sounded in everyone's ears, and everyone's eyes suddenly looked over, only to see a throne made entirely of ice appeared in the world of ice and snow, and a man was sitting on it with playful eyes. Looking at all the gods of death, looking at his leisurely appearance, it is obvious that he did not look at the nearby gods of death at all. The criminal Lu Changkong, how dare you come back to the soul realm? Komamura Zojun, who was the most righteous without any interest in it, was the first to roar. His tall figure and that majestic voice really gave people a sense of a huge sense of oppression. It doesn't seem like your home opened the soul realm. Of course I can come back. Lu Changkong's words suddenly made some female gods of death in the vicinity burst into laughter, and some gods of death who were familiar with him secretly whispered in their hearts. What? HMPH, you are still stubborn when you die, do you think you alone can defeat all the gods of death here? Komamura Zojun was at a loss for words, obviously he was not good at bickering. I do think so. I really don't pay attention to your so-called gods of death. Lu Changkong was beyond the expectations of Komamura Zojun, and he actually said such a wild talk, which made Kuchiki Gyakuya and the others face very ugly. Bold, roar, God's condemnation. Komamura Zojun immediately became angry, and directly Shikai, the first to do it, the Zanpakuto in his hand immediately became huge. Like the giant's hand controlling the giant's sword with a destructive force, the powerful force ripped apart the air and slashed towards Lu Changkong. Boom. For the first time, the eyes of the god of death who saw Lu Changkong's shot suddenly widened. Lu Changkong actually squeezed the huge Zanpakuto of the Kimura Zojun with his hands, so that the Kimura Zojun could no longer make an inch. God, you know, in their opinion, Komamura Zojun is an absolute power-type death god, and such a powerful Zanpakuto was actually pinched by someone's hand. Hiss. Even some gods of death who knew Lu Changkong's power were still stunned and gasping for breath when they saw such a real person's heart. You bastard. Komamura Zojun was surprised that Lu Changkong was strong, but he was more angry. He was underestimated, and he was still in the power that he was best at, so Kimura Zojun would directly breastfeed. All of his strength was used up, but unfortunately his Zanpakuto was still held firmly in Lu Changkong's hand. Is the physical strength of the god of death so great? Is the epidermal defense so hard? Could it be that he used a virtual experiment on himself? Impossible, I can't feel the slightest aura in him, or is he relying on himself alone? The talent has realized the limit of death and emptiness, and found a way to break the limit. Impossible, the only way to break is to use Benyu, and there is no way that death can comprehend. Quote. Aizen's heart was also very confused for a while, and she didn't know which guess was right. 457 Kill Komamura left array. Hey, the gap has become so big, it really makes me uncomfortable. Jingle Chunchui was helped up by his team's Reaper member, and his tone was very desolate, but there was no trace of depression on his expression. Ahem, bastard, is it necessary to strike so hard? Shuru Yukitaki coughed, and said very unhappily, it's rare for a good old man like him to say such a thing in such a tone. Komamura, didn't you have dinner yesterday? Be a little bit stronger. Lu Chengqiang said sarcastically. I want you to know that you are going to irritate me, Bankai Black Rope Heavenly Scourge Mingwang. Komamura Zojin began to emit a powerful spiritual pressure that was visible to the naked eye, and the rising trend of this spiritual pressure was getting bigger and bigger. The speed is getting faster and faster, and at the end, the ice at the foot of Komamura's left formation seems to be unable to withstand his spiritual pressure and directly shattered. Between Komamura Zojin summoned a huge black armored samurai, wearing a red turban, covered with heavy armor, and tied with a huge black thick rope behind his back, which seemed to be very offensive, destructive, and oppressive. Die! Komamura Zojin roared loudly, and as he waved the shrunken Zanpakuto in his hand, the black rope heavenly punishment King Ming behind him held a huge sword and slashed towards Lu Chengkong with an indomitable aura. The incomparably simple slashing blocked Lu Chengkong's front, back, left, and right directions in an instant, and there was no other way but to block it. Why is Bankai, the god of death, all the same now? It doesn't matter what it looks like, no matter how powerful it looks, what's the use of it? I can kill you with a wave of my hand. You seem to have caught Tushiro Hitsugaya just now, right? Then you have such a fate, let you and him lose in the same trick. Lu Chengkong's figure flashed, and dozens of afterimages that were indistinguishable from real people were pulled out in the air. In an instant, he came to the front of King Ming of the black rope, stretched out 2 fingers in his right hand, and moved gently, the 90 of the way, the black coffin. The black cube was directly blocked by the Komamura left array, which could not react in time, and the countless shadow blades outside directly penetrated into the black cube. Unlock to get out. Ah! Komamura Zojin already fully understood what was going on with the scars on Hitsugaya Toshiro's body. There were countless wounds all over his body, blood was gushing violently, and the strength of his whole body seemed to be completely destroyed by the blood. As if it was taken away, the real person fell to the ground powerless. It's terrifying. This man, the captain-level death god, is not an enemy of unity in front of him. That is the 90th breach, my god. Countless death gods screamed, making the originally quiet night sky become a noisy street market. It's more powerful than the original black coffin. Damn, is he really my nemesis? He has always walked in front of me. Even if I can barely use the black coffin without singing, the power is not as strong as the original 3.5, but even if this guy's black coffin doesn't have 100% power, at least it has more than 1/2. Aizen's face didn't change, but the hands under the cuffs were quietly clenched, and he thought very unwillingly, Ghost Road number 90 and below can be used by many captains without singing, but more than number 89, the Ghost Road, especially the Broken Road, is a watershed, just like the gap between the vice captain and the captain. It is difficult to cross. Komamura, damn it, the second type of clearing insects, the red locust. Regardless of whether they became hostile in the original book, the relationship between Dongxian and Zojun of Kimura is indeed very good, even if they become enemies later. That feeling has not disappeared, and now there is no need for any cover-up. Bounding the way. 81. Breaking the sky. The smile on Lu Chengkong's face had never disappeared from the beginning until now, as if fighting against this group of captains was just a fun game in his opinion. Bankai, insect removal final, Yan Mo cricket. Dongxian wanted to come to Lu Chengkong's side in a blink of an eye, and immediately Bankai with the Zanpakuto in his hand, and the black space immediately covered Lu Chengkong. If you are deprived of your 5 senses except touch, what can you do? Aizen sighed inwardly. To be honest, he is very afraid of Dongxian's ability to have this ability. It can be said that he does not need to be afraid of his own mirror. Xian Yao has been subdued by himself, and his strength cannot reach the same level as himself, so Aizen can use him with confidence. Captain Dongxian's ability is not so easy to decipher. No matter how strong he is now, if he suddenly loses his 5 senses, he will definitely lose. Said, but the confidence in his words was not very firm. Obviously, Lu Chengkong was able to defeat the 3 captains in such a short time in the face of the siege of the 3 captains. Although Kyoraku and Yukitaki did not have Bankai, he also instantly killed Komamura Zojun. No matter how confident he was in his captain, it was inevitable that he would be a little unsteady. Although he is the enemy of the Soul Society, I have to say that he hasn't pulled out his Zanpakuto, let alone Bankai. Shiba Heian's words made Hisagi Shuhei look ugly. It's terrible, he didn't know this in his heart, but he deliberately ignored it. Is she a monster? How can she still show such a smile without her 5 senses except the sense of touch? This demon must be killed, otherwise it will definitely be the great enemy of Aizen-sama. Dongxian had not attacked immediately, but stood quietly and felt Lu Chengkong, but to his disappointment, Lu Chengkong was not only not afraid, but his expression did not even change. I don't know why Dongxian has a feeling of powerlessness that he has never had before. I think you must be watching me, wanting to see my fear, hee, although your ability is terrible, but you are not qualified to make me afraid. Come on, I have cracked your ability. Lu Chengkong suddenly turned around to look at Shang Dongxianyao. Yes, Lu Chengkong, who had lost his vision, could still see exactly where Dongxianyao was, which made Dongxianyao's face change greatly, the kind of crisis in his heart. Feel more obvious. Impossible, Yanmo Cricket has obviously stripped his 5 senses, even if Master Aizen is inside, his 5 senses can only be taken away. He is actually fine. How is it possible? Just kidding. Yes, he must have guessed. Good luck guessing. Dongxian wanted to take a deep breath and let his head return to clarity. A little under his feet, the Zanpakuto stabbed Lu Chengkong's heart with a mighty thunderous force. Obviously, if Dongxian planned to kill him with one hit, he would not give Lu Chengkong any counterattack. Opportunity. 458 Another second East Immortal wants. Clang. Just when Dong Xianyao's blade was about to pierce Lu Chengkong's heart, Dong Xianyao couldn't help showing a triumphant smile, but his smile froze when he appeared, because Lu Chengkong's body he actually turned to the VV side to the left, dodging his own blade without making any extra movement. A coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Dong Xian didn't believe that someone could ignore his ability, so this time he was no longer a stabbing attack, but a series of stormy and airtight attacks. The heart that Dongxian wanted to display has sunk to the bottom of the valley. Once, twice, or even 3 times, it can be said to be a coincidence to avoid it. Then what about 4 or 5 times or even hundreds of times? Is it a coincidence that they all escaped? Dongxian wants it. It's over. Lu Chengkong's left hand held the Zanpakuto that was about to slash him horizontally in front of him, and his right hand held the hilt of the Shuiyin Quangdao. The sound of splitting the flesh sounded in Yanmo Cricket, and Yanmo Cricket also collapsed. Ah! Dongxian was about to cry out in pain, half squatting on the ground, relying on her tenacious will to keep herself from falling, but unfortunately the piercing pain kept corroding his nerves, and she felt that her head was getting worse if it wasn't right. It got darker and darker, and it fell to the ground with a thud. Quiet. Absolutely quiet. All the gods of death who were present after the shattering of Yanmo's cricket saw the situation inside. Lu Chengkong was unscathed, and Dongxian was going to be seriously injured and unconscious, and he didn't know his life or death. It's too boring to go up one by one, why don't you go up together? Lu Chengkong's eyes swept to the remaining Captain Death, Kuchiki Byakuya, Ni Yuri, Broken Bee, Ichimaru Yin. He left the sentence directly, a word that makes them have to shoot. The enemy is too strong, we can only take action together. Aizen pretended to be regretful that his strength could not keep up. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Shoot him, sharpshooter. Open your claws and kill Jizo. Desperate to kill the enemy, Sparrow. Broken Bee hesitated and noticed that many gods of death were watching. Even if she didn't want to take action, she had no choice but to follow Shikai, but if you pay attention, you will find that she is good at assassinating. The Broken Bee did not use the assassination, but rushed over, obviously she kept her hand. Break it, Kyokasueui. In addition to the injured Shuru, Jingle Chunsui, the comatose Kimura Zojun, Tosenyao, Hitsugaya Toshiro, the Captain Reaper who was present all shot, no matter Lu Chengkong's success or failure in such a grand scene. In recording the history of the Soul Society, the nearby death god was even more afraid that he would miss this scene, so he weighted his eyes to the maximum. Is it worth fighting against such a person? If he is really as strong as your sister you said, even if these gods of death go together, they will definitely lose. Such a man is the real god of death, a man like God. Zibo Heian sighed inwardly. It was not because he was unqualified that he did not enter the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy with Zibo Kong, but because he was the heir of the already declining Ziba family, worried that he would be killed and cut off by the four great nobles. This is excellent. The seed heir, so he is protected. She didn't let him out until she wasn't strong enough, otherwise she would have entered the true Central Spiritual Arts Academy early in the morning, and she wouldn't have gotten into the position of vice captain until now. Frozen 3 feet. The sword was vigorous, detached 3 feet around the body. Hanbing took shape, and the ice wall of Hitsugaya Toshiro was different. One was formed in an instant, and the other was frozen 3 feet. It is not a day's cold. The difference in words is huge, and the difference in defense is also huge. In the face of the joint attack of so many captains, although Aizen and Ichimaru Jin didn't use their full strength to hide their strength, and Broken Bee also deliberately kept their hands, but the others didn't, so it shouldn't be underestimated. Such a siege is enough to instantly defeat any Captain Reaper. Even Bankai can only support a little more time. Of course, we are talking about ordinary Reaper captains, such as Komamura Zojin. Boom! A series of explosions and the collision of spiritual pressure continued to sound, and all kinds of light directly illuminated the nearby night sky completely. Unfortunately, when the smoke was blown by the breeze, Lu Chengkong's figure was revealed, always surrounding Lu Chengkong. The ice within the range of 3 feet in the sky did not shatter, but there were only fissures. Do you want me to repeat the same thing? Captains didn't eat today. Or do you think that you can defeat me by siege? Since you are so naive, I will let you accept the cruel reality, treading snow to find plums. Lu Chengkong's body rose out of thin air, and when he put the snow drink crazy saber in his hand, under the unbelievable eyes of Kuchiki Byakuya and the others, he actually used his legs to control his strength. Swaying freely, the power is actually stronger than using it with your hands. Take the move. Lu Chengkong tapped his right foot and kicked his left foot, and the force he brought out directly flew the Shuiyan Crazy Blade. With the control of Lu Chengkong's feet, the Shuiyan Crazy Blade finally became like a shooting star. Shoot straight out, and let go of the snow drink Crazy Blade on the way, turning into a huge ice blade. The core of the ice blade is the snow drink Crazy Blade. Bankai Senbon Sakura Kujiyoshi. Bankai Golden Killing Jizo. ellipsis. Have you forgotten that this trick is stronger when you are strong? Let's break out. Lu Chengkong instantly raised his spiritual pressure to the extreme that he could achieve so far. With the blessing, the ice blade is even bigger. As if about to open up the world, it directly slashed at the cherry blossoms and the golden slaughter Jizo. The powerful frost energy and knife strength directly tore all obstacles, and banged on the captains. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion sounded tens of thousands of meters in a radius, and the cold light soared into the sky, making people unable to open their eyes to see. Captain Aizen. Many gods of death, such as Kuchiki Byakuya and other vice-captains of Captain Death, or the members of their squad immediately screamed in worry. Of course, there are also female characters that Lu Chengkong did not like in the original work. There is a reason for being hypnotized, but she was hypnotized. What he did was Hina Sendao, whom Lu Chengkong hated very much. A little provocation for a boss who I only met later, a captain I admired, even the most trusted grow up together, has been silently guarding her, helping her, and for her not to die. Toshiro Hitsugaya, who has a deep bondage, can draw his sword to face each other. Is the trust and friendship they cultivated since childhood really that fragile? The married woman can also say that the married woman poured out the water, but she is obviously not the case. No matter what Lu Chengkong hates most to the people of the world of death, it is not Aizen, Yihu and others. These villains are decent, but this young Mori Peach. 459 Nirvana Dream. Tisk tisk, your strength is not too weak. you still have to look at your head. It seems that you have not spent all these years in vain. Lu Chengkong glanced at the captains of Death God who were in embarrassment but did not suffer much damage. Obviously the strength is also constantly improving, and with so many Death God captains besieging him, it would be too embarrassing if he couldn't even block his own move. Very poisonous gas. Jin Zushijizo opened his mouth, and a burst of purple smoke mold immediately spewed out. Obviously, this is poisonous gas. If you accidentally inhale it, it is very dangerous. If you lose control of your limbs, even Lu Chengkong, I don't want to try it. After all, it's not a bad taste at all. The 58 Ways Breaking. Wen Lan. Lu Chengkong raised one hand and shot a huge whirlwind in the face of the poison gas that was blowing towards him, blowing away all the poison gas nearby. The 63 Thunder Roar Cannon. The blast with thunder and lightning blasted straight into the air, and the extremely fast thunder and lightning directly slammed into Jin Zakusha Jizo's body, blasting his huge body out. You are the second-generation director of the Technology Development Bureau, the new captain of the 12th Division of Gotei 13th Division after that kid Urahara Kazuki left. You are quite brave. Don't think that no one will kill you if you keep a trick of liquid. With you, if I want to kill you, I can kill you with a wave of my hand. Quote. Lu Chengkong said, completely ignoring the panic and disbelief in Ni Yuli's eyes. Obviously, Ni Yuli did not expect that the backhand that he had been relying on the most would be known in advance, and even looked at the other party's appearance and did not put his backhand in his eyes at all. Inside. If it was said that Lu Chengkong hadn't shown such fighting power when he just met Lu Chengkong, he would have sneered, but now he really doesn't have much confidence in his ability to turn into a liquid or not. He is also very clear about this ability. Nothing is 100% flawless and perfect. The so-called incomprehensible is only because no one else has found a way to solve it. As the owner of such a liquid ability, he certainly knows the weakness. Broken Down number 73. Double Lotus King Fire Pendant. The enhanced version of the huge explosion directly hit Ni Yuli with a distorted high temperature that was enough to burn the nearby air, and it also exploded at the same time. Obviously, the Shuanglian King Wopeng is an explosive attack, and it is also an enhanced version. In addition to the high temperature bombing, of course, it has the ability to explode. Boom. The smoke and dust in the sky immediately burst out along with the skylight. When the line of sight was restored, Ni Yuli's figure had disappeared without a trace. The only thing left was his vice-captain, Ni Yinmeng, but it was hidden by Lu Chengkong. After taking care of her for a while, a powerful Reiatsu was directed at her alone, making it impossible for her to leave. If Lu Chengkong disliked the female characters of the God of Death the most, Hina Sen Dao, then one of the female characters he liked the most was Ni Yinmeng, and Ni Yuli completely regarded her as a fighting tool and sacrificed at any time, attacked her many times, but she has no regrets, and is very touched by the father who gave her life. Compared with Hina Moritao, who had no hesitation in abandoning the truest and deepest friendship and family affection that he had cultivated since childhood with Hipshugaya Toshiro, Lu Chengkong appreciates the fact that he has seldom appeared on the scene and talked very little, and did more things. The very quiet goddess of death, since she had this opportunity, Lu Chengkong certainly wouldn't give Ni Yuli the chance to treat her like the original. You don't have to worry, I didn't kill him. Don't get me wrong, I didn't kill him entirely because of you, so you don't have to touch me. If you want to touch yourself, don't ask me why I did it, maybe in the future you will got it. Lu Chengkong's voice floated to Nianmeng's ears, and only Nianmeng heard the sound. It wasn't long before it was created, and his mind was not as mature and calm as the original, and it was still very simple. A very strange look looked at the powerful man in front of him. Where has Captain Newly gone? Could it be that he was killed? At this time, many of the gods of death present except for the god of death, the captain, were really afraid. Of course, there were two exceptions. They are respectively a god of death with a very dazzling bald head, a feather in the corner of the right eye, and a neck guard and sleeves connected together. These two people are present, except for the captain, the god of death and some vice-captains, without the slightest fear or fear people. Gong Chin, I didn't believe the captain's words before, and I didn't believe that someone was stronger than the captain, but the facts are in front of me and I have to believe it. Madaramu, that's right, this bald head was called the Little Bald Madaramu by Yakiryu in the original book. As for the one next to him, of course, he was inseparable from Ayasagawa Bowie. Hey, Kokaku, you're not going to challenge him, right? Ace Kawamura said, looking at Madarami's fiery eyes, and suddenly said a little worriedly. Don't worry, although I am belligerent, I won't foolishly go to death. This man is the captain's friend, and the captain also told me not to mess around, just let me see his strengths, there will be some in the future. Opportunity, but to fight with such a man, even if it is a fiasco or even death, there is no regret. It's no wonder that the captain likes to fight with him so much. Only by fighting against such a person can he feel his limit and become stronger every time he enjoys the battle. The corner of Madara's eyes heard the words, his eyes regained his shrewdness, but he still said the same thing. Zaraki Kenpachi of the 11th Division took the initiative to ask to stay in the Soul realm. Don't look at him who only knows how to fight. In fact, he is very smart. There is definite evidence that the Shinigami with the title of Kenpachi has committed a heinous crime. Otherwise, he cannot be easily convicted, so there is absolutely no difference between Zengmu Kenpachi leaving and staying, and it is extremely safe to stay, and Lu Chengkong can also say that he is the first man he knew in this world. The man who saved his life was very touched. If the female god of death that Lu Chang believes in most in this world is Kusaka Yakiruro, followed by Ranju and Yaiki, then the male god of death that Lu Chang believes most is Zaragi Kenpachi, followed by Kuchiki Kyukawa and Himiko. And the reason why Madarame and Ace Chuan Yujin came here was completely ordered by Zaragi Kenpachi. Of course, there were also reasons why the two of them wanted to see if Lu Chengkong was really as powerful as the legend. I have to say that Natsuki Kenpachi is actually a very affectionate person, although on the surface he asked Madarame and Ace Chuan to take a look at Lu Chengkong's strength. Otherwise it would be boring to fight with himself, but Madaragi, who greatly admired Kenpachi Zaraki, and Yuki Ayasagawa, who was attentive, could still find the very unique and subtle concern of Kenpachi. 460 Zaraki Kenpachi's interception. It's time to leave after fighting for so long. Strangely, old man Yamamoto's spiritual pressure clearly started at an extremely fast speed. Why did he suddenly stop when he was about 10 kilometers away from him? That's right, Lu Chengkong was originally planning to wait for the old man Yamamoto to come. In his opinion, on the surface of the Soul Society, with the exception of Ujawalita, Aizen Yusuke and old man Yamamoto, who do not hide their strength, are worth fighting for themselves, others seem to have to clean up and even. It won't take too much effort to kill them, even after using the solution, Shuru and Jingle Chunchui. He wanted to wait for the old man Yamamoto to come and take away the Death Captain here, at least to prevent them from interfering with himself. In the battle of the old man Yamamoto, he knew very well that there was no better way to improve his strength than to fight, and it was best to. It is to fight against an enemy stronger than himself, and old man Yamamoto is undoubtedly the best choice. However, it didn't take long for Shan Makong's doubts to be answered. A domineering, bellicose and bloodthirsty Reiatsu appeared in him. In the perception of the soul, there is only one death god who has such a spiritual pressure in the soul world, and there is no doubt that the death god is the Zengmu Jien. Apparently he didn't know what he planned to do with his plan to face a Yamamoto while being surrounded by so many death god captains. The old man is very dangerous, so Shion took a risk and stopped the old man Yamamoto, and at the same time broke out his own spiritual pressure, signaling himself. Leave soon. Hey, Jien, this guy. It seems that I, Lu Chengkong, were really lucky and have traveled through twice. The world of May Thief King met Enel. The world of the god of death has encountered Zergigian, and it seems that my idea is only in vain. Lu Chengkong smiled, and a trace of warmth flashed in his eyes, this kind of brotherhood and the tenderness of his wife. Completely different, no need for extra words, just a very simple look or action is enough. Now that the Zengmu sword has been shot, Lu Chenggong can only give up the idea of waiting for the old man Yamamoto to come. The kindness of the sword was in vain, so he flashed his figure, directly pulled Nianmeng, and disappeared directly in the eyes of all the gods of death. MUNG. GM, this kid is getting more and more powerful. No one knows his depth in the original book. It seems that every time he encounters a more powerful opponents he will show stronger strength. However, it seems that because of his own influence, Zengmujian has become more sharp-edged and even more terrifying, and he dares to blatantly. In this kind of environment, being alone and challenging old man Yamamoto, if it is not stupid, it is self-confidence in one's own strength. He hid his own spiritual pressure in the environment, and left with Chiryu, Soma Yoshino, Nigan Meng, and Kuchiki Yelling's 4 daughters. At the same time, the Zaraki sword on the other side, who is facing off against old man Yamamoto, seems to be verifying Lu Chenggong's idea. At least the old man Yamamoto was barely able to shock him with the face more wooden sword. At least on the surface, there would not be too many problems. But the current Zengmujian simply has the intention of hiding himself, or it may be because he has Qinliu's concern in the original work, so that he, being able to let go of death without any scruples to enjoy all the battles, the strength is even more accessible than the original, or it may be hidden in the original. Zhang's strength exploded. Of course, while he broke out the hidden strength of the original book, because of Lu Chenggong, he had a power that far surpassed that of the original book. The strength is different from one to the other, and it is of course extremely terrifying under the unscrupulous burst of all-out efforts. Zaraki sword. The old man Yamamoto looked at the death god who was blocking him in surprise, and said word by word. His tone was full of. It was the surprise that could not be concealed. He was not surprised that the sword was blocking his way, but that the sword was hiding so much great power. Even if his 2 proud disciples, Shuru Yukataki and Chunshui Jingle, have such strength, they are not as strong as they are, even if they join forces. The opponent of Zengmujian in this state, and more importantly, the Zanakijian in front of him is a god of death who can't even know Shikai. It would be terrifying to meet. In the eyes of old man Yamamoto, the Zengi sword is very strong, but there is a possibility that he will definitely exceed his expectations, but now the Zengi sword is. His performance was obviously equivalent to slapping himself in the face, making him feel that he was getting old. He thought that he had already shocked Zergigian. At least if he had his own existence in major events, Zengmujian would not be messed up. But now it seems that it is obviously not the case. Zengurjan is just an internal response. You actually have such a high level of kendo cultivation, which is beyond the old man's expectations. You have only learned it. Skills, use of swordsmanship, servitude and yaikai. Basic kendo seems like a joke to you. P-like will only rampage wildly. Now it seems that the old man taught you before. 2. The old man Yamamoto looked at Zengurjan in a complicated way. To be honest, if Zengurjan was born in the Soul Realm, not in the Tenzuragi district. In other words, his character is not so wild, and he shows the aptitude and fighting talent far beyond Jingle Chunshui and Yukataki Shuru. It is false to say that the servant has moved his heart to accept apprentices. What's more important is that he saw that the Zergi sword is not a trace of impurities and is untouched by the world. It has just been stained and just enjoys fighting. So although old man Yamamoto accepted the Zengi sword as his apprentice, he still taught him the basics of kendo. His own wish for apprenticeship. What you've figured out by yourself is indeed a lot worse than what you've accumulated over the past 2,000 years. To be honest, I really hate kendo. This kind of thing also hates skills, sword skills and so on. But what Chong Kong said is right. There are many things in this world that we don't like. If we want to show ourselves without any scruples. To achieve what you dislike and like, you must have the strength to achieve what you want. I don't like kendo. I don't like my enemies using these things in battle. To all my enemies far ahead of me, let them know it's foolish to use these abilities in combat with me. Think. My kind of wild way to fight me. Then I will learn kendo. I'll have to use the helmet you say. Zanpakujian looked at the zanpakudo in his hand, and a very complex look appeared in his eyes, and it was very rare to say. If you say this kind of charm, you can see from the surprised look in the old man Yamamoto's eyes that he didn't expect that Sergijian would have such a look. Face, there will be such an idea, learning kendo and so on is just for this. At the same time, he is also happy for his accurate vision. Yes, even if he sees a lot of things wrong, at least one of them is right. That is the pure heart of Zanmujien L, the pure heart of pure enjoyment of fighting, learning kendo from Zanmujien, practicing kendo, etc. The reason for his ability to wait can be seen that his vision is not wrong. One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 461 to 480. 461 picked up a Feijun. Then what are you going to do now? Lu Chengkong has already hidden his spiritual pressure. Even if the servant leaves the soul world, he will not be able to find him in a short time. You have achieved your goal, and you have to draw a knife with the old man. The old man Yamamoto didn't know why this time he was not angry with the unjust act of Zaragi's sword, but said to Zaragi's sword in a very calm voice. It's very simple. I have already encountered a bottleneck in my kendo. When I meet a god of death like Jingle Chunchui, maybe I can let them kill me directly without the ability of kendo, but it's not enough to meet a god of death like you. So I need you to help me break through the existing layers. Zanpakudo pulled out the Zanpakudo in his hand with a swipe, not holding the sword with both hands, but holding the sword with both hands and using the most basic kendo. Although it is extremely powerful, it is fundamental to a super master of kendo such as old man Yamamoto. It is Guangong who is playing a big sword in front of him, so he has to hide his strength. At the same time, he also holds the sword with one hand to show his current kendo cultivation. God's will is unpredictable. Why an old man like you can't be accepted as an apprentice? Sometimes old man who also wants to be like you and Lu Chengkong, be a man of style and unrestrained, but unfortunately this old man can't. You are right. If you want to do what you want, show your likes and dislikes without any scruples, and let everyone follow your own will, you must have the same strength. The god of death abides by the law because of the strength of the old man. Righteous. Now it seems that the old man is not enough. The old man Yamamoto used Vivi with both hands, and the crutches immediately shattered, revealing the Zanpakudo inside, but the old man Yamamoto did not have a Shikai, and the strength of the Zanpakudo rarely allowed him to liberate the Zanpakudo, but he had a deep meaning. The old man has the heart of accepting disciples for you, but his reason tells the old man not to do this, but life is so helpless. The old man is old, and he has been sticking to justice for so many years, and in the future, the old man will continue to implement justice firmly plus fully, but people will always feel more emotional when they get old, and it is easy to become lazy, so the old man decided to indulge once. This time is the last indulgence in the old lady's life. In the future, the old man will definitely implement the justice in his heart and will not show mercy to anyone. If anyone commits justice, the old man will not let him go. Including you. Come on, this old man will accompany you to go crazy once today. I will give you everything I know, and you can decide how you will become in the future. It is better to cherish the present if you think so much. How much you can learn depends on yourself. More wood sword. Yamoto Motoriu A Changuo. Zengerjan and Yamamoto Motoyanagi I Changuo read out each other's names at the same time to show respect for each other, and Zengmujien also seemed to be swayed by Yamamoto Motoyanagi I Changuo. The moment's performance was infected. His performance was quite satisfactory, and people thought he was a well-behaved noble rather than a fighting maniac. Take it. Zaraki Jien rushed over. Nothing works. Instant step. Ghost Dao, all those who beat him for nothing. He was only using kendo at this moment, and so did the old man Yamamoto on the other side. Whether it's the love of talent, or the fact that he is too tired and wants to indulge once in the last years of his life, the old man Yamamoto decided to teach all the kendo he knows to Zanaki Jien, even if he will become a great enemy in the future. He doesn't regret it. People are so wonderful sometimes. Their battle has begun. Zakagi returns to his hometown. Don't let me down. You are the strongest god of death in my heart. The title of sword belongs to you, and even old man Yamamoto can't take it away. In a sparsely populated place on Liuhun Street, in front of a uniquely shaped house with a pair of huge arms holding a banner, a man looked at the endless sky in front of him through the window and muttered to himself. Hey, let me say. Lu Chengkong, you bastard, you have been gone for so many years. After I left Lingting, you have not come to me, and now you have finally come. You ignore me and think about things, don't you? Don't you know it's disrespectful to be distracted with a beautiful woman? Zibo Kong asked very straightforwardly and cheerfully. There was no woman's restraint at all, but it was her bold personality that made so many friends, and Lu Chengkong was one of them. I am sorry, but can't you be a little more gentle about Konghe? Lu Chengkong didn't know if it was intentional or not, but his words immediately made a tic-tac-toe appear on Konghe's forehead. Stupid, this is the character of the old lady. If you are upset, you will get the fuck out of the old lady. Your kid is getting more and more arrogant and lustful. There are so many women around, except one of them is Shanghai's wife. I have an unclear relationship with you, well, that's all. It's been a while since you've been here with me. When you go out to buy something to eat, you can pull in a woman. You're really an idiot when you're an old lady. I don't know why I've always been so forthright that I don't care about anything. The lofty Zibi Kong felt very uncomfortable when he saw that Lu Chengkong was carrying so many women and so many of them were very beautiful. I don't know if it was for his good sister. The night is not worth it. Or because of some unknown reason. In short, she is very unhappy now. That's why this is the case. What you're talking about is Kazuna. I've said it all. When I came back from buying food, I met her and she fainted on the ground. When I walked over, I found out that she was starving and fainted. After I woke her up, what did she say? I refuse to leave for the rest of my life, and I have to report to leave. Lu Chengkong said with an innocent look on his face. He didn't lie either. I don't know if it's because he was lucky. When he was having a meal, someone would bring food. When he went out to buy something to eat, he could meet Byakuya's wife in the legendary original novel. Inside a corner of Seoul Street. So Lu Chengkong, kindly, saved him. Unexpectedly, when she woke up, she only said that she hoped that she could adopt her sister. Of course, she knew what her sister was. She was obviously very smart. From her clothes and her temperament, she could guess her extraordinariness, and at that time, she also had to choose a way to support her sister in order to make a living, so she could only reluctantly abandon Rukia in the hope that someone with a good heart would take her in. Anne Choice didn't think that she might be really hungry before she went back, so she fainted, and was rescued by Lu Chengkong, so she immediately thought of her sister, and with a glimmer of hope, she even said that she was a cow. Ma only hoped that Lu Chengkong would take in their sisters and feed them. For the current Kazuna sisters, it should not be the greatest happiness for many people in the Seoul Street in the Seoul world to have 3 meals to eat, so it is normal to say such things, and change to other flow Seoul Streets. The same will happen to people who meet. 462 Konghe's declaration. It may be due to Feijun's gentleness and elegance, softness on the outside and firmness on the inside, a touch of sadness, and a light smile, or it may be that adopting a pair of sisters is too easy for Lu Chengkong, so Lu Chengkong. He didn't refuse, and agreed directly. He didn't intend to let Feijun be a bull and a horse. It's a pity that Feijun is soft on the outside and tough on the inside, very stubborn. She thinks that Lu Chengkong saved her life and took in her sisters, but she refuses to live or die, but Lu Chengkong can only agree, she is indeed better than the original Lu Chi. There are many Asian and American, that is not the appearance, but the beauty of temperament and soul. So with Lu Chengkong's consent, Feijun couldn't wait to bring Lu Chengkong back to the place where Rukia was placed, but unfortunately when Feijun took Lu Chengkong to the place where Rukia was placed before, she found that it was already a person. The building is empty. Therefore, Feijun felt that God was punishing her, and she was so angry that she fainted in grief. Now she was brought back by Lu Chengkong and placed in Zibo Konghei's house to recuperate. He doesn't worry too much about not being able to find Rukia Lu Chengkong. In his opinion, the world has inertia. Although this inertia can be broken, if there is no strength to break or fight the inertia, it is very likely that there will be no. In the case of variables, it will continue to develop according to inertia. For example, a baby like Rukia is incapable of fighting chickens. Even if he promises to adopt her, it is useless to save Feijun. She still ends up the same as in the original book, and she still goes to live somewhere in Liuhun Street. On the contrary, Luanju, Yi and others have powerful strength, they can control their own destiny, and they can do whatever they want, while Landau, Soma Fangye and other women are because of Lu Chengkong's powerful strength and the reason that they are variables. Forcibly reversed their original experience in advance, so they would not be affected by the so-called inertia at all. In the final analysis, it is not a problem of strength. And Lucia Lu Chengkong didn't have any food or time or effort to find her before, let alone change her mind, or maybe she knew the fate of her original book, and there was nothing to change, so Lu Chengkong didn't make a move, so in the end, she was abandoned like the original book, and even if she went back to find it, she couldn't find it. However, I believe that Rukia will come out at a certain time. There is no need to find it by myself. Just because Feijun has changed her destiny by herself, Rukia will also be affected and changed a little bit. There will be a period of time in the original book because of the status of aristocrats, and there will be a gap with my childhood friend Renji and others, not to mention any rules, pay attention, and of course, there will be no more noble status of the eldest lady of the Kuchiki family. Everything is good. It's really not clear whether it's bad or not. The only thing I know is that Lu Chengkong will never let Feijun die like the original. Although he looks exactly the same as Rukia, his personality is 108,000 miles away from the original Rukia. He was still very fond of the woman who had withdrawn from Yuanbei. HMPH. Zibo Kong snorted coldly, although she knew that Lu Chengkong was telling the truth, but her heart was still sour, quite a bit like the emperor was not in a hurry and the eunuch was in a hurry, but she didn't notice Lu Chengkong's playful eyes looking at her. Kong Yi's performance and some small actions made young Lu Chengkong, who is already a veteran of Hua Kong, understand that this little girl should be in the mood for spring, or that she liked him very early like Yi. But maybe because Yi understood her intentions earlier than her, and made a move to pursue her, and didn't want to destroy her best sister's feelings, the feeling that she didn't understand what it was in her heart was immediately forcibly extinguished. Now the resurgence should be seeing so many women around him, and there will be a subconscious thought that even if he joins, it will not destroy Yi and himself. Although she may not have a clear understanding yet, her heart instinct is to let her do it. The same feeling in her heart revived after seeing so many women around Lu Chengkong. Of course she felt uncomfortable and became jealous. However, because of her unique personality, she is very cheerful, tolerant, and very angry. The way she is jealous, the way she speaks is relatively unique. But I said, it seems that you are not me. Why did you jump out on the night when they didn't have any opinion on me? Although Lu Chengkong was basically certain that Kongyi should have a good impression of him or even had a strange feeling for him, he still had to be sure, so he deliberately stimulated Zibo Kong. Yeah, I'm not one of his. Why are you in such a hurry? To Lu Chengkong's surprise, Zibo Kong not only did not get angry, but instead changed his boldness and style. Kuota's style was a little lost. Murmured. Then as long as you are my woman, can't you be anxious? Lu Chengkong didn't know why Vivi felt a little pained when he saw Zibo Kong, who has always been a bold and invincible royal sister, who is known as a domineering sister. The idea of making fun of Zibo Kong before has been thrown away, and he directly hugged Zibo Kong who was lost in his arms, and kissed her under her surprised, disbelieving, and shy eyes. Red lips. Be his wife. Such a domineering man. He took away the first kiss from the old lady without asking whether she agreed or not. But why is the old lady neither unwilling nor unhappy besides being a little shy? Zibo Kong is a strange woman after all. Although she was a little shy in the face of such a battle for the first time, she did not lose her sense of proportion. Instead, she thought about it calmly. Ju met. Instead, he took the initiative to stick out his small sweet tongue and clumsily responded that Lu Chengkong was worth it after he left with difficulty breathing and stopped. I want my old lady to be your woman. HMPH, how can there be such a simple thing, waiting for you to defeat me? Although Zibo Kong has determined that he has certain feelings for Lu Chengkong, her style makes her I didn't want Lu Chengkong to succeed so easily. Because she knows that the easier things are obtained, the harder it is for men to cherish sometimes. Oh, so do you mean that as long as I defeat you, you will be my wife? Lu Chengkong knew that in the face of a woman like Sister Invincible Yu, the so-called modest and polite actions of Buttercup would only make her dislike, disdain or even disgust, but not contrived, bold, straightforward style can play the biggest role. Yes, that's it, but it's just one of the conditions. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm not one of those women who will die without a man. If you beat me, you can't satisfy me. I will kill you if you go outside and mess around with flowers, and even if you can't kill you, then you will never touch me for the rest of your life. 463 Sora Craters Zanpakudo. Astonishing. Such astonishing words actually came from the mouth of a woman whose first kiss had just been taken away. It is really the style of the invincible Yuji. In the world of death, a woman who can say such rhetoric is in Lu Chengkong's cognition. There are only 3 at present, one is Lu Anju, the other is Yi Yi, and the last one is Zibo Kong in front of him. Oh, then can I understand that as long as I satisfy you and conquer you in bed, but you can't satisfy me, then I can justifiably follow an order to pick up girls. Although Zibo Konghe's words are a bit ugly, they express her true portrayal vividly, and at the same time she also expresses that although she is not the kind of woman who will die without a man, she is also not that kind of woman. Unchaste, dissolute woman, otherwise she wouldn't say that Lu Chengkong couldn't satisfy her, and she would kill Lu Chengkong, or she would never let Lu Chengkong touch her if she went to mess with her. If she is really the kind of slutty woman with her style, she will definitely say that she can't satisfy the old lady, and if she is provocative, the old lady will give you a green hat, but she is obviously not like that. Obviously she has put her determination, it is expressed, no matter what, whether you are satisfied or not, you are the only man in my life. No matter how the old lady belongs to you alone, it is obvious that Zibo Kong is the kind of woman who is more rational and absolutely devoted. Once she decides, she will follow through to the end, even more thorough than the so-called implementation of justice by old man Yamamoto. And also more sensible. That's right, the old lady is not that kind of chaste woman. No matter what, the old lady will follow you in this life, and the old lady's heart is only you as a man. Of course, whether you can do it or not depends on your ability. Zibo Kong nodded her head, although her face was a little flushed, she still said very calmly. Okay, let's fight first. I must conquer you, the invincible royal sister. Lu Chengkong nodded and said happily, he just liked Konghe's style, and Yi Yi's forthright and straightforward. The difference is that he is not pretentious but at the same time has a little more tenderness and warmth than Kong. Konghe is the kind of person who follows through to the end. Her love is so direct and violent. If you don't have a chest strong enough to accept her love, then you will be destroyed by her love first. And Yi Yi's love is violent and fierce, and at the same time has a little toughness and tenderness, and a little more chance to maneuver. Generally speaking, each has its own advantages. If Yi Yi and Lu Anju are the candidates for wives, then Empty Crane is the candidate for the best lover. I don't know who beats who. Don't think that you will win. Although I don't act like a bullshit captain, but if I think about it, most of the captains in the Soul Society can kill them now. That's right, as a student in the same class as Lu Chengkong and Yi Yi, and a Shinigami who ranks among the best in the genius class, how could his strength be weak? But she hates the Shinigami or the system in Seirenge, so she graduated after that. She left Serote directly, and she didn't have a trace of nostalgia at all, so many people didn't know her strength. After saying that, Zibo Kong stood up, changed into Yishi's battle suit, and brought Lu Chengkong to the basement. It seems that all the gods of death in this world like to have a basement under the house. I have already set up a barrier here, and it should be able to withstand our battle. At this time, Kongi's boldness was hiding an unknown and delicate heart, but it was revealed. After all, he can be the contemporary head of the Zibo family. How could there be no wisdom? Of course she knew that Lu Chengkong's spiritual pressure could not be perceived by others. Okay, I also really want to see, what kind of skills do you have, Zibo Kong, who has never taken a shot. Lu Chengkong walked into the barrier, his eyes fixed on the delicate body, and he was like a murderer at any time. Zibo Kong, like a female leopard, said. You can see it right away. I think now the soul world only remembers the 4 great nobles, but it has completely forgotten that there was once a family that wanted to use the joint efforts of the 4 great nobles. Let you know why the Shiba family, once one of the 5 nobles, was attacked together. Zibo Konghe's eyes narrowed, and his originally piercing eyes became extremely empty, giving people a gray, empty, and shattered feeling of despair. What is this? Even if Lu Chengkong saw Zibo Konghe's eyes for the first time, he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. These eyes are very strange. In the eyes of outsiders, the so-called magic that our Zibo family has inherited from generation to generation is actually the ghost way. Hee, I think not many people know it now. A family that also has a lot of magic weapons. In the eyes of outsiders, the Longtang Temple family is vain, but the results are too dangerous to be expelled. In fact, the most terrifying thing about them is Kendo. Kuchiki clan, the Kuchiki clan who used to follow the Spirit King might be very good. Now, it's a piece of trash, and he even forgot what his ancestors were best at. If it wasn't for his ancestors who had the closest relationship with the Spirit King, how could there be any Big Four? The head of the aristocracy, all the 4 nobles except the Saifeng Yuan family have fallen. I'm sorry, I said so much nonsense for a while, so let's go straight to the topic. Our Shiba family can exert the power of ghosts to the extent that other gods of death cannot, but if it is just like this, it will not attract the 4 nobles. The joint attack. Today I will let you see the Zanpakuto that I have never seen before. Open your eyes, ghost eyes. Zibo Kong was originally empty, and his deadly eyes suddenly changed, and his pupils became very demonic. The ghost eyes were really not wrong. Broken down number 4. Bai Lei. Zibo Kong didn't say anything unnecessary, he directly shot a white thunder, and an amazing scene came out. But Lu Chengkong could smell a dangerous aura from this Bai Lei. Oh my god, it was only the number 4's break that could actually make Lu Chengkong smell the danger. It was terrifying. What if it was number 30, 40, 50 or even 90? No wonder the Zibo family was besieged by the 4 major families. Boom. Lu Chengkong dodged sideways, but Bai Lei still shot at the rock-like rock wall behind Lu Chengkong. With an explosion, the power was very small. Bai Lei, who only had paralysis and penetration ability, actually blew up the entire rock wall. Not only that, but also blasted a deep pit with a radius of 5 meters on the ground. 464 fighting the sky crane. Why are you surprised? But this is just the beginning. As soon as Ji was finished by Konghei's voice, a wave mark suddenly appeared near the top of her head, surrounding Zibo Konghei's head, causing Zibo Kong to give a kind of like a messenger who controls the ghost realm. The 31 Scarlet Artillery. With the appearance of the wave imprint, the red artillery released by Zibo Kong this time has obviously undergone a change visible to the naked eye, which is at least 2 times larger than the red artillery released by the General Death God. Times close to 3 times. The 31 Scarlet Artillery. Lu Chengkong wanted to see how strong Zibo Konghei's ghost ability was, and how demonic her Zanpakuto ability was, and he also used the Scarlet Cannon. It's a pity that in front of Zibo Konghei's overgrown red cannon, Lu Chengkong's red cannon smashed and was directly smashed, and the speed of the red cannon released by Zibo Kong did not slow down at all, and hit Lu Chengkong directly on the body. Have you noticed it? When such a wave mark appears on my forehead, the power of the ghosts that is far superior to all the ghosts of death will be doubled, and the person who fights with me at a long distance is much stronger than me. And there is no doubt that he will die. The 61 way of binding the way, the 6 sticks, the 63 way of breaking the way, the thunder roar cannon. No, not only does it break the Tao, but even the power of the Tao has been doubled. Originally, after the release of the Zanpakuto, Konghee's ghost Tao power far surpassed other death gods, but now it has doubled, not 1 plus at all. 1 It's that simple, she's right that you can't fight long distances. Lu Chengkong's expression did not change, but countless thoughts flashed in his heart. In the face of such a mysterious and powerful Zanpakuto ability that had never appeared in the original work, Lu Chengkong had to deal with it carefully, especially the strength of Zibo Kong itself. It's very powerful, this is just showing her ghost ability and Zanpakuto ability, and there are other abilities that have not been shown. A glimpse of the cold. Hanju, domineering, directly took the knife without any extra action, but the knife that made the enemy have nothing to escape and couldn't dodge directly cut the thunder roar cannon and the 6 sticks of light. At the same time, Lu Chengkong also made use of his impressive speed, pulling out a dozen afterimages and rushing towards Zibo Kong. I'm sorry, you're a little late, the second wave is engraved, you won't think that my Zanpakuto is just simply enhancing the power of ghosts. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Back then, a certain generation of our Zibo family owned a Zanpakuto like mine, and finally attracted the joint siege of the 4 great nobles. Today, the Zanpakuto in my hand is far away. It is much more powerful than the Zanpakuto of the head of the Shiba family in that era, and has a murderous perception. Zibo Kong suddenly smiled, looking at Lu Chengkong's amazing speed. She didn't worry at all, her body seemed to be automatic without wind, and she actually dodged Lu Chengkong's attack. Ice Blade Wave Sword. Zibo Kong waved his right hand, and an icicle immediately appeared in the air, extending towards Lu Chengkong at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast and the distance between Lu Chengkong and Zibo Kong was so high. It was so close that it was impossible to dodge at all, and it was directly hit. Click. Lu Chengkong directly blocked the icicle with the snow-drinked crazy blade, but half of his body was frozen. Although he removed the ice block in an instant, his movements were still a little slow. And also gave Konghee a chance to fight back. Ghost Seal Pearl, Evil Light Slash. Zibo Kong shot out a ball of light. Although its power was not great, its toughness was amazing. It actually entangled Lu Chengkong in a short period of time. At the same time, a huge sword-like energy the wave attack has also arrived. Frozen for 3 feet. Lu Chengkong's eyes flickered. He felt that this ability was very familiar. By the way, isn't this the ability of Ashura in the DNF that he played in his previous life? Although the abilities, effects, and diversification are much stronger than Ashura, there are many effects that are relatively similar. Can't you stop it for a while? Can you stop it for a lifetime? Breaking the way. Frozen 3 feet. That's right, this time Lu Chengkong is not passively making moves. Just now, he has been defending. Except for Zibo Kong, who controls the rhythm of the battle like a mage, he wants to find out what Zibo Kong is. The ability is almost there now, and it is also an opportunity to fight back. In addition to being defensive, Frozen 3 feet actually has another effect, that is, the formation of ice, which directly traps the enemy. Just imagine that if the ice with such amazing defensive power traps the enemy will be difficult to attack in a short time. The shattered ice escaped. Trouble, I'm really annoying, the defense is so amazing that it can't be broken. Zibo Kong obviously didn't expect Lu Chengkong's move to only act as a defensive sword to have such an effect. You've been fighting for so long, it's time for me, Taojiaoyao. The Shuiyan Mad Saber in Lu Chengkong's hand spun around, slashing at Zibo Kong as if he had no strength. It seems like there is no knife, but in fact it is extremely strong. An overwhelming huge ice blade formed in the air, slashing at Zibo Kong with a thunderous force. It's troublesome, the fluctuations erupted. Zibo Kong sighed, but she didn't expect that the rhythm that had been controlled by her would change in an instant. She was glad that the man she liked was strong and also aroused her competitive spirit. It's not so easy to admit defeat, even if you like this man. If you can't convince yourself, no matter how much you like her, you won't be his woman. Of course, she won't choose anyone else, but choose to help this man secretly or silently to become stronger, hoping that he will surpass her one day. I have to say that Zibo Konghei's love is really unique. It can even be said to be silly, but this is her persistence, and it is easy to move people. But obviously Lu Chengkong didn't need her to do this, but Lu Chengkong also felt her heart, and was really moved. He scolds Kong for being an idiot, but he is also serious. This is his respect for Zibo Kong and her love for him. He will definitely defeat Zibo Kong and make her convinced. Don't let her wait for herself, she must take care of this invincible Yuji, conquer this invincible Yuji, and cherish this babies who is a little silly because of love, but very touching. What a strange power, is this Konghei's Zanpakuto ability. Lu Chengkong felt an indescribable force that pushed him straight away. The power was not large, and even Lu Chengkong himself could not feel the power. He hit him, but strangely, he was still pushed out. 465 Bankai of Sky Crane. 465. What a troublesome ability. It seems that I really underestimate the god of death in the world of death. I thought that my Zanpakuto ability was different and amazing, but now it seems that I am not the only one who has a different Zanpakuto. It's just that because of his special circumstances, his Zanpakuto is even more amazing in terms of power and speciality. Before Lu Chengkong could experience this special power, his body had already been pushed out, and at the same time, Konghei had a chance to resist his own attack, and of course he also escaped being killed by his own Piqiaoyao. End. The third wave mark. Maybe it was the appearance of the third wave mark, which made Zibo Kong return to his self-confidence from the beginning when Vivi was a little embarrassed. The third way. The first way doubled the power of the ghost way, the second way quadrupled the ghost way's ability, and also added some special but very powerful stunts. The third way what is Dao? Lu Chengkong didn't know why he was looking forward to Zibo Konghei's performance more and more. Take the move, Shura Exigong Slash. Compared with the pure blue sword energy in between, it was thicker and became three-color sword energy. Without exception, they were forcibly cut open, as if the three-color sword chi cut tofu instead of the earth. It's not over yet, the real good show is yet to come. Take me a move, 73, Shuanglian Kang Huoping. Bang! The scorching high temperature directly cooked the nearby air, as if a small the sun-like gigantic explosion with a suffocating breath shot Lu Chengkong together with Shira Nagwangjin. What a terrifying ability to increase the ghosts, not to mention the peculiar ability of this Zanpakuto. The only thing it can do to the ghosts is that it is already extremely terrifying. No wonder the Zibo family was besieged back then. I heard what Konghei said about her slash. The Pakuto is much stronger than the one that was the head of the Shiba clan back then, and yes, this is just Shikai, so what about cracking it? Lu Chengkong's clothes have been fluttering with the strong wind brought by the double lotus blue fire pendant and the Shira evil light slash, and at the same time, the black hair of the shawl has also fluttered with the wind, making Lu Chengkong appear more elegant and unrestrained. Treading the snow to search for plums. Using the sword with the legs and using both the sword and the legs, the response was unpredictable. Lu Chengkong shot the Shuiyan Quangdao under his feet, turning it into a huge ice blade that overwhelms the sky and dominates the world. When the situation is strong, the strong momentum directly destroys the Shuanglian Kingwo pendant and the Asura evil light in front of him. What a powerful sword technique! The power of the ghost path of number 73 I used was far superior to other death gods. I didn't expect that after getting an 8-fold increase and adding the Asura evil light slash, it was still destroyed. Well, it looks like I can only be Bankai. Quote. Zibo Kong said with admiration at first, but in the end he did not forget to be narcissistic and praised how amazing he was. Baiyu is the man that the old lady likes. Your strength is beyond the old lady's expectations. In this case, the old lady doesn't need to hold back anymore. You are the first person to see me Bankai. As long as you defeat me Bankai, then the old lady belongs to you, Bankai Shira Ghost Eye. As soon as Zibo Konghei's voice fell, a powerful crimson spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from his body, which was very visible to the naked eye, and this surge of spiritual pressure continued to rise at an alarming rate, and at the same time, this crimson spiritual pressure also began to occur. After the change, a pair of angel-like wings was formed on the back of Zibo Kong, and it was a bit like Shira's Shira wings. Was a Vivi in his hand that was bent upwards, but the curvature of the curve was not large. It was a bit like a Chinese sword. The blade was wider, but the length was a little shorter than the normal Zanpakuto. Layers of deep red glow. Ha! I'm not used to using Bankai in actual combat for the first time. You should be careful. After Bankai, the old lady didn't dare to say that she could control her strength. Don't blame me if you die. Thief open-air thunder cannon. Zibo Konghei's eyes turned cold, and after Bankai, there was a fifth wave mark near the top of Zibo Konghei's head, which means that the power of ghosts has been improved again. Oh my god, number 88's breaking path has 16 times the power. The improvement is simply astounding. Such a Zanpakuto, especially if it falls into the hands of the Shiba clan who are proficient in the way of ghosts, and who are good at it, can enhance the power of the way of ghosts to the greatest extent. It is simply a tiger with wings, and it is difficult not to be besieged. I didn't expect that Zibo Kong, who was invisible in the original book, was so powerful, that he could force me to such a level, especially when my ghost is in front of her, who is a ghost master and has the power of Zanpakuto. Simply superfluous. Maybe many gods of death in the original work have been hiding their strengths. Not only will they not be released for a moment of life and death, after all, after living for so many years, of course, they know that the more trump cards they live, the more moisturizing their lives will be. Although the Zibo family has fallen, there are currently only 3 heirs left. But in fact it is keeping a low profile. Compared with the Kuomu clan and the Shadalu clan, which are in the limelight, they are actually strong outsiders in the Shadalu clan. The lack of power and the loss of rights are nothing more than the loss of the real strength. It has not weakened at all, but has become stronger. One Zibo Kong is enough to support the entire Zibo family. Lu Chengkong sighed, raised the snow drink crazy blade in his hand, and burst into an ice blue light, but he was more happy in his heart. Isn't it his pursuit to fight against all kinds of powerhouses? Only by fighting against such a strong person can you become stronger. The stronger Zibo Kong is, the happier he will be. After all, conquering such a tyrant is very rewarding. Ice Blade Bing Shin. Lu Chengkong snorted coldly, and Shui Yin Kuang Dao suddenly stretched his arm forward, and the dazzling ice blue light burst out immediately, and the terrifying power of frost spread out in all directions as if it didn't cost money. A thunder cannon like a laser, and on one side is the power of frost like an ice age. The two collided fiercely in this enchantment as if water and fire were born, and with a loud bang, 2 deep pits appeared in the earth under the feet of Zibo Kong and Lu Chengkong, and the surging energy fluctuations were like water cloaks. There were ripples in the air wherever the rippling came out, and everything on the earth that was melted by this energy was directly destroyed. When all the dust settled, as the smoke in the sky was blown away, the figures of Lu Chengkong and the two had been revealed. Lu Chengkong was still the same as before the battle. Kong he was a little embarrassed, but he didn't suffer any substantial damage, just a little dust on his clothes and face. 466 Harem Manager. After all, a few years ago when Lu Chengkong was in Shikai, he could use the Ice Blade and Ice Heart to fight against old man Yamamoto's Ruo Ren Ruahuo. After a few years, he became more powerful, although the power of ghosts used by Konghei's Benkai after that was terrible. But Bingren Bingshin is no joke. Ahem, you bastard, when you were in Shikai, you actually forced Benkai, who is so powerful as my mother, into a disadvantage, you bastard. It's no wonder that old Yamamoto was so embarrassed by you back then, and now I think about your strength compared to that year. Stronger. Zibo Kong coughed, and after recovering, he looked at Lu Chengkong with bright eyes, but cursed with a smile on his lips. You are the one who really surprised me. No wonder the Zibo family has not completely disappeared until now. If you are here, even if the 4 major families are besieged again, it is impossible for the Zibo family to perish. You are hiding deep enough. Lu Chengkong hummed Isho, and he wasn't joking about Wilbekong, because he really thought of Zibo Kong's strength. This is the foundation of the 5 aristocrats at their peak. The Deadwood family should not be underestimated. It's a pity that the struggle for power has caused their family's overall strength to decline, and even the treasures of their own family have been forgotten. He is still dreaming there. That he is still the head of the four nobles is only superficial. Quote. Zibo Kong said disdainfully. His voice was full of disdain for the Kuchiki family, but Lu Chenggong agreed with Zibo Konghe's words very much. In the eyes of other gods of death, the Kuchiki family was very powerful, but he fought against the Kuchiki family so many times every time. Lu Chenggong, who has always made them very miserable, is like the Taoist Mu family. It's really just outside the strong and the middle. If nothing else, the gap between the current contemporary patriarch Zizai Kuchiki and Zibo Kong is huge. Haha, I almost forgot one thing. The four major families are now only the Sifeng Yuan family that has not fallen. I think you may not know it yet. The true essence of the Sifeng Yuan family is in the hands of Yi Yi. Yi Yi is the most talented in the Sifeng Yuan family in all dynasties, and is also evaluated by the old men of the Sifeng Yuan family as the most likely to surpass the first generation of the Sifeng Yuan patriarch, that is, the legendary Spirit King's deceased first god of death for the people of Feng Yuan Longmu. Otherwise, how could the old stubborn people in the Sifeng Yuan family let Yi Yi be the head of the house without objection? And even if Yi Yi defected, there was no sound, and they have been secretly supporting Yi Yi. I think the hidden strength of Yi Yi is better than mine. Chang, although I have never fought her, I can still feel her hidden danger from her. Her strength is not comparable to someone like Kuchiki Zia. Shiba Sokaku made no secret of his disdain for Kuchiki Zizai, and at the same time did not hide his admiration for Sifeng Yuan Yaiki. Also, when Yaiki never used his Zanpakuto in the original book, he was able to stand at the forefront of all death god captains, free to come and go in the soul realm, and the title of a Shun god alone can make Yaiki the strongest. One of the Shinigami captains, not to mention that she has been hiding the Zanpakuto, Kendo, Shikai, Benkai that she is not using. Since Kong said that Yaiki is stronger than her, and because of his own reasons, Yaiki is even stronger than Yaiki who released his hidden power in the original book, then the Zanpakuto mastered by Yaiki should also be very special and powerful, and the ability of Kong. It's more similar and very unique. Otherwise, the people of the Sifeng Yuan family can't be so indulgent towards Yaiki, and I really look forward to what Yaiki's Zanpakuto will be. Although Lu Chenggong has obtained Yi Yi's body and mind, he has an advantage that many men do not have. That is, he will never spy on the secrets of his own woman, even if it is the woman he loves the most, even if he knows that he only needs to ask the other party. He will tell himself all that he will not be dissatisfied, and he will not do it. That's why he didn't ask Yi Yi what Zanpakuto's ability was for so many years, and Yi Yi wanted to tell Lu Chenggong many times, but Lu Chenggong refused. He used a practical action to tell Yi Yi what he did to her. His trust also moved Yi Yi very much, and of course he finally satisfied Lu Chenggong on the bed. Anyway, in Yi Yi's opinion, as long as Lu Chenggong wants to know, he will tell her, and if he doesn't want to know her, he will not tell her, so as to leave a whole card for Lu Chenggong. Maybe in the future when facing a powerful enemy, his unknown Zanpakuto maybe his ability could help Lu Chenggong. Of course, Yi Yi's thoughts can't be concealed from Lu Chenggong's eyes, so Lu Chenggong loves Yi Yi very much, and the situation of Luanju on the other side is similar. Very similar. They don't care about the eyes of unexpected people, and they don't care about everything, reputation and so on. They only care about how Lu Chenggong sees and treats himself, so Lu Chenggong is very loving towards Luanju and Yi Yi, and there is no preference for one over another. However, although the two women are both the virtuous inner helpers that men desire and love most, they are definitely the best candidates to be wives, but they are definitely not suitable for the administrators of the last palace. This is because of the character of the two women. In charge of the harem, the mother in the world, and the temperament of other beauties invisibly convinced. And they don't have the mentality to think about these things. They only have one idea in their hearts, and that is how to help Lu Chenggong. So since Khalifa and Hancock fell asleep, no matter how romantic Lu Chenggong is, he has not been in one piece. King of Pirates World time to accept women so fast. One of the reasons is that he is worried that he will not manage the harem well, and the backyard will catch fire. You must know that in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, Liu Chengkong can go romantic without any pressure and no scruples. One of the biggest reasons it's good is that Hancock and Khalifa are there. Now their two daughters are not here, and Yi Yi and Lu Anju are obviously not suitable for such tools, and they also do not have such thoughts and ideas to do this job in this position. Many times, every time I think of this, Liu Chengkong is more urgent than Khalifa and Hancock to wake up. When I came over, a figure of a person appeared in my mind from time to time. That one is Mao Zhawali. Her graceful and luxurious aura is compelling, but she has the kindness of a mother. That bearing, that mind is indeed the best candidate. Of course, for the current Liu Chengkong, these can only be just think about it. After all, the strength of Ujawali is there. This super beauty who has existed for so many years is not so easy to conquer. There are many people who have attacked her for so many years, but they have never succeeded. I believe that they will die if they have unreasonable thoughts about her. If he died, otherwise, Ujawali wouldn't be single until now, and all male gods of death also treated him with awe. 467 Magic Blade vs Shira Ghost Eye. Forget it, don't think about it. The peaceful, quiet, compassionate aura on Maujawali's body is just to make the people around him calm down unconsciously, calm down, and their state of mind has become very peaceful, without a trace of negativity. The most amazing woman in this world of death is not so easy to get. Liu Chengkong took a deep breath and suppressed these thoughts for a while. The priority is to solve this battle now, and now he has only 2 wives in the world of Death God, and they are walking in the same way as in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. The elite line, he doesn't want those who don't meet his own standards, and it's time to add more candidates for the harem. Even if Yi Yi and Lu Anju constitution are strong and naturally charming, but every time they are alone, they can't stand Liu Chengkong's offensive at all, and if this Zibo Kong, who doesn't know the heights of the sky and dares to doubt his own combat effectiveness, will definitely get a good relief. She must be kept out of bed for 3 days. What's more important is that there are so few people now, and the world of death is different from the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. Most of the harem candidates that Liu Chengkong looks at have lived for a long time, are very mature and rational, and know what to do and what not to do. According to the current number of people is unlikely to catch fire in the backyard. Why, look at your eyes and tell me, you want to score the outcome with 1 hit, but whether you can force me to score the outcome with 1 hit depends on your ability. Asura Domain, Explosive Flame Wave Sword. Zibo Kong suddenly flirted with Isho, this royal sister, who has always been very violent, has such a charming side, such a feminine side is really surprising. But her actions are still very violent, and she poses so alluring. It looks so ruthless. A wave of raging flames contained powerful fire attribute damage, pressing down on Liu Chengkong like a sea wave with a scorching momentum. At the same time, Liu Chengkong only felt that his soul was completely locked, and no matter how he dodged, he would have nothing to do. Hiding, no matter where you hide, you can't escape the feeling of his attack. Is this the effect of the Asura Domain? The accurate and sure-to-hit attack, combined with the amazingly powerful Zanpakuto ability, and the terrifying ghost power that increases 16 times, is truly shocking. Liu Chengkong's face sank. If it was just the blazing flame wave sword, he wouldn't take it seriously, but the feeling of locking is what Liu Chengkong values. Comprehending that even if Liu Chengkong used the speed he was most proud of, all kinds of shunpo skills would be useless, which would be very troublesome. Hey, my attack is only now starting, that light wave formation. Zibo Kong said while he was using his own tricks, one after another, without the slightest flaw, making it impossible for anyone to break it. As the Zanpakuto Asura in Zibo Konghe's hand slammed on the ground, and with the absolute hit of the Asura Domain, circles of circular fluctuations directly wrapped Liu Chengkong, and the multi-stage attack and evil light damage continued to erode Liu Chengkong. At the same time, the explosive flame wave sword also rumbled and covered Liu Chengkong's body. Now you know how powerful the old lady is. The strength of the old lady plus the Zanpakuto, even the old man Yamamoto must be taken seriously by me. even if the old lady goes all out, even the old man Yamamoto must bankai, otherwise, don't even think about killing him. Damn me, bankai, your Zanpakuto is amazing, but I'm not weak either. Coupled with the background of the Shiba family, my strength is not comparable to those of the like you have met in the past. Except for the old man Yamamoto, I think I should be the second one you face against so many opponents. Be strong. Zibo Kong secretly said confidently, but she didn't say it, not counting the words of Mao Zhawali, Ba Chenliu, Yi Yi and other women. Among those who have fought against Lu Chenggong, remember that they fought, not to say Kong. Crane is the person Lu Chenggong knows, except for old man Yamamoto, who is the second strongest. Apart from old man Yamamoto and Zengi Kenpachi, who is already undergoing transformation, Zibo Kong is the strongest in front of him, and he can actually defeat Lu Chenggong. Pushed to this point. Even if Jingle Chunchui and Fuju Shijiji team up with Bankai, they may not be able to do it. Because of this alone, Zibo Kong is proud of it. Kong, you have given me too many surprises. I don't know how strong Yei will be when you are rated above you. It's a pity that she is my wife, so it's impossible to do it with me, but let's learn from each other. It's still okay, and Ranju doesn't know how strong she is now, and her Zanpakuto has been fully awakened because of the violence. Her ability is not as superficial and simple as the original work. I don't know how strong the land is, I'm really looking forward to it. While countless thoughts flashed through Lu Chenggong's mind, he suddenly burst into laughter amid the turbulent flames. The blood-drinking madknife in his hand drooped in a straight line, and said word by word. Haha, since you are Bankai, then if I don't Bankai, even if I defeat you, you will be unhappy. Bankai will be abandoned, deviant, and the magic sword will come out. Boom. The original ice blue spiritual pressure turned directly into black gold, covering Lu Chenggong's body and rising into the sky. The black gold spiritual pressure that was as substantial as it directly dispelled the explosive flame wave sword that enveloped Lu Chenggong, revealing the already big image. Lu Chenggong, who changed his clothes, also changed. The Zanpakuto in his hand had turned black and golden, with indistinct red lines on the edges, giving a magical saber that slaughtered the world, vast and lonely. Is this your Bankai? It's as simple and direct as ever. Zibo Kong glanced at it, but the clothes and the Zanpuiwei in his hand had changed. The whole person shivered when Zongkong's magic eye, a cold, suffocating feeling spread throughout the body and mind. Gaga, Kong, the game is over, the devilish energy is over. Lu Chenggong's voice has no emotional fluctuations. The emotions and desires on his body are constantly retreating as the time of enchantment increases. In the end, he will completely cut off the emotions and desires and become a real one. Magic. Bang tilde. Lu Chenggong's body began to permeate layers of black and red aura visible to the naked eye, and the black and golden spiritual pressure covering his body seemed to complement each other. They were entangled with each other and were not incompatible with each other. A feeling of the surging demonic energy rose to the extreme in an instant. The magic knife in his hand slashed into the void, the powerful force distorted the surrounding air, and a black-red moon blade with a length of more than 300 meters appeared directly out of thin air, and wherever it passed all the obstacles, including the air, were cut away, and the speed was so fast that even Zibo Konghei's murderous perception could not react in advance. 468 Eat Zibo Kong. What a terrible blade, unparalleled wave. Zibo Konghei's face changed greatly, although she knew early on that Lu Chenggong had driven back old man Yamamoto, and even injured him, and Lu Chenggong Bankai had a lot of abilities at that time. After releasing it, I also knew one of the characteristics of Lu Chenggong Bankai. That is, with the growth of time, the strength will continue to increase, but if you haven't experienced it yourself, you still can't feel the horror of the magic knife. Especially Lu Chenggong's Bankai is not as simple as the magic knife. Of course, it is now exposed to the world. At present, there is only the magic knife. Zibo Kong knew that he had to fight quickly, otherwise the time would drag on. Even if Lu Chenggong didn't use his Bankai's abilities, the fact that his strength continued to soar over time was enough to make her completely defeated. The Shira wave appeared on Zibo Konghei's body in a 360-degree circle, spreading out in all directions like a shawl, directly colliding with the oncoming black-red blade, and the tsunami-like energy wave was constantly vented. The originally sturdy barrier began to crumble, as if it would be broken at any time. "Can't you stop it? You bastard, it's too strong. It's just the beginning, I can't stop the first move. Don't underestimate the old lady, don't move the Ming Wang formation." Zibo Kong said in a coquettish voice. A strange purple light erupted from his body, and an indescribable formation appeared directly at the feet of Lu Chengkong and Zibo Kong. All the enemies in the formation were directly suspended in the air and unable to move. It's useless even if you move, and even if you can dodge with the accurate and sure-to-hit characteristics of the Shira domain, it's superfluous. One after another, the huge Ming Wangyan slammed into Lu Chengkong in a continuous manner. One was more powerful than the other. A series of explosions exploded continuously. The purple firelight and the crimson light alternated with each other, forming a barrier. The earth inside has been completely cracked. The devil is rampant. It's a pity that an indifferent voice suddenly sounded from the center of the explosion. The air shook, and a huge sword light suddenly appeared in the center of the explosion. Compared with the previous blade, the magic sword was more powerful. Other than the blade, the others that followed were all terrifying and powerful swordsmen. The black and red sword light swept out the moment it appeared, like a magic road, where there is no life left. Is it still not good? Zibo Kong felt sad for a while. After all, she was always unhappy when she was defeated, but fortunately she was the kind of person with a broad mind. Thinking of the man in front of him who was about to become him who defeated him, he immediately rejoiced at him. He smiled lightly and his eyes were bright, which made Zibo Kong, a stubborn woman, reveal a very rare femininity. "Zhang Kong, this is my last move, and it's also the strongest trick I can use at the moment. If you can stop it, I will lose Zibo Kong and the whole space will fall into darkness, and this dark space will fall into darkness." Suddenly it split open, revealing more than 1,000 ghost eyes, and Zibo Kong standing in the center of the ghost eyes is really the Queen of Shira, or the Queen of Ghosts. This is the final form of my Asura Ghost Eye. It combines the strongest stunt of the Ghost Path and the power of the Zanpakudo, the true form of the Asura Ghost Eye, and the Dark Sky. What a strong spiritual pressure. Lu Chengkong's eyes and pupils vivi shrank a little. This move has not been used yet, but the spiritual pressure that is brewing is already very amazing, and the strength of this spiritual pressure is still at a very high level. The astonishing speed continued to climb, and the speed was so fast that even if he wanted to interrupt Shiba Kong, he couldn't do it. Wave marking, fusion, 32-fold increase, the strongest ghost eye Shira Dark Sky Wave Eye. Zibo Konghei's ethereal and hearty voice echoed in this strange space. "This is my strongest move. I gave up all defense and only attacked. After this move, my Bankai will be resolved, and the wave mark on my body will also disappear. I am the weakest during this time. It can be said that this trick is life and death, my treasure chest." As soon as Zibo Konghei's voice fell, the thousands of ghost eyes in the dark space immediately flashed with crimson light, and every move of the ghost eyes completely locked Lu Chengkong's figure in an instant, and there was no chance to dodge or escape at all. At the same time thousands of ghost eyes immediately shot thousands of crimson ghost beams. The space where he passed seemed to be pierced by the gap, and the 32-fold increase made the already powerful Great Dark Sky even more powerful. When I fought against Old Man Yamamoto, I only used the first 3 knives. Today, I will use the 4th knife for you. Now that I understand the devil's heart, I think I can completely control the devil's knife when the devil's heart is open. Shiba Kong, let me shatter the eyes of the dark sky, the demons are born in the sky. Quote. Lu Chengkong roared, and the demonic energy that was burning like flames scattered and reverberated in the entire dark space. A pressing spiritual pressure and aura spread out from Lu Chengkong's center, making the ghost beam with amazing speed. All for one meal. Chengkong pushing the magic knife in his hand away under the gaze of Zibo Kong, and using his strength to isolate the air, the range of the attack was greatly increased, enough to cover the entire Shira field. The blade glowed with endless demonic energy, twisted around in the dark space like a windmill, sweeping the thousands of troops and directly annihilating all the ghost beams that burst from it, and also annihilated all the ghost beams created by the Shira domain and the Great Darkness. The space was shattered, and of course the enchantment outside could not withstand the terrifying erosion of the magic knife and shattered directly. You lose. Liu Chengkong released Bankai, and the magic eye also closed. With a flash, he came to Zibo Kong, looked down at her beautiful eyes and said, "Yeah, I lost, to the man I liked." Zibo Kong showed his face Isho, making the originally empty land seem like countless flowers, plants and trees appeared, making people feel relaxed and happy. At the same time Zibo Kong was not shy at all. Very boldly, he threw himself into Liu Chengkong's arms and kissed him clumsily and greenly. He didn't feel any frustration or loss after the defeat at all, but just endless joy. Faced with such beauty, Liu Chengkong did not refuse. Of course, he kissed Zibo Kong very skillfully, and at the same time taught Zibo Kong the kissing technique with his tongue. Maybe it was planning to fight in the field, and Zibo Kong obviously didn't care about doing his first time in such a place, and even agreed a little. In her opinion, her first time was unique, and soon the two white flowers were gone. With the sound of Zibo Konghe's high early pain, the body that was blocked by a trace has been perfectly combined. With the movements of the two, after the pain has passed, Zibo Kong has taken the initiative to stretch out his beautiful legs and wrap them around Liu. From Zhang Kong's waist, there was a coquettish groan from his mouth. 469 Kenpachi wants to liberate Zanpakudo. At this moment, there was a man covered in bandages lying in the medical room of the 4th Division of Saranje. Although he looked very fierce, his expression was very calm, as if the injured person was not him. "Captain, is this going too far?" Ace Kawamura, who is very beautiful, looked at the man in front of him and said, "Cut, I just want to fight with old man Yamamoto to see how far apart I am from an opponent of his level." Zengi Kenpachi, yes, the man covered in bandages is Zengi Kenpachi. Worried that Liu Chengkong would be beaten by a group of captains, and the old man Yamamoto, he immediately stopped the old man Yamamoto halfway. In that battle, Zengeki Kenpachi had fully used his full strength without a trace of his hand. Although he was defeated in the end, he was still honored to be defeated, because in that battle, Zengeki Kenpachi was about to make a breakthrough. Not only kendo, but also reiatsu, he actually injured old man Yamamoto. In that battle, old man Yamamoto also taught all his kendo to Zengi Kenpachi, and he did not pursue what Zengi Kenpachi did, but Zaraki Kenpachi is very clear. That time, old man Yamamoto vented some of his grievances, dissatisfaction, and love for his talents all at once. In the future, he will not hold back anyone, even his two apprentices. Maybe Liu Chengkong didn't think that the ruthless old man Yamamoto in the original Corpse Soul world was actually created by him and Kenpachi Zengmu. "Captain, how strong is Captain Yamamoto?" Madaramu's eyes flashed a blazing ray. Ignoring Kenpachi's tough mouth, he did this because he was worried about his brother's accident, but he said that I want to fight for myself. That old man, although I am very upset with him, he is really strong. At least this time I have to lie down for several days. Zaki Kenpachi couldn't help but think about the relationship between him and old man Yamamoto. Battle picture. Is there no one in the soul world that can match him? For some reason, Ayasagawa Yuki suddenly asked a question that Madaragi and even Zaki Kenpachi didn't expect. I don't think so much. As far as I know, there should have been one before, and now there may be more, but I believe there will be several more soon. Zakagi Kenpachi grinned Isho, letting him already the fierce look looks even more ferocious. Now, there are actually two people who can match Captain Yamamoto. Who is it? At this moment, every corner of the eyes is interested. Who is it? You must know that their most admired captain can't defeat old man Yamamoto, at least not now. The first one, and the most certain one, maybe even stronger than the old man Yamamoto, everything about her is a mystery. Zakagi Kenpachi didn't know why he suddenly sold off today. Captain, don't be rude, talk quickly. Madaramu asked anxiously. Captain of the 4th Division, Mao Zhawali. Zaraki Jian said in a word-by-word manner. What? Captain Uno no Hana, that captain who can only heal is actually stronger than old man Yamamoto. Captain, are you kidding me? Or did you get hit in the head in the battle with Captain Yamamoto? Madaramu was taken aback said, Yasugawa Yukini by his side is not much better. Hehe, if you had the vision of Lu Chengkong from the beginning, you would have discovered the extraordinary power of Ujawali, and your strength would not be limited to that. Zakagi Kenpachi didn't explain, but his words were side by side. He told the two gods of death in front of him that he was telling the truth. So, Captain, the other person you're talking about is Lu Chengkong, said Ace Chuan Gongjin, who had a more flexible head. You are smarter than a corner. Indeed, apart from Mao Zhawali, in my opinion, only Lu Chengkong has the strength to rival the old man Yamamoto. Don't think that Lu Chengkong's strength is just that on the surface. The boy hid deeply. When I saw him for the first time, his spiritual pressure was weaker than that of the Shinigami who had just entered school, but it gave me a sense of crisis. I suspected that he was once a top player, and his strength may have regressed for some reason. May now begin to recover. Said his conjecture, which was also hidden in his heart for many years, but his conjecture was really correct. The strength Lu Chengkong showed was not as simple as it appeared, at least his Benkai's ability was not at all. It can only be regarded as a part of it without showing all of it. After all, even Kuchiki Zizai's Benkai has 3 states, so how could Lu Chengkong's not have it? I think you're right, Captain, even if Lu Chengkong can't win against Captain Yamamoto, he doesn't necessarily lose if he tries his best. Maybe he didn't kill all those captains because he didn't want to forge an insoluble hatred with Soul Society. In other words, he felt that his strength was not strong enough to fight against the entire Soul world, so he left those captains with an arrow. Gong Qin said this is not a guess. At least yesterday, Lu Chengkong's powerful strength gave him a very deep impression. He killed several captains in a row, which was terrifying. For a while, the entire treatment room was quiet, and Zanaki Kenpachi was holding his Zanpakudo, all kinds of light flashing in his eyes. It was best to restore calm as if he had made a decision. It seems that I really have to communicate with the Zanpakudo in my hand, otherwise it will be boring if you throw it away and fight. That's right, the rapid improvement of Lu Chengkong's strength, as well as the battle with old man Yamamoto last night, made Kenpachi Zakagaki realize his own inadequacies, and actually gave birth to the idea of understanding Zanpakudo and completing Shikai and Benkai. Even Lu Chengkong never thought of it, but he would be very happy if he knew. After all, the current Zaraki Kenpachi can hurt the old man Yamamoto very badly, and this time he has made a breakthrough. If he can complete Shikai and Benkai, which were not in the original work, with his increasingly advanced kendo and the spirit of Shunrin pressure, he may be one of the most terrifying death gods. Kenpachi will Shikai, Benkai, really can't stop anyone. The captain has changed. He used to look at the Zanpakudo in his hand with the eyes of a tool. What he believes in is always himself, not the Zanpakudo in his hand. Haha, if the captain doesn't know Shikai Benkai is so powerful, what if he could? At that time, he will definitely be stronger than Captain Yamamoto. It seems that the captain just said that there will be a few people who are comparable to or stronger than Captain Yamamoto soon. One of them is him. Haha, there are more and more strong people, and I can't be lazy. 470 Domination Spirit. Madaramu first noticed the change of Kenpachi Zengeki, and he was overjoyed. In his opinion, Kenpachi Zengeki was perfect, but he also had a flaw that he would not release Zanpakudo. Now, he looks obviously different. How could he be unhappy when he understood the idea of liberating Zanpakudo? At the same time, he will also become stronger and more eager. I don't know that because of Lu Chengkong's influence, the heart and motivation of the corner of the eyes to become stronger are stronger than the original, and the strength is stronger than the original. What kind of scene will be in the corner of the eyes? Maybe it will be defeated. After all, there is no so-called protagonist in this world, whoever is stronger is the protagonist. Not to mention the determination of Zengi Kenpachi and others to become stronger at this time. Lu Chengkong, who has completely eaten and wiped Zibo Kong, has brought Zibo Kong back to the Soul Realm. Now Zibo Mayan is not dead. Although Zibo Mayan is not as powerful as Zibo Kong, he is the eldest son and grandson after all, and it is a matter of course for him to be the head of the house, and Kong really doesn't want to be the head of the house, so he is also very happy. Of course, he left with Lu Chengkong, directly throw all the mess to your brother and younger brother. Not long after returning to the present world, Lu Chengkong had asked Landau to help him to study the things he had no clue, but he didn't know what happened suddenly today, or a flash of inspiration. He actually took the initiative to come to Lu Chengkong and brought it to Lu Chengkong. A surprise in the sky. Stinky brat, don't say you can't do what the old lady promised you. I'll help you get what you want, come with me. When Landau came to Lu Chengkong's room, there was no point to stop. The meaning rushed in directly, and seeing Lu Chengkong still flirting with Lu Anju, her complexion did not change at all. This may be the strength of scientists and researchers. Facing these things that many women are shy about, in her opinion, it may be a normal physiological condition and physiological needs, and there is nothing shameful about being shy at all. Kong, now I finally meet a woman with stronger nerves than you. Yi Yi, who was originally a wheat-colored skin, was now covered with a layer of attractive blush. Obviously, it was not long after the love affair. Seeing how lazy her look is, she looks so alluring. Especially her figure, although not the plumpest, is definitely slender. Her coordination is perfect, her skin is the most elastic, her going proportions are divided, and she can easily perform any difficult movements and poses. She is simply a stunner on the bed. Cut, she has already exceeded the limit of a woman. She can be regarded as a scientific giant. In her opinion, this is just a normal physiological phenomenon. How could she care about everything she needs to study? Zibo Kong said heartlessly, and did not care that his attractive body was exposed to the air. It is worth mentioning that Kong did not know why the broken hand had been taken back by Lu Chengkong and asked Maojawali. The current Zibo Kong has repaired even the only place that is not considered a defect, and it is even more perfect. Although her special prosthesis does not affect her strength, even her special prosthesis hides many secrets and special functions, which can play a lot of unexpected roles in battle, but of course she can restore her original hand. I want the original hand. Lu Chengkong ignored the murmurings of the two women, and did not feel unhappy about being disturbed. Soon the two came to Lu Chengkong's laboratory specially prepared for Landau, and because Lu Chengkong didn't want Landau to sleep to maintain his physical function, he deliberately asked Maojawali to think of a way. Ujawali didn't know what to do with Landau's body. After coming out of Ujawali's treatment room the next day, Landau no longer needed sleep to maintain her bodily functions like a normal god of death, and she incorporated the spiritual child into her body when she was helping Lu Chengkong study the spiritual child. Incorporate Soma Yoshino's maternal Bavint gene into his body. Maybe Soma Yoshino is the reason for her ghost fox clone. The integration process was very smooth without any resistance, allowing her to have the same immortal lifespan as Bavint, and completely solved all the troubles, and it does not need to be after a period of time. Go back and ask Uno Hanalai to help. It's this thing, if you take it with you, you will be able to control the spiritual child according to your will, to achieve the ability you have when you activate the final form of the quencher when you take off the dispersing glove. Of course, because it is the first generation product, and you require stability and absolute control, the quality and speed of her control are far from the perfect control of the Quincy's ultimate state. Randall only shows a normal woman side when he talks about research and when facing his daughter Soma Yoshino, not an absolutely calm researcher. As this glove, I'll try it. Lu Chengkong couldn't wait to put on the gloves developed by Landau, and with a thought, he found that he could control the spirit child. Yes, the spirit child, although the speed and quality of the control were very high-slow, but it is indeed domination. You must know that the god of death only controls the spiritual power that the self-spiritual sun in the body turns into. The spirits from the outside world can only be slowly absorbed and converted into their own spiritual power. After forming a spiritual pressure, they can be completely controlled. They can only be absorbed from the outside world. Only in the ultimate state of the Quincy Master can they control all the spirits in the outside world. Lu Chengkong has always had a crazy idea, that is, in his opinion, everything in the world of the god of death, whether it is a god of death, a human being, or even an imaginary, even the world of corpses and the imaginary circle, etc., are composed of spiritual sons. Then that is to say, no matter whether it is emptiness or death, their essence is the spirit child, and the most primitive time is the spirit child. So can it be said that if you return your body and soul to the most primitive spiritual sun, change the spiritual sun structure of the essence of the god of death and the virtual soul, and change the spiritual sun structure of the god of death to the virtual or the virtual to become the god of death, thus in this process, we find the essence of the soul constructed by the spirit sun that can accommodate the power of the god of emptiness and death at the same time. Then you are essentially breaking the limits of death and emptiness, and becoming the existence of the power of emptiness and death, instead of relying on external force to break like Eisen, instead of changing from the origin of the soul, and becoming a person who is neither a ghost nor a ghost. And the basis for the implementation of all these ideas is the need to control the spiritual child, and it is the kind of perfect control. The god of death can only slowly absorb the external spiritual child, completely transform it into the spiritual power in the body, and form a spiritual pressure. Only then can it be perfect. Control all violence in the body to achieve the ability to use Shunpo, Kendo, Kido, etc. that you need. There is no way to do it to the outside world, and it is even more impossible to control the spiritual child at a deeper level such as the Zanpakudo, etc. So Lu Chengkong thought of the ultimate state ability of Quincy Exterminator, and he has everything now. 471 The key to breaking the limit. This can only be said to be a test product. If you want to achieve your level, it is impossible to complete the taboo method. Even if my development is completely mature and perfect, it will not be able to reach your level. If you use this prop to help, the biggest possibility is to become a human being, a god of death, a god of nothingness. Even because the soul cannot be perfectly controlled when it turns into the most primitive spiritual child, it will completely lose the power of the god of death, and the spiritual power converted from the spiritual child in your body, and even the Zanpakudo pair will be lost. Landau obviously also knew what Lu Chengkong was thinking. Although she admired Lu Chengkong's bold idea, she still had to tell her conjecture. Don't think of me as an idiot, I'm just experimenting, not my own body. Of course Lu Chengkong wouldn't be that stupid. All of this is just an idea. If he can control himself, you don't need to be so troublesome. You can directly transform your soul. Where is the need for such trouble? But it's not impossible to reach the level you need. If you borrow the power of the collapse jade you said, you may be able to develop this kind of prop. Landau said suddenly. What do you mean? If I use Benyu, I absolutely don't want it. I know that with my aptitude to continue to cultivate, I can always rely on myself to truly understand the way to break the limit, but I don't have that much time. A genius can't do it without a few hundred years. I only have more than 90 years left, and the time is not enough, otherwise I wouldn't need this kind of props to assist and take risks. For the first time, Lu Chengkong hated himself for not having traveled hundreds of years earlier. If he had another 200 years of time, he would definitely believe that he could understand the limits of death and emptiness, and thus break through, instead of needing props to help him dominate the spirit. Son. I think you have misunderstood. The real power of your Benyu is to occupy the hearts of everyone around you, guide their power, and even change the structure of matter, etc. If you use it directly on the god of death or the virtual, you can indeed break the god of death and the point of emptiness. However, all this is maintained by Benyu. Once you leave Benyu, you are nothing. That is to say, it is not yourself who breaks the limit of death and imaginary, but Benyu. This is useless. I mean, you need to collapse. Jade, the material power with the ability to defy the sky, can help me develop the kind of perfect control spirit you need, and it can even completely control your soul into a spirit child rearranged structure. Landau explained very carefully that she originally studied spirit bodies and spirit suns, and of course she was interested in such experiments and research, especially after she had no worries about her body. She was very touched by Lu Chengkong's help to her, so she also decided to do her best to help Lu Chengkong. After all, she was also very optimistic about Lu Chengkong. "Oh, if it's as you said, I don't mind if you don't directly use Benyu as a bridge for the fusion of the power of the ghost and the god of death, so that you can achieve the balance point of controlling the power of the god of death and the power of the god of death. You wait first. I'll go to Urahara Kazuki to get it." After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, he rushed to Urahara Kazuki's store without worrying that Urahara Kazuki would reject him. It's really impatient, but it's no wonder it's a waste to have such an amazing idea not to become a researcher. He actually thought that this effect can achieve his own comprehension. There is no difference between the method of breaking the god of death and the virtual limit. It's amazing. Landau smiled coquettishly, and sat on the chair quietly waiting for Lu Chengkong to return. "Urahara Kazuki, give me Benyu. I have some use, I will give it back to you later." Lu Chengkong came to Urahara Kazuki's store in a few short steps, and immediately asked when he found Urahara Kazuki. "Here it is." Kazuki Urahara unexpectedly gave Lu Chengkong such a precious thing without any hesitation or reluctance at all. "Huh, it's rare, how can it be so refreshing? This is your baby, don't you worry about what I'll do with him." Lu Chengkong looked at Kazuki Urahara in surprise, as if he had discovered a new world. After preparing for the snatch, I didn't expect Kazuki Urahara to be so refreshing. "What can I do if I'm not happy? I can't beat you, I don't want to be abused by you, the final outcome is not the same, and I can see that you are very disdainful of Benyu, and will never use Benyu's power to your own body," Urahara Kazuki said very seriously. "Clever, I really don't need Benyu to break the limit of death and emptiness, so even if I break the power obtained, it does not belong to me, but belongs to Benyu, and it will become a deformed child. Not only that, the power is far from comparable to the power brought about by one's own comprehension of breaking the limits of death and imaginary." Lu Chengkong was stunned for a moment and soon understood. This guy is really smart enough to find out his disdain for Benyu from such a subtle point, and of course his own strong strength would be so refreshing. It seems that he has found a way to break the limit with his own understanding. It should be that he needs Benyu to make something, Urahara Kazuki thought to himself as he watched Lu Chengkong leave. "Here, this is what you said about Benyu. I will go back to practice first. I have almost reached the limit of the 4 skills of the death god. If I don't break the limit, no matter how much I practice, it will only make the spiritual pressure bigger and stronger. The essence still cannot be broken through and transformed, so I leave it to you." Quote. That's right, Lu Chengkong has already felt that an invisible barrier is blocking the pace of his going strength improvement. The quality of spiritual pressure has almost reached its limit. When the amount of Reiatsu reaches the limit of the soul's holding, it will stop. Just like old man Yamamoto, he has existed for so many years, and the accumulation and quality of spiritual pressure is very terrifying, but Lu Chengkong found that his spiritual pressure could no longer be improved after many years, whether it was the same quality or quantity. You can only keep digging out the Zanpakudo and continuously increase the power of the Zanpakudo. Okay, although I don't dare to say the guarantee, but there is at least a 50% chance of reaching your goal. Landau immediately returned to his appearance as a researcher, calmly and indifferently began to study, completely ignoring Lu Chengkong. I also used this time to maximize the 4 abilities of the Shinigami, while accumulating Reiatsu, and of course, I had to continue to tap the potential of Zanpakudo. Lu Chengkong was not only not angry, but was very happy about this. Only Landau like this could make him very relieved, so he practiced harder, and it also stimulated the enthusiasm of the girls to practice, so that the originally weakest Soma Yoshino also joined the cultivation group. 472 Breaking the Limits begins. With hope, of course one will not be blind in cultivation. With goals, one will have motivation in cultivation. This is the truest portrayal of Lu Chengkong's heart. Also, Grimjow is nothing but a Chukas, and Vasily becomes Vashi. Todd's devouring and fighting were essential before, and the two together would be the fastest speed of improvement. As long as you understand the symbol of your own strength and soul, and become a Vastord, everything is no longer simply relying on devouring to become stronger. After all, the virtual is not the god of death, there is no kendo, ghost, and the fastest way is to devour, so does the accumulation of violence. So Lu Chengkong put Grimjiao back in the virtual circle, and let him face all kinds of dangers and battles alone. After all, he didn't want the mount he conquered to become a flower in the greenhouse, and Grimjiao was obviously eager to be into the life and death fight in the virtual circle has been taught to him by Stark. Whether he can reach the point of crossing the original book in the future is up to him. In the frenzied cultivation, Lu Chengkong and his group completely forgot the passage of time. 10 years passed quietly. In these 10 years, Lu Chengkong has achieved instant steps, white fights, swordsmanship, and ghosts. At present, there is no extreme before breaking the limit, except that the spiritual pressure is still accumulating strength, and it has completely fallen into a bottleneck. On this day, exactly 1 year after reaching the limit, Lu Chengkong, who had been waiting for so long, finally received the news of Landau, and it was good news. The invention of controlling spiritual pressure was successful, and the degree of perfection exceeded that of Lu Chengkong and Landau. Island beyond expectations. For this reason, Lu Chengkong was so excited that he would show off his mighty power at night to smash the chrysanthemum, and on the night of the night, Zibokong Crane whipped to death, and he was so happy that his soul flew for 9 days, fluttering like a fairy. Landau, where is the invention you're talking about? After satisfying his 3 wives, Lu Chengkong also left a seed of love in Luanzhu's body and immediately came to Landau's research room, only 10 years later. Over the years, the laboratory, which was still relatively empty, has been filled with various precision instruments. It's here. Landau, who was still expressionless at first, came to his senses immediately. After all, for a researcher, the most satisfying thing developed by himself is no less than his own niece. Of course, this kind of pervert is an exception. This is the one that I successfully developed after 10 years with the power of Bengyu. It can perfectly control the spirit child, and even force his soul to disperse and return to the spirit child state without any resistance from the god of death, emptiness or human beings. Reorganize. Remember that you can't resist at all, and it can only be used when the other party is awake. A little resistance or confusion will not be able to disperse the other party's soul, so there is no way to fight the enemy, and it exists purely to break the limit. I have already experimented with some reapers or phantoms who have committed numerous evil deeds, and there have been no errors, so you can use them with confidence. Landau said confidently that this invention is not a tool, on the contrary, it is a glove. Although it cannot be compared with a substance like collapsing jade in terms of strength, the function of this piece is in Lu Chengkong's view even more terrifying than Bengyu, a strange existence. Very good, teach me how to use it quickly. Lu Chengkong said enthusiastically. He devoted himself to studying for the next week, and with his aptitude and brain, he quickly and thoroughly mastered the gloves called spirit control gloves. Use of props. He even asked Grimjiao in the virtual circle to bring the virtual, such as Kirin, Achukas, etc., as well as some criminals in the prison, the god of death. He has personally performed spiritual intelligence on them. Reorganization. What he wants is to find the most suitable structure for himself, the most suitable for the perfect fusion of void and death, in the project of spiritual reorganization. At that time, I will be able to have the ability of the virtual, and of course all the characteristics of the virtual, such as swallowing, then the accumulation of the spiritual pressure will save a lot of time, and will soon be able to reach the kind of old man Yamamoto who has accumulated thousands of years. Reiatsu point. Of course, this process is very boring. After all, the same thing is repeated every moment, day and night. Even people with good patience can't help but feel very irritable, but Lu Chengkong is the opposite. This is related to his future, and this process is not only one person entering Lan Island, but also Yi Yi, Luanzhu, and Kong 3 daughters also joined. After they learned about Lu Chengkong's terrible thoughts, of course they didn't want to fall behind. people, and Lu Chengkong's method was too satisfying for Yi Yi and the three girls. After all, they really stayed away from the experiment of collapsing jade. Therefore, when Lu Chengkong couldn't bear it any longer, he would have a love affair with all the girls, and he was still in front of Landau. He just didn't believe that Landau was a stone girl. Lust. 20 years passed quietly in such a process of exploration. After 20 years of experimentation and exploration, Lu Chengkong was finally able to form the most perfect spiritual substructure of the god of death and the void, forming the soul. Lu Chengkong believed that as long as he reorganized according to this structure and practiced after breaking the limit, apart from the fact that he did not gain the powerful power to comprehend and break through the limit at the beginning, such a reorganization was like breaking the limit by himself. There was no difference, there was no breakthrough. The powerful power brought by afterward has exactly the same potential, without the slightest sequelae and change. It's just that one is to penetrate the essence of the soul to change, and the other is to directly change. The difference is that one has huge power and infinite potential after breakthrough, and the other has infinite potential. That huge power needs to be cultivated by yourself. The difference is here, this is not comparable to Bengyu. After there is no bottleneck, with Lu Chengkong's cultivation speed, it is very easy and stress-free to catch up with the death god or Shu who has broken the limit of his own understanding. Next, I will disperse my own soul and return to the original spiritual sun. I will only have consciousness and no power at that time. It is because of the weakest time. You must pay attention. Although there is no danger here, be careful to make the 10,000 years. Boat. Lu Chengkong commanded very seriously. Although he knew that there was no danger, he still made full preparations, and gave him the 8,000 streamers he trusted most in his life, who could completely entrust his life to her. And of course the waitresses were there, and they heard the words with serious vigilance. Even Zibo Kong became serious. I know you won't give up, but I still want to tell you, your strength is really too powerful, and the source spirit after being broken up is also very powerful. At any point, even if it is successfully reorganized into the perfect soul body of void and death, the strength will be greatly weakened, and all spiritual children cannot be lost. You better pay attention to it. Landau said. 473 8,000 stream performance. Don't worry, this is my strength, of course I will be careful. Lu Chengkong nodded, indicating that he knew that although he returned to the state of spiritual suns and his body disappeared, as long as these spiritual suns have not disappeared, then Lu Chengkong's sanity will not disappear. Therefore, as long as Lu Chengkong can control the spiritual sun that his soul has become, there will be no problem, but because Lu Chengkong is too powerful, the spiritual sun after returning is of course very powerful, and it is of course very energy consuming to dominate. Without the slightest error. Unfortunately, the structure method I found can be used regardless of whether it is a god of death or a void, but the premise is that in addition to being absolutely sober, there is another limitation, that is, the user must reach the limit. For example, the god of death has reached the limit of the god of death, and the emptiness can only be used when it reaches the limit of emptiness. Otherwise, Lu Chengkong would have reorganized the souls of the girls around him early in the morning, so that they would practice without any scruples. However, there are still bottlenecks and shackles corresponding to the improvement of strength. Otherwise, everyone will be invincible, everyone will be a spirit king or Wang Shu, and there will be no genius or genius. The improvement of every point of strength, it's not that simple, it's just that there is no so-called limit for the soul stone under such a structure. It just depends on whether you have the ability to continuously break through and break the shackles and realms of your own words. Don't think about this, let's get started. Lu Chengkong laid out strict results in the basement early in the morning to prevent the spiritual child from slipping away. 1. Yatkiryu and Shiba Sokaku, who are best at ghosts, have joined forces to set up a barrier. Everyone is on guard. At this moment, Bachenliu seems to be no longer a little lowly, a little girl, but a commander. His pupils quietly turned pink, obviously entering a state of battle. Like this, no one dared to look down on Bachenliu, because almost all those who dared to oppose Bachenliu in this state were already dead. This kind of 8,000 streams is terrible. Although Landau was also a god of death, he would not have been able to live for so long even if he let his body dormant for a long time. After all, Chen Wei's lifespan increased significantly after he gave it to the god of death, and then with the strength of the god of death, the lifespan will continue to increase. Seeing that it is completely different from usual, and is no longer like a little princess porcelain doll, Bachenliu only feels himself in his heart. I felt extremely depressed in my heart, as if I would die miserably if I changed anything. Break up. Lu Chengkong snorted lowly, his mind moved, and his body slowly emitted a burst of blue light, which became illusory at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a ball of spirits. Domination. Lu Chengkong's body disappeared, but his sanity did not disappear. He immediately activated the ability of the spirit control gloves to dominate the spirit sun. Sure enough, he managed to dominate without any resistance at all, but because of his own the so-called control of the spiritual child is very energy intensive. Arrangement. The process of arranging is very long. According to Lu Chengkong's pursuit of perfection, of course, his soul is constructed to the most perfect and impeccable level, and there is absolutely no room for a gap of number 1. This kind of perfect domination you can arrange your spiritual sons exactly how you want to arrange them, and you can arrange the most perfect and most suitable structure for your soul. To a certain extent, it is a little better than self-comprehension. After all, not every death or emptiness that breaks the limit of self-comprehension can reach the most perfect level in his mind. After all, the same self-comprehension breaks the limit. There are strong and weak, there is perfection and imperfection, and everything depends on the talent, aptitude, perseverance, and chance of the god of death or the imaginary. Bachenliu, after your husband succeeds, do you want it? Zibo Kong was obviously someone who couldn't be quiet. Seeing that the bathroom was a bit dull with anger, he couldn't help but asked curiously. As soon as Shiba Kong said this, everyone looked over, no matter if it was Stark, Nellie L., Harabelle, or her officials. After all, they have lived here for so long, of course they know that Bachenliu's seemingly petite and cute little body contains a terrible power that does not match her body size. Mom said, in fact, with my brother and I's qualifications, and with her guidance, we didn't go in the wrong direction from the beginning. According to the most correct cultivation route, going, even if we don't use such a dangerous method, we can understand and break through ourselves in about 200 years. The limit, the system brother said that there was not enough time, so he used this extreme method. Quote. Although Kaolu Bachenliu's tone was still a coquettish lowly voice, but her expression was very mature and steady, without a trace of childishness at all. Whether my brother succeeds or fails, I will follow her, and I will never change. Bachenliu, who has been answering questions all the time, finally threw out a shocking sentence. It is really hard to imagine that he has always been like a child. Lu Bachenliu has such a side, and it is no wonder that Lu Chengkong's love for her has only increased and never decreased. You are all. If I find out that you can't do it, or dare to betray your brother, as long as you have such thoughts, I will kill you. Kaolu Bachenliu's eyes changed, it was terrifyingly fierce, and the pink spiritual pressure directly pressed down on everyone present with a heavy pressure as if it was really like the top of Mount High. So perverted, how did this little girl cultivate? Apache, Mira Rhodes, Sun Sun, Landau, Soma Yoshino, the 5 weakest female gods of death, female broken face, female Bavint just felt like he couldn't breathe. The pressure of this kind of spiritual pressure is different from other death gods. Like the spiritual pressure of Lu Chengkong Shikai state, it has its own unique characteristics. If Lu Chengkong Shikai's spiritual pressure characteristics are cold as frost, cold into the heart, then the zero pressure characteristic of Bachenliu is that it is as thick as a mountain and as heavy as the earth. Allah, Bachenliu, don't think that you can insult me like this by following her before her. If you say this again, even if I am not your opponent, I will not let you go. Luan Zhu and Yi Yi, Zibo Kong and the 3 girls resisted the pressure on their bodies while staring at Bachenliu with angry eyes. They were not angry that Bachenliu used spiritual pressure to suppress them, and the second was that Bachenliu actually doubted that he was right. Lu Chengkong's Love and Trust. 474 The Liberation of Strength, the Perfect Bankai. Is that so? I hope you really like what you said, and you won't give me a chance to kill you. If Kusaka Yakiryu wasn't petite like a little girl, and if she was about the same height as Uno Hanalai, with her figure, I believe she can definitely become a good harem lord. You can tell by looking at her current performance. She is worried that something bad will happen when Lu Chengkong is away. Although she doesn't believe that such a phenomenon will happen, her life in Kalu medicine since she was a child has made her not allow any accidents to occur. So even if Yi Yi and other girls were upset and annoyed, she would do it without hesitation. It seems that the most terrifying thing here is not the blonde cow and the chrysanthemum, nor the daring to love and hate, the four who are both instant and refined, pure and dazzling, sacred and heroic, calm and passionate, as bright as blood, so that people don't know how to die. Feng Yuan Yi is not the newly added Zibo Kong, but this harmless, lovely little loli. Quote. Harabelle's eyes twinkled. Having lived in a cruel place like the virtual circle for so many years, she certainly understood the reason why Bachanliu did this. Even when Lu Chengkong was away, she had to establish absolute majesty. Although she knew that nothing bad could happen, and that Lu Anju and other women could not betray her, she still had to do it. Such a little loli is really not easy. Although I can understand Bachanliu's approach, this practice of being questioned about his love still makes Yi Yi and the three girls very upset. Maybe their status in Lu Chengkong's heart is not as good as Lu Chengkong's, but they didn't think their love for Lu Chengkong would be smaller than Bachanliu, otherwise they wouldn't be so angry. Okay, stop arguing, Lu Chengkong has already begun to reorganize. Landau said suddenly, so that the heavy atmosphere was immediately relieved, and everyone turned their attention to Lu Chengkong, with undisguised worry in their eyes. They all want to become stronger, and even though the reasons and beliefs for becoming stronger are different, the essence is still the same. In such a world without strength, it is useless to have the protection of powerful people. This kind of spiritual reorganization that can be used by oneself and others, especially a few girls from Bachanliuya, they do not want to end up falling down because of their lack of strength. To be protected by Lu Chengkong and become a burden. Hiss, it hurts. If I hadn't experienced all the hardships and pains of One Piece, King of Pirates, I might have died from the pain. It's no wonder that Ujawali said this to me before. Although Lu Chengkong has no body, if there is someone, he will definitely be able to see that he is absolutely gnashing his teeth and his face is twisted. The pain in his soul can be said to be the most painful. Especially in the process of breaking up the soul, no matter how painful it is, there can be no resistance. This is more troublesome, and the most painful thing is not breaking up, but reorganization. It's very expensive, mind. Arrange it for me. Lu Chengkong let out a roar that no one could hear. The severe pain made him forcibly maintain absolute rationality, and he controlled the surrounding spiritual suns to line up according to the structure he had imagined before. Soon a blue illusory body appeared in front of everyone. Haha, it's all right at last. The last step is to succeed once you go, restructure it for me. Lu Chengkong roared directly with the obsession of not succeeding, and his illusory body began to keep on going at a very slow speed. Mixed together, constantly compressed, with the passage of time, the illusory body began to slowly become real, and at the end, there was a deafening roar that made everyone hear. Haha, it was successful, I didn't expect it to return. Got an unexpected benefit. The reorganization of the spiritual child and the reconstruction of the soul were finally completed. At the moment of completion, a powerful spiritual pressure that suffocated the air and stagnated the air directly shattered the enchantment, rose into the sky, and reverberated in the empty seat. Over the town. For a while, whether it was Hirako Mako and others from the masked army, or Kyukawa, who was very happy to meet his wife again, or Urahara Kazuki and others, they all turned their attention to it. In the world of the God of Death, Old Man Yamamoto and a group of captains of the God of Death all had heavy expressions on their faces. Because of the arrival of the 12th Division, there was a terrifying spiritual pressure in the world. Old Man Yamamoto and others came to the laboratory. Reiatsu in the sky. That icy blue spiritual pressure that was essentially icy blue, even though there were two worlds apart, but just from the inside of the screen, you could feel an icy erosion coming from it. Needless to say, you knew who this spiritual pressure was. It's Lu Chengkong. The pupils of the old man Yamamoto shrank a little. From the density of this spiritual pressure, he could fully imagine that Lu Chengkong's strength had grown greatly again. Why can't such a genius of the sky be used by the souls of the corpse? The will of heaven is tricky, and the sky is unpredictable. The old man Yamamoto let out a helpless sigh. Among the young gods of death he had visited over the years, he was most satisfied with three people, namely, the three new giants who entered the true Central Spiritual Arts Academy, Lu Chengkong, Kaolu Bachinliu, and Zaraki Kenpachi. Has it been successful? But isn't it that this method of breaking the limit does not bring about a qualitative change and improvement in strength when it comes to self-comprehension? Why has Zongkong's strength improved again? Matsumoto Ranju was happy for Lu Chengkong and also raised the question on incomprehension. Let me answer you. It's very simple, because Lu Chengkong is different from you. His Shikai, Benkai, the difficulty of breaking the limit is far greater than yours, even more difficult than your 8,000. Do you really think is his Benkai just a magic knife? His Benkai is absolutely perfect. Have you not noticed the lack of movement skills besides the sword skills? Although he succeeded Benkai at the beginning, he also completely mastered Benkai, but because of his special reasons, even if he completely controlled Benkai, he could not use all his Benkai abilities. He can only use half of it, that is, the upper body kung fu and sword skills. Now that he has broken the limit, he has completed the Benkai, which is far more difficult than others, and can use the complete Benkai, so of course the Reiki of the half Benkai that cannot be used and suppressed is of course he has also been liberated, so his strength will increase again. A graceful figure floated into everyone's ears, and this unfamiliar voice immediately changed everyone present. They had never heard such a voice before, and it was too scary to be able to enter here silently without letting them find it. Okay, Sophie, don't make fun of them. I know you've been trapped for so long, and it's not easy to be half liberated. You can move freely within a 5-mile radius without leaving me. If you hold back, then I also know you're in a bad mood, but don't scare them. 475 Sophie appears again. Sophie. This time, even Bachinliu became curious. Although Lu Chengkong has completed Benkai for a long time, apart from Muramasa and his ability to help visualize it, even if Sophie is visualized, only Lu Chengkong can see it. So, of course, thousands of women like Lu didn't know about Sophie's existence. I don't know how to describe her, but you can understand it as my Zanpakuto body. Looking at Sophie, who is full of exoticism, sultry, plump and mature, exuding a mature and moving charm, Marceau and Lu Chengkong don't know how to explain it. Wow, my sister's eyes are so beautiful. Bachinliu, who was very mature just now, recovered immediately after Lu Chengkong's success. After hearing that this woman was his brother's Zanpakuto, he couldn't help feeling close. After all, Zanpakuto is a part of the soul of the god of death in the world of the god of death. It can be said that it is one with the god of death. In short, Sophie can be said to be a part of Lu Chengkong's soul, and it is not a bad idea to be another Lu Chengkong. She felt Lu Chengkong's breath on Sophie, and because Sophie was a woman, she was so active. Haha, Bachinliu, we are meeting for the first time now. You are amazing. As for the first girl who came to this world and saw outside through Lu Chengkong, and she was so cute and capable, Sophie Marceau also liked Bachinliu very much. We'll talk about this later. Let me introduce her. Her full name is Sophie Marceau. This is her name, not the snow drink crazy saber or the magic saber. My situation is special, it's hard to say for a while clearly, you just need to call her by a name like Sophie Marceau. Let's talk about it first. I will try the complete Benkai's ability, and then I will retreat. I will continue to improve my strength in the last few decades. After you rest, follow me to practice. It is best to strive for 6 in 10 years. You will reach the limit of emptiness or death, and then I will help you to break the limit. In 60 years, it will be very chaotic, and it will not be peaceful. Lu Chengkong gave a brief explanation, and then kissed the girls on the cheeks. He couldn't wait to establish a barrier, feel all the changes in his body, and at the same time experiment with his fully liberated Bankai. Okay, don't worry about this cultivator, but he's right, there may be turmoil after more than 60 years. Go shopping with my sister, feel the world, and have a good time for a few days before entering cultivation. Sophie Marceau said and left with all the girls. It may be that she has Lu Chengkong's breath on her body, or it may be her Zanpakuto as Lu Chengkong, or it may be the same woman. It is easy to know after listening to the network. The girls also felt that they had to have fun for a few days, and then they would start practicing. After all, no matter how good the aptitude is, if you don't practice cultivation, let alone break the limit. Soul World has been around for so many years, not to mention who has broken the limit of Death God and Void. Just cultivate all the abilities of Death God to the peak. Not many people can do it, otherwise Aizen will not be so good after reaching the peak fork, it will not be so beautiful. There will not be only one old man Yamamoto, but many captains. Obviously, it is extremely difficult to cultivate to the peak of death. For thousands of years, there may not be even 20 that can be achieved in countless days. Now Lu Chengkong is just providing them with a soul that has no real limit and can continue to break through as long as he has the ability. Whether they can reach the peak before Shu and Death break the limit depends on their own achievements, but Lu Chengkong knows to wait for 8,000 after a few days of streaming. I was going to push her to the limit. Bachin Liu's aptitude is extraordinary, otherwise old man Yamamoto and Ujawali wouldn't look down on her so much, especially with the help of Wujawali's effortless teaching. Bachin Liu's strength has been chasing Lu Chengkong's. The time when Bachin Liu reached its peak was almost the same as Lu Chengkong, and both reached their peak on the same day. After all, Bachin Liu had Mao Zhawali to guide him, and Lu Chengkong only got a few pointers, so he could make up a lot of gaps and save a lot of time. Lu Chengkong has the innate conditions of the original prophet, and Bachin Liu has the bug of Mao Zhawali, so the two are almost the same to some extent, and the two have always been inseparable, eating, drinking, sleeping, and practicing together. It was long before the two reached the limit on the same day. However, Lu Chengkong's Zanpakuto also has a heaven-defying aspect. That is, in addition to the fact that he can cultivate it himself, in addition to increasing the power of the Zanpakuto, there is another person who is also cultivating at the same time. That is Sophie Marceau. It can be said that the stronger Sophie Marceau is, the more powerful the Zanpakuto in Lu Chengkong's hands will be. Slightly more than Kusaka Yakiryu, whom Ariel Uno Hanaritsu personally taught with all his strength. 3 days later, the group of Bachin Liu who had been playing crazy for 3 days also came back. Maybe Sophie really won. The craziest of the group is her and Bachin Liu. It was as if all the loneliness before and after were made up. After returning, Bachin Liu was immediately reorganized by Lu Chengkong, and she found the most perfect structure for Bachin Liu, which was the most suitable for her soul, and successfully broke Bachin Liu's death limit. Completely mastering Bankai, she cannot be used without being suppressed, so her strength has not improved much. With Lu Chengkong and Bachin Liu, the two leaders who have made breakthroughs in succession, they may have been stimulated by Bachin Liu. Yi Yi, Luanju and even the lazy Kong He joined the crazy cultivation group. Nellie L, Stark, and Harabel, who all have clear goals, were also infected, and they practiced hard. For them now, devouring doesn't have much effect. Even if devouring an emptiness of the same level or an emptiness stronger than oneself, it will at most increase the spiritual pressure and increase the density of spiritual pressure. Turning into a perfect broken face, if they don't break through Vastord, no matter how much they devour, it will be in vain. With so many people cultivating together, not only will they not be lonely, and life will not be lonely, but there are so many competitors, and everyone is not someone who easily admits defeat, death, emptiness, so when there are competitors competing with each other, of course, the speed of strength improvement will not be slow. It is precisely because of this that Lu Chengkong and others have almost forgotten the passage of time. More than 60 years have passed by their selfless cultivation. They would not know if it wasn't for Fei Zhen, who served as Lu Chengkong's maid, to remind Lu Chengkong. I don't know, it's been more than 60 years. 476 Eat Fei Zhen. Fei Zhen, I've already said it. Don't call me master. It's better to call me young master instead, and don't keep calling yourself my maid. Live, Lu Chengkong said with a bit of a headache. Fei Zhen thought that she was weak and useless, and couldn't help Lu Chengkong in any way. There is no way to repay Lu Chengkong's kindness, so she has always done her duty as a maid, serving Lu Chengkong wholeheartedly, and she doesn't mind the hard work, quite a bit like the One Piece King of Pirates world. The style of Sala's after the annihilation of the country. Fei Zhen is useless. I can't help the Lord. What is it, young master? I can only do some rough work. I hope the young master can give Fei Zhen this opportunity and not deprive Fei Zhen of his value. Fei Zhen looked at Lu Chengkong with big watery eyes. Her character was very gentle, soft on the outside and firm on the inside, which was much more attractive than Rukia. Zhang Kong is very popular in this group, and no one will look down on her because of her weak strength. Really, is the maid that good? Do it quickly. Lu Chengkong was speechless, but at least Fei Zhen took a step back, no longer calling him master, but young master. Just when Lu Chengkong was about to ask Fei Zhen to help him get some food, Fei Zhen suddenly took off his identity clothes, revealing a body that was as white as jade, exquisite and petite, yet beautiful, under Lu Chengkong's surprised eyes. She came to Lu Chengkong with a shy face, and took off his clothes very carefully. Why? Although it is said that love is born over time, and he also admits that he is very good, he does not believe that Fei Zhen will fall in love with him. After all, he is not so narcissistic. People in the world of death are especially powerful and powerful. The virtual lifespan is very long, and the mind is also very firm. But it is not simply that a long-term relationship can capture a death god. Take Yi Yi and Luanzhu for example. The love that lasts until death is also accumulated through a long period of time and various encounters. How can you fall in love with someone like the earth at every turn? It is normal to have a good impression, but having a good impression does not mean that you will come together. Good feelings just make each other more pleasing to the eye when they look at each other. It has nothing to do with liking, love, especially in the case of such a long life. In addition to the political marriage of the big family, many gods of death or virtual unions have been tested for a very long time, and finally come together after many confirmations that nothing is wrong. It can be said that a real marriage is difficult here. Forming. I know that Fei Zhen's appearance is not attractive to the young master, but Fei Zhen still wants to do it. This is my duty and my only capital. The young master not only took in Fei Zhen, but also saved Fei Zhen. True life, for Fei Zhen, is no less than the rebirth of parents, and I can't repay it. And the young master also promised me that as long as I find Rukia, I will also take her in. If Fei Zhen doesn't do anything, Fei Zhen will feel uneasy. Maybe the young master thinks that Fei Zhen is doing herself a lot, but it's not true. Although Fei Zhen doesn't falling in love with the young master is not qualified to love the young master, but Fei Zhen has only one man in her life. Although Fei Zhen's face was blushing, her voice was very firm, and she had an irresistible look, which made Lu Chengkong's heart vibrate for Vivi. Such a woman may be ordinary, but what she did was absolutely absolute. It has made many ungrateful death gods, empty, and noble countless times. At this moment, Lu Chengkong also understood why this Rukia's sister had so few appearances in the original book, but she was remembered by so many people. Young master, please ruthlessly violate Fei Zhen. You don't need to pity Fei Zhen. This is what I voluntarily do from the bottom of my heart. There is no reluctance. Please keep the last bit of dignity for Fei Zhen. Fei Zhen said that she lay quietly on the bed, with a gentle and peaceful expression. There was no desire in Lu Chengkong's eyes, but only tenderness. She was moved by this woman, and her gratitude at that moment was not lost at all. In Nelia Lu and Harabel, Lu Chengkong reached out and stroked every inch of Fei Zhen's body. With his superb skills, Fei Zhen quickly flushed and panted. Her snow-white skin had a charming layer of features, and her lower body was even more soaked. Although Feijun didn't die because of her weak soul through Lan Dao's help, and because of missing Rukia and the pressure from Kuchiki's house, her body was still very weak. If you are fully prepared, Lu Chengkong's inhuman capital will make her faint. When Lu Chengkong was sure that Feijun was ready, as long as he was careful, he should be able to bear it, so Lu Chengkong mentioned the giant dragon of his and entered Feijun's slightly frightened and shy eyes. Feijun Peach Blossom Spring. Ah! When a cry of pain rang out, along with the red blood dripping onto the sheets, forming a beautiful and poignant plum blossom, it also announced that the world once again lost a beautiful girl, and there was one more beautiful young woman. Don't pity Feijun, come on, take possession of Feijun fiercely, and make Feijun your woman. Feijun's words completely ignited the battle, and the two immediately started the movement to create people. Of course, this madness was relatively speaking. Lu Chengkong was very gentle in order to take care of Feijun's body. After the clouds and the rain dispersed, Lu Chengkong lay on the bed with Feijun, who still had the afterglow of love and tears on his face, thinking about things quietly. Strange, Kurosaki Masaki is definitely a human being, but I secretly found Mako. They helped me for so long and couldn't find it, but now it appeared at the same time as Kurosaki Isshin, and there was already a family when they appeared. Could it be? The world is too big, they are hidden somewhere. Or is it that Kurosaki Isshin and Kurosaki are from the same family? Not likely, one is a god of death and the other is a human, but the surnames of both Kurosaki are really interesting possibly. That's right, although Lu Chengkong has been cultivating frantically for the past 60 years. After all, after breaking the limit, he can soar his strength without any scruples. As long as he can break the shackles, there will be no limit. So his strength in the past 60 years, there has been a great improvement. Similarly, she doesn't intend to let go of a beauty like Kurosaki Masaki. As for the birth of Kurosaki Ichigo, he doesn't care at all. It's a pity that after searching secretly for so long, he has not found Kurosaki Masaki and Kurosaki Isshin exist. On the contrary, when they appeared, they seemed to appear out of thin air. It was very strange, and a family had already been born when they appeared. It's a pity, maybe they became husband and wife a long time ago, or it's possible that Feijun is already a god of death. Later, he gave up everything and turned into a human like the original one. 477 Angry Zibo Kong. What did you say? Zibo Kong said gloomily, his face ashen. The murderous aura and spiritual pressure on his body seemed to make the nearby sand and stones float up. Zibo Heian was seriously injured, so he should have been implanted into the void, and became the same as the three of Liuch Quanqi. Even if he finally got the strength of the void, his strength has soared for a while, but after the soaring, there is not much room for growth, unless implant the Bengyu directly into the soul to improve with the power of the Bengyu. Quote. Lu Chengkong put the information that Zaraki Kenpachi secretly let death come to give him in front of Zibo Kong. Zibo Kong immediately picked up the information in his hand and read it seriously, not missing a word. Fortunately, Kenpachi sent two of the gods of death, Madaragi and Ace Xuanyang, and finally arrived in time. Otherwise, Zibo Heian would have collided with the tip of a god of death and chose to sacrifice himself. He survived, but was imprisoned by Room 46. Without the pressure from the outside world, it shouldn't be a problem to suppress this not-so-powerful phantom with Heian's strength, but without the healing of the collapsed jade, it will be very dangerous over time. The room sent people to seal it, and it was just willpower to suppress the emptiness in the body. Lu Chengkong knew that this happened, especially after eating Kong. He was more interested in his brother-in-law, and Zibo Heian was as forthright and straightforward as Kong, so Lu Chengkong secretly informed Zibo Heian early in the morning to be careful. At the same time, for the sake of safety, he asked Zaragi Kenpachi himself or someone he could trust to follow Shiba Yumetsu, but he didn't expect an accident in the end, and it was said that Kenpachi planned to rush there in person. It's just that I don't know why the 46th room issued an order to gather all the captains, as well as the high-pressure policy of old man Yamamoto. In desperation, Zakagi Kenpachi had to pin his hopes on his two most satisfied men of death, but only unexpectedly, it was still a step too late. I think Aizen set the target on Heian's body. Kenpachi was also hypnotized by the person in the 46th room with Kyoka Shueyu in his hand, so that he couldn't rush out. Maybe this is Aizen's last blur. Experiment. Lu Chengkong said. Bastard Lan Ran, my mother will never let him go. I will go back and kill him immediately, and Heian, I will save him. Zibo Heian took care of her very much since she was a child, and gave all good things to her sister. Especially when the Zibo family fell down when they were young, their two siblings suffered a lot of scorn. Both of them were Zibo Heian. Now that Zibo Heian has an accident, Zibo Kong is of course angry. Lu Chengkong looked at Zibo Kong, who was furious and knew that it was useless to stop her. Just when he was about to get up and follow Kong, a sudden spiritual pressure appeared in the corner of his eyes, causing Lu Chengkong to stop. Wait, Kong, maybe things have changed. Lu Chengkong's words made the angry Kong regain his senses, feeling this strange spiritual pressure and forcibly suppressing his killing intent. Waiting for this spiritual pressure, the master arrives. Master Lu Chengkong, Master Yi, Master Luanju, Master Kong, this is what the captain gave to you. Although Madara Muyijao is as arrogant and fighting mad as Kenpachi, he knows that the group of people in front of him are all powerful people when they are in the soul realm. How can he dare to put on airs, and he is very similar to Kenpachi in character. As long as you are pleasing to the eye, even if you are weak, he will take care of you very much. Give it to me. Zibo Kong grabbed it anxiously, and quickly scanned it at a speed of 10 lines at a glance. Yizhao, do you have anything to tell me about Kenpachi? Lu Chengkong asked. Yes, the captain asked me to tell you that you don't need to go there for the time being. Zibo Heian will be fine in the future, because Captain Yamamoto feels that this incident is related to the affairs of the many vice captains and captains in the Soul Society. So I ordered a thorough investigation of this matter, and because of this, Vice Captain Heian was also unsealed by the spiritual pressure and subdued the virtual body in his body, and the captain also said that it would be fine if Vice Captain Heian died, but if he didn't die now, this matter the people behind the scenes may use Vice Captain Heian as bait to lure you there. Madaramu glanced at this man who was called by his own captain to be comparable to Captain Yamamoto, and his record really impressed Madaramu. Every time he was basically besieged by many captains, and he was always alone. Dominating the crowd, such a person is certainly worthy of admiration from a man like Ban Muyijao. In this way, the people behind the scenes originally set up Kenpachi, thinking that Heian would surely die in this case. It seems that he knows Heian's character very well, otherwise he would not have made this poisonous plan, but he didn't expect Jonpachi. And the backhand. Although your timely arrival was not prevented in the end, it also allowed Heian to survive, so he knew that Heian must use Benyu to be safe, so he used Kyoka Shueyu's ability again to cooperate with old man Yamamoto's order to investigate thoroughly. This thing is totally messed up. Let us in this world know that in order to be in a hurry, we must take Benyu to treat Heian as soon as possible. If we don't go for a while in the future, I think he will use various means, such as sealing Heian's spiritual pressure to make Shu grow stronger. Forcing us to go. With his wisdom that he had lived for so many years and his knowledge of Aizen, Yusuk, and the world of death, he immediately told Aizen that the plan was very strict and not many people knew about. What a great wisdom, unparalleled strength and such wisdom. No wonder the captain always regards him as his biggest competitor, he is simply a perfect death god. Shocked, yes it is shock. The admiration in Lu Chengkong's heart is just like the water of the Yellow River, just like the water of the Yellow River. Looking at you, what he's doing is Kazuki Urahara's bastard's Benyu, and so is this bastard. What are you doing with this kind of thing? I'll settle the account with him later. Husband, if it's really what you assumed, we won't bring Benyu. In the past, if you go directly to save him, wouldn't the people behind the scenes not be able to hear Benyu? Zibo Kong said fiercely at first, and immediately expressed his doubts to Lu Chengkong. Didn't you notice what we said? The people behind the whole thing will be hidden behind the scenes. If we don't take Benyu, he has nothing to lose at all. On the contrary, he can manipulate the power of Soul Society behind the scenes to deal with us invaders. He has no loss at all, And after so many years, I think he also has such an idea. One stone kills many birds. He also intends to find out us through this. Strength. 478 Rukia arrives. Furthermore, he can completely seal Zibo Konghei's spiritual pressure just in case we don't take Bengyu with him, so that he can be swallowed up by the virtual as soon as possible and completely silenced, and then we will be dragged by the power of the soul world again. Stay, even if you want to leave, it will take some time to retreat back to the present world. He only needs to move a little bit, and with his knowledge of the virtual experiment, he can completely set the time, and he will be completely swallowed by the virtual before we return to the present world to treat Heian, so no matter what the final result is, we will take Bengyu to him or not. Without the slightest loss, he can achieve his goals, and if he can implement such a plan, can't he implement the second one? Lu Chengkong had to explain in detail, which made Zibo Kong suddenly realize. Damn guy actually took advantage of Heian. I said that Heian, that bastard, don't go to Saranje to be the captain, where the struggle is too dark, but he didn't hear about revitalizing the Zibo family. The Zibo family must have a person be the captain. Well, now the captain didn't even have an accident when he was himself. Although Zibo Konghei's voice was annoyed, he couldn't hide his concern, and he felt like he hated iron. Then what should we do now? Bring Bengyu to rescue Heian immediately, or? Although Zibo Kong is smart, she is not such a calculating person after all, and the victim is her brother. She suddenly also, there are no gods. It's very simple, one word, etc. From what I know about him, it is impossible for him to have only such a bait. This plan seems to be rigorous, but it is not perfect. He is also the kind of person who pursues perfection, and he has no idea of his own IQ. Very confident, it is impossible to just put out such a plan. What he likes most is to solve all the problems at one time, and it is rare to solve it in several times. After all, it is easy to expose his secrets and reveal clues. His purpose is very simple. One is to collapse Jade, the other is to find out about us. The strength is good for him to prepare for a series of things in the future. To achieve such a goal in one go, such a plan alone is not perfect. Don't worry, Heian will be fine, at least not until we go to Soul Realm. On the contrary, if we don't give him time to arrange the whole plan and let him mess around in a hurry, it may be more troublesome. Now the initiative seems to be in his hands, but in fact it is in our hands. As long as we don't move, I believe he will be so happy, and slowly arrange this plan to the point where he has the most perfection and the fewest flaws. Believe me, come on, Kong, the world will be in chaos soon. Lu Chengkong held Zibo Konghei's Ruyi and comforted softly. 3 months, I'll only wait for 3 months. After 3 months, you must accompany me to rescue Heian. After Zibo Kong took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, Lu Chengkong echoed in his mind. If. So she gave her own bottom line. After all, in her opinion, no matter what the outcome was, Lu Chengkong would save Heian. In that case, just wait a little longer. Don't worry, maybe we will go to Soul Realm in 3 months. Lu Chengkong smiled at Yu, and secretly said in his heart, Aizen, don't let me down. If I'm not wrong, Heian's original work after the death of Rukia hit the world, and now she is not dead, then I believe that your plan will be implemented as well. You should use Zibo Heian and Rukia together to make the shocking conspiracy in the original book even more shocking. Are you worried that we won't come? Increase the bait and chips, hehe. It seems that you also notice the existence of Kurosaki Ichigo. Also, his Reiatsu is like a light bulb, it is difficult not to be noticed. The development of the matter was exactly as Lu Chengkong had guessed. After more than half a month, Rukia, the heroine in the original novel, didn't die because of Zibo Heian, but she was still in a bad mood. So Shuru Yukitaki was worried that she would mess up, so under the control of Aizen behind the scenes, Shuru Yukitaki sent Rukia to the world, and the plot finally started. Is this the real world? I hope Captain Fuju didn't lie to me, and Vice Captain Heian will be fine. It's okay, if you care about it, you will be in chaos. With my strength, I can't help you there. Just come here to calm down your mood. Somewhere in the world, Xuanji Gate suddenly opened, and a goddess of death who looked exactly like Feijun walked out with an unhappy face. Although she looked the same as Feijun, her temperament was two extremes. Rukia is stubborn, fragile, strong and rude, but her mind is very delicate. Maybe because of her childhood life, and because she did not become a noble of Kuchiki Rukia like the original, her character has not been suppressed in any way, which is better than the original. And nothing less than the typical knife-mouth tofu heart. Weijun, have you seen her? You have done what I promised you, and I think you can see it too. The god of death who looks exactly like you, Rukia. It's just that Rukia doesn't know about in an unknown place, a man and 3 women are looking at her. It's really like it. People who don't know you two can't tell the difference, but your temperament is quite different. One of the women is, of course, Matsumoto Ranju, and the grass deer Yakiryu on Lu Chengkong's shoulder. As for Yi Yi, she had planned to come to see the twins, but she was worried that Konghe would lose control or mess up, or be sad. Therefore, as Konghe's best sister, of course, she must stay by Konghe's side to comfort her. Rukia, you're really fine, that's great. Feijun didn't speak, but her watery eyes were filled with tears, which turned into teardrops that fell to the ground. Let's go, thank you young master. Feijun bowed to Lu Chengkong very gratefully. Although the two had already had a relationship, Feijun still insisted on calling him that, and she still put herself in the position of a maid, which may have risen a bit. From a maid to a concubine, in her words, she can't be spoiled. Why don't you meet each other? Lu Chengkong said in surprise, but he could see that Feijun's face was full of recognition. Although Feijun really wants to meet Rukia, no matter what, Feijun is sorry for Rukia, and my presence may make her life and her bad mood even more uncomfortable, chaotic, and the young master believes in Feijun so much that he even told Feijun such a secret. Of course Feijun can't ruin the young master's plan because of her own reasons. Feijun's very generous and decent answer made Matsumoto Ranju and Lu Chengkong Yachinliu admire her for a while. It seems that the 3 of them still underestimate Feijun. This is a typical lady, and she is very intellectual. No wonder everyone likes Feijun so much, especially the eyes of Matsumoto Ranju looking at Feijun are even more brilliant. 479 The transformation of Matsumoto Ranju. Obviously, Matsumoto Ranju sees that she is definitely the most dominant among all the women in Lu Chengkong. Her beautiful appearance, plump, proud figure that makes countless women feel ashamed, as well as her charming temperament, the beauty of her body. Feminine charm. In addition to his help and love for Lu Chengkong, he was also the first person to have a relationship with Lu Chengkong. He was the first person, and should be the most important in Lu Chengkong's heart besides Bachanliu. But now it seems that she is a little too confident, although she is not wrong, because she is the first person in this world Lu Chengkong, plus all the above appeals. She is indeed the most important person in Lu Chengkong's heart except for Bachanliu. Even if it is Yi Yi, it is slightly worse. Who let Matsumoto Ranju get on the bus first and then make up the ticket, occupying the first position. However, after seeing Feijun's performance, especially after hearing the last sentence of being a spoiled child, she even understood a little bit of her own shortcomings, that is, she was too confident. Although this won't happen to the point of being a spoiled child, but if you are too naughty, don't pay attention to details, and accidentally exceed this level, it will easily reduce your position in Lu Chengkong's heart, although this possibility is also very small. After all, Matsumoto Ranju is a very good royal sister. Faye is really generous and decent, pays attention to all details and everything about herself, and no matter what happens, the first thing she thinks about is not what she should do, but whether she will have any bad influence on Lu Chengkong. Matsumoto Luanju is confident that she can do it too, but she is surprised that Faye is really the same as herself. Also, being able to distinguish her own status, being intellectual and gentle, and adding a sentence of being petted and spoiled made Matsumoto Ranju put away her self-confidence. Although her capital is the best and surpasses other women, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't mean that other women in Lu Chengkong don't have their own unique highlights, advantages, and attractive places. It was Feijun's remarks today, and her arrival, that made her change invisibly, and she began to have a kind of graceful, virtuous and generous, with the amount of guests, treating others and herself in the face of any situation. Everything thought of Lu Chengkong in advance. Jean was originally just a virtuous inner helper, and did not become the manager of the harem. She, who was the master of the harem, began to gradually move and change to the position of the master of the harem. This was something that Lu Chengkong did not expect after today, but Lu Chengkong is of course even more of joy. Originally, Lu Anju's body, appearance, temperament, and figure were attractive enough, but now there is an extra kind of harem like Hancock and Khalifa, the graceful bearing and temperament of the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, which makes her more attractive to Lu Chengkong, charming bigger. Chengkong's heart, and even Lu Chengkong has unknowingly gave birth to love for her. At least barely equal. After all, she is Lu Chengkong's first woman in the world of Death God, and one of the earliest harem lords. In this respect, she is barely able to meet Lu Chengkong's weakest and smallest first encounter in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. The comparison between Khalifa and Hancock is, of course, only about the conditions and circumstances in this regard. The changes on the chaotic chrysanthemum boat, although only small, are actually very similar to the temperament of Maujawali, Khalifa and Hancock's 3 daughters, holy, intellectual, generous, elegant and noble. However, she just appeared very weak, but she will definitely become such a woman in the future. I didn't expect that the chaos of chrysanthemum would change here. It seems that the master of my harem was born ahead of schedule. Lu Chengkong didn't seem to have it on the surface, but he was both surprised and happy in his heart. After all, the development and changes of Matsumoto Ranju were beyond his expectations, and it was still good. How could he be unhappy? It's all a good thing. I really should thank you, Aizen, although Rukia came here. I don't know why, but Ranju's transformation is always good. Finally I have one that can make me feel completely at ease. The lord of the harem helped me hold on to the scene, but I don't know when the chaos of chrysanthemums will be as intense as Maujihua. Lu Chengkong burst into laughter in his heart, but on the surface he wore a gentle smile, watching Rukia disappear from sight before leaving with the 3 girls beside him. Has Aizen acted? Is the target Bengyu? Kurosaki Ishin, lost the power of the god of death. You are useless in a short period of time, but your son, Kurosaki Ichigo, is not easy. Especially the spiritual pressure in the body. Your Kurosaki family is really mysterious enough, but the spiritual pressure of Kurosaki Ichigo is a bit strange. It seems that it does not belong to him, but a certain death god uses some kind of secret method to transfer all his spiritual pressure to him, so that after he becomes a death god, he slowly absorbs the spiritual pressure in his body, turns it into his own use, and grows. The speed has been increased countless times. It's interesting. No wonder Aizen pays attention to your son, but Aizen should be the Bengyu in my hand that you are doing so much. Well, I was framed by you back then and made me a traitor in the Soul Society, which is disgraceful. Since you like it so much, I will fulfill you. Although I can't control Bengyu, no one knows Bengyu better than me. Giving you infinite power, it will also become your life reminder, and soon you will try what it means to become a jade, and a failure to collapse. Urahara Kazuki is a real wise man. If Lu Chengkong didn't know everything about the original book and his own experience in advance, he really couldn't fully guess Aizen's plan, but Urahara Kazuki really guessed by his own wisdom. To all the purposes of Aizen. He has even begun to plot against him, but fortunately Urahara Kazuki is not the kind of ambitious Aizen, otherwise he might be even more terrifying than Aizen. Masaki Kurosaki, it's time to wake you up. After Lu Chengkong returned to his palace, he came to a very tight basement. On the table lay a beautiful woman with blonde hair that gave off a very gentle look. It was Kurosaki Ichigo who was attacked by Shu, and Kurosaki Ichiksen couldn't get there because he lost the power of the god of death, but he was met by Lu Chengkong who had just left the customs and saved her easily. Lu Chengkong had already made up her mind about this woman a long time ago, but she seems to be quite mysterious. When she appeared, she was already with Kurosaki Ishin, and Kurosaki Ichigo was born for a few years. Shangliu Changkong has been in seclusion all the time. There is no chance, of course such a good opportunity will not be missed. 480 pushes Kurosaki Masaki. In order not to let people find out that Masaki Kurosaki was not dead, Liu Changkong deliberately obtained a high defense spirit skeleton of Masaki Kurosaki from Randao, and let her be eaten by Kurosaki Ichigo instead of Masaki Kurosaki. In fact, the real Kurosaki Masaki was secretly rescued by Liu Changkong long ago. At the same time, he didn't want to leak the rumors, so he sealed her up early in the morning. It had been sealed for many years, and it was time to unblock her. Let's not say that your beauty is comparable to that of Luanju, at most it is at the same level as Ju Nanbai, but your mature and moving MILF charm, your gentle and beautiful face, and your mature and sultry figure, plus your identity makes your charm has risen a lot. Liu Changkong walked to the mother of the original protagonist Masaki Kurosaki, looked down at the in front of him, stretched out his hand and stroked her smooth face, muttering to himself. You are so evil, you don't even let other people's wives go. A voice sounded in Liu Changkong's heart. Needless to say, there was only Sophie. Maybe it was because of the many years of holding back, or maybe it was broken by Liu Changkong. Sophie also developed in the direction of the witch, and began to be a little evil. In exchange, Sophie saw that Liu Changkong would not stop him from doing this, but he would definitely not give Liu Changkong a good look. But now, instead of being angry, he started talking about it. Hee, Kurosaki Masaki is already dead in the eyes of the world. What else is someone else's wife? I said you've become a lot worse. Liu Changkong was speechless. Although this Sophie was still as noble and elegant as before, she actually showed such an evil side when facing her alone. It seemed that she was brought down by herself, or she was so suffocated in her own spiritual world. For many years, it was suffocating. Don't make excuses, giggling, the mother of the protagonist of the original book. This is the only thing that aroused your desire. Don't forget that when you crossed over to this world, you saw all my memories, and I also saw your past. All memory. It's no wonder that after you came to this world, you will be so unscrupulous and unscrupulous. You don't feel any guilt in any push. It turns out that it is so similar to the little Japanese anime you mentioned. Yes, Sophie knows why Liu Changkong was so bad in the world of Death God than in the world of One Piece King of Pirates. Although the world of One Piece King of Pirates is also a Japanese anime, everything in that world has little to do with Japan, but the world of the God of Death here, especially in the world of souls, the kimono, Japanese swords, etc. The little Japan of the earth is strikingly similar, and Liu Changkong is of course unscrupulous. But Sophie Marceau doesn't think it's a big deal. After all, the weak survive and the strong eat the fittest. Take Liu Changkong as an example. He doesn't have such a powerful strength to sit on so many peerless beauties. If Liu Changkong was just an ordinary person, any peerless beauty around him would have turned into a disaster, and many people robbed him and killed him. Therefore, Liu Changkong has always attached great importance to the strength of his wife. He just hopes that in the event of an accident or special situation, such as being injured or weak, he will also have tyrannical strength to make the enemy fearful. Liu Changxi has a better understanding. Especially Liu Changkong's selection of candidates for the harem is very strict. Liu Changkong's rear officers and soldiers can be absolutely trusted and assured, and the occurrence of betrayal is absolutely prevented. It is definitely an extremely terrifying force. Now, it was Yi, Konghe and the three girls of Luanju, who were enough to shock the Soul Society with their own strength. People like Sophie Marceau, who have lived for so long, see it clearly better than many others. They see through the essence of everything. To get the best things, you must have strong strength. Only with strength can you be unscrupulous. The cost of running everything, doing whatever you like. You really know me too well. Ban and release. Liu Changkong's evil Isho. He has already decided since he came to this world, what he wants to have. He must get what he wants, even if it is robbing. Come here. It doesn't matter if you do anything. He doesn't need to care about any scruples at all. as long as his fist is big enough. Kurosaki Masaki's body immediately burst into a dazzling light. After a while, Kurosaki Masaki's closed eyes moved slowly, like a sleeping princess who was about to wake up. Let Lu Chenggong move in his heart, and your incarnation became the dead wolf. Prince kissed Kurosaki Masaki's lips, and a prince kissed the princess. It's so uncomfortable, why can't I open my mouth, huh? Who am I? By the way, I'm Kurosaki Masaki, am I dead? Why am I here? My mouth is so warm, so comfortable, can't I? Is someone kissing me? No. Kurosaki Masaki, who had just woken up and was still a little blurry, immediately recalled everything at an astonishing speed. Her charming eyes suddenly widened, and she finally saw the man in front of her clearly. He saved himself, took a spirit skeleton that looked exactly like himself to eat it, and brought himself here. Without giving himself a chance to resist, he sealed himself and fell asleep. Ooh, let me go, you pervert, bastard, I'm a married woman, you want a woman to find someone else. Kurosaki Masaki turned his head to the left, and finally opened Lu Chenggong's kiss. His eyes widened. There was a strong anger in his eyes, and the anger in his eyes seemed to burn Lu Chenggong to the ground. What I want is you, a married woman. Kurosaki Masaki is already dead in the eyes of outsiders. Now you are just a piece of cargo that I saved, and everything about you is under my control. It may be that he realized Bing Shin because of the devil's heart. Lu Chenggong's actions are more aggressive and reckless than before. In his opinion, any morality is bullshit, and his fist decides everything. Who is your cargo? Even if I die, I won't let you do your best. Kurosaki Masaki was uncharacteristically, no longer a gentle and virtuous mature woman, but a chaste martyr who actually committed suicide by biting her tongue. It's a pity that Lu Chenggong didn't give her this chance at all. He stretched out his hand and used Lu Chenggong's strength to face a woman who had been sleeping for so long and had the same strength as an ordinary human. And wiped the neck with a knife. Scoff. After sealing Kurosaki Masaki's mouth, so that she couldn't bite her tongue, Lu Chengshi's unsatisfied desire in Hijen immediately surged up, and he tore Kurosaki Masaki's clothes apart, regardless of her punches and feet. Kick. It may be Kurosaki Masaki's identity, she may be a mature woman, or it may be a. Lu Chenggong's desire has reached an unprecedented climax, and a sad scream from Kurosaki Masaki pierced her long absence. In the peach blossom spring of 2009, a man and a woman performed the ceremony of Duke Zhou in this basement.